Inside, stacks of low-level cards sat on the counter, each with a picture of a carriage. If you see one you like, you can summon it outside and let it run a bit. If you like it, sign the contract. If not, you can choose another. Alright, let me take a look first, Sang Chu said, then turned to Sang Jingwen. Jingwen, you pick one too. If you see one you like, have them show it to us. Yiping grinned, rubbing her hands together. Then I'll pick carefully. Shirue stood to the side and asked coldly, Boss, how do we return the carriages? I need to go to the next city. I can't come back here just to return them. Don't worry, guest. You don't need to return to Meow City. No matter which city gate you're at, just put the card in the recycling slot. My mother-in-law will collect the cards at dawn the next day. That's really convenient. Yiping was already fascinated by the cards, his attention completely drawn in. Looking at the card, he noticed something and suddenly asked, Boss, does this card have a cultivation room? The shopkeeper smiled, Yes, guest. This type of card comes with a cultivation room, so it's a bit more expensive than the regular ones. The soundproofing is also better. If you don't want to stay in the main guest house at night, you can sleep directly in the room. All the rooms on this card are protected by 4 layers of magic, so as long as you activate the blue magic array, it's very safe no matter where you are. After the explanation, Yiping was even more satisfied. He looked at Sang Chu, and after she nodded, he said to the shopkeeper, Then let's take a look at this one first. Of course, right this way. The shopkeeper led Sang Chu's group to the side. With a quick flick of her wrist, a magical light circle appeared, and in an instant, a room materialized. The shopkeeper stood next to the blank card, saying, Guests, you may enter. Yiping was the first to step inside. Wow, sis, this place is awesome. If it's awesome, it's awesome. Why are you yelling? Sang Jingwen commented coolly, then walked into the room and was instantly stunned. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Yiping grinned and whispered in his ear, You're just as amazed as I am. As everyone else entered one after another, they all showed varying degrees of surprise. This room was no less impressive than a set of luxury villas. The room was spacious and square, with walls, fluffy carpets, and chairs. On both sides were several small rooms separated by partitions. The shopkeeper pointed to the front and explained, Guests, in the front are the kitchen and dining room. Beyond that is the storage room. Because the magic world has little in the way of prepared food, you'll have to handle meals yourselves. Further ahead is the cultivation room, which you can check out. She pointed to the patterns on the pillars. These are extension arrays. The maximum space of this room can be doubled. If you feel it's not big enough, you can add to it based on the magic array, but modifying the array will cost an extra 3 crystal coins per room. Sang Chu looked around the room and immediately felt it was even more suitable for the apocalypse than the RV. After all, the RV couldn't be repaired if damaged, but as long as you had magic, you could fix this room. Boss, how many of these rooms do you have? If they're suitable, I'll take them all. The shopkeeper looked at Sang Chu in shock, her voice trembling. You mean, all of them? After all, Shueyu had given her plenty of crystal coins. At worst, she could just spend a bit more. You couldn't always get such a good deal in the magic world, so she had to buy as many as possible. Yes, all of them. How many do you have right now? I'll pay in crystal coins. The shopkeeper, still a bit dazed, replied cautiously, Currently, my shop has 120 room cards in total. Of these, 15 are this type with a cultivation room. There are 50 with 3 layers of magic, a bit smaller than this one and can't be expanded. The remaining 55 are standard rooms, each with 5 or 6 guest rooms, kitchens, and walls, but the comfort level is a bit lower. If you want all 120 cards, I'll give you a total price of 2,000 crystal coins. All the crystal coins Shueyu had given her were now in her own card. She took them out and counted. She had 6 cards worth of crystal coins. With 16 people in the group, each person could get over 3,000 coins. She glanced at Miao Mo and the others. Sang Chu thought for a moment. Just as the shopkeeper was worrying that the deal might fall through, Sang Chu transferred the crystal coins from her own card to everyone else's. After a flash of dazzling light from the crystal cards, the coins were instantly transferred to the others' cards. Then she handed her own card to the shopkeeper and said, "I'll take all these rooms. Leave 5 of this type for now and store the rest for me." The shopkeeper's hands were shaking as she took the card, looking at the rose pattern on it. "Yes, Your Highness, please wait a moment. I'll get everything ready right away." Since the stranger's crystal cards weren't yet linked to the room cards, they needed to set up a magical connection, which required a special device. After the shopkeeper finished the process, Sang Jingwen took out his own crystal card and noticed the increased balance. Sang, why do I have so much? Based on what he knew about his sister, she would definitely distribute things evenly. If he had this much, the others must have a lot too. Yiping couldn't help but exclaim, "Sis, you're so generous." Sang Chu smiled. "I can only do so much alone, so I need everyone's help. In the apocalypse, we lack a lot of things, and one person can't handle everything. That's why I'm giving everyone crystal coins. When you're out shopping, if you see anything that doesn't exist in the apocalypse, please buy it if you can and bring it back for us to use." Yiping touched the room, still a bit confused. "Sis, are these rooms really necessary?" "Yes. Even though I have transportation, if the RV can't be repaired, these rooms can be maintained as long as there's magic. Plus, these rooms are magical. They don't get sick, don't age, don't die. As long as you recharge them with magic, they'll last forever." "That's a great backup for us." Sang Jingwen thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, when AE and I have time, we'll go look for places that sell magic rooms. We'll buy some more rooms or magic arrays if we can." Luminly said, "Then Xiao Shui, Su Ku Luminly servant, and I will go to the slave market to see if there are any construction materials for sale. If there are, we can bring them back to the apocalypse and use them to build more ordinary rooms. High-end construction materials rarely show up in the slave market, and even in the black market, it's not easy to find them." So Lu Minli's goal was clear. He just needed some basic materials to build ordinary rooms. Mu Shui glanced over, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, I'll go." Lu Minli gently placed his hand on her head and smiled. "Sticking with me is much better than staying here. I'm glad you understand." She glanced at the people behind him, all fully armed and visibly tense, and nodded deeply. "I know." Then she looked at Sang Chu and asked, Sang, what about me? Where should I go?" "After we've traveled a bit further, she'll follow Granny Xiang. If everyone can regroup in Xiang City, let's meet at the West Gate at dawn, and then head towards Rose City together." Just then, Shi Rui suddenly said, "Ah Chu, we've entered so many cities along the way, there's no need to keep hoarding everything." She said this to remind everyone not to buy everything they see. Her own storage was already full, and Sang Chu had given her a lot too. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Sang Chu was a great leader, so she didn't want to see her waste all her resources, with everyone ending up buying a bunch of useless junk. Sang Chu replied, "It's fine if you don't keep anything. I have my own ways of managing things. Buy whatever you want. As for the other cities, we'll talk about them later." As she finished speaking, Bei Xian walked over and handed her a card, saying, "Miss, this is your storage card. All the items have been cleared out. Whatever you need, just use it directly." This was a low-level card. You only needed to use a spell to activate it, no need for a blood bond. Of course, if you wanted to bond it with your blood, you could. "All right." Bei Xian continued, "Miss, this is a map of Xiang City. I only have 3 copies, all for you." Sang Chu glanced at the huge map in her hand and felt a bit overwhelmed. "Just give me one. Bei Xian, you and Granny Xiang go together. The rest of us will wander around and see if there's anything interesting." Bei Xian felt a bit disappointed that she wasn't needed anymore. Although she was a bit reluctant to leave, she actually preferred exploring on her own. "Okay, I'll make sure to keep him company and explore properly." "All right, then I'll leave the rest to you, Granny Xiang. We'll take our leave now." "All right, let's go, Mississippi." The group split up and went their separate ways at the intersection. Sang Chu sat in the carriage, looking at Shuiyu, who seemed a bit annoyed by the surroundings. She handed him a pill and said with a helpless smile, "Your Majesty, please bear with me for a bit. I need to go see the city lord for a trade. If I want to get out of this unscathed, your presence is essential." You've already used up so many of my herbs in my space, so please help me out this once. Shuiyu was holding a demon fruit, enjoying it thoroughly. He was still dressed in white, barefoot on the fluffy carpet. Alright, what kind of trade are you making with him? I've already given you so many crystals. The world I come from has suffered a major disaster and is in the process of rebuilding, so I need a lot of resources, lots and lots. These crystals alone aren't enough. So you're planning to sell off your stuff here? After entering Sang Chu's storage space, he realized that the roses he once worshipped were actually quite ordinary. To him, even roses brimming with magic power were just pretty flowers in Sang Chu's eyes. Yes, but I can't sell too many. Roses with strong magic power are very attractive here, so I can only sell more of the fragrant but less magical ones. Shuiyu said, then I suggest you sell him your sunflowers as well. Why? Are you dumb? This is Xiang City, but look around, do you see a single real flower? In Rose City, at least the Imperial City has some, but here in the main city, I haven't seen a single one. That means Xiang City doesn't cultivate flowers. If they can't even grow a single sunflower over such a long period, then Xiang City is basically finished. This whole area is the most depleted by magic. Sang Chu looked at him in shock. Really? Why didn't Shiroi tell me that? What does she know? Only the Demon King and the City Lord know this kind of information. You can say you're an envoy sent by the Emperor to inspect the cultivation of sunflowers. You arrived via magic directly at the Galaxy Sea, and when you saw there were no real flowers in Xiang City, you came to investigate. As for how many crystals to ask for, that's up to you. When the time comes, I'll act as your attendant. With me there, you'll be even more convincing. Sang Chu nodded. That does sound more credible. But you haven't been out in a long time. You said earlier that white and purple cards are rare. Can Shiroi even buy them? Shuiyu rolled his eyes. She just got lucky. Alright, I'll head to the City Lord's mansion first. I'll leave this to you. Sang Chu handed him a set of wizard's robes and shoes. He couldn't keep going barefoot after all. Shuiyu looked at the clothes she handed over, momentarily lost in thought. He didn't refuse, but just tossed them aside. Sang Chu simply placed them on him, saying, look for yourself. If you don't want to wear them, that's fine. She activated the light map. It was a map drawn by Sang Jingwen, and the copy in her hand was one he'd given both her and Lu Min. This map is great, but it's too detailed and the area is huge, so it's a pain to look at. I suggest everyone use a light map robot for navigation. It's much easier. This was a magical world, so the light map robot was a small ball. Although it looked odd, everyone just thought of it as a special magic tool and didn't pay much attention. While Sang Chu was reading the light map, she didn't notice Shuiyu curiously poking at the little ball. What is this thing? It doesn't have any magic power, so why does it glow? Sang Chu patted the light map. The palm-sized little ball stretched out tiny limbs and rolled over to Shuiyu, the two of them staring at each other for a long time. This is a light map robot. Xiang City is huge, so with this, it's much more convenient for me. Xiaoguang, show me the way to the City Lord's mansion. Okay, master. Suddenly, Xiaoguang's storage compartment was filled with all sorts of strange items. Its fluffy little hand grabbed one and enlarged it. Master, look, this is the fastest route to the City Lord's mansion. Shuiyu stared at the magical display, dumbfounded. It doesn't have any magic power, so how can it do this? Sang Chu replied, this isn't magic, it's high technology. It's not from your world at all. Does your world have this? Sang Chu shook her head. No, it's from another world. Just like I can travel between worlds, I can also get things from other worlds. I got this from somewhere else. Alright then, next time you go to another world, take me with you. I want to go sightseeing too. He'd been cooped up for too long, only able to come out at night to hunt. He was really looking forward to exploring. Okay, City Lord's mansion. Xiang Zue stared blankly at the rose-patterned invitation in his rough hands. You're saying there's a man and a woman outside the city who claim they want to see me? The attendant, clad in golden armor, stood as straight as a rod and replied, yes, City Lord. Xiang Zue waved his hand. Bring them in. Yes, sir. After the attendant left, Xiang Zue looked down at the invitation, still dazed. He didn't know who these people were or why they wanted to see him. But even if only a tenth of what was written on the invitation was true, he had to meet them. Sang Chu and Shui Yu followed the attendant into the grand hall. Seated at the highest seat was a man dressed in a dark-colored mage's robe. Xiang Zui said, "I don't know what business the distinguished guests have with me." Sang Chu hadn't expected to be greeted so coldly right from the start. For a moment, she felt uncomfortable, but she quickly composed herself and smiled at Xiang Zui. "Greetings, City Lord. I was just passing through Xiang City and originally didn't want to get involved in anything. But I heard the city is short on supplies and funds, so I thought I'd do a little business with you. I didn't expect to be so unwelcome." Xiang Zui's sharp gaze locked onto Sang Chu, but she showed no sign of fear, as if this high-ranking mage meant nothing to her. Standing behind Sang Chu, Shui Yu lazily looked at Xiang Zui. With a flick of his wide sleeve, the air in the hall instantly condensed into icy blades, the sharp tips hovering just a millimeter from Xiang Zui's face. "If you don't want your eyes, I can help you take care of them." Shui Yu looked down on him with arrogant disdain. All the ice blades in the room were aimed at Xiang Zui, and his body was completely restrained, unable to use even a sliver of magic. Xiang Zui forced a smile. "We have a saying. Isn't this a bit much for a business negotiation?" Shui Yu glanced at him, then looked to Sang Chu. "Sit." Sang Chu responded softly, walked over to a chair, and sat down. Shui Yu leaned lazily against the back of her chair, saying nothing, but making Sang Chu's position seem even more elevated. Sang Chu took out a box from her ring, filled with fresh roses preserved in ice and snow. Would the city lord be interested in these? Xiang Zui's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected her to actually have fresh roses in her possession. And they were Xiang City roses at that. "If the envoy is willing to sell, I'll take them all." Sang Chu raised a finger. She'd originally intended to sell just one or two, but she felt the city lord could accept a higher price. But Xiang Zui asked, 100 flowers? After a long silence, he added, 100 magic crystals is difficult for me to gather at once, but if you give me 3 days, I can get them for you." Sang Chu glanced at Shui Yu and instantly understood why the city lord was willing to offer such a high price. He must have realized that Shui Yu's power far surpassed his own. He'd been subdued in a single move. 3 days is too long. I need to return to Rose City soon and can't stay here. How many crystals can you give me right now? Xiang Zui looked at Sang Chu, a bit hesitant, but the icy blades in the air pressed even closer. He hurriedly said, 50. I can give you 50 magic crystals right now. Sang Chu handed him her card. Then transfer them to me. When Xiang Zui saw that she was using a Rose City magic crystal card, he no longer doubted her identity. As for her ignorance of certain customs, he simply chalked it up to her being a sheltered royal. After a quick transaction, Sang Chu's card now held over 50 crystals, a huge sum for someone like Xiang Zui. 50 crystals for half the flowers. I'll leave the rest with you for now. This is my communication stone. If you manage to gather the rest of the crystals by tonight, let me know and I'll give you the rest. I'll be on my way. Shui Yu nodded, and a magic portal appeared in the air. Sang Chu stepped through first, with Shui Yu following. As soon as they entered the portal, the ice and snow in the hall vanished without a trace. Xiang Zui stared in the direction they'd left, still shaken. A teleportation spell? Could she be a princess raised by the Rose royal family? Go summon the heads of the 3 major families for me. Yes, City Lord. Xiang Zui had already spent a fortune just to buy these flowers. As for what happened after Sang Chu left, she didn't know. The portal deposited them at the same place they'd arrived earlier. Sang Chu asked, with your abilities, why can't you just send me directly to Rose City? I can only teleport to places I've been before. I can't enter Rose City, so I can't send you there either. Sang Chu looked at him speechlessly. Then haven't you ever been to the outskirts of Rose City? If you'd just sent me to the outskirts, I could enter the city myself. Wouldn't that save a lot of time? Shui Yu was stunned. He really hadn't thought of that. At night, his cold aura could instantly cover the entire magic continent, and with the help of teleportation, he could cross from one city to another in a single step. But the higher the city's rank, the stronger its defenses. The cold aura's attack would be blocked, just like in Xiang City. Although the nights were a bit colder here, it wasn't as extreme as in Rose City. Shuiyu said, fine. So, are you going to stay here for now? Sang Chu replied, let's see if the city lord can gather the rest of the crystals by tonight. He definitely will. Just wait. Sang Chu nodded. She was starting to understand why the magic continent was so obsessed with roses. There was a strange look in Sang Chu's eyes. Shuiyu lay lazily on the sofa and asked, what are you thinking about? I'm wondering why the magic continent needs roses so much. Shuiyu replied, maybe it's because roses contain a special power. They can help the city resist demonic invasions. Sang Chu turned to look at him. Then do you think the magical plants in my jade pendant space could also resist demonic energy? Probably. They contain even more magic power and would be even more effective. Sang Chu smiled. But why is it specifically roses? And why can't anyone on the magic continent cultivate them? Shuiyu was stunned, staring at Sang Chu. Why? There are no normal plants on the magic continent. Everything here has already developed some form of intelligence. So I suspect these flowers are hard to grow because the magic energy here is too domineering and aggressive, causing ordinary plants to die instantly. Shuiyu said, according to your logic, roses are just a way to enhance magic power. Then why don't demons attack cities with roses? Sang Chu replied, maybe there's some kind of contract. Because of this contract, the magic continent needs roses. It doesn't matter what kind of flower, but over time, people discovered that only this particular kind of rose could survive here and provide magic power. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why, in a place where even rocks can become sentient, only this kind of rose can exist, and even then, it's so hard for them to survive. You have some interesting ideas, but it's hard to explain why such strange things as soul flowers would appear in the world of magic. Knowing that Sang Chu wasn't from this world, and having seen so many plants and creatures filled with powerful energy in her space, she really started to believe that soul flowers were from another world. While Sang Chu and Shuiyu were discussing the soul flower, elsewhere, Granny Xiang and Ming Weian were exchanging messages. Master, you mentioned before that the soil in your world is polluted, right? Sang Chu paused for a moment before replying, yes. Because of the pollution, nothing can grow. Even if something does, it's toxic and can't be eaten. Ming Weian, Granny Xiang, and I saw some soil cultivation products at a shop selling magic water. They can purify toxins from soil. Should we buy some to take back? He wasn't sure if those products would be useful for the acid rain, corroded land in her world, but at least it was worth a try. If they worked, they could start restoring the land. Buy some if you can. There are also some magical tools and ingredients I need, get as much as possible. The apocalypse probably doesn't have what I need, so I'll transfer you another 10 million crystals. Don't worry about saving them. If you can, buy more magical materials. It's better to have too much than too little. Don't wait until I need them to buy them. I'll transfer the crystals to your card right now. When Ming Weian saw that Sang Chu was about to transfer him another 10 million, he was silent for a long time before finally replying, his voice trembling. Thank you, Master. You're welcome. Take your time shopping. Buy whatever you want, don't worry about me. After Ming Weian and Sang Chu finished messaging, he fell silent, which was rare for him. All his life, he'd always been the one being sold, because he had no background, no family, and no power. His only value was the magical contract he carried. He didn't have the resources to cultivate, and the only reason he'd reached the second rank was because his master needed a second rank for the academy entrance exam, so she gave him the resources to level up. But now, the magical materials his master needed, and the crystals she'd given him, were more than he could have earned in half his life. Ming Weian was now both excited and anxious, afraid that if he couldn't fulfill Sang Chu's expectations, he'd be sold off again. He didn't want to be abandoned anymore. He wanted to follow Sang Chu and see what the future held. Granny Xiang, seeing Ming Weian's silence, patted him on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. For now, just buy everything we need and focus on getting the permanent detoxification potion. That's the most important thing. The virus in Sang Chu's body was only being suppressed by detoxification potions. No one knew when it might flare up. Clearing it out completely was the top priority. I know. Master gave me so many crystals, so let's buy the ingredients first. All right. The shopkeeper, noticing Ming Weian calling someone master, immediately realized he was a card slave. But he didn't look down on him, since he was holding a rose card, one with a huge crystal balance. The shopkeeper said, if you need ingredients, you should check out the second floor. All the latest and rarest items are there. Shi Rui said, let's go up and have a look. The group followed the shopkeeper upstairs, where they were greeted by a dazzling array of magical creatures and materials displayed in 360-degree cases. There were all sorts of strange feathers and stones imbued with mysterious powers. The shopkeeper smiled and introduced, every item here is carefully selected. Whether for crafting, alchemy, or research, these are all top-quality materials. Ming Weian's gaze swept over the magical creatures and materials. Everything was preserved in perfect condition, even the smallest details were clear. They must have used some special preservation technique. Among them, there was even a perfectly preserved high-level venomous corpse. Not only Ming Weian, but the others noticed it too. You have a high-level venomous corpse here. Do you also have high-level detoxification potions? At least level 5 or above. Shi Rui asked curiously. The shopkeeper replied proudly, of course. But high-level detoxification potions require a very rare catalyst, so we keep them in the vault. As for how to trade for them, that depends on the customer. If you need one, I can arrange for someone to fetch it right away. How about it? When Ming Weian heard that a special catalyst was needed, he finally understood why he'd always failed to buy one before. So that's the reason. All right, let the other customers browse for a bit. I'll go arrange for someone to bring it over. Watching the shopkeeper's departing figure, Shi Rui stared at the venomous corpse on display. The preservation on this specimen is incredible. It doesn't look like something obtained through normal hunting. Someone must have taken special care with it. Si Fei, who'd been quietly following behind, walked up to the display case and gently touched it. There's some kind of oil on the surface. It's strange. I think I should call Master over to take a look. He felt a vague sense of unease, though he wasn't sure why. Shi Rui felt the same. Let's call Master over, just in case. Meanwhile, Shuiyu and Sang Chu were strolling down the street, buying all sorts of strange little things from the stalls, when they received Shi Rui's message. Master, I'm at a magic shop right now, waiting for the shopkeeper to bring out a high-level detoxification potion. He says he has one, but I'm not sure why. I feel uneasy. Could you come over and take a look? High level? Sang Chu's hand paused. Shuiyu, playing with a sparkling crystal, looked at her curiously. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yeah. After transferring the crystals, Sang Chu said to Shuiyu, can you locate Shi Rui and send me directly to her? I can, but are you sure you want to go over right now? I'm not sure, but Shi Rui wants me there, so I'll go. Shuiyu looked at Sang Chu, puzzled, and couldn't help pinching her cheek. You're so strange. He's just a slave. If something happens, you can always buy another one. Is it really worth rushing over? Besides, he has the earth element and healing magic. What could possibly happen? Even if he's a slave, he's still a person. From the moment I bought him, he became my partner. I, Sang Chu, would never abandon a companion. Whatever you want to buy, just wait. Send me over first, in case something happens. All right. Young Master Xiaoqing, although he's just a slave, his master might be from Rose City. We should be careful. Looking at the young man in front of him, dressed in a ZSL robe, with a faint, seductive smile on his lips and a face so beautiful it was hard to tell if he was male or female, he said. So, what if he's from Rose City? This is Xiang City. Even the city lord has to show respect to Lord Yi. What could a bunch of slaves possibly stir up? If he's just a little extra spice in the mix, that's his misfortune. But if we can catch his master, that would be even better. I haven't had much use for people from Rose City yet. I wonder if he'll end up on my leash. Although Xiaoqing looked cold and aloof, he was actually fawning and flattering as he followed behind, heading leisurely toward the magic shop. At the slave market during the day, Mu Shui, Lu Minli, and Su Ke were walking together when Mu Shui was suddenly struck by a terrifying vision. Her whole body trembled as if she were having a seizure, cold sweat pouring down her face. Xiaoxue! Xiaoxue! Lu Minli noticed something was wrong and quickly stopped, but no matter how he called her, Mu Shui seemed frozen in place, her eyes unfocused, her expression blank. Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Lu Minli looked at her anxiously, not knowing what to do. Su Ke, standing nearby, hurriedly took out a calming potion, uncorked it, and let Mu Shui inhale the scent. Instantly, she snapped out of her trance. She grabbed Lu Minli's hand tightly. Sang is in trouble. I have to save her. Slow down, tell me what you saw. Lu Minli gently held her cold, sweaty hand, his voice soft as he used his spiritual power to calm her panic. She took a deep breath and said, I just saw Meng Weian looking for Sang. Then, I don't know what method Sang used, but she appeared right in front of Meng Weian. Then as soon as she appeared, she suddenly lost consciousness. A very beautiful, almost demonic-looking man cut open Sang's chest and stomach, and took out her heart. Lu Minli was stunned for a moment, forcing himself to stay calm as he quickly contacted Sang Jingwen. Regardless of whether what Mu Shui saw was true or not, he couldn't take any chances. He kept trying to contact Sang Chu, but she didn't respond. Xiaoxue, do you know where Sang is? Mu Shui's face was pale, her voice trembling with anxiety. I know, I saw it. It was a small wooden hut, a very distinctive one. I saw it on the map before. Where? Lu Minli opened the map and let Mu Shui guide him. She pointed to a small wooden house in the far west of the map. There. That's where I saw it. But... She didn't dare say that when she saw that place, Sang Chu had already been cut open. I'll head there right away. Don't worry, Chu will be fine. I've already sent out a warning, she'll definitely be able to avoid danger. Then let's hurry. Mu Shui didn't dare delay, dragging Lu Minli as they ran toward that location. After Sang Jingwen and Yi Ping received the message, they also rushed over, but were stopped by a man in white, barefoot. Looks like you found out that something happened to Sang Chu. Sang Jingwen looked at the man blocking their way, his expression icy. Who are you? Shui Yu. I made a contract with Sang Chu, she's my master now, and I'm her card slave. Shi Rui and the others asked Sang Chu for help, saying they needed a powerful antidote. But they probably didn't want to pay for it, nor did they want to owe her, so they lured her in. I opened the door for her, but I was blocked outside. As soon as she entered that shop, I lost contact with her. To prove his sincerity, Shui Yu showed him the card in his hand. Only Sang Chu's name remained on it, surrounded by swirling snowflakes and the words Shui Yu. Yi Ping looked at the exquisitely beautiful man in front of him and felt he looked familiar. You're that ice and snow archmage, aren't you? Sang Jingwen was stunned for a moment by Yi Ping's words, then looked at Shui Yu carefully. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he realized that he really did look like the ice and snow archmage they'd seen before. That's me. I don't know what methods the enemy used, but since they have magic that can block me, the place must be dangerous. You should come with me to find the City Lord. The City Lord wants the sunflower from Sang Chu. He won't let her die. If we find him, maybe there's still a chance. This was also his plan at the very least. They needed to make a big fuss and force the City Lord to step in and save her. Sang Jingwen said, All right, I understand. Yi Ping, go notify Sai He and the others right away, then meet up with Minli and Xiaoxue. Shui Yu and I will go to the City Lord's mansion. We'll split up. Yi Ping said, I'll go with you. Sang Jingwen immediately refused. No, we don't know what the City Lord's attitude is. We can't all take the risk. What Mu Shui saw was the last scene, so that wooden house is our last clue. Shui Yu has the ability, if he can teleport Sang instantly, he can do the same for me. It's safest if just the two of us go. You must hurry and do your part. We have to save Sang. Seeing the red at the corners of Sang Jingwen's eyes, Yi Ping nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'll never let anything happen to my sister. You be careful too. You too. After speaking, Yiping called for Ri to join him. Suddenly, Shuiyu stopped him. Wait. What is it? Yiping was a little impatient, shaking off Shuiyu's hand. He was in a hurry to save someone. Shuiyu suddenly held out his hand, a white light appearing in his palm. Instantly, a magic portal appeared in the air, connecting directly to Lu Minli's location. A snowflake drifted onto the magic portal, and two scenes appeared. One was Mu Shui and the other was Sai-He wandering the streets. Yiping couldn't help swallowing. What's going on here? I'll grab that portal. Then you can just step through and immediately reach Lu Minli and the others, no need to keep running. Sang Jingwen looked at him, thinking for a moment. If you can locate my people, why can't you just send me straight to Sang Chu? It's not that I don't want to, I just can't sense where Sang Chu is right now. Sang Jingwen opened the map and pointed to the spot Mu Shui had indicated. Here, can you send me directly there? Shuiyu hesitated, then said, that area is surrounded by magic. I can only send you nearby. Yiping said, that's good enough. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Xiangjue was anxiously pacing in the hall, when suddenly the air twisted and a massive magical light flared. In a flash, Shuiyu and Sang Jingwen appeared before him. Xiangjue didn't know Shuiyu or Sang Jingwen, but that didn't stop him from guessing their identities. He forced himself to calm down and asked, I don't know what happened after you left, but may I ask what brings you here? Sang Jingwen looked at him coldly. You're the city lord? My sister was raised in the Rose School, and this tour was on the Emperor's orders. She came to Xiangqing to deliver a rare flower, worried something might go wrong. That's why she entrusted the sunflower she'd painstakingly cultivated to you, as a token of goodwill. You should know how difficult it is to raise such a flower, shouldn't you? But now, after my sister entered your city, she was targeted by evil forces. Someone even set up a magical barrier here. This is no coincidence. City Lord, I've already reported to the Emperor. If anything happens to my sister, I swear, Xiangqing will not live to see the day the demon god descends. At the mention of the demon god's descent, Xiangjue's face went pale. He hurriedly looked at the others, realizing that he seemed to know nothing about this demon god. He could only force a smile. But before he could speak, a fat, greasy nobleman grumbled, You must be a prince from Rose City, right? Isn't it a bit much to accuse our city lord without any evidence? That's right. For all we know, your sister just ran off with someone she fancied. Girls her age are always chasing after men. These nobles had never been happy about the city lord being forced to hand over the rare flower. Even if he did, so what? They couldn't get their hands on it anyway. Besides, no matter how precious the flower, it was nothing compared to crystal oxen, which could actually enhance their magic. Xiangjue glanced at the increasingly furious Shuiyu, wanting to tell these people to shut up. But on second thought, he decided to let them be. Maybe Xiangqing needed some bloodshed. The fat noble, Sang Jingwen, and the man behind him said nothing to the city lord. After all, this was far from Rose City, and they didn't really believe anyone would go to such lengths for a woman. Enough, you don't need to stay here any longer. Since the person is missing, you're just wasting my time. Do you know how many crystals I earn per minute? City lord, you'd best keep your distance from these people in the future. As he spoke, he shot Xiangjue a disdainful glance. In his heart, he looked down on Xiangjue, who only sat in the city lord's seat because of his family, not his strength. Everyone knew he was weak, and after his leg injury, he'd lost the people's support. Next time there was a vote, he'd be thrown out for sure. City lord? Huh. He was still lost in thought when his body suddenly went rigid, as if all the blood in his veins had frozen. What was this? Why did it feel like he'd been plunged into an icy abyss? Shuiyu stepped toward him, his handsome face cold. Frame you? Why would I need to frame you? Even if I killed all of you right here, who would dare say a word? In the Emperor's eyes, are you more important? Is your city more important? Or is the sunflower, cultivated with 1,000 hardships, more important? The fat noble broke out in a cold sweat, but couldn't move a muscle. He could only stare at Shuiyu in terror. My sister's life is worth far more than yours. Since you don't want to cooperate, that makes you an accomplice. With that, Shuiyu grabbed the fat noble by the throat. With a slight squeeze, the man's flabby body shattered like ice, crashing to the ground in pieces. The others tried to run, but couldn't move at all. Like the fat noble, their bodies were encased in ice, even their mouths were frozen shut. Shueyu's gaze turned to Sang Chu. What are you thinking? I want you to come with me right now to rescue Sang Chu. If anything happens to her, I'll slaughter your entire city. Sang Chu stammered, Don't worry, I'll mobilize the guards immediately and search the whole city. As soon as we find... Shueyu interrupted, I already know where she is. It's just that someone set up a magical barrier to block me. You gather your men, I'll take you there myself. Sang Jingwen, you're coming too. If Sang Chu isn't rescued, or if you try anything, I'll start killing. Don't even think of running. As long as there's frost, I can find you anywhere in the world. And, trust me, I'll do it. The moment he heard frost, Sang Chu's face turned deathly pale. Now he understood, this man wasn't just any sorcerer. He was the Snow Demon King. No wonder they'd been blocked by magic. Sang Chu gritted his teeth. I'll go right now. Guards, quickly summon all 9 elders and every sorcerer above the 3rd rank in the city lord's mansion. As Sang Chu scrambled to gather his people, Sang Jingwen walked up to Shueyu. Have you found them? Shueyu closed his eyes, sensing the way. They're outside the city. The magic is strong, and the caster is no ordinary person. I'll freeze everyone in Xiangqing first. If he dares hurt her, even if I have to break the contract, I'll make sure he dies with no grave. He'd finally escaped that frozen wasteland, and Sang Chu had promised to take him to see other worlds. Now, before he could fulfill his vow, she'd been kidnapped right in front of him, by his own hand. The thought made his blood boil, a murderous aura swirling around him. Sang Chu shivered in fear. The heads of the noble families were now like ice sculptures, unable to move. As time ticked by, the ice on their bodies grew thicker. If this went on, they'd really freeze to death. But none of them dared beg for mercy. This was the Demon King. Who would have thought a woman with such weak magical power would have the Demon King on her side? Inside the cabin, Sang Chu, Shirue, and the others had all fallen unconscious, laid out on the wooden table. A Xiaoqing held a scalpel to Sang Chu's chest. Huh? Why does this woman have a withering curse on her? The man beside a Xiaoqing, surnamed Wang, was holding a basin of water. Seeing the black spots in her blood, he asked curiously, Xiaoqing, what's a withering curse? It's a high-level demonic curse. Looks like someone tried to detoxify her, but they didn't know that ordinary methods won't work. Lucky for her, I don't like my ingredients tainted by others' magic. Go fetch the fresh medicinal herbs. All these people have been touched by the curse. Wash them thoroughly to avoid any trouble later. San. The moment Sang Chu had her heart dug out played over and over in Mu Shue's mind. Tears blurred her vision, and she couldn't stop her trembling hands from pounding wildly. Her hands, already battered and bloodied by the magical barrier, desperately tried to shatter the invisible wall before her. San. Mu Shue's voice trembled. She was desperate to rush forward and save Sang Chu, but she couldn't do anything. Lu Minli was anxious as well, but she couldn't act rashly. She could only rack her brains for a solution. The only way to stop Mu Shue from hurting herself and to save Sang Chu was to break through the magic in front of them. E.g., find a spot and keep attacking the barrier. If you see any sign of a crack, let me know immediately. Yipeng glanced at Mu Shue, who was crying so hard she could barely stand, her hands covered in blood, her body battered by the magic. He nodded silently. From the look in Mu Shue's eyes, Sang Chu's situation must be dire, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything comforting. He could only watch her in silence. If he stopped her from doing something, it would only make her feel worse than he did. All right, I'll go over there. Yipeng unleashed a powerful attack not far from Mu Shue. After entering the area, he realized all the residents nearby had disappeared, so no matter how much noise he made, no one would notice. Lu Minli looked at Saihan, whose eyes were red from crying, and said, You too. You must find the weak point in this magic. Before Jingwen and the others arrive, I can't just stand here and do nothing. The sooner we break the spell, the sooner we can save Sang Chu. Saihan replied, All right, I'll get right on it. Kai looked at them and couldn't help but ask, why not just release the Earth Spirit card? Lu Minli silently took out the card, looking at the name Earth Spirit written on it, an empty card. She explained to Saihan and Kai, I already released the Earth Spirit to save Sang Chu when we were approaching this area, but it never came back. And nothing about this magic changed at all. Saihan said, if even the Earth Spirit can't break this barrier, what can we do? Lu Minli replied, we do what we can and leave the rest to fate. I don't believe Sang Chu will fall here. Kai nodded. I don't think the master will get hurt either. After all, her name is still on my card. His calm words snapped Lu Minli back to her senses. She quickly pulled Mu Shui up, looked into her dazed eyes, and gently wiped the blood from her hands. Xiao Shui Achu will be fine. Look, her name is still on the card. If she were dead, the name would disappear. But it's still here. Mu Shui lifted her tear-filled eyes and looked at Lu Minli through the blur. But I saw it. Sansan had her heart dug out. Suko, a slave under Lu Minli, wasn't very powerful in magic, but Lu Minli always found him a bit strange. Of everyone here, he was the coldest and most detached, as if he was just an outsider with no emotional ties. Did you see all of her organs being taken out, or just her heart? Suka's question struck Lu Minli as odd, but he didn't say anything else. He just looked at Mu Shui and pressed his lips together. Just her heart. Fresh tears streamed down Mu Shui's face. Even in the apocalypse, she had never seen Sang Chu in such a state. If they broke this magic, she swore she would tear apart whoever hurt Sang Chu, even if it cost her life. Suka said, I think Sang Chu might be using this spell to fake her own death. Otherwise, with her abilities, she even tamed the Earth Spirit. How could she be captured so easily and let them do whatever they wanted? He hadn't interacted much with Sang Chu, but he knew she was not someone to be underestimated. Everyone assumed the Earth Spirit followed her because of some rare food, but how could such a creature be swayed by something so simple? He believed that woman must have some way to save herself, but she hadn't used it yet for some reason. The only thing he could think of was that she was after some greater goal, and the stakes were high. But what if even that method couldn't help her escape? Lu Minli, who had been anxious, suddenly had a flash of insight after hearing Suka's words. That's right. Sang Chu always plans 10 steps ahead. She wouldn't just walk into a trap without a backup plan. I was blinded by worry, thinking this demon lord was her last resort, but what if it's not? Xiao Shui Achu is fine. The Earth Spirit card in your hand is the best proof. Now, I need you to calm down, okay? Mu Shui wiped the tears from her face, clutching the card tightly. She nodded quickly. Okay, I can do it. Tell me what to do. Her voice was still choked with sobs, but she was already calming down. Lu Minli took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears as she spoke. Your spatial spiritual power is the best among us. I need you to calm down and carefully search for the weak points in the magic. Okay, I'll do it right now. She sat down on the spot, wiped the blood from her hands onto her clothes, then pressed her palms against the magic barrier. She endured the burning pain, forcing herself to stay calm, and sent her spiritual power out to probe the magic, inch by inch. Saihan looked at Lu Minli. What about me? Lu Minli replied, everyone, work together. Once you find a weak spot, call me. Got it. The group split up, each attacking a different area. Yipeng was already exhausted, sweat pouring down his body. Master, this magic is strange. When I attack it with fire, it turns into ice. Unlike Mu Shui, whose hands were covered in blood and blisters, Yipeng had prepared himself for burns, but instead, he was met with freezing cold. Now his whole body felt scorched and frozen at the same time, but when he looked back and saw everyone else desperately using their magic and energy, he just gritted his teeth and said, then work harder and melt the damn ice for me. Yes, master. Hua, too, was burning with anger. He took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful attack, joining Yipeng in bombarding the barrier. Buzz. Suddenly, the magic trembled. Mu Shui felt something and immediately focused her spiritual power. She saw it. Minli Ege, it's in the air. Mu Shui pinpointed the location and quickly stood up, pointing. There's a crack over there. Mu Shui pointed to a spot. Looking over, there was a place where the color was slightly different, but if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice any cracks. Kai, Sahiai, you go up and attack that crack. Yaij, you too. Yaij, completely exhausted, leaned against Nahen and walked toward Lu Minli. Why is this so useful? Lu Minli replied, yes, it's up there. I saw traces left after the earth drake drank the lava, but I can't be sure since I can't see it clearly. Do you have a lava card in your hand? Yaij nodded, took it out and handed it to him. Lu Minli tossed it into the air and shouted, Sahiai, take out your lava card too. After it appears, don't rush in. Instead, aim for the crack and have the snake tear at it. Everyone get ready to go in with particle form. As soon as there's a gap, go in immediately. Sahiai quickly nodded. She looked at Kai, who nodded back, and then she stepped forward, holding the card out. The earth drake instantly grew to the size of a giant egg, its sharp claws stretching into the crack, gnashing its teeth and looking even more terrifying as it drank. Lu Minli stared intently at the crack. The earth drake's claws were injured, blood dripping down through the gap. The crack was slowly widening. It's now. Everyone, get ready. Lu Minli immediately released his particle magic, enveloping everyone and sending them through the crack into the magic realm. When Sang Jingwen and the city lord arrived late, what they saw was a massive earth drake, its claws covered in fresh blood, tearing open a small crack. Shuiyu, seeing the crack from within the magic realm, instantly transformed into a white light and rushed in. Sang Jingwen shouted, sorry, city lord. He didn't have time to resist and took out his particle magic, immediately sending everyone in. Sang Chu sat on the bed, looking down at the wounds on her body that had just healed, then glanced at the humanoid rabbit holding a whip. She couldn't help but complain, your earth clone isn't as impressive as you made it sound. Rabbit, you looked at Sang Chu seriously. As long as it works, that's all that matters. Isn't it fine now? You got rid of the curse that everyone else is afraid of, and you even got a new skill. Looking at a Xiaoqing, whose body was covered in whip marks from Rabbit Yu, Sang Chu curiously got out of bed, put on her clothes, and squatted in front of him. Let me ask you, after being cursed by the corruption demon, is it true that only people like you, who are both foolish and lucky, can survive? A Xiaoqing still didn't know what had happened. After he finished cleaning up the woman's body, this man had appeared. The whip in his hand was terrifying. With a single lash, it sealed the magic in his body. Even his soul trembled, and the pain was so intense he didn't even dare to think of resisting. Looking at a Xiaoqing, who was trembling in fear at Rabbit Yu, Sang Chu grabbed his chin, forcing him to look up. I'll ask you again. Answer honestly. A Xiaoqing had a very seductive face, and now, after being whipped, he looked even more fragile. But Sang Chu felt nothing for that. She just wanted the truth. She gripped his chin tightly, leaving marks on his pale skin. If you don't want to die, answer me. A Xiaoqing replied, yes. Once you're cursed by the corruption demon, it's impossible to remove it. That's why the corruption demon has always been after Nazen. So, the antidote isn't for the curse, but for the body? A Xiaoqing nodded. Sang Chu continued, are you and Wuqi from the same group? At this, a Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with fear, then turned cold as he looked at Sang Chu. Was it you who caused the incident in the city? No. Then who? A Xiaoqing was silent for a long time before saying, I don't know either. Every city has that kind of magic shop. Through magic trade, Rose Lane has always been the supplier. But for some reason, supplies suddenly stopped a few years ago. After that, the Witch Academy was established, and that became the new supply center. The great magic is like a straight line. One end is Rose City, the other is all the coastal regions. The coastal regions are basically just small towns along the sea. Once you get past 3 or 4 cities, you can't see the ocean anymore. Rose Lane is right at the center of all the coastal regions. That's why the leaders of Wuqi and the Black Witch Alliance chose it as their base. Sang Chu asked, was the previous supplier an unnamed magic shop? Was the owner called Granny Mi? A Xiaoqing nodded. He didn't know what happened between Wuqi and his wife, only that after the Witch Academy was built, the supply became even more abundant. So that's how it is. Looks like Granny Me really did escape disaster. Rabbit, you commented from the side. How did Granny Me escape? Didn't this guy just say Granny Me and Wuchi were in it together? Sang Chu shook her head. No. If Granny Me hadn't told me to find Wuchi, I probably would have died the first night. According to what he said, Rose Lane is the supply center for all the cities, so there must be many experts. I was already being watched the moment I entered the city, so after the Witch Academy was built, they sent so many people to follow me. Weren't there only people from the Liu family? Sang Chu, didn't you notice all the shops on the street had changed owners? After the Witch Academy was built, the whole street was under their control. No. Rabbit Yu was still confused when suddenly there was a sharp scream from outside the door. Sang. Mu Shui heard Sang Chu's voice and rushed over. She pushed open the door and saw Sang Chu crouched on the ground. She hurried over and hugged her tightly. You're okay. You're really okay. Thank goodness. Sang Chu didn't know how Mu Shui found her, but she looked quite a mess, especially Mu Shui. What's wrong? Why are you crying like this? Who bullied you? Mu Shui hugged Sang Chu, crying so hard she could barely speak. After a while, Mu Feng and the others arrived and also breathed a sigh of relief. You scared us to death. Xiao Shui went berserk. She saw you being gutted by a man, and then we were all trapped by that magic. If it weren't for Su Ku and Kai staying calm, I would have died outside. Yaij added, exactly, little sister, what happened? After tossing a Xiaoqing to Rabbit Yu, Sang Chu stood up and hugged Mu Shui. Xiao Shui, I'm fine, don't worry. Sorry, I didn't know you could see those things. It's okay now. Sanson. Sang Jingwen rushed over as soon as he saw T_, with M_ right behind him, both calling out anxiously. Brother, you can relax. I'm fine now, just that Shirue is still unconscious. Sang Chu glanced over at the table, where Shirue was sprawled out like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Seeing that Sang Chu was unharmed, Sang Jingwen finally let out a long sigh of relief. He walked over slowly, brushing the snow off his body, his voice trembling slightly. You really scared your brother to death this time. Sorry, I should have told you earlier. I kept a life-saving item just in case. The Earth clone was her last resort. As long as she had that clone, she could never truly die, or even if she did, she could be reborn. But now, she had already used it up, and it wouldn't be easy to get another one anytime soon. So, she would have to be even more careful from now on. As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay. Sang Jingwen was still shaken. Even as he hugged Sang Chu, he could feel his heart pounding with lingering fear. If anything had really happened to his little sister. From now on, he didn't want to leave her side, not even for a moment. Even if he couldn't help much, he couldn't let her get hurt where he couldn't see her. Yi Ping saw this and couldn't help but get teary-eyed too, but he didn't say anything. He just patted Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu on the shoulders, then turned to check on Shirue. Lu Minlang looked at the unconscious Granny Xiang, first untying her restraints. Suko, when Mu Shui woke up before, was there anything unusual? Xiangqing's local authorities couldn't do much now, but this incident made him realize just how extraordinary this group was. No, nothing unusual at all. He hurried forward, afraid that if he was any slower, he wouldn't be needed. Without another word, he opened a vial, and a fragrant aroma spread through the air. Shirue slowly woke up. The first thing she saw was Yi Ping standing beside her. Shirue frowned slightly. What are you doing? Yi Ping quickly raised his hands in surrender, looking helpless. Big sis, what could I possibly do? If you hadn't been tricked, how could you have ended up like this? Saihan walked over, knowing Shirue didn't like men getting too close, and helped her up. You fainted. We woke you up. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Shirue looked at her blankly. Fainted? Wasn't I just waiting for? Suddenly, her eyes turned cold. Wait, when I lost consciousness, Achu is still there. Where's Achu? I'm here. I'm fine, don't worry. Following the voice, Shirue saw Sang Chu surrounded by Mu Shui and Sang Jingwen. Shirue looked at her with guilt. Sorry, I should have called out to you. Yi Ping interrupted. If you had called out, you'd be completely exposed by now, right, little sister? He knew this time had been truly dangerous, but he didn't want Shirue to blame herself for nearly getting Sang Chu killed. He felt Shirue's mental state was already unstable. If she took on any more guilt, he was afraid she might do something drastic. Sang Chu said, "No, it's my fault for not telling everyone about my backup plan. Sorry for making you all worry." Tuyu was tending to a Xiaoqing nearby. After making sure he was fine, she didn't bother hiding anything even with so many outsiders present. Chu, do you want to contract this guy now? You have the black card anyway, just use it on him." Shirue glanced at the handsome, bedraggled man lying on the table. She jumped down, expression cold. "No need. I have plenty of cards. I can contract him directly, no need to waste the master's black gold card." With that, she handed Tuyu a pile of cards, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Tuyu shivered and quickly stepped back, glancing at a Xiaoqing with pity. After Tuyu finished the process, Sang Chu contracted a Xiaoqing right in front of everyone. The people of Xiangqing didn't dare say a word. After all, he was their only 6. But he had attacked them first, and now that he was defeated, what could they do? The background characters could only sigh helplessly. After Sang Chu contracted a Xiaoqing, Shuiyu stepped forward just as Shirue reached for the card. "Not your turn, Lord Demon King." Shuiyu had been quiet in the crowd until now, so no one had noticed him. Now that he stepped forward, Shirue finally recognized him as the Ice and Snow Demon King she had seen before. The people of Xiangqing were all terrified, quietly sneaking glances at the white-robed, ethereal Demon King. This was the first time they'd seen a living Demon King. Sang Chu said, "Shuiyu, the Earth Dragon is trapped in a magical dimensional barrier. Can you find a way to break it open and release it?" Tuyu and Shuiyu exchanged confused looks. Tuyu explained, "This magic has 2 layers. One is human, the other is demonic. The first layer is already broken. The Earth Dragon has a netherworld aura, so the second layer is demonic. A Xiaoqing can't break it, so we'll have to use force. I can only tear open a small gap with my current strength, so I need you to pull it out in that instant." "All right." After Shuiyu agreed, Tuyu took out a punishment whip. With a flick, the flowers around the whip bloomed with a strange light. Everyone present, including Shuiyu, felt a chill in their souls and instinctively backed away from Tuyu. The demon familiars of Xiangqing cowered on the ground, trembling, not even daring to lift their heads. Tuyu looked at Shuiyu. After confirming he wasn't trembling anymore, she said, "Get ready, I'm starting." "Okay." Shuiyu's voice was faint, tinged with fear, which made Tuyu even more delighted with the punishment whip. Unfortunately, such an expensive item could only be borrowed. She'd have to return it to Qin Simian later. This was just a temporary use. With a crack of the whip, space twisted. A flower bloomed, and a gap was torn open. Shuiyu, suppressing his fear, reached in with both hands. Roar. With a furious roar, the crazed Earth Dragon broke free, its eyes blood-red with rage. Sang Chu quickly recalled everyone else and summoned the Earth Dragon's card, sealing it away. "Is he all right?" Tuyu stepped forward, looking at the card in Sang Chu's hand. Sang Chu shook her head slightly. "He's not hurt, just extremely agitated and trying to break free from the card. You'd better put it away for now. I'm worried he'll break through the card's restrictions." The frenzied Earth Spirit was pounding against the card's barrier, and once it broke free, Tuyu wouldn't be able to control so many of them at once. "All right, be careful yourself." After speaking, Tuyu took the card and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. With Tuyu gone, the oppressive aura faded. Only then did Shuiyu walk up, shaking the card in Sang Chu's hand. "Let me play with this for a bit, since you're not in a hurry to use it." "I'm not in a hurry. I've basically figured out its function. Take your time." "Okay. Are you going to Xiangqing now?" Shuiyu was wondering if they should head straight to Xiangqing, but Sang Chu hesitated for a moment. She turned to the Xiangqing Lord, who was trying his best to blend into the background. "City Lord, do you want the rest of those things?" "I do want them, but..." He simply didn't have that much money. Sang Chu smiled. "No need for crystals. I have some things to take care of here. City Lord, you can gather some items for me. As long as their value exceeds 10,000, I'll give you the rest of those things." "Really? Really?" Sang Chu looked at the city lord and added, anything is fine, this includes, but isn't limited to weapons, magic, light stones, beds, sand, cloth, magical ingredients, food, slaves, whatever you have, I'll take it. These are easier to collect than crystals. All right, just give me a list. I'll have my people gather everything for you right away. Sang Chu nodded. Once Shuiyu and I are done here, I'll send you back to the city lord's mansion. As for the magic, the city lord can handle it himself after I leave. Xiangqing Lord quickly nodded. Your Highness, rest assured, I won't leak a single word. Please don't worry. Shuiyu, send the city lord back. All right. After Shuiyu sent the group away, Sang Jingwen finally turned to Sang Chu. Little sister, is there anything here we need? Yes. A Xiaoqing is a level 6, and this place is his base, so there must be a lot of things inside. Suke, did you get anything from earlier? Suke, yes. Sang Chu, then wake that guy up. He knows this place well. Everyone, try to clear out everything here. Don't leave a single piece of trash behind, anything could be a reusable resource. Granny Xiang, supported by Na, slowly walked over. Let me handle his room. You go collect materials from the storage area. Mu Shui glanced at Granny Xiang. She wasn't stupid. After seeing a Xiaoqing get his stomach cut open by Sang Chu, she knew exactly how things worked here. Even though she found these actions a bit terrifying, she didn't want to be like before. She wanted to become someone who could protect everyone. Granny, you've been under a spell for a long time and must not be feeling well. Leave the searching to me. Suku, wake that man up. Seeing the hatred in Mu Shui's eyes, Sang Chu couldn't help but smile and ruffle her hair. All right, you've been hurt too, so stay here with me. We don't need that many people to collect things. C, you and Suka keep an eye on the others. The rest of you, sorry for the trouble, but please gather up everything you see, no need to sort it, just take it all. Okay, I'll go now. Master, you get some rest. C grabbed the man on the ground, and after exchanging a glance with Lu Min, Suka followed him out. Only after returning to Xiangqing did the city lord feel like he'd survived a disaster. After getting back to his own mansion, someone whispered in his ear, City Lord, what should we do now? That is Xiaoqing. What a Xiaoqing? There's no such person in Xiangqing. Don't blame me for not warning you. Look at the people in the city lord's mansion, and then think about those corpses you just saw. If you don't want to die, forget everything. Of course, I know that. It's just... The city lord said coldly, go home and gather anything of value. Bring it here as soon as possible and I'll give you the crystal coins. I'll go now. Really anything. Even everyday clothes. The city lord rolled his eyes. He didn't know what she wanted with everyday clothes, but since she asked, he'd give them. They weren't worth much anyway, so the more the better. All right, I'll go now. The city lord watched as his subordinates left one after another, then glanced back at the family heads who'd been tied up. He felt helpless. Shuiyu had originally wanted to wait for news here, but when she saw the earth spirit break through the barrier, she immediately ran after it faster than even its young form. By now, she'd probably forgotten all about the people tied up here. He didn't dare say anything. The Demon King was a woman, and a terrifying one at that. He didn't want to provoke her. Forget it. Better not get in her way. The city lord turned and left the hall to gather items. City lord's mansion, main hall. Sang Chu sat at the head seat. Shuiyu looked coldly at the family heads kneeling and trembling on the floor. Don't just kneel there. Go home and bring anything valuable. Otherwise, I'll take your lives tonight. Yes, Demon King. Please wait a moment. I'll go right away. Yes, right away. The ones who'd been untied were shivering from the cold, scrambling out the door as fast as they could, terrified of being tied up again. Shiroi stood to the side and asked Sang Chu, Chu, do you need me to go out and buy anything? Sang Chu, no need. Everyone rest for now. Once we have the items tonight, we'll head straight to Rose Valley. Sang Jingwen was silent for a long time before speaking. Sang, I've been cultivating for over 10 months. Once we reach Rose Valley, can I find a place to close up and train? Shuiyu, I don't recommend you train inside the city. Sang Chu looked at Shuiyu in confusion. Why not? Isn't it safer inside the city? Shuiyu, there are plenty of people like a Shuching in the city. Otherwise, how do you think you got captured so easily? If even I could be caught, what about you? Outside the city, magic is less effective, but I and the Earth Spirit can protect you. Inside the city, that's not guaranteed. Outside, you can train on the carriage and we'll keep you safe. Once you're stable, you can enter Rose Valley. Alright, let's do that then. Rose Cottage Wilderness. Watching the magic behind her slowly fade away, Mushue asked curiously, Sang, can magic be made permanent? Shueo glanced at her and jumped straight onto the R, sitting down. What are you thinking? For magic to last forever, you'd need a massive amount of magical power. Without that, the moment your magic runs out, you'd be torn to shreds instantly. If you want something permanent, you might as well make yourself a permanent magic battery. Ever since Mushue found out she was Sang Chu's card slave, she wasn't afraid of him anymore. She retorted, so, you're saying you're not strong enough? What about the Demon King? He's always bragging about how powerful he is, but look at him now. Shueo shot back, if you're so powerful, why don't you go do it yourself? Mushue flicked her hair and arrogantly grabbed Sang Chu's hand. I never said I was powerful. You're the one always boasting, but in the end, you can't even get into the city. Sang, let's ignore him. Tell me how this time flow cultivation works. I'm already on the R and can't wait. Shueo wanted to argue, but seeing Sang Chu already leading the way into the Rose Cottage, he was left frustrated and speechless. Lu Minil and Sang Jingwen, along with Yan Wahan, quietly followed Sang Chu inside, practically invisible. Outside the Rose Cottage, only Shueo and the 4 exhausted Earth Spirits remained, sprawled on the ground. Inside Rose Cottage, Sang Chu led everyone into the cultivation room. As soon as she turned on the lights, she took out the magic artifacts from her storage ring and placed them on the ground, then brought out an hourglass. This cultivation room can only hold 5 magic artifacts at a time. Everyone, split up and cultivate accordingly. There are similar setups in other rooms, so just find one for yourselves. Mushue was the first to raise her hand. I'll use this one then. Here I go. She had used it once before and knew how it worked. Lin Mushue stepped into the magic circle, grabbed the hourglass, and as a beam of light shone down, the magic was instantly activated and she disappeared from sight. Sang Chu said, just do as Mushue did. It's very safe. I've set the time to 1 month. After a month, the magic will give you a prompt, and you can exit. As for how long a month inside the time reversal field actually feels, I'm not sure, but it should help everyone make great progress. Sang Jingwen said, I'll use this one too, Sang. I'm going in. Okay, big brother, good luck. Ipin followed Sang Jingwen into another room. Lu Minil watched them go, glanced at Sang Chu, and then followed with Shuka into another room as well. Si also went in after them. Shuka took out something he'd found earlier among a Xiaoqing's stash and handed it to Sang Chu. This isn't something that should be shown to others, so I'm giving it to you privately, master. Sang Chu frowned as she took it and saw that it was human blood and some other unspeakable things. I'm afraid we can't hide this. Xiaoxue's powers are sometimes uncontrollable. Who knows if she'll sense these things? Lu Minil said, that's what I'm worried about too. Is there any way to shield this from Xiaoxue? Seeth said, Mushue's situation is a bit like the prophets of my witch clan. She has extraordinary perception. Usually, if someone wants to hide something from her, it's almost impossible. Hearing this, Sang Chu and Lu Minil could only sigh helplessly. Shuka, watching them, couldn't help but say, Master, Sang Chu, I think you're being a bit too protective. The others probably already know about these things. Just because you don't say it, doesn't mean they don't know. Sang Chu smiled, as long as no one says it out loud, he doesn't need to get involved. There's no need for so many people to wade into the mud. But you're right, Shuka, who knows what Mushue can really see? If she pretends not to know, then I'll do the same. As for these things, once we return to the apocalypse, we can give them to a Xiaoqing for use. No need to waste them. Si asked, Master, you said supplies are scarce in the apocalypse. While you're cultivating, do you need me and Si to go to the city to buy supplies? She was genuinely worried that once they got to the apocalypse, food, drink, and daily necessities would be hard to come by. She didn't want to finally have a bit of comfort, only to go back to the days of crawling in the dark. Sang Chu replied, "Sure, I'll give you money. Take L with you for safety and have him teach you how to control and use servant soul magic. Once you learn it, it'll be a big help." C and C looked at Sang Chu in surprise. Servant soul magic? What's that? Sang Chu realized the others didn't know about the servant soul magic she possessed. You'll find out soon. Shirue has already gone into the Rose Cottage to cultivate, so just focus on supplies. No need to buy food, but get plenty of clothes and fabrics, especially for making tents and such. Even if these might end up being used by little fairies, it didn't matter, it would save a lot of labor. Once they returned, maybe they could start expanding the underground city above ground and reveal it to the world. Right now, she had a large number of resources for earth spirits, a shouting subordinates, many card slaves, and magic weapons. Once she returned to Qinghai City and recruited more ability users, her base would be the largest, most resource-rich, and most powerful in the apocalypse. C noticed Sang Chu smiling to herself and found it odd, but didn't ask. "Master, do you want the tents and such to be made by little fairies? Either way is fine. If the fire elementals can make them, great. If not, it doesn't matter. In my world, little fairies don't exist." "All right, I understand. I'll go now." Sang Chu took out L's card and released him, handing him a pill. "Go with C. Don't cause any trouble and don't let Shueo catch you. If you try to run, I'll make your life a living hell." L bowed his head, the old slyness in his eyes instantly replaced by fear. "Don't worry, Master, I wouldn't dare." "Good. While you're with C, teach him how to use servant soul magic." L suddenly looked up at Sang Chu in shock. "Master, you know about servant soul magic?" "Of course. That's why I told you not to try anything. No matter how many bodies you have or where you hide, I can find you easily." This was to warn him not to try escaping by switching bodies. If she really had servant soul magic, he'd never get away. She could track him no matter where he hid. "I understand." Not daring to say more, Elle followed C to Rose Cottage, while Sang Chu also entered the cultivation room to begin her own training. Mu Shui was meditating and cultivating when suddenly she heard a familiar voice in her ear. But wasn't she supposed to be practicing magic? How could she hear someone else's voice? She opened her eyes and found herself back at Wu Feng's base. The Wu Feng she hated most was standing alive right in front of her. Beside him, Grandma, Sang Chu, Sang Jingwen, and Lu Minli were all locked in golden cages, sharp blades pressing threateningly toward their bodies. For a moment, Mu Shui couldn't tell if this was real or just an illusion. She shouted angrily, "Wu Feng, stop it!" Wu Feng grinned lewdly and walked slowly toward Mu Shui. The golden blades in his hand, under his control, pierced Sang Chu's shoulder. "You and Sang Chu have depended on each other in my base for so many years, haven't you? Then I'll start with her. If you don't care about her life, that's fine. Next, I'll deal with Lu Minli and Sang Jingwen." As he spoke, the blade in his hand stabbed toward Lu Minli. He desperately blinked at Mu Shui as if to say run. She understood, but how could she run? Sang Chu was here, Grandma was here, her brother, Lu Minli, everyone she cared about was here. "Wu Feng, what exactly do you want?" Wu Feng approached Mu Shui, his old, withered hand caressing her face. "Of course, I want to finish what I left undone. You don't want your family and friends to die in front of you, do you? Then be good and be my little bunny." "Little bunny?" Mu Shui lowered her head, a terrifying expression flashing across her face. "You want me to be your little bunny? Fine." She smiled and raised her head, her delicate hands slowly wrapping around Wu Feng's neck. Wu Feng thought he had succeeded, laughing wildly. "Ha ha, Lin Mu Shui, I knew you'd." "Ugh." A painful groan. Wu Feng's voice was cut off. White light flickered on Mu Shui's 10 fingers, the light tightening around Wu Feng's neck like a rope. Mu Shui's smile was cold, almost crazed. She whispered in Wu Feng's ear. "I, Lin Mu Shui, am only the little bunny for my family. Who do you think you are, worthy of me clinging to you? My sister and brother think I need protection, so I tell myself I need their protection. But that doesn't mean I'll let anyone bully me. I've worked so hard to cultivate, not just to become stronger, but so that one day I can protect Grandma, my brother, and my sister. I want him to believe in me, to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Before that day comes, I don't mind hiding my strength to give him peace of mind. But you dare to threaten me with him. She glanced at Sang Chu, who was locked in the cage, her shoulder bleeding. Mu Xue's hand slid to Wu Feng's shoulder, her sharp nails digging into his flesh. Stop. Stop it. Blood gushed out, Wu Feng howled in pain, but Mu Xue didn't care. She even smiled maniacally at him. Do you remember the first time you tried to force me? I wasn't afraid, nor did I lose my mind. I did it on purpose. If Lu Minli hadn't stopped me, I would have chopped off your head, fed it to the dogs, skinned you, and chopped you to pieces. Do you know what it means to harm me and my family? Wu Feng, you're doomed. He'll find out what you've done sooner or later. When that happens, he'll be afraid of you, hate you. A sudden chill ran through Mu Xue. She looked up in terror and saw Sang Chu, Grandma, and the others stepping out of the cage. Grandma, Sang Chu, Brother Wen, Lu Minli. Grandma Lin, Xiao Xue, how did you become like this? You're not my granddaughter anymore. Sang Chu, Xiao Xue, I always thought of you as my best friend, my sister. I never imagined you'd be like this. I'm so disappointed in you. Sang Jingwen, Xiao Xue, how could you? Lu Minli, you're not the innocent, kind Mu Xue I once knew. Lin Mu Xue realized Wu Feng had disappeared from in front of her. She covered her eyes and staggered toward them. No, it's not like that. I did it for him. I didn't. At that moment, a Shaoqing suddenly appeared, holding a dagger and looking at Mu Xue. He doesn't even like the real you, so why bother hiding yourself? As long as you kill them, you'll be free. Then you'll be the master of this base, and everyone will bow to you. Sang Chu was tied to a table, her mouth stuffed with cloth, but her eyes were full of fear as she looked at Mu Xue. In those eyes, Mu Xue saw terror. Sang Chu, don't be afraid of me, please. I'm still me. But Sang Chu continued to look at her in terror. Mu Xue looked at her in disappointment. Why are you afraid of me? Why? Did you know, even when I saw you and Lu Minli together, I wasn't afraid of you. Why are you afraid of me? She staggered toward Sang Chu, her eyes wild. In the apocalypse, I've always protected you. You're good at fighting, but you're not an ability user. Do you know how hard I've worked to keep us alive? Why are you afraid of me? Tell me. A Shaoqing handed her the dagger. She doesn't understand. As long as you kill them, all your problems will be solved. Your weakness will be gone. Look, all your weaknesses are here. Once you kill them, you'll be free. Following his finger, she saw Grandma, Sang Jingwen, and Lu Minli all tied to tables. Their faces, once full of warmth, were now filled with fear and horror. Mu Xue took the dagger from a Shaoqing. You're all afraid of me? Why? Grandma, are you afraid of me too? Tears streamed from her reddened eyes as she walked dazedly to a Shaoqing's side. Just as he was about to whisper in her ear. She looked down. The dagger was buried in his chest. You. Even if he's afraid of me, I won't betray my family for an outsider like you. I remember now. You were the one who cut open Sang Chu's stomach. A Shaoqing stared at the crazed Mu Xue in horror. No, it wasn't me. I didn't. It was you. I saw it. I remember now. You cut open Sang Chu's stomach and took out her heart. You love doing that, don't you? Then you should try it yourself. With that, Mu Xue pinned a Shaoqing down and stabbed his stomach. The moment her blood-soaked hand pulled out his heart, the entire illusion vanished. She now stood in a world of ice and snow, as if there was no place left for her in the world. Outside the illusion, Sang Chu and Shuiyu stood in the cultivation room, watching Mu Xue's magical aura tremble violently, as if it was about to shatter. Sang Chu frowned in confusion. Is there something wrong with this magic cultivation? A month later, Sang Jingwen and Yi Ping had just come out from inside, but as soon as they did, Sang Jingwen saw Mu Xue's magic flickering nonstop. The pillar of light was trembling like a spider's web, as if it would shatter at any moment. He turned to look at Lu Minli, who had been standing guard for who knows how long. Minli, what's going on with Xiaoxue's magic? Looking at Sang Jingwen, Lu Minli replied with a frown, When I came out, Xiaoxue's magic was already like this. There are even more spiderwebs than before. Saying, I think maybe Xiaoxue encountered something during her cultivation. I'm not sure either. All we can do is wait for her to wake up on her own, or for her magic to completely shatter. Yiping said, but it doesn't look dangerous. Is my sister really okay? It's Xueyu who said so. He said her cultivation has a protective effect. Even if she's unconscious inside her magic, her body will be fine. It's just her state of mind that's affected. Once she gets through it, she'll be alright. Sang Jingwen sighed in relief. That's good. How long until we reach our destination? About half a day. During this time, Chu has been arranging for people to bring all sorts of things into the Rose Manor. Magic items, magic stones, magical beasts, all sorts of things. Once we're inside, everyone can finally rest up and wait for the next step. Yiping glanced at the still unconscious Mu Shui. So, what about Xiaoxue? She can't just wake up on her own like this, right? Lu Minli replied. Chu said that if Xiaoxue still hasn't woken up by the time we reach the Rose Manor, we'll just put her in the guest room to rest. It's safer there. That's why, during this time, Chu has been keeping watch and hunting outside. Alright then, I'll go help too. I can team up with Little Hua. Sang Jingwen saw Yiping about to dash off and grabbed his hand. Wait, I'll go with you. Minli, don't worry. Xiaoxue will be fine. And I will go help with the hunting. Okay, I'll stay here and watch over her. After patting Lu Minli on the shoulder, Sang Jingwen and Yiping hurried off together. Whoa, what are all these? Yiping's eyes widened at the mountain of magical beasts piled up before him. These are all the things Chu and I hunted during this time. I'll sort them out and sell them once we get inside. As Shirue sorted through the materials, Yiping walked over and stared at the magical beasts with arrows through their chests. Wow, you're amazing! One shot, one kill, huh? Don't flatter me. Shirue picked up a magical beast and nudged Yiping aside. Just then, Ming Weian, Sifei, and Liao Tian came over with Sang Chu, each carrying something that looked like a wolf. Sang Jingwen hurried over to help. Sang, you went hunting too? Yeah, lately there have been a lot of magic wolves showing up. The Rose Manor's defenses are tight, so I took some people out to hunt. Ri and Nation are behind us, helping carry the wolves. Yiping looked at Shirue curiously. Sis, what's Shirue doing over there? She's skinning them. The pelts of magic wolves are the best material for making magical items. Their blood and bones are valuable too. Shirue is picking out the older ones for their pelts and fur, and some bones for materials. Yiping shuddered, goosebumps rising. Ugh, that's a little creepy. I'm not looking anymore. I'll go help move the rest. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized something. Wait, sis, don't you have a storage ring? Why are you carrying them one by one? Sang Chu laughed. Try carrying one and you'll see. All right. Without thinking, Yiping rushed over, full of youthful bravado. Sang Jingwen couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Sang Chu watched Sang Jingwen struggle with one of the wolves and smiled as she took it onto her own shoulders. Bro, I've been carrying these for a while. You probably haven't gotten used to the weight yet. Why don't you start with the smaller ones? By tonight, you'll be able to handle the big ones. Sang Chu made it look easy, but after carrying just one, Sang Jingwen's arms were already shaking. Sang, this stuff looks pretty scary. Are you sure you want to use it for crafting and not eating? Don't worry, bro. We won't eat them. Once we're done processing, we'll have a big stockpile. When the time comes, if you want, I can take you traveling to other worlds, just safer ones. The magic continent was still very dangerous. If it hadn't been for Qin Simeon, that sly merchant, lending her the punishment whip, she might not have made it this time. Sang Jingwen nodded. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. For now, I'll help move these wolves inside. Oh my god, I've never seen so many blooming flowers at the Magic Academy. The Rose Manor was the place where roses were cultivated, almost like a royal garden. It was also a sacred place. The entrance was a stone gate carved with exquisite rose patterns, flanked by stone pillars entwined with blooming white roses. Inside, every building was covered in a sea of roses. From afar, The architecture looked like it was floating in a floral ocean. Shirue said, "Ah Chu, I'll go knock on the door." Sang Chu raised her hand. "Since this is a special place, I'll do it." She stepped forward, and the large doors opened. Standing there was a man in a white tailcoat, his long hair tied back, silver strands falling loosely, exuding an air of elegance. He looked like a nobleman, his expression calm, but extremely polite. "Welcome, honored guests. The master has been waiting for you." Sang Chu smiled at the elegant man. "Then please lead the way." "Of course." The group followed the butler through the main building. The winding garden paths were filled with roses. In the sunlight, tiny flower fairies danced among the blossoms, occasionally glancing curiously at the newcomers. After passing through the sea of roses, they finally saw the castle's grand doors. "Welcome, everyone. I am the master of the Rose Manor, Rose." The castle doors opened, and standing there was a woman in a white court dress. Her skin was pale as snow, her long white hair cascading down her back. Her face was covered by a white veil, giving her an air of mysterious beauty. "Miss Rose, may I ask what I need to do to be allowed to stay here in Rosephat?" Rose looked at her, and after sizing her up, finally said, "Rosephat is the only place in the entire Grand Magic Arena where roses bloom. Guests who wish to wait here must cultivate a greenhouse full of roses. As long as the flowers in the greenhouse are flourishing, I naturally won't stop you from staying." "Stop me?" Hearing this, Sang Chu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected that the real challenge would be here. Could this woman named Rose and the mysterious man beside her really see the list and stop her from advancing? Too terrifying. Sang Chu kept her smile and said, "All right, I have some items to sell. Miss Rose, would you be able to help me with that? I'll be spending all my time in the greenhouse from now on, so I'm afraid I won't have time to go out and sell things myself." Rose nodded and replied, "Just hand your items over to me. The proceeds will be credited to your account, including the payment for cultivating the roses." "There's payment for cultivating roses? Looks like they've really thought of everything." Sang Chu said, "Thank you very much." Rose glanced at Sang Chu, clapped her hands, and in an instant, a silent, shadowy figure appeared before her. "Take this guest to the second greenhouse." "Yes, please come with me." Sang Chu understood that Rose meant this guest did not include her. She turned to Sang Jingwen and said, "Brother, you go with her to the greenhouse. If anything happens, call me." Shuiyu, uneasy about Sang Chu being left alone with this man who seemed stronger than her, said, "I'll go with you." Rose said, "Don't worry, Lord King. Rosephat is a fair place. I, Qin Tang, guarantee that as long as the ticket holder can cultivate enough blooming roses, we will not make things difficult for them. I also guarantee their safety here, as long as they don't break the rules. Everything will proceed as usual." Shuiyu looked at Rose warily. Sang Chu patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Go with my brother. If you need anything, call me." Shuiyu and Sang Jingwen kept looking back at Sang Chu as they left, until she walked up the winding stairs. The mysterious man led Sang Chu toward the greenhouse. The greenhouses stretched out like a crystal forest, each one filled with dewy, vibrant roses, each flower exuding an enchanting fragrance. These were all cultivated by ticket holders in previous years. "I provide the seeds, you just need to make them all bloom." Hearing this, Sang Chu was curious. Most ticket holders specialized in mental power. How were they supposed to make plants grow? Every one of them can be made to bloom. The man's handsome face showed a strange smile. He opened the greenhouse door, and on the ground, besides the roses, there were piles of white bones. In that instant, Sang Chu understood everything. "Don't worry, I can make the roses bloom. I just hope you'll keep your promise and ensure my brother's safety." The man said, "Ordinary people can't enter Rosephat. In previous years, when it came time for the ceremony, I was the one who performed the final rites. So, except for ticket holders and their companions, no one else can enter. Miss Sang Chu, you have 7 days. Within these 7 days, I hope you can make all the roses in the third greenhouse bloom. Otherwise, the barrier in the greenhouse will keep you from advancing, and your brother won't be able to move forward either." After saying this, he turned to leave. Sang Chu called after his back. Were you once a ticket holder too? No, I was a guardian. I just happened to meet a good person who left everything here to me and my master. That's how I managed to climb out of the abyss. So, I'm willing to help you and Qin Tang. But if you can't fulfill the requirements, I think it's best to leave your body here as fertilizer. At least it will help the roses bloom longer and more beautifully. His words sent a chill down Sang Chu's spine. As she watched him leave, the glass door slammed shut, leaving her with a deep sense of powerlessness. She and Tuyi walked toward the third greenhouse. Along the way, they saw many white bones on the ground, with new flowers growing from them, red as blood, dewy and vibrant. Tuyi crouched on Sang Chu's shoulder, curiously eyeing the bones. How many ticket holders have died here? Judging by these skeletons, the reason these roses grow so well must have something to do with them. Tuyi said, of course. Every ticket holder is a chosen one, their bodies full of energy. Who would have thought they'd all die here? It's tragic. Sang Chu replied, I can understand. Unlike me, who stumbled into this by accident, they all had abilities and wanted to prove themselves, to push their limits. But from the start, they were already chosen ones, so arrogance was inevitable. They thought themselves superior, and after finding good cultivation methods in other worlds, they probably stopped developing their own abilities, so they couldn't master other powers. For example, the wood ability in the apocalypse, or the wood spiritual root in the cultivation world. If you never developed it, you naturally couldn't make the roses bloom as required. That's probably why so few people make it out of the grand magic arena. Tuyi said, so you'll be spending the next few days here. Luckily, you have your wood ability. He hadn't finished when he was stunned by the sight of the greenhouse. All the previous greenhouses were small, but the third one was enormous. It was practically the size of a football field. This is way too big. How long will it take to make all these bloom? Tuyi stared in shock at the vast space, then suddenly noticed 10 bags of seeds in the corner, along with many wood cores. He couldn't help but exclaim, they're really thoughtful, Achu. They even prepared wood cores for you. They must have known you're an ability user, otherwise how would they know your name and your power? Usually, the most common energy source is spirit stones, which can be used by cultivators, immortals, demons, and magic users alike. But wood cores are much more specialized, they only work for ability users. So if they hadn't known in advance, they wouldn't have prepared these. Sang Chu said, since we're here, let's make the best of it. You scatter the seeds evenly, 1 handful in each square meter. Judging by the layout, I don't think we'll have time to rest. Otherwise, we definitely won't finish in time. Tuyi quickly stuffed all the wood cores into his belly, ready to take them out as needed. Good thing I came with you this time. It's not too late even now. But, hey, do you think that guy is stronger than Shuiyu? Sang Chu was urging a rose to bloom as she glanced curiously at Tuyi, who was scattering crystal cores. She was so intrigued that she stopped what she was doing, fell silent for a while, and finally said, I don't know either. I heard someone mention a guy with that name before, but I'm not sure if it's the same person. Let me tell you. Tuyi twitched her big ears, carefully placed a crystal core on the soil, and said, I heard there was a guy with that name. Very capable. He managed to find Mianji all on his own and asked him to help find his missing fiancée. Apparently, his fiancée disappeared without a trace the day before their wedding. Sang Chu's hand paused, and the rosebud in her hand almost broke. She asked, so that rose was for her? I don't know about that, Tuyi replied. By the time I heard about it from the other spirits, he had already found his fiancée and paid Mianji a huge reward. But no one knows who he is, everyone's curious, but Mianji won't say anything, so the whole thing just faded away. Sang Chu asked, so what about the client who commissioned the task? Was it someone on the official list? Tuyi shook her head. No. If it was an official commission, everyone would know about it. Official tasks are always public, and even if you try to hide it, someone will find out. But this time, no one knows who got the reward, and that's what makes it so mysterious. How strange. Tuyi nodded. Yeah, some people guess there's another secret list of tasks. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why none of the ticket holders know who took the job, and why it never showed up on the official list. But anyway, it doesn't really matter to me. My main job now is to finish my work, get paid, and then return safely to the apocalypse. That's enough for me. You're right. Castle, 3rd floor. Rose was dressed in white, her mask already removed. Her face was so pale it seemed to glow, completely devoid of color. On her right arm was a rose-shaped scar, strikingly vivid against her fair skin. Underscore walked in from outside the door and saw her standing by the window, her body hidden in the shadow below the windowsill, only her feet bathed in light. He walked over, his voice softening. Are you watching him? From the window, you could see Sang Chu busy in the greenhouse. Rose looked out, her eyes gentle. I just want to bask in the sunlight. It feels so warm and comfortable on my skin. She raised her hand slightly, as if trying to touch the sun through the thick glass. Underscore slowly approached her, lowering his voice. Once I find out more about Qintang, you won't have to hide in this castle anymore. Rose leaned back against Underscore, her voice soft. It's enough for me to be alive. I don't want to use up all my luck. Just being able to stand here and feel the sunlight is enough. I don't want you to take risks either. I don't want another Anin to appear in this world. After she saved us, I just want to live a peaceful life. But I want you to see the world outside this castle. I'm fine here. The roses in this castle used to be fake, disappearing at a touch. But now, as long as I'm here, I can smell their fragrance. That's enough for me. Promise me, don't go looking for trouble and don't let me lose you, okay? Rose turned to face Underscore, her eyes earnest as she waited for his answer. After a long while, Underscore finally nodded. Okay, I promise. I believe you. Rose turned back, her gaze drawn again to Sang Chu. Watching the roses bloom in her hands, Rose's smile grew brighter. Underscore, her greenhouse is too big. Even if she can't grow that many roses, when the time comes, let her leave, okay? Underscore, don't you think she's a lot like someone, a good friend I haven't seen in a long time? Leonin. Rose smiled and nodded. Seeing her in the greenhouse reminds me of how Anin dug my plan out of the ruins. She was just a little girl, but she held onto the red string and found my plan, saving me. If not for her, I don't know when I would have woken up. I miss her a bit. I wonder if she's still alive. If you want, when the moon rises, I'll take you to the trading market to ask for news. As long as she's alive, your letter will reach her, and she'll write back. At that, Rose shook her head gently and refused. No need. Her tasks are too dangerous. I'm afraid she won't be able to reply. She promised me that if she could, she'd come see me. I'll just wait here for her. I believe she'll come. She definitely will. Rose watched Sang Chu through the window, as if looking through her to see her old friend. She hoped her friend, like Sang Chu, would have many companions and be safe and happy. After Tuyu finished with the crystal cores, she lay on Sang Chu's lap. Sensing the presence had disappeared, she said, finally, they stopped staring. I don't even know who it was, but they kept watching me and it made my fur stand on end. Sang Chu didn't stop working as she replied, let them watch if they want. It's not like we're doing anything wrong. But are you sure that Rose isn't human? Of course I'm sure. Didn't you notice that when we first arrived, there wasn't a single light on in the castle? But the greenhouse was brightly lit, all the curtains drawn tight. Oh, I didn't notice that. At first, she just thought the castle was bright, but she hadn't checked if it was natural light or not. Tuyu rolled her eyes. You've been tricked by a ghost, as they say. You need to get your spiritual power up to level 6 or 7, or next time you run into something like this, you'll be in trouble. But that Rose isn't a ghost, otherwise she wouldn't be able to stand on the platform. I don't know why the magic world designates the platform, but this place isn't dangerous. Sang Chu grinned. It's not dangerous. If you can't make a rose bloom, you can't get on the platform. But that's the problem. What can we do? Sang Chu, what about using a fake rose? Tu shook her head. If there are already rules, you have to follow them unless you're that guy, but that's unlikely. How do you know? Tuyu, of course I know. No one would dare break the rules here. This is the platform, and I can feel the power of those standing on it. This place is different from anywhere else I've been in Magic University. Nowhere else has this kind of power. So I don't think he cheated. Besides, the list is a real thing. As long as you have a ticket, no matter where you are, as long as you're alive, you can get on and off. So there's no need to worry. The list can't be faked. All right, good luck, Miss Worker. Sang Chu carefully pinched the rose in her hand. If only she understood the spell better, she'd have just used the stone jade technique to force it to bloom. Unfortunately, for now, she could only do things the slow way. Inside the castle, Yiping was lying on the bed, watching Sang Jingwen standing by the window. He said, "Don't worry, your sister will be fine. But that greenhouse is way too big." From the window, they could see the greenhouse where Sang Chu was working. Compared to the others, it was absurdly large, completely unreasonable. Yiping was curious. He jumped up and ran to the window for a better look. Wow, seriously, hey, why don't we just leave all the greenhouses to your sister? I wish we could. Yiping couldn't sit still anymore. I've seen a lot of greenhouses, but none that big. What should we do now? Just wait around. Sang Jingwen didn't answer. Yiping hurriedly grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the door. Don't just stand there. I may not have wood-type powers, but I can at least help a little, right? Sang Jingwen still didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the door, as if he sensed it wouldn't be easy to leave. Sure enough, when Yiping opened the door, he was stunned to find that outside was still his own room. What's going on? Unconvinced, Yiping dragged Sang Jingwen out with him. But the next second, the door behind them quietly shifted and merged with the wall. After a moment, Sang Jingwen stopped him. Don't bother. It's no use. We can't get out. Then what do we do? Just sit here and wait. Sang Jingwen was silent for a moment, then spoke toward the door. Master of the house, I may not be a wood-type user, but my spiritual power is quite strong. If possible, could you let me go help my sister with the roses? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene outside the door changed, turning into an ordinary corridor, and the tools they needed appeared outside. Don't worry, there's no need to rush. Even though Sang Chu's greenhouse looks huge, the things she needs to grow are within her abilities. For everyone's safety, don't leave your rooms until the list is complete. Don't open the door at night either. You won't feel time passing in the castle, so be patient. Wait until you're allowed out before you eat or do anything else. Pass this message to the others. I won't repeat it to everyone individually. The voice faded, and the scene outside the door turned back into the bedroom. Yiping shivered and quickly jumped back onto the bed. He's not human, is he? Sang Jingwen nodded. No, he's not. But did you notice? He doesn't seem to be stopping Sang from leaving. Don't you feel his attitude has changed? That was the strangest part. Before, he'd warned them not to open the door at night, but now he was reminding them again? Yiping leaned in close to Sang Jingwen. Do you think he's changed? Before, he always seemed polite, but it felt like he was wearing a mask. Now, he actually seems friendly. You go tell the others what happened. I'll tell Sang, and she can let Shui Yu and Shiroi know too, so nothing goes wrong tonight. Okay, I'll go right away. Worried something might happen, Sang Jingwen quickly sent a message to Sang Chu. When Sang Chu saw the message, she was stunned. What does my brother mean by this? You also saw Sang Jingwen's message. No idea. Is there something strange about this castle? Tu pressed her face to the greenhouse glass, looking outside. I don't see anything different. Sang Chu put down her work and walked over to Tuyu. Suddenly, she remembered something. Rabbit, do you remember the curtain that suddenly appeared in the castle? You mean that ghostly white curtain? It's always been there, hasn't it? Didn't you buy the same one? Sang Chu shook her head. At first, I thought it was normal too. But you said the rose isn't human, and she's the owner of this castle. She and the butler look extraordinary. So, the fiancé the butler is looking for might be Rose, and her disappearance might not just be that she could be dead. Who do you think would have the best chance to harm the lady of the house before her wedding? Tuyu's face turned pale. A family member. Exactly. If it was a family member, and if I were him, the first thing I'd do is hide the body. But you said he's been trying to revive her, even going to the merchant Qin Simeon for help. That means he's not the culprit. If he isn't, then the culprit must be one of the other people in the castle. Tuyu shuddered, looking at Sang Chu. No way, aren't you overthinking this? I hope I am. But if I'm right, then this whole castle is a huge trap. After Rose died, the culprit couldn't find the butler, so they definitely wouldn't give up. The more Sang Chu thought about it, the paler she became. My brother is in danger. She turned to rush out the door, but saw the butler approaching her. Don't worry, if it's really you, maybe you can find Rose faster. She's been alone underground for so long. Looking at the butler's finely carved face, Sang Chu felt a chill down her spine. She warily took a step back. Miss Rose is already gone. I wish you and your beloved a happy ending. The butler looked at the roses outside the window. So, you figured it out. You mean Miss Rose's identity? I'm just guessing. If there's anything I can help with, please tell me. The butler said, I can promise to let you leave safely, but I need you to buy something from Qin Simeon for me, something that can let Rose live like a normal person. That might be difficult. Miss Rose isn't like an ordinary ghost. At that moment, Sang Chu was even more certain of her guess. Rose didn't seem like a normal ghost, more like a spirit whose body had weakened over time. The butler explained, Miss Rose was born weak, with a strange illness. Her whole body, even her blood, was white. People nearby thought she was a monster, so she never dared go out during the day, only sneaking out at night to play. And then, the butler's face looked sorrowful. She was the most beautiful girl in the village, but she longed to feel the warmth of the sun. So, I agreed to help her. As long as you promise to help me, I'll let you all go, and maybe even let you take something from the castle with you. Summoning the Nine Bear? Sang Chu looked at him seriously, but he just replied calmly, I am the guardian of the high world. I don't blame you. You are a practitioner of the law. Those bones outside, many of them are the remains of cultivators from the immortal realm. They were arrogant, and I looked down on them even more. So, I left them as fertilizer for the flowers. I believe that travelers of the worlds don't need to possess everything. As for you, will you agree to my request, or will you take the risk? I will keep my promise and let you go. Sang Chu said, You're telling me all this because you want me to know I only have one chance, right? I don't know exactly what illness Miss Rose has, but since even you can't find a way to cure her, I'm afraid. Qin Simeon doesn't have a way either, right? Sang Chu shook her head. I don't know. I only know that, given how much you value Miss Rose, if Qin Simeon had a way, you would have already gotten it from him. But since Miss Rose still can't leave the castle, that means you didn't get anything from Qin Simeon before. He closed his tired eyes, his voice weary. You can go. I've already set up the spell. You just need to help the flowers grow as usual. Rose needs the fragrance of flowers to maintain her body's energy. Looking at his back, Sang Chu couldn't help but say, Are you planning to keep her here forever? Maybe you think I'm meddling, but I want to say, let her go. Stay with her here. I don't know what happened in this castle, but it must have been terrible. The fact that she can't leave is already tragic enough. If you're not completely heartless, if you don't hate her and want to drive her away, but actually want to be good to her, then I think, rather than anything else, she needs you by her side. He paused, then turned to look at Sang Chu. Can you really be friends with Rose? She once had a friend, but that was 100 years ago. Normal people can't live that long. Sang Chu smiled. Of course I can. I'm honored to be Rose's friend. If what she needs is the fragrance of flowers to maintain her energy, then I can help. She reached into her storage space and took out some demon plants, handing them over. These are demon flowers I got from other worlds. I don't know if they'll help, but the energy in them is much stronger than these roses. He glanced at them and shook his head with a faint smile. They're useless. For Rose, these flowers are too powerful. Her body would suffer backlash. It's late, and the night is heavy. Go back to the castle. Tonight, I'll clear out all the garbage for you. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I admire your honesty. All right, thank you. He nodded, waved his hand, and the door to the greenhouse opened. Sang Chu instantly felt her body relax, realizing only now that she'd been under a restriction without even knowing it. Sang Chu was still shaken and messaged BB, I was caught in it too and didn't even notice. Let's go, this is too scary. Yeah. Sang Chu followed him back toward the castle. The castle was brightly lit, a world apart from the outside. Looking at the food on the table, Sang Chu immediately thought of those rock-hard things that could break your teeth and shuddered. She quickly stopped him. How about I cook dinner with my brother tonight? We can just eat our own food. He nodded. I know you can't eat the food of the great magician, so do as you like. I'll go call him down for dinner. Thank you. She let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. As she was heading to the kitchen, she suddenly saw a woman in a white dress and jumped in surprise. Sorry, did I startle you? Rose had changed out of her elaborate clothes and was now wrapped in a simple, clean white dress, with a white scarf covering her face, only revealing a pair of pale eyes. Sang Chu looked into her eyes and smiled kindly. You startled me by appearing so suddenly. I'm heading to the kitchen. Want to come with me? Rose blinked her clear eyes and nodded slightly. Okay, let's go. I'm not great in the kitchen, but I can make juice. There's not much to eat here, so how about I make you some watermelon juice? That's my favorite. You like watermelon juice too? Sang Chu looked at Rose in surprise. You like it too? It's not me, it's my only friend, Enin. She said she loved watermelon, but every summer, digging it out to eat was such a hassle, so she liked to juice it and keep it in the fridge. That way, she could drink it whenever she wanted, so convenient. Sang Chu smiled knowingly. That's really a coincidence. I like it too. I always thought you were a lot like Enin. Sang Chu didn't know who this Enin was, but from Rose's words and the look in his eyes earlier, she could guess that Enin was the one who saved Rose, and even became her friend. It was just that too much time had passed, and Enin was no longer here. Do I really look like her? Rose shook her head. You don't look alike. And Anne's hands were soft and warm, very cute. I think you're alike because you both give off a warm feeling. It makes people feel at ease. This was the first time anyone had said she gave off a sense of security. Sang Chu stopped curiously and looked at Rose. Through the thin scarf, she could see her lips curve up slightly. As expected, just like he said, she was very beautiful and very kind. But kind people rarely have a good ending. This is the first time someone's told me that. I'm a bit touched. My name is Sang Chu. Nice to meet you. Sang Chu reached out her hand, but Rose hesitated. My hand is very cold, yours. Before she could finish, as if afraid Sang Chu would regret shaking hands, she hurriedly said, I'm also very happy to meet you. My name is Rose. My father said I was the little Rose of him and my mother, so they named me Rose. It's a beautiful name, and it suits you. Here, this is for you. Sang Chu gave Rose a sunflower. She thought, since high-energy flowers wouldn't work, maybe a flower with a similar warmth would. Sang Chu said, sunflowers always face the sun. They're warm, just like Thai cherry blossoms. Rose held the sunflower, her eyes slightly red as she lowered her head and spoke softly. If Sang Chu's hearing wasn't good, she might not have caught the words. Thank you. I'm not your friend yet, right? She said, then leaned close to Rose's ear and whispered, actually, I should thank you. Without you, I'd still be struggling to grow roses in the greenhouse. Thank you. No need to thank me. Rose lowered her head shyly, her words stumbling. When Sang Jingwen had followed them before, this was exactly the scene he'd witnessed. Yiping quietly whispered to Sang Jingwen, why do I feel like your little sister's girlfriend is pretty nice? Sang Jingwen shot him a glare and quickly walked forward. Sang, you said you wanted to make dinner yourself tonight. I'm just here to ask what you want to eat. Sang Chu glanced at Rose and asked, what about you? What would you like to eat? I'm fine with anything. Actually, Rose really wanted to say she couldn't eat spicy food, but looking into Sang Chu's eyes, she just couldn't bring herself to say it. Lumin walked over and smiled at her, then let's make a bit more for dinner tonight, so everyone can pick what they like. Yiping hesitated, glancing at Rose. She was clearly happy but couldn't bring herself to refuse, so she just quietly stayed by her side. Sang Chu had been planning to step back, but unexpectedly, Rose reached out and grabbed her in a panic. The warmth from Sang Chu's body stung Rose's hand, and she quickly let go, flustered. Sorry. I didn't mean to. How come you're so hot? I'm fine. But did you get burned? Sang Chu hadn't expected that Rose would actually get burned just by touching her. This wasn't a normal ghostly chill. Ghosts didn't usually burn people. Yi-Ping anxiously looked at Rose, seeing the red mark on her fair hand. Gently, he took her hand in his own and used his own ghostly energy to soothe it. Does it feel better? I'm okay, really. Sang Chu said, next time, if you don't want me to leave, just tell me. I'm right here. Rose looked at Yi-Ping, then at Sang Chu, lowering her head and speaking in a voice barely above a whisper, but you left so quickly last time. Sang Chu looked at Yi-Ping. Rose, can you use communication stones? There's a kind here that lets you talk and even see each other. At that, Rose looked expectantly at Yi-Ping, hoping for a positive answer. Yi-Ping looked at her with a mix of helplessness and tenderness. He knew Rose longed for friends. She was always alone. Even though she had an old butler to take care of her, it wasn't the same as having friends. You can keep it, but you can't touch it, understand? Rose nodded eagerly. I know. Sang, thank you. Then can I chat with you often from now on? She saw how happy her brother was with it. She wanted to be happy like that too. Sang Chu smiled, of course. Should I leave the communication stone on the table? Rose said, you keep it for now. When I miss you, I'll call you. Is that okay? Okay. Sang Chu handed the communication stone to Yi-Ping, giving him a subtle look, meaning, I'm trusting you with this. Yi-Ping understood Sang Chu's meaning and accepted the stone. Thank you. No need to thank me. After eating and drinking their fill, Yi-Ping told Sang Chu, rest easy tonight. I'll keep watch. She didn't know what might happen at night, but if Yi-Ping was standing guard, it meant whatever happened wouldn't be too dangerous. Sang Chu couldn't sleep. She was so curious about what was happening outside, but didn't dare go out. Tiu said, why not just send little Guang out to take a look? You're right. Little Guang quietly slipped out, just in time to see Yi-Ping playing a ghostly version of Fruit Ninja in the hallway with a fruit knife. The sight was so shocking that little Guang turned and ran right back. After seeing the footage, Sang Chu immediately got into bed, pulled up the covers, and, in one smooth motion, huddled under the blanket with Tuyu, both of them trembling. Sang Chu, I hope the next time we come to the academy, we'll be with Tuyu. Tuyu, yeah, everyone here is stronger than the snow ghost. I wonder if they're afraid of the punishment whip. It's too scary, I couldn't even land a hit. You say that like I could. I think the most dangerous place in the whole Magic Academy is this station. Tuyu, agreed. 7 days later. Rose held Sang Chu's hand, reluctant to let go. As the train was about to depart, her reluctance only grew. Sang, can you come visit me again when you have time? Yeah. Next time, I'll bring my friend with me. She's really nice, you'll definitely like her. Is it the Mu Shui you mentioned? How is she now? Sang Chu shook her head. I'm not sure, but I know she's okay. Next time, I'll bring her with me to visit you. Okay. Be sure to come back safely, Sang. Thank you. I'm going now, take good care of yourself. As the train took Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen away, Rose hugged Yi-Ping tightly, burying her face in his chest. Sang isn't like an she'll come back. Yi-Ping looked at her with pain in his eyes, gently stroking her hair. Sang Chu is very strong. She's contracted the Earth Dragon and the Ice and Snow Demon King, so she'll definitely be safe. Didn't she give you the communication, Jade? You can contact her anytime. No, I'll wait for her to contact me. If she's busy, I'll wait for her to find me. Seeing Rose like this, a trace of hatred flashed in Yi-Ping's eyes. If it weren't for that damned gardener, his Rose wouldn't have ended up like this. His Rose should have been carefree under the sun, but because of that gardener. He wished that gardener had died even more miserably. Sensing Yi-Ping's sudden tension, Rose gently cupped his face in her hands. Yi-Ping, I'm fine now. Don't worry about me. I want to sleep, can you carry me to bed? Okay, I'll sleep with you for a while. When Sang Chu returns to her world, I'll contact her. As Yi-Ping picked her up, Rose wrapped her arms around his neck, nestling against his shoulder. On the train, Tiu handed the punishment whip to Qin Simeon. Sang Chu asked, Brother Mian, I was wondering, is there a way to cure Rose? Qin Simeon paused for a moment at the mention of Rose, then put away the punishment whip and said calmly, You'll need a demon cultivation manual. Go find Qin Xian and ask him for a drop of his blood, then have him give you that sword. After that, you give the manual to Yiping. When he comes to find you, give him the sword, and then give him the demon cultivation manual you got in the other world. He'll know what to do. After saying that, Qin Simeon looked at Sang Chu with a half-smile. You've really latched onto a golden thigh this time. That Yiping, don't underestimate him. Back then, his sister went through all kinds of hardship to gather up her 100 years' worth of savings and resources to forge a single sword. Unfortunately, she gave it all to an idiot, and now it's fallen into your hands. Sang Chu thought of Qin Simeon's words. She had a lot of communication jades, which were worth a fortune to most people. But to a ghost like him, just how rich was the wealth he spoke of? Is Yiping willing to leave the Magic Academy? Qin Simeon sneered. The station guardians here are at least as strong as me. Do you think your world could trap me? If it weren't for some stupid agreement with the higher-ups, I wouldn't bother with these ghosts. They're all so full of themselves, thinking they're the best in the world. He shot Sang Chu a glare, as if unable to contain his anger, and his voice dropped another octave. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. With that, Qin Simeon kicked Sang Chu out. She was already prepared for a rough landing, expecting to be thrown around. Qin Simeon, you damned bastard. You crooked merchant. On the wide streets of Qinglu City, the four of them, Sang Chu, Sang Jingwen, Lu Minil, and Yiping, landed hard on their butts. Yiping clutched his backside, his face full of frustration. Damn it, why is it that every time we come down, it's such a mess? Sang Chu rubbed her neck and quickly changed the subject. Everyone, stay alert. There might be something dangerous around. The sudden appearance of the four caught the attention of the mutated plants in Qinglu City. These plants could sense the aura on Sang Chu and the others. Although the energy wasn't strong, it was incredibly sweet and tempting to them. Zzz. A thick vine lashed toward them, and the four scrambled to dodge. Yiping stood up, still holding his sword, and complained, seriously, these mutated plants must be sick in the head. Sis, don't do anything yet. Let me test out my training results. Sang Chu held up her card and nodded. All right. Minil, you go find your dad. Try not to use your abilities if you can help it. Just use your weapon. Got it. I know why you don't want me to use my powers, Lu Minil replied. If he used his powers, it would expose his identity as a beast tamer, and his beasts couldn't be stopped once summoned. Now that he had so many beasts, they could even breed and build nests, which might be useful for spreading them in the apocalypse later on. Be careful, Sang Chu reminded him. Lu Minil hadn't gone far when he heard Yiping shouting. Turning back, he saw Yiping and a ball of fire merge together. Flaming wings sprouted from Yiping's back, and he hovered in the air, his whole body ablaze. The mutated plants recoiled after being attacked, clearly wary of Yiping's power. Lu Minil laughed. Now that the four of us have awakened our powers, these mutated plants are nothing. They won't dare mess with us anymore. The reason the mutated plants had dared to attack ability users before was that most powers couldn't harm them. But now, with the fusion of magic and abilities, that rule had been broken. There's always something to counter something else. Smiling with satisfaction, Lu Minil headed toward the underground shelter. Roar! Sang Jingwen arrived at the shelter and quickly walked over to Sang Chu. That's the mutated plant's summoning signal, right? Yes, bro, stay alert. I don't have enough cards on hand right now. I'm afraid I can't save that many people. Sang Jingwen said coldly, then just save as many as you can. Sang Chu was momentarily stunned, then smiled. All right. With that, she took out her cards, and in an instant, Shuiyu, Shirue, Lei, Saya, and she appeared. Seeing Yiping fighting a huge mutated plant, Shuiyu frowned in disdain. You guys are still fighting this thing? How long has it been? Shirue, who was from the elven race and highly sensitive to plants, stood in front of Sang Chu with her bow drawn, on high alert. Chu, this thing isn't a plant. Shuiyu finally looked over seriously. It really doesn't look like one. Sang Chu, why is your world so weird? Saya looked up at the blood-red moon in the sky. Is that the blood moon that only appears during the apocalypse? Could this place be Earth? Sang Chu replied, no, this isn't Earth. It's a small world, like the magic world. Once we get back to my base, it'll be fine. By the way, Shirue, you said this isn't a plant. What did you see? Shirue said, it doesn't have the aura of a plant. It's more like some kind of strange creature. Sang Chu suddenly thought of the residents at the base, those with human consciousness, but mutated bodies. Combined with what Sang Jingwen had seen before, she became more certain these mutated plants were probably a special kind of ability user. Roar! A group of mutated creatures chased after Linja. At this moment, Lin Muxue seemed to have reached her breaking point. She directly activated her powers and charged out. Her eyes were vacant and icy as she stared at Linja. I recognize you. Linja stopped in his tracks, sensing the murderous intent in her gaze, as if taking another step closer would get him torn apart. He hesitated, then called out to his companion, Ping, to attack Sang Chu and the others, while he himself tried to slip away. Unexpectedly, Muxue shot forward like an arrow released from a bow so fast that even Sang Chu couldn't stop her in time. Shueyu grabbed Sang Chu. She's lost control. What's going on with her? Why is she like this? Sang Chu asked. Shueyu watched Muxue's ruthless attacks, forcing the high-level mutated creature to retreat, and frowned. It's demonic energy. She's awakened demonic energy. If she doesn't vent her anger, the consequences could be very serious. Demonic energy? Tu, squatting on Sang Chu's shoulder, explained, it's basically inner demons. For cultivators, the worst thing is to be consumed by inner demons. Muxue's anger has triggered her inner demon. Let her vent her rage first, then I'll help you subdue the demon. Once she's done, you can seal it, and after a good sleep, she'll be fine. Isn't that dangerous? How bad could it be? Just wait and see. With that, Tu disappeared. Shueyu didn't say much more, knowing that every world was different, and so was the understanding of things like demonic energy. In Tuyu's world, it was easy to resolve, but in the magic world, it could mean falling into the deepest abyss. Linja fell to the ground. Seeing Sang Chu in the distance, he shouted for help. Sang Chu, help me. I know where that thing is. I can take you to him. If I die, you'll never find him. Sang Chu is unmoved. Linja kept shouting, and when Muxue heard Sang Chu's name, a hint of clarity flashed in her eyes. Linja immediately ran towards Sang Chu. Muxue stopped and saw Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu looking at her. She instantly lowered her head in fear, staring at her hands, squatting on the ground like a lost little animal. Sang Chu said, Shueyu, take care of those mutated creatures. Okay. Sang Chu glanced at Sang Jingwen, who nodded, and then she walked toward Muxue. Don't come near me, don't look at me. Muxue's voice trembled as she refused to meet Sang Chu's gaze. But Sang Jingwen softened his tone. Xiaoxue, your brother is here. Don't be afraid. Yeah, I'm here. Grandma's waiting for us at home. Let's go back. Muxue said, I killed someone. Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu both paused, seeing the shock and pain in her eyes. Sang Chu said, it was him or you, Xiaoxue. You did it to survive. You're not wrong, he was. Yeah, he died because he tried to hurt my little sister. Xiaoxue, come home with your brother. Sang Jingwen reached out his hand, but Muxue just squatted there, her voice trembling, but I killed someone. Sang Chu said, Xiaoxue, it's the apocalypse. We kill to survive. I've killed people too, and so has your brother. Are you afraid of us? Muxue shook her head. No. Then I'm not afraid of you either. Let's go home. Muxue slowly reached out her hand, and Sang Jingwen immediately grabbed it, pulling her into his arms. He gently coaxed her. I'll go up first and wait for you, okay? Sang. At this moment, Muxue was like a wooden puppet. Whatever Sang Jingwen said, she would do. Sang Chu looked at Muxue worriedly. Sang Jingwen said softly, Sang, you take care of things here. I'll take Muxue upstairs to rest. Okay. Watching the backs of Sang Jingwen and Muxue as they left, Sang Chu had a bad feeling. The next second, Sang Jingwen sent a mental message. Xiaoshue's hypnosis is probably wearing off. See if you can get Shueyu to hypnotize her again. She absolutely cannot remember that incident. Sang Chu silently watched Muxue's departing figure for a long time before replying, Brother, is this really okay? When Mu Shui was little, because of that incident, she almost. That's why I tried to find a psychologist to hypnotize her, to make her forget. But if she remembers it again, I can't just keep making her forget every time. Sang Jingwen, but... Sang Chu, brother, I believe Xiao Shui can get through this. This can't become a demon in her heart on her cultivation path. We don't even know what side effects there might be for spiritual power users after cultivation. Brother, we can't just leave it to the unknown. I have to find a way to take control. Sang Jingwen looked at Mu Shui, who was clearly depressed and lost in thought. After a long while, he reached out and gently rubbed her head. Xiao Shui, did you remember something? Mu Shui lowered her head, and the more she thought about it, the sadder she became, silently shedding tears. Sang Jingwen sighed helplessly, stopped walking, and put his hands on her shoulders. Xiao Shui, if it gets too much, I might look for a doctor to hypnotize you again, to make you forget those things. I just want my little sister to always be innocent and happy, to never have to bear sadness or pain. But since you've remembered, let's face it together, okay? Just like when you first awakened your powers, Sang, and I helped you through it. We'll always be a family. No matter what you do, you'll always be the most important family to me. And besides, if you hadn't been so brave back then and saved yourself and Sang, Grandma and I would have lost you. To be honest, even if someone had to die, I'd rather it be someone else, not you. It's the apocalypse now, Xiao Shui. In this world, you didn't do anything wrong. Even before the apocalypse, you didn't do anything wrong. The ones who are wrong are those who hurt you, not you. Mu Shui, I didn't do anything wrong? Sang Jingwen looked at her gently, softly patting her head. You didn't do anything wrong. Just like when you awakened your powers, no one thought you were wrong. The ones who hurt you will pay the price. Thinking back to when she awakened her powers, Mu Shui finally lifted her head. That's right, why didn't she feel guilty when she awakened her powers? But when she remembered what happened as a child, she kept drowning in those strange emotions. Sang Jingwen noticed the confusion and pain gradually fading from Mu Shui's eyes, replaced by a hint of clarity. When you awakened your powers, you managed to escape. Everyone thought you did great. But what if even if your methods were a bit extreme, it doesn't matter. No matter what happens, you have to believe that Sang and I will always be by your side. Trust me, okay? Look, turn around. Sang Jingwen took Mu Shui's hand and turned her around. The corpse of the mutant was lying on the ground, and Ego was fighting with mutated plants under the blood moon. Shadows loomed everywhere, but Sang Chu was standing right in front of her, as if shielding her from all danger. Sang Jingwen said, Xiao Shui, I know what happened back then left a deep shadow in your heart, but I can't let Sang be the only one standing at the door protecting us forever. Okay, Jingwen-ji, I understand now. Seeing Mu Shui gradually recover, Sang Jingwen finally let out a long sigh of relief, though he still couldn't completely relax. When Mu Shui was little, she was also very cold and distant, but he never expected that things would get so bad at night. When she was a child, she and Sang Chu used to sleep together, but one night she got up and almost strangled Sang Chu in her sleep. If Sang Chu hadn't reacted quickly and knocked her out, Mu Shui's hands would have ended Sang Chu's life. Because of this, Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen did everything they could to keep their grandmother from finding out and tried all sorts of ways to keep the siblings from sleeping together. At the same time, this incident made Sang Chu afraid to sleep with anyone at night. As long as someone was beside her, she couldn't fall asleep. Later, her little sister went to school during the day, came home after school, and was too scared to sleep at night, even getting sick from lack of sleep. That's when she told Grandma she wanted to sleep separately. The reason she gave was that the little girl liked to chat at night, and after chatting, she was too excited to sleep, which affected her studies during the day. Grandma thought this made sense, so she agreed to let them sleep separately. But now that Mu Shui remembered what happened when she was little, no one knew if she also remembered almost strangling Sang Chu. If she did, he didn't know how she would handle it. When Mu Shui first started having problems at night, Sang Jingwen insisted that Sang Chu not live with her anymore, and that they should sleep separately until they found a solution. But Sang Chu was afraid that if she didn't watch over Mu Shui at night, what if she ran out and something happened? All kinds of problems tangled together, and for a long time, no one could solve Mu Shui's issues. Sang Jingwen looked at Mu Shui, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. He didn't want Mu Shui to have powers, but now that she did, she had no way to protect herself. He wished Xiao Shui could always stay obediently by his side, so he could protect her, but he knew that was impossible. No one can protect another person completely, all the time. She had to learn to protect herself. Just like Sang Chu said, her powers were too unknown, so unknown that even Sang Jingwen was a little afraid. Mu Shui and Sang Jingwen were silent for a long time. Then Mu Shui turned and hugged him. "Brother, I'll do my best to adjust my mindset. Thank you and Sang for never giving up on me. We're family." "No need to say that." Shirui had very sharp hearing. She overheard Mu Shui and Sang Jingwen's conversation and thought this girl named Lin Mu Shui was really strange. She couldn't understand why someone could conjure such terrifying things out of thin air. But now was not the time to think about that. She turned to Sang Chu. Chu, don't let ego and the others keep fighting. I want to go up now. I feel like this moon is making my blood restless." "Your blood feels restless?" Sang Chu looked at Shirui in confusion. Shui Yu also agreed, "Yeah, me too. This moon seems to be stirring up something in my body. I don't think it's good for us to stay here." Sang Chu said, "All right, Shui Yu, go get ego. Let's go up." Z. A deafening explosion shook the ground. Lindsay trembled on the side, wanting to turn and run, but before he could react, a surge of energy burst out from the deep pit below. Di Yun's spear shot up, piercing straight through his heart and dragging him down into the pit. Shui Yu returned to Sang Chu's side. Shirui stood nearby, bow drawn, her expression cold and focused as she stared in the direction of the sinkhole. After Sang Jingwen landed on the snowy ground, Lu Min quickly checked over Wan Miao and Song San, then looked at the collapsed ground, his face grave. Chu, this magnetic field is strange. We've been running in circles. Then go get your dad first and wait for me outside. I'll go down and deal with the source." Sang Chu nodded. In an instant, Shui Yu transformed into a sheet of white light, wrapping around Sang Chu as she leapt into the pit. The sinkhole was deep, dark, and damp, the air thick with a putrid, rotten stench. The white light of Shui Yu formed a protective shield around Sang Chu, blocking the corrosive energy from all sides. Shirui spread her wings and followed, shooting down any attacking energy with her arrows before it could reach Sang Chu. "Shui Yu, Shirui, can you sense where the core of the transformation is?" Sang Chu's voice was especially clear in the echoing darkness. Shui Yu's white light spread further underground. "It's hidden too deep. I can't pinpoint it." Sang Chu frowned slightly. "Even Shui Yu couldn't find it?" Shirui said, Chu, let me try clearing the way. No matter where it's hiding, we can't let it split and multiply." Shui Yu agreed. After Sang Chu nodded, the white light surged downward at high speed, shattering any obstacles in their path. They passed through layers of soil, going even deeper than the place Sang Jingwen had seen earlier, and were still descending. Shui Yu said, "We're almost there, but I still can't sense the source. This thing is strange." Sang Chu replied, "All right, everyone be careful." Shui Yu set Sang Chu down and took on a human form beside her. Shirui landed as well, folding her wings and standing behind Sang Chu. Lu Min was the last to arrive. As he stepped onto the ground, he felt a strange pulse. "Master, I think I hear a penguin's heartbeat?" Sang Chu asked. "A penguin's heartbeat? Are you sure it's underground?" "I'm not sure, but it's very similar." Shui Yu said, "He's an expert at this. Why not let him use his sense of smell? He's more sensitive than most." "All right." Sang Chu didn't hold back, releasing all the earth spirits. They sniffed the air, then shot forward like arrows. "I'll follow them." Sang Chu turned on her flashlight, illuminating the dim underground space. They entered a vast, open chamber. A massive, green mutated plant grew at the center. Its roots were like hands, entwined around the soil, and the surface pulsed as if breathing. Lin Zi and many servants like him were scattered on the ground, discarded carelessly. Their bodies were covered in thread-like vines, which burrowed into their flesh, feeding on them. Shuiyu stepped in front of Sang Chu. Chu, this thing is dangerous. Sang Chu felt the warning. She was a powerful figure, yet even she sensed the threat from this plant. Shirue said, this isn't its true body, which makes it even harder to deal with. You mean, it can regenerate endlessly? Lumin said yes. It's using some kind of magical power to split into these bodies, and by devouring others of its kind, it grows stronger. Master, don't fight it head-on. Shuiyu had thought it was just a small plant, nothing to worry about. But after coming underground, she realized she had underestimated it. It had spread through a huge area. The entire underground of Qinglu City was filled with its clones. No wonder everyone kept getting lost. It secreted a strange, hallucinogenic toxin. Inhaling even a tiny bit would make you lose your sense of direction, trapping you in a loop until you died or were rescued by outside force. Sang Chu said, Shirue, can you communicate with it? I'll try. Shirue stepped forward and spoke in a language Sang Chu didn't understand. The plant's feeding slowed, and its main root gradually lifted, revealing an old, wrinkled face. It looked at Shirue and responded in the same tongue. Shirue said, Master, it says it can let you go, but it wants something from you, the thing that gives you power. Sang Chu took out the jade stone. Is it this? The plant's face lit up with greed, its roots reaching toward Sang Chu, but Shuiyu knocked them aside. The earth spirits barked and bit at the roots, tearing off chunks and eating them. The plant didn't seem to mind. It spoke again, and Shirue frowned. Master, it says it agrees to your deal with Lindsay, but the vegetables you give Lindsay must be exchanged for what you have. Sang Chu said, fine, I'll trade with you. But I need your core crystal and some of your unique toxin. The plant hesitated. It couldn't win a direct fight, and losing too many clones would be a huge loss. But handing over its toxin wasn't a good thing for it either. Sang Chu said, I need your toxin to cure the people above. If you want the deal to go through, you have to give it to me. You want more power, but right now only servants can satisfy you. After the blood moon, you won't be able to create more crystals or find more powerful hosts. Without the blood moon, you'll die. Sang Chu stared at the plant. The fate of the blood moon was still just a theory. Just as Qin Sihan had said, the appearance of the blood moon signaled the end of the world, and the world needed a catalyst. These mutated plants might be that catalyst, rising up with the blood moon's power. But when the blood moon set and the world's power faded, they might disappear as well. This was just Sang Chu's current theory, so she didn't relax her guard against the plant. I can make a deal with you. Zhongshuang hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Its voice was low and hoarse, like an old man at dusk. Sang Chu said, since we're going to cooperate, let's be honest. I want to know getting a stock of the transformed Dajua roasted drum fungus isn't too much to ask, is it? Zongxi glanced at her, then flicked its eyes at the earth drinker, which immediately scurried over to Sang Chu's side and crouched down, signaling for her to get on. Shuiyu and L stay here. The rest of you, return to the card space for now. Okay. Yes, Master. Shuiyu and L, one representing power, the other death, stood by. The shadow of the blood moon was a bit smaller. Shuiyu and L climbed onto the earth drinker, which began running swiftly underground. Anywhere the transformed Dajua's body couldn't reach was blocked by stone walls. The earth drinker was very fast, and even in the fully connected underground passages, it took about an hour to traverse. They stopped in front of a stone wall, and Sang Chu suddenly felt a wave of dread. The stronger the transformed Dajua gets, the more it can confuse and control people. If I hadn't had that experience with the Shaoqing's divine artifact, I'd probably be under its control by now. Shuiyu said, I also underestimated your world. So, what now? That thing's coverage is huge, and its power isn't low. By now, it wasn't just Qinglu City. Areas outside the city were also covered by its influence. Let's leave for now. Bring Lindsay up. From now on, let him handle the transactions in Qinglu City. Elle glanced back at the giant tree. Suddenly, from a spot underground where even its roots couldn't reach, Lindsay, whose power had been half drained, was pushed out. Elle caught him. Master, There are some strange particles on him. Sang Chu took a look. Those particles clung to Lindsay like sparks. Those are poison spores. After you take him up, bring him to a Shaoqing. He can research an antidote. Yes. The Earth Drinker received Sang Chu's instructions and immediately sped toward the surface. Rin Song was in a room, discussing whether or not to follow the others to the base. Tang Lei said, "Brother Song, do I really have to go out on my own?" He stared longingly at the fresh fruit on the table, swallowing hard. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Rin Song didn't say anything, so Zhou Lynx looked at him and said, "Brother Song, even though I'm not as capable as those people in Qinglu City, I can survive outside. I can find wood or water-type ability users to provide food, but that's about it." His point was clear, and everyone understood. Wuxia said, "Brother Song, I think we should stay. When I go find Sang Chu, I'll say I'm joining on my own, no need for anyone to vouch for me. If anything happens, we each take responsibility." Wang Jin was silent for a long time. "Brother Song should go. Even though Sang Chu said I could join, she knows I'm with you. If I follow her, it's not like we're strangers. Besides, in this world, how many people can you really trust?" Tang Lei said, "It's the apocalypse now. Before all this, I was just an ordinary guy, living a simple life. But out here, things are just insane." Wang Jin, "So, do you think she lacks people or supplies?" Zhou Lynx, "I don't know how Sang Chu gets all this stuff, but it's better to have a share than none at all." Rin Song actually wanted to stay, but he was worried the others wouldn't agree. Now that everyone wanted to stay, there was no reason to hesitate. "All right, I'll go talk to her later." "Okay." Lu Minli, who was standing at the door, overheard them. She lowered her hand, which had been about to knock, and saw Sang Jingwen and Mu Shi coming out of another room. She hurried over and asked, "Brother Wen, how's Xiao Shui doing?" "Not great," Sang Jingwen replied. "We've used all the methods we can, even the rabbit spirit, but it hasn't helped much." Sang Jingwen's worries were confirmed. Mu Shue seemed to have let go, but something had left a deep shadow in her heart. The only thing she could do was rely on herself. As the rabbit spirit said, if she can't get through her inner demons, Mu Shue might become a demonic cultivator. Lu Minli asked, "What happened to Xiao Shui?" Sang Jingwen shook his head. "I don't know. The rabbit spirit is with her. I'll take care of other things for now." "What about those ability users?" Lu Minli, "They're staying. But my dad and brother-in-law, he's already been poisoned, and I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left. I had to let him go." Sang Jingwen saw the sorrow in Lu Minli's eyes and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Don't worry. Sang will figure something out. She brought us Shaoqing here for a reason. She must have anticipated this. Let's wait for her to come back and see what she says." "I hope so. As for the ordinary people, if we keep bringing them into the underground city, it'll be hard to sustain things for long." Sang Jingwen, "I've been thinking about that too. Right now, I have high-level ability users, Shuiyu and the Earth Drinker. Once Sang Chu returns, I'll discuss it with her. Maybe we can take over Haisher and build a city." Lu Minli, "Cannot Chu's construction device really build a city that big?" Sang Jingwen, "I'm not sure, but even if it's not that big, we can start by taking Haisher and building up from there. At least it's a start." Lu Minli, "That works. If we can mass-produce those water purification devices, it'll be a big help." "Yeah." Yiping yawned and walked out of his room, a big fruit in his mouth. "What are you all talking about?" He yawned again, walked over to Sang Jingwen, and leaned against him. Lu Minli looked at his tired face and joked, "Wow, you look exhausted. What have you been up to?" "Hey, it's not easy fighting those mutated plants. And outside the base, things are getting just as bad as in the city. Sang Chu's shadow is everywhere. It's terrifying." Sang Chu, who had just returned, teased Yiping, "Ego, your wild honesty is really something." Yiping's eyes widened. "No way, it's really that bad." Sang Chu nodded, then released the Earth Drinker and Shuiyu into the open space, and took a Shaoqing's card into an empty room. Sang Chu walked over to Yiping and said, "Let's go chat in the dining hall." "All right, let's go." Yiping leaned against Sang Jingwen, pushing him forward, and by now, neither Sang Chu nor Lu Minli found this odd anymore. But as soon as Nan Song stepped out of the cave, he froze in place, even stumbling back and bumping into someone. Sang Chu said, I suppose you've made your decision. Let's go together. She took the lead toward the dining hall, and only then did Yi Ping and Sang Jingwen regain their composure and follow behind her, soon overtaking her. On the long dining table, there were only a few simple dishes. These had been prepared in advance by Lu Minli. Sang Chu asked, Nan Song, what's your decision? Will you come back to the base with me or? Nan Song had originally wanted to go with them, but didn't expect to run into Sang Chu. Since she was with them, he just followed along. When it was his turn, he hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, I'll go with you. Sang Chu smiled, good, that's the best decision you could make. Sang Jingwen glanced at Yi Ping, then looked at Sang Chu. Once he was sure, he said, Sang, my powers are pretty good now. I think it's time to take High City. Sang Chu asked, brother, what's your plan? Although the underground city can house everyone, there are just too many people. My land can't support them all. My idea is to take High City first, raise the entire city up, and use it as a base. With the sea nearby, it's a great location. That actually made sense. The seawater problem could be solved by just sending the mutated sea creatures back to the ocean. As long as there was no acid rain, the land issue would be resolved too. With him, ordinary people could get food without wasting energy on survival, which was actually quite good. Lu Minli said, but, Chu, can your construction robots really build walls that high? Before we solve the acid rain problem, if we want to protect the land, we might have to build a roof over the whole city. Sang Chu replied, I'm not sure, but let's take High City first. Brother, Ego, you two are more familiar with High City, so you'll lead the frontal assault. Minli and I will guard the perimeter. Anyone we can win over, we keep. Those we can't, we get rid of for now. Before the walls are up, we can't let news leak out. Sang Jingwen nodded, all right. Nan Song and Tang Lei are both level 7. Tang Lei and Yi are both fire types, so Tang Lei will go with me. Nan Song, you go with Yi. As for the remaining 3 or 6 people, you pick. Yi Ping suggested, how about this, little sister? Why not just release the demon beasts right away? If we fight slowly, there'll definitely be leaks. The demon beasts are faster than me and can move undetected at night. Wen and I can split up and take people out, while you and Minli guard the perimeter. That's triple security. Sang Jingwen thought for a moment, but if we use demon beasts, won't things get out of control? Yi Ping shrugged, so what? High City is full of scum. There aren't any good people left. Even if they all get eaten, I wouldn't feel bad. At least it prevents news from spreading and someone attacking us. Sang Jingwen said, that works too. Sang, what do you think? Sang Chu replied, let's go with EG's plan. Leave the rest to brother. Iga, I'll leave Lu and company to you. Everyone, be careful and stay safe. As for the demon beasts, about how many do you have? Sang Chu had given them to him before, but hadn't asked how many demon beasts Yi Ping actually had. Yi Ping replied, I have about 20 or so. Wen has about the same. They're all low-level, first or second-rank demon beasts, but they're enough to handle ordinary ability users. Lu Minli handed over her demon beast cards to him. I have 20 here, all for you. Chu, give me your land card. I'll guard the sea. All right, I'll guard the exit to the mountains. Before the assault, I'll have Shui Yu scout out High City to see how big it is and how many bases there are. I'll start building the walls. Once the mountainside is secure, I'll come support you. Sang Jingwen said, so that's the plan for now. If there's nothing else, let's all get some rest. We're almost at the underground city. After we've rested, we'll wait for Shui Yu's intel. Once it's confirmed, we'll move out immediately. Sang Chu nodded, yes, but before that, we'll need to clear out the mutated plants first. Mutated plants are too dangerous and deceptive. I don't want them in my city. Sang Jingwen hesitated for a long time, then looked at Sang Chu and asked, should we start by clearing the residential areas first? I'll go check out the situation. If it's doable, I'll send word right away. Everyone, get some rest first. It's so bright. Oh my god, is this? Have I gone back to before the apocalypse? Lu Linlin hugged her daughter, standing with her husband and father-in-law, staring in awe at the brightly lit city before them. Some children had never seen light before. They'd grown up in darkness and had never seen daylight. Mumu held Grandpa Yan's hand, her eyes tearing up from the brightness. "Grandpa, what is this? It's so bright." "This is sunlight, Mumu. It's okay, just close your eyes for now. I'll lead you." Yan Hao followed behind Grandpa Yan, feeling a strange sense of unease. Even though it was dazzling, he didn't dare close his eyes for fear it was all just a dream. Xia Ru and Wan Yaru were patrolling the base and were surprised to see Sang Chu returning with a group of people. "Sister Sang, you're back." Xia Ru and Wan Yaru pushed through the crowd toward her. Sang Chu said, "This is Xia Ru and Wan Yaru. They're in charge of supplies and management here. If you need anything, just ask them. As long as it's reasonable, they'll help you." Then she turned to Xia Ru and quietly instructed, "This is Grandpa Yan. You'll help him register everyone and arrange accommodation. Families get a room together, or 3 to 5 friends can share. If they're strangers, they'll be grouped together. In other words, no one gets a room alone. The most is 1 group per room." Xia Ru replied, "Got it, Sister Sang. Everyone, please come with me." Wan Yaru pointed to a wooden house not far away and said, "Sister Sang, I built this little house. It's very convenient for daily use." The house was built in the center of the square, made of wood and decorated with vines, a small, cozy cabin. Xia Ru said, "I usually handle tasks and patrols here, and the small warehouse nearby lets me easily access daily necessities." As soon as Xia Ru left, someone started reporting in detail what they'd done during this period. In a quiet room, Xia Ru led the ordinary people to the left, while Wan Yaru and Sang Chu went to the right. Wan Yaru said, "Sister Sang, these are the fruits that have been recently accelerated to maturity. I've made a record of how many each person has produced and how many have been used for daily needs. It's all listed here." Looking at the notebook, Sang Chu felt that Xia Ru didn't have the awareness or ability to realize how valuable this was. What a pity. When Sang Chu flipped to the back, she was surprised to find something called milk fruit. "This milk fruit, did you accelerate its growth?" she asked. Wan Yara shook her head. "No, it grew on its own. It's strange. Granny Lin said that according to its normal growth cycle, it shouldn't have matured so quickly. Its companion plant wouldn't let me get close, and I didn't dare to use my powers on it in private. I didn't expect it to bear such a big fruit, about the size of a thumb, along with some smaller ones. I checked it just to be sure." Sang Chu immediately thought of the blood moon. The milk fruit was the offspring of a demon beast, and its effects were extraordinary. The power of the blood moon was probably the best supplement for it. "Let's not worry about that for now. Yaru, here, take this." She handed something to Wan Yaru, who looked at her in confusion. "Sister Sang, what is this?" "This is called a card. The things inside can be materialized. Find a place to take it out, but don't let anyone else know. If anyone asks, just say I cultivated it in private and now it's ready to be put to use." Although everyone probably already guessed the truth, at least there needed to be a surface-level explanation. As long as outsiders believed it, that was enough. Wan Yara blinked, not quite understanding what she meant. Sang Chu took the card, gave it a gentle flick, and Granny Xiang appeared out of thin air. A living, breathing person. Wan Yara stared in shock. "Sister Sang? This is Granny Xiang." "Granny Xiang, this is Wan Yaru, she's one of mine. Here, take these cards. Don't use them unless absolutely necessary." Granny Xiang's wrinkled face softened as she looked kindly at Sang Chu. "Understood. I'll go with her now." Sang Chu nodded. "Yaru, find a large, private place for Granny Xiang. Go on." "Okay." Wan Yaru tried to compose herself, but she still felt a bit awkward as she led Granny Xiang out. On the way, they ran into her younger brother, Wan Siyu, and Yuhua. "Big sis, who is this granny?" Wan Siyu asked. "Yarujia, who is this granny?" Yuhua echoed. Although Wan Yaru was still a bit shaken, she managed to stay calm on the surface. She quickly introduced, "This is Granny Xiang, sent by Sister Sang." Yuhua greeted politely, "Hello, Granny. I'm Yuhua." "Granny, I'm Wan Siyu. If you have time, let me show you around." Don't get bored. Hello, Granny Xiang replied with a smile. She was just about to say she didn't have time to look around when Ron Yarrow interjected. Granny doesn't have time right now. We have something to do. You two go play. All right, Granny, when you're free, let me show you my underground city. It's really fun. Wan Xiu was clearly an energetic, sociable kid. Granny Xiang chuckled, all right. Then, sis, Granny, you two go ahead. I'm off. Wan Xiu waved. Bye, Granny. Watching the youngsters run off, Granny Xiang's smile deepened. Wan Yaru also felt less nervous than before. Granny, let's go. The place is a bit far, so it'll take a while. No problem, Granny can keep up. Wan Yaru had thought this was just polite talk, but she soon realized Granny Xiang's stamina was even better than that of most ability users. After walking a long way, Wan Yaru was sweating, but Granny Xiang wasn't even out of breath. Sang Jingwen said, Sang, since things are settled, why don't you go rest for a bit? I'll go talk to Grandma about Xiaoxue. No need, let's go together. To keep Grandma from worrying, I'll just say Xiaoxue is off training. All right. Lu Minglu and Yiping didn't say anything, just quietly followed them out of the hall. At that moment, Xia Ru had just finished registering everyone and came out with them. It's all done. Do you want to check the list? No need. You handle it. If there are any issues, you can ask Elder Yen for help. He knows these people better. As for Minglu's father, sister, and brother-in-law, let Minglu arrange things for them. Lu Minglu glanced at his father in the crowd, then said to Sang Chu, I'll take my family to rest. If you need anything, just call me. All right, go ahead. Lu Minglu said, Dad, sis, brother-in-law, Zhao Ao, come with me. Pei Zhao, with her big dark eyes, stared at Lu Minglu. Uncle, where's brother Lindsay? Lu Minglu froze, caught off guard by her question and her intense gaze. Just as he was about to answer, Saiha was released. In a flash, she darted over, covered Pei Zhao's eyes, and a white light flashed. Pei Zhao fainted, and Lu Minglu snapped back to his senses. Lu Minglu, Chu, what happened to Zhao Ao? Lu Linlin, who had also been controlled earlier, only regained her senses after Pei Zhao fainted. Seeing the woman who had just covered her daughter's eyes, she was terrified to realize she'd been controlled again. Zhao Ao she. Lu Linlin instinctively hugged Pei Zhao tightly, her eyes full of fear and tears. I'm sorry. I'll teach Zhao properly from now on, I promise. Pei Wenyi also realized his daughter had caused trouble, but she was still his child. He said, I'll keep a close eye on her. Sorry. Elder Yen had just noticed Pei Zhao's special abilities, but with so many people around, he saw the look in Sang Chu's eyes and stepped forward. Everyone, don't worry. Zhao Ao is just a child. Let's trust the base leader to handle this. Xia Ru, you take everyone else out. There are a lot of people to settle. We'll leave Zhao Zhao's situation to the core team. Xia Ru said, all right, everyone, come with me. Once the others had left, only Lu Minglu's family, Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen remained in the hall. Sang Jingwen asked, Lin Jia, do you know how strong Zhao Zhao's mental powers are? I don't know. She's been able to control people since she was born. I had to work really hard to suppress it. Sang Chu hadn't planned to drive them away, so Lu Linlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they were kicked out of the base, she had no idea where they could go. Now fully alert, Lu Minglu turned to Saiha. Saiha, how long can you control Zhao Zhao's abilities? Saiha replied, it's hard to say. This child's powers are extremely strong. If not controlled properly, she could easily become a dark witch. Lu Minli didn't really understand what the evil witch she mentioned was, but it definitely didn't sound like a good thing. Sang Chu said, e.g., could you please take Auntie to rest for a bit? I want to first confirm Zhao Zhao's abilities. All right, I'll go right away. Xiaoying didn't have a flashlight, so Yaij could only run quickly to fetch her directly. Looking at the worried Lu family, Sang Chu smiled reassuringly, everyone, don't worry. Things can always be solved step by step. If there's no other way, just let Zhao Ao stay with you for a while. Once we figure out a solution, she'll be free to play as she likes. Lu Linlin said, you're not going to drive me away, are you? Sang Chu replied, why would I drive you away? Minli and I have been friends for years. If he and my sister get closer, I might have to call him brother-in-law. So as long as it's not a matter of principle, I won't drive anyone away. But the rules of the base come before everything. Without rules, nothing works. I'm sure you know, the base's rules are strict for a reason. If it's betrayal, that's a serious crime. When the time comes, not just you, even Minli would be implicated. So as long as everyone is united, we'll solve any problems together. I never force the people involved to solve their own issues. Although Sang Chu was smiling as she spoke, Lu Linlin instinctively felt a chill run down her spine at that smile. It was as if she was being warned to strictly follow the rules. Chief, don't worry. I would never betray the base, you can trust me. Lu Linlin called Sang Chu chief in a flustered panic. Lu Minli frowned slightly, his sister never used to be like this. How had she become so timid? He knew the apocalypse could change people, but his sister had changed too much. It didn't feel right at all. Chu, is my sister's reaction because she's scared of you? Suddenly receiving Lu Minli's message, Sang Chu paused, then comforted him. It's fine. Let's observe her for a while. As long as she's in the base, everything is under control. Okay. I just hope my sister doesn't end up afraid of you and can't develop her relationship with your sister. Sang Chu, don't worry, I'll do my best. Lu Minli nodded at Sang Chu, then finally turned to his silent parents. Liang Li wanted to say something, but at this moment, she really didn't know what to say. Lu Minli said, Dad, it's been a tiring journey. Why don't you go rest for a bit? Sis, you and brother-in-law stay here with Zhao Ao and wait for Auntie. I'll go check on things and come back after I'm done. Lu said, Minli, maybe I should wait here with your sister. Lu Minli walked over and gently pulled him aside. Dad, there's nothing you can help with here. Why not go rest first? Sang Chu is here, it'll be fine. Trust me. Pei Wenli added, yes, Dad, go rest with Minli. I'll stay here with Linlin and Zhao Ao. All right then. Liang Li wanted to say something, but Lu Minli was already pulling her away. Mom, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Not long after Lu Minli left, Jade returned with Auntie. As soon as Annie saw Pei Zhao, she instinctively stopped in her tracks, a hint of fear in her eyes. Jade. On the way, Xiaoying had already told Jade about the child. She had thought it was just a kid with unstable powers. She hadn't expected that, upon meeting, the child would scare her so much she didn't dare approach. Xiaoying didn't dare get close, so she could only stand at a distance from Pei Zhao and say, Sang, this child doesn't seem like a normal ability user. So it really is like that. Sang Chu felt her suspicions were confirmed, but since the child's parents were present, she couldn't say much. She just asked, Auntie, can you sense what her ability is? Xiaoying understood that Sang Chu got her meaning. While she was waiting, she had just now closed her eyes to sense. In the darkness, Pei Zhao's body seemed to open a pair of blood-red eyes, staring at her. Xiaoying broke out in a cold sweat and unconsciously stepped back. Jade rushed to support Xiaoying, seeing her pale face, and asked worriedly, Auntie, what's wrong? Xiaoying's strange behavior made Pei Wenli and his wife nervous. Xiaoying said, Sang, this child is stronger than me. This actually shocked Sang Chu. Xiaoying was already a level 5 ability user, yet she said this child was stronger than her. Sang Chu asked, can you control her powers? I can't. Lu Linlin said anxiously, I can control her. I'll teach her slowly. Zhao Ao is really obedient. She was so nervous she was almost in tears. Pei Wenli held her shoulder and pleaded with Sang Chu, Chief, Zhao Ao is still young. As long as we guide her properly, she can learn to control her powers. Please, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. Yes, I'll do anything. Lu Linlin nodded repeatedly, looking at Sang Chu with hope. Sang Chu said, Sang, please take Zhao back to rest for now. There's no rush. Once I figure out a solution, I'll come find you. Is that okay? Sang Chu, it's fine. Lin Jia, go rest for now. E.g., could you please go find Minli? All right. Jade didn't mind running errands at all. He knew things were tense, but also understood that Sang Chu wanted to discuss something privately, and these were things Lu Linlin and her husband couldn't know. Watching them leave, Xiaoying walked up to Sang Chu and said quietly, Sang, I'm afraid this little girl is a demon. Sang Chu already knew about the existence of demons and corrupted energy in this world, so she naturally entered magic world mode. Not quite. She doesn't have the aura of corrupted energy. Corrupted energy? Xiaoying looked at the woman she'd just met, curious. What's corrupted energy? Sang Chu explained, it's just what they call it over there. Never mind that, tell me your thoughts. Master, do you also think she has corrupted energy? I'm just asking for your opinion. If it's what I think, I believe only Lu Minli and In Xiaoqing can handle her. In Xiaoqing is level 6. If this little girl really has hidden corrupted energy, even he might not be able to suppress her. But Minli's ability to control souls might allow him to restrain her. Sang Chu said, he's not available right now, so let's put Pei Zhao's matter aside for now. She's still under control, so let's deal with things one at a time. Auntie, I know you're worried, but don't be afraid. I'm here. She won't cause any trouble. I trust you, but I was just startled by those red eyes of hers. Sang Chu, red eyes. Yes, the eyes I saw when I was sensing her. They looked terrifying, which is why I thought she might be a demon. All right, I understand. Thank you for making the trip, Auntie. It's no trouble at all. But you're the one always running around outside. Go get some rest. Later, your Uncle Gao, Aunt Gao, and I will make you a big meal. Thank you, Auntie. All right, off you go and rest. You must be exhausted. I'll go find your uncle and Aunt Gao first. Sang Chu nodded, and Xiaoying left the room. Sang Jingwen said, Sang, are you really going to leave Pei Zhao's situation alone? Sai-He was also puzzled and looked at Sang Chu, waiting for her answer. Sang Chu replied, A Xiaoqing and Elle are already looking into it. If Pei Zhao is really exhausted, then that method should work. If not, once A Xiaoqing finishes his research, he'll be able to handle her. That's why I said there's no rush with her situation. Brother, you should go rest first. I'll check the construction robots later. If possible, I'll have them start building the wall right away. That's fine. The light under the blood moon is dim, so building the wall quietly in the dark isn't a bad idea. In that case, AE and I will go take care of the mutated plants. No rush. I discovered something in Qinglu City about the mutated plants. Unless you find the core of the plant, you can't truly destroy it. Otherwise, it'll just find a way to revive. When Shuiyu goes out to investigate, have her check the locations of the plant cores. If they're in places we can reach directly, or if magic can penetrate, then just have the magic eat them up. Hopefully, Haishur doesn't have any particularly dangerous mutated plants, or it'll be a real headache. Hearing this, Sang Jingwen fell silent for a moment. Little sister, if that's the case, I'll need to guard against the mutated plants sneaking underground. Exactly. So when building the wall, don't just seal the top, make sure the underground is sealed too, to prevent the plants from exploiting any gaps. I'm a bit worried the construction robots can't handle building such a large city wall all at once, so I plan to first observe the mutated plants' activity. If they're not too fierce, we'll build the wall first, at least encircle the city. Then I'll figure out a way to make another trip to the mutant world. Sang Jingwen said, I can go with you, can I? He didn't want his sister taking risks where he couldn't see her. At least if he was with her, he could keep an eye on her. Sang Chu replied, that might be difficult. The directional tickets are rare, especially since I've already been there once. The cost for a return trip is probably sky high in the magic world. Don't worry, I'll be fine on my own. Just be careful and come back safe. I'll go check on the robots first. All right. Sang Chu and Shuiyu walked outside. As they passed the peach grove, Shuiyu paused. Chu, what is this? It feels like it has a powerful aura. Previously, when the group from Qinglu City entered the base, they took a different route, so Shuiyu hadn't noticed the peach grove. Now that she encountered it, she was deeply drawn to it. This is the Peach Demon Grove. The fruits it bears are called demon peaches, which are a favorite of magical beasts. I'll give you one when they're ripe. But right now, don't touch any of them. The ones you see aren't real fruit, just decoys to lure people in and eat them. Shuiyu was a bit shocked and stared at the peach grove. It can produce fake fruit to lure people? Yeah, If you want to get through this grove, you'll have to find the mutated tree at the center. If you can resolve it, do so. If not, we'll think of another way. All right, I'll go then. Wait. Sang Chu quickly stopped Shuiyu and drew a talisman in her palm. This peach grove is very confusing. Without a rune, you'll get lost. Now you're good to go. Shuiyu nodded, feeling that, despite being a big demon lord herself, she was always being sent around by Sang Chu. Oddly enough, she kind of liked this feeling. It felt like she and Sang Chu were true partners, rather than just her subordinate. Because no matter what they did, they always went together, just with different roles. While Shuiyu went to investigate the mutated tree, Sang Chu released the twin foxes. The white nine-tailed foxes were about as tall as Sang Chu herself. Here, eat this. Afterward, you'll be able to permanently take human form. The two foxes looked at Sang Chu, then each took a pill from her hand. In an instant, they transformed into human form. Two fair, beautiful youths now stood naked before Sang Chu. Put these on. After dressing, the fox twins looked at Sang Chu curiously. Master, is there anything you need us to do? Their clear, youthful voices were pleasant to the ear, like a spring breeze. Sang Chu said, "Scout this mountain as quickly as possible, then tell me if you find any trees that seem strange, or if there are any sheer cliffs." "Yes, master." The fox twins sped off like a breeze, while Sang Chu drank some water and flew up into the air. A moment later, she, Shuiyu, and the fox twins were sharing information telepathically. Shuiyu said, "Ah Chu, the mutated tree underground can be dealt with directly, but it's not easy. Plus, there are a lot of stray souls here. Every soul wants to be in control, so cleaning them up will be tough. Should I just destroy them all?" When Sang Chu heard this, she immediately thought of the giant tree in Qinglu City. The mutated tree there had absorbed a lot of souls, and in the end, only one remained, the strongest one. It was like a battle royale. The souls fought each other, and the last one standing became king. Go ahead and clean it up. That mutated tree has a lot of crystal cores, energy-rich stones. Collect them all. Okay. After Shuiyu responded, one of the fox twins sent a message. "Master, I see your friend." "Who?" It was hard to see clearly in the darkness. The fox quietly approached, and when Sang Chu saw who it was, she was stunned. "Mu Shui? Isn't she in the magic world? How did she get here?" Sang Chu quickly messaged to you. "Tuzi, where's Xiao Shui? She's in the demon-slaying world." "What's wrong? Are you with her? Check if she's there." To you. Bai Yuchi came to find me, so I just stepped out for a bit. I'll go check now. Tiu hurried back to where she and Mu Shui lived. She checked, and the magic array was still there, but Mu Shui was gone. Ah Chu, the array is intact, but she's missing. Someone must have let her out. If you see her, be careful. I'm coming to find you now. Sang Chu held the card in her hand and closed her eyes. Dazzling magic flared up instantly, enveloping her. Looking at the familiar place, Mu Shui was squatting on the ground, digging through the dirt with her hands. Just as she was about to leave, Sang Jingwen quickly grabbed her. "Little sister." "Brother." Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen in confusion. "Why are you here?" "I was originally planning to go look for her, but I couldn't find her, so I thought I'd try my luck here." To you, who had been watching, let out a sigh of relief when he saw the siblings reunited. "It's good that you're all right. Luckily, nothing happened. How did Lin Muxue just happen to run out at that exact moment? Let's not worry about that for now. Brother." Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen. After a moment's thought, she quickly conjured 3 small shovels and walked over to Mu Shui. "How long do you plan to dig with your bare hands?" Mu Shui paused, then looked up. Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen both squatted down and handed her the small shovels. Sang Jingwen said, "I buried it with you back then. If you want to dig it up, let's do it together. Right? Brother." Sang, Mu Shui's voice was choked, barely more than a whisper. As Sang Chu dug, she said, "It's been so many years. There's been acid rain, mutated plants. I'm afraid there's nothing left of that thing, not even a trace." Mu Shui kept digging. "Even if there's nothing left, he doesn't deserve to rest in the earth." Sang Jingwen nodded. "That's true. I always felt it was a shame to pollute the ground with that thing. Yeah. The three of them dug for a long time, but there was nothing under the soil. Sang Jingwen wiped the sweat from his brow. We were just kids back then. Could we really have dug that deep? Sang Chu said, who knows? At the time, we just wanted to bury it deep enough so no one would find it. It's fine. There's nothing left. Mu Shui placed her hand on the soil. She could sense that something had once been buried here, but now it was completely gone. Suddenly, an image appeared in her mind. A seed, a strange red seed. The seed fell into the earth, and as soon as it entered, it instantly took root and sprouted. Then, whatever had been buried there disappeared. Mu Shui was stunned for a long time. Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen exchanged glances, then asked, Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Looking at Sang Chu's worried face, Mu Shui's eyes filled with tears. She put down the shovel and, not caring about her dirty hands, hugged Sang Chu tightly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Sang Chu hugged her back, gently patting her on the back. It's okay. I forgive you. I almost strangled you. I know. I'm sorry. It's okay. Sang Jingwen watched Mu Shui sobbing and Sang Chu apologizing over and over. He hugged her too. If anyone should apologize, it should be her brother. If I'd come back to the base a little earlier, none of this would have happened. Xiao Shui, Sang, I'm sorry I didn't protect you from such terrible things. Mu Shui buried her face in Sang Chu's arms and mumbled, actually, it's nothing. It's just that I always thought he wasn't dead. So every time I dreamed and saw him appear, I'd mistake Sang, who slept beside me, for those people. That's why I wanted to strangle Sang. When I was in the cultivation chamber, I saw it. I almost killed Sang. Silly, I'm fine. See? You're hugging me. I'm real, I'm alive. Yeah, but I still can't quite tell what's real and what's not. Those scenes keep replaying in my mind. One moment I strangle you, the next it's the apocalypse and I'm in a base, then you're gutted by an Shaoqing, then you become someone else. I feel like I'm losing it. Her voice was small, but Sang Chu heard every word and felt a pang in her heart. She hadn't realized that Mu Shui's psychic abilities were so unusual. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Xiao Shui, can you tell me how you managed to escape from the illusion? Mu Shui was still a bit out of it, but at least she was calmer than before, which meant the method worked. But why had she suddenly managed to break free? Mu Shui said, I don't know what happened. I just felt like I was lying in a very dark place, and then a hand pulled me out. It was a man's voice. He said if I wanted revenge, I should follow him. Revenge? Mu Shui nodded. Yes, that's what he said. But my enemy is already dead. I already hacked him to pieces. She whispered the last few words, but Sang Chu didn't mind. She'd already seen it all when they buried him. Sang Jingwen asked, Xiao Shui, what did you see after that? A seed. A red seed fell onto the remains, and then all the corpses disappeared. Sang Jingwen said, did it turn into a mutant plant? Sang Chu said, that's impossible. But why did Xiao Shui have to dig up the corpse? Mu Shui shook her head. She didn't know either, she'd just run here in a daze. They thought for a long time but couldn't find any answers. Sang Chu gently patted Mu Shui's back. I'll head back to the base first. Mu Shui said, no, Sang, let me out somewhere safe. If I go back, I might alert the enemy. I'll stay with you outside. We have to find out who's behind this. She didn't want there to be any danger at Sang Chu's base. He looked at Mu Shui in surprise. It was the first time he'd seen someone remain so clear-headed while still under the influence of a heart demon. Are you okay? Mu Shui, still sobbing in Sang Chu's arms, shot him a glare. What could possibly be wrong with me? You said, no, your heart demon hasn't disappeared. How are you able to stay conscious? Mu Shui replied, my heart demon almost took over, but I managed to hold on. Before, I couldn't tell illusion from reality. Even when I saw Sang, I thought I was still dreaming, so I broke down. But now, Sang is warm. The Sang in my dreams was cold. That's amazing. You didn't understand, his big eyes full of confusion. Mu Shui said, anyway, thank you for your exorcism. Even though it didn't completely get rid of it, at least now I can tell reality from illusion. Sang, the voice I heard was really familiar. It must be someone I know. Even though she was still a little muddled, She was sure it was someone she knew. Tiu said, if that's the case, this is a big deal. Sang Jingwen's eyes narrowed. This is bad. Qinglu City's underground is huge. First, I don't know where Xiaoshui was, and second, I'm not familiar with the underground city, so I can't pinpoint the location. Sang Chu said, we can rule out Ria Ru and Xia Ru. They've been under my watch the whole time. Tiu said, why not rule out Yi Ping and Lu Minlong? They were with you too, weren't they? Both Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen fell silent. Mu Shui looked at them in confusion. Are you talking about Yan Xiao or Lu Minol? What exactly happened? Sang Jingwen replied, Minol's parents have already moved out of the house, and A is left as well. Mu Shui didn't really understand the situation, but seeing their expressions, she fell silent too. Although she didn't believe that E.G. and Lu Minol would do such things, she trusted Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu. Xiaoxue, although you've managed to control your inner demon for now, you still need to rest. Let me take you back to the magic lab. You should let Shenghua guard you and get some proper rest for a while, Sang Chu said gently. Mu Shui looked at Sang Chu and nodded slightly. Sang, I just noticed something. The mutated plants have some kind of psychic power. I feel like I'm missing something important. Don't worry about that for now, Sang Chu reassured her. Let's take things one step at a time. Focus on overcoming your inner demon, but don't force yourself too much. If you bend too far, you'll break. Just let things happen naturally. Get some sleep. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I'm here, Big Brother's here, Grandma's here. You're alive, and that's what's important. Okay, I understand. I won't forget again. Mu Shui looked at Sang Chu and nodded earnestly. Suddenly, she remembered something. Sang, you know, when I was at the Magic Academy, I saw you in the surveillance footage. What about it? Sang Jingwen asked, you saw her there. Mu Shui nodded, still puzzled. I just felt really strange at the time, like someone was constantly using psychological suggestion on me. There were voices in my head telling me that Sang was the traitor, so I felt so conflicted. I didn't want to believe it was Sang, but the voices kept insisting. If Sang was the traitor, then she had to die. That thought kept tormenting me. Even when I thought, even if Sang did it, so what? I don't care, I still couldn't relax. I was so scared. These were her true feelings at the time. She really felt that if Sang Chu was the traitor, what would she do? Should she kill Sang Chu at the academy? She didn't want to be that kind of person. Sang Jingwen called softly, Xiaoxue. Really, it was such a strange feeling. Now that I think back on it, I'm still scared. If Sang hadn't told me she was under a spell, and if I hadn't been worried about her safety, I might really have been brainwashed by those voices and done something terrible. I don't even know why I felt that way, but I think it's related to my inner demon. Sang Jingwen realized that Mu Shui's occasional odd behavior made more sense now, and even Yi Ping had noticed it. Tiu was even more sensitive to these things. Sang Chu asked, Tizzy, you said Bai Yuqi called you away, right? Yeah, Tiu replied, not understanding why the topic had suddenly shifted, but she nodded anyway. Sang Jingwen said, Little sister, do you remember anything about the rock sand? The only ones who could do something like that are either Bai Yuqi or my own familiar. But the only thing that could subtly influence Xiaoxue's mind is the mutated plant's psychic ability. It must be that big tree in Qinglu City. Mu Shui said, that big tree can affect people's thoughts, but I never made direct contact with it. But Bai Yuqi did, Sang Chu said. I've always suspected that he's been in contact with the tree. Even though he's been helpful in other ways, there's no guarantee he hasn't been working with the tree. As long as he's alive, he could always find a way to get what he wants. If I die and you don't return, everything in the base will be his. Sang Jingwen said, that's ruthless. If that's the case, isn't the base in great danger? Sang Chu smiled coldly. It doesn't matter. If he wants to play this game, then he can't blame me for what happens next. Mu Shui felt much more at ease seeing Sang Chu's calm smile. At least now she was sure who the traitor was. Sang, I'll head back to the lab first. That old thing is probably fused with the mutated plant now. If you find him, wake me up. I want to finish him off myself. All right. Release Shenghua and have her guard you, just in case anything else happens. Thinking about this, Mu Shui felt a bit frustrated. I should have bought more cards. You know, I was so worried about you. I saw you fighting in the magic arena, but there was always a voice telling me not to trust you. I was going crazy. Sang Jingwen, seeing her regretful expression, took out some cards. Do you want these? Forget it, you keep them. You might need them. Sang, next time, when I'm better, I'll go get more myself. I'm exhausted. Alright. Once you've overcome your inner demon, I'll have Qing check your body thoroughly. I suspect you, me, and Yiping all have traces of the mutated plant's influence. Sang Jingwen said, check me too, just in case. Yeah, let's arrange it. We can't be too careful with these mutated plants. Mu Shui said, I'm going now. Be careful. Although Sang Chu could still use the magic lab, there wasn't enough energy to move it, so she left Liao Tian, Fei, and Ming Weian to guard Mu Shui. With Shenghua and so many people protecting her, at least no one could sneak into the lab unnoticed. Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu, whose face was grim. Sang, what should we do now? Brother, I'm going to need a lot of magic card slaves and high-level magic energy. I'll leave the underground river to you. You've already taken over that territory, so build up the defenses tonight. Don't let your guard down for a second. This time, Sang Chu didn't hide her intentions from Sang Jingwen. These mutated plants were too dangerous. No one knew how many people they'd already controlled, or how many were unknowingly being manipulated while feeling smug about it. All she could do now was build up her own safe haven as much as possible. As long as she had her own stronghold, the mutated plants wouldn't be able to touch her. Sang Jingwen patted her on the head. All right, I understand. Go do what you need to do. Okay, I'm going to find Qin Xian. Brother, let's split up. All right. After Sang Jingwen left for the underground river, Sang Chu stared coldly at the area where the mutated tree was. Tizzy, here are some cards. Go turn Bai Yuqi into my card slave. Tiu is stunned. He really is the traitor. Whether he is or not, just take him down for me. I don't want to waste any more energy on him. He and the mutated tree have been running around together this whole time. He's the most likely suspect. If you can't do it, I'll go myself. I'll go. If you go, he might get suspicious. I'm off. Tiu took the card and went to find Bai Yuqi, the great white Jiao, while Sang Chu went to look for Qin Xiao on her own. Looking out at the vast whiteness, with no buildings in sight, Sang Chu called out, Senior Qin, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Would you have a moment? The door opened. Qin Xiao, still drowsy and rubbing his eyes, looked at Sang Chu. What do you want from me? Sang Chu stepped inside, and only after closing the door did she speak. I'd like to ask you for a drop of your blood. I'm not sure how to put this, but... Qin Xiao glanced at her, then sneered. Qin Simeon told you to come, didn't he? Why do you want my blood? Don't tell me you want to become a demon too. I met a girl in this world, a very kind girl. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Her husband is a guardian. Qin Simeon said that if I could get a drop of your blood and give him that black blade, he'd know what to do. Qin Xiao looked at Sang Chu with a strange expression. You're so kind-hearted, yet you're not asking for anything in return? Sang Chu replied, of course, I have my own reasons too. Recently, I discovered something. The mutated plants in the apocalypse aren't as harmless as they seem. They have all sorts of strange toxins that can secretly affect people. A friend of mine was bewitched, and I almost fell victim too. So, I need your blood to break through the plants and demons' influence, and to protect my friends. But I can't ask you for nothing in return. I know your blood is precious, but I really need it. Whatever price you ask, I'll do my best to meet it. Qin Xiao stared at her, his eyes fixed as if trying to judge whether she was telling the truth. After a long pause, he finally said, Getting my blood is dangerous. Hand over that great white Jiao card of yours. All right, I can give it to you. You can have as much blood as you want. Qin Xiao was silent for a while before asking, How did you get it? Sang Chu explained, The reason I knew my friend was bewitched by the mutated plants was because she had a mishap during her cultivation. When I put her in the demon-suppressing cauldron, someone let her out. And the one who released her was Bai Yuqi. Do you have proof? Sang Chu shook her head. No, but he and the mutated plants tried to kill me. I'm certain of that. In the base, only he could get so deep underground to obtain the plant toxins and secretly poison Mu Shui. In the base, Mu Shui is the easiest target because she's always with Grandma, and Bai Yuqi likes to stick close to her too. At this point, Sang Chu's expression changed. If Mu Shui was poisoned, what about Grandma? She needed to investigate as soon as possible, but she didn't know if Xiaoqing's core had been affected. After hearing Sang Chu out, Qin Xiao's fingertip glowed with a faint purple light, which entered Sang Chu's body and then quickly withdrew. You used the earth clone technique? Sang Chu was startled. She hadn't expected him to notice. Yes, I was poisoned too. I almost got wiped out, but thanks to my clone, I managed to escape. You know there are drawbacks to the earth clone technique, right? I know, but I had no choice. I've been maintaining the clone ever since. So, Senior, until my other clone returns, I can't use any powers. Otherwise, I'll die. After using the earth clone technique, the body enters a period of weakness. If you use too much power during this time, the connection between the clone and the main body will break, resulting in the death of both. Qin Xiao said, "All right, give me the card, and I'll give you the blood." Thank you, Senior. I'll go get it right away. Once Sang Chu confirmed that Qin Xiao would help, she had Tu fetch Bai Yuqi. The next moment, Tu appeared at her side, holding Bai Yuqi's card. I've already subdued him. He was just about to run. Sang Chu took the card, unable to hide a faint smile. Looks like she guessed right. Too bad she couldn't force him to confess everything. Senior, this is the Great White Jiao's card. He's yours now. Qin Xiao took the card, and Bai Yuqi's figure tumbled out, glaring angrily at Sang Chu. You heartless woman. First you took my spirit Jade, and now you want to enslave me. If I'd known, I'd have eaten you. Sang Chu replied, You really don't want to eat me? But you and those mutated plants tried to kill me and my friends in secret. If we'd all died, everything in the base would be yours. No matter how good your spirit Jade is, compared to the base, with its spring water, spirit plants, and endless people to cultivate, that's your real treasure trove. After being exposed, Bai Yuqi felt a bit guilty, but after thinking it over, he realized it was all just him fighting for his own interests. So why shouldn't he? Like you said, the strong take what they want. If you lose your things to me, it just means you're not strong enough. But now you're doing something so despicable, turning me into some kind of slave. I'm telling you, Bai Yuqi, would rather die than submit. Qin Xiao didn't care about his ranting at all. In his world, good things always went to the strong. The weak not only lost their treasures, but their lives as well. The fact that Bai Yuqi was still alive and able to shout was already a stroke of luck. If you'd rather die than submit, then go ahead and die. All he wanted was the blood. Whether this great white Jiao lived or died meant nothing to him. But unexpectedly at those words, Bai Yuqi's eyes widened. He hurriedly knelt down. Senior, you and I are both from the demon clan. She's the real thief here. She took all my spirit Jade. I only wanted to get back what was mine. Senior, as long as you help me take over her base, everything there, Bai Yuqi had only wanted to offer a small share, but seeing that Qin Xiao was completely unmoved, he gritted his teeth and said, Senior, as long as we take the base, everything in it is yours. Qin Xiao sneered. Even if you take it, she can still restrict your use of everything inside. Only an idiot would think otherwise. In the cultivation world or the demon world, someone as naive as you would have died long ago. He spoke carelessly, then raised his hand. With a squeeze, a giant hand formed and instantly grabbed Bai Yuqi. The transformation pill lost its effect, and Bai Yuqi reverted to his true form, the great white Jiao, writhing in pain on the ground, unable to resist. Blood kept pouring out as Qin Sili's black robe absorbed a faint, shimmering light, as if a glossy sheen had been applied to the fabric, leaving a subtle mark. The light gradually faded, making the robe look even more understated and luxurious. The remains of the giant white flood dragon had completely vanished, not even a trace left behind. Sang Chu couldn't help but swallow nervously. This kind of technique was terrifying. Was this what a true master was capable of? It was as if everything had been erased without a trace. Qin Sili produced a drop of blood. Sang Chu quickly took out a glass bottle and carefully collected it, saying, I'll keep this safe for now. Where are you planning to go next? Are you heading back to the sea? Qin Silly asked. Sang Chu nodded. Yes, after I returned to the city, I built up the sea and mountains, and after everything was settled, I released everyone into the sea. When the water gradually recedes, the city by the sea will be the first to emerge. Qin Silly said, you should find someone skilled in magic. Also, I'll leave you some little magical creatures. After your people finish clearing the sea area, I want to build a palace at the bottom of the sea and live there from now on. If you need me, you'll know where to find me. Sang Chu blinked, suddenly remembering that he really did enjoy sleeping in the water. She recalled how he'd turned into a snake before. Could he be a water serpent? All right, I'll get started right away. Sang Chu took the teleportation stone and activated it, bringing herself and Nai back to the base. The first person she saw was Rose, who had been keeping watch. When Rose saw Sang Chu, she smiled brightly and said, Sang, you're home. Yes, Rose. By the way, do you know where Nai is? I have something I need to discuss with him. Rose glanced at her bag and called sweetly, Nai, Sang is looking for you. Nai came over. He didn't expect Sang Chu to have found a way to cure Rose in such a short time, so he wasn't holding out much hope. Still, he was a bit dissatisfied with Sang Chu's casual approach. But in front of Rose, he didn't show it. He just put on a polite smile and said, Hello, Miss Sang. What can I do for you? Nai, I need a large number of magic card slaves and magic materials. There are also some magical creatures I need to exchange for later. I hope you can prepare them for me as soon as possible. Nai was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth wide. Rose, standing beside him, asked Sang, did something happen over there? Yes, things got a bit complicated, so I used the teleportation stone for the first time. Sorry about that, Rose. It's fine. By the way, about the things you need, Nai. Rose glanced at Nai, who was deep in thought and didn't say anything. Although she really liked Sang Chu as a friend, Nai was more important to her since he had been with her longer. If Nai didn't want to help, she wouldn't force him. Sang Chu didn't mention in front of Rose that she might have a way to help her. If it worked, that would be wonderful, but what if it didn't? If it failed, she didn't want to give Rose false hope and then let her down again. She didn't want to do that. So, she just waited for Nai to give his answer. When Nai looked at Rose, his fake smile faded, replaced by a doting gaze. You want me to go? Rose glanced shyly at Sang Chu, then said to Nai, but you're more important. Helplessly, Nai reached out and pinched her delicate nose. I understand. I'll go prepare things first. You stay here and chat with her. Tell her I'll be back soon. With that, Nai left. Rose winked mischievously at Sang Chu and said, Sang, Nai said he'll come find you later. This silly couple was so sweet it made Sang Chu laugh. Okay, thank you, Rose. Once things settle down here, I'll bring my friends to visit you. Whatever you like, I'll bring it for you. Rose thought for a moment, then looked at Sang Chu seriously and said, I like friends. Lots and lots of friends. All right, then I'll bring lots of friends to play with you. MHM. After that, Sang Chu walked around the base with Rose. She checked on the flower beds. Since Rose couldn't plant them herself, Sang Chu used her powers to make them bloom instantly. Rose was stunned by the sight of so many flowers. So many flowers. They're even prettier than roses. She had always thought roses were the most beautiful flowers, but now, seeing these, she realized there were even more beautiful ones. Sang Chu said, I told Nai before that your body wasn't in good shape. When he's done with his work, I'll have him show you around. If there's anything you like, I'll have him get it for you. Really? Of course. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Nai was back already? Sang Chu was surprised, then turned to Rose and said, Rose, I have something to take care of. I'll have someone else show you around the base. MHM. Sang Chu called over Arya Ru and RCU. With RCU's outgoing personality, things wouldn't be awkward, and Arya Ru could keep things under control. They could show Rose around, which would be a nice change for her after being cooped up in the castle for so long. Arya Ru took the teleportation stone from Sang Chu and looked at the beautiful girl in front of her, feeling a bit shy. Arceyu, on the other hand, exclaimed, "Wow, Sister Sang, this is amazing." Rose wasn't shy at all. Although she was a little nervous, her desire to make friends made her relax. "Hello, everyone. My name is Rose." Sang Chu called over Shirue and said, "Shirue, keep an eye on things. If anything happens, let me know." Shirue nodded and stood quietly to the side. Sure enough, Arceyu's cheerful laughter and Aryaru's gentle smile soon put Rose at ease. Nai, meanwhile, had guessed what was going on. He didn't try to interrupt Rose's fun, just waited quietly for Sang Chu to finish. Back to Silly. Nai, dressed in a black raincoat, said, "You're sure this drop of blood will work?" Sang Chu handed over the demon blood she'd obtained to him. Silly said, "This is what we need." As soon as he saw the demon blood, Nai understood Silly's plan. He wanted Rose to transform into a demon body and cultivate the demon path. "This blood is yours? Are you a great demon?" Silly smiled faintly. "What's a great demon?" Silly is whatever he wants to be. This drop of blood is enough to make someone a 5th-rank demon. But crossing the boundary is difficult. Only this demon blood can help her follow you all the way. "What, you don't want it? Can it bring Rose with me through space?" Si replied coldly, "Of course not. Why would I specifically tell you I'm going back to get something? That's obviously for her. If it were mine, without my permission, neither you nor Sang Chu could use it, let alone you, an outsider." Fuji showed no sign of embarrassment. After all, his strength was here, and he and Si had never gotten along. Xi and Bing took out all the rings and handed them to Sang Chu. "These are for Rose. Take a look. If you're not satisfied, I can make another trip and get you more." Sang Chu checked the items with him. Looking at the rings, they were all filled with magical sprites. She handed them to Si. "Here, take a look at these." The magical creatures in the 4 or 5 rings were enough to build a large magical army. Moreover, judging by their aura, they were all 4th-rank magical beasts, much stronger than the ones Sang Jingwen had bought. Si glanced at them, then waved his hand and said, "No need to give them to me. Just tell me where you put them, and I'll move them later. For now, go out. I want to sleep." Fu and the others didn't argue. After leaving his house, the house instantly disappeared. "Thank you. You're welcome. I'm also a member of the White Rabbit. We all get what we need. By the way, I've told Rose. Take a look around the base and see if there's anything she can use. Let's go." Sang Chu led the way, and Fu followed her. As they entered the courtyard, they saw Rose laughing happily with the butler. Fu stopped in his tracks. It had been a long time since he'd seen Rose smile so freely. Rose had been raised as a sheltered young lady in a deep mansion, longing for life outside. But due to her frail health, she was confined to the old castle. Her first friend was the butler. Later, her parents left for the imperial capital to find a doctor who could cure her and never returned. Back then, Fu already knew Rose's parents were gone. Magic wasn't as safe as it is now. There were bandits and magical beasts everywhere, no warm inns, and at night, the wilds were full of danger. Rose's parents were ordinary people. They hired a witch to escort them, but never made it back. The old butler knew what Fu was thinking, and tried several times to persuade him to take care of Rose's daily life. At first, he didn't dare accept the job. Rose was the first person who didn't look down on him because of his background. Even when he was driven out by his uncle and aunt, and was cold and hungry, she let him rest in the castle and gave him warm food. He'd always thought Rose was a very serious child, and never expected to see her laugh so heartily. "When Rose becomes a demon spirit, I can stay by her side." Sang Chu looked at the tall man and smiled, "Of course. Rose is my friend. You're welcome to come. By then, the sea market will be built. I hope City Lord Sang's sea market prospers." "Sang Chu, thank you for your kind words. Let's go in." She led the way inside, and what she saw was you and Arcey wrapped in vines, singing and dancing with wild abandon. Arcey was singing loudly with his tone-deaf voice. Shirue and Aryaru stood aside, covering their ears in pain, while only Yu was clapping along. Rose saw Sang Chu and Fu coming and called out with a big smile, "Sang, Fu." Ahem, ahem. Arcee was caught off guard by a mouthful of pollen and started coughing violently. You hurried over to pat his back. Are you okay? How could you be so careless? If you damage your singer's voice, what will we do? Sang Chu blinked in disbelief. Singer. King. Arya said nothing, while Shirue, remembering the performance just now, shivered. Arcee calls himself the king of song, says he sings really well. You believed him, and after listening, believed it even more. Sang Chu's eyes widened. Arya shrugged. Kids just playing around. One dares to say it, the other dares to believe it. Sang Chu, all right, as long as they're happy. Arcee immediately ran over to Sang Chu. Sister Sang, you think I sing well too, right? I think I sing great. But my sister insists I'm tone deaf. But Xiaohe and Sister Rose both think I sing well. Let me sing another song for you. As he was about to start, Arya quickly covered his mouth. Little ancestor, please stop your magic. If you keep singing, your sister's ears will be gone. Arcee struggled, trying to prove he could sing, making Rose laugh even harder. Sang Chu looked at the siblings' antics and smiled. It's fine, kids are just playing. It's okay, as long as Rose is happy. Rose, Sang, Fu, are you done with your business? Sang Chu, yes, I came with Fu to find something you can use. He'll give it to you later. Rose looked at Sang Chu with delight. Really? Of course. Take a look. Whatever you like, I'll pack it up for you. At this, Sang Chu suddenly remembered something and looked at Arya. Yaru, are there any milk fruits and demon peaches in the kitchen? Arya, still covering Arcee's mouth, hurried over and replied, yes, we have both. If you need them, I'll go get them now. And then bring all the milk fruits you have. As for the demon peaches, just bring a few. After all, they're a specialty here, so leave some for the others. Okay, I'll go now. Arya dragged Arcee and you out of the courtyard and soon came back with the items. Rose pointed to some little yellow flowers not far away and asked Sang Chu and Fu, Sang, what kind of flowers are those? They look so pretty. Fu, can I pick some too? Following her finger, they saw a patch of small yellow daisies growing among the grass. Sang Chu herself didn't know what they were, so she walked over to take a look and found they were all growing on the edge of the field. These don't look like anything I planted. Fu said, these are swallowing spirit grass. Usually, they grow next to demon plants. Their roots absorb the demon plant's essence. The flowers are harmless. You can pick all the flowers and give them to Rose. These flowers are okay? And then, swallowing spirit grass only absorbs essence through the roots. If you have time, you can dig them up. The roots are small, but the essence inside is very pure. All right, then let's dig them all up together. After sending off Sang Chu looked at Shirue and handed her a ring, saying, Shirue, I'll leave these demon cores to you. Fox is waiting for you at the sea. You need to clear out 100 sea monsters first, then give the rest of the demon cores to Fox. He knows what to do. Shirue replied, okay, I'll go right now. Her wings appeared and, in an instant, she vanished from Chu's sight. Standing alone, Chu gazed at the lush plants on the ground, sighed softly, and then sent a message to her brother and the others. Brother, I've already sent Shirue to clear out the monsters in the west. Are you all moving out at the same time? Minlu, Yaij, don't forget to bring your equipment. Yaij replied enthusiastically. Received. I'm heading out right away. Minlu. Okay. Sang Jingwen. All right, I'm starting my patrol now. Standing to the side, Wan Yaro looked at Chu and asked, Sister Chu, is there anything I can do? Go and call Song and the other 5 over. Chu sat down, rubbing her temples, feeling a headache coming on. To you, the little rabbit crouched on her shoulder and asked, are you worried there are others being controlled? Yeah, being controlled without realizing it is the scariest thing. I've known Mushua for so long, yet I didn't even notice when she was affected. If it could happen to her, it could happen to anyone. And now we're about to build a city. I haven't noticed anything unusual so far, and I don't know if the plant spirit is aware of my plan to clear things out. At this point, I can only act quickly. The longer I hesitate, the greater the risk. Tiu said, you humans really overthink things. With all the card slaves and demon cores you have, you could probably dominate the whole apocalypse if you wanted. Why worry about just one city? The world is a big place, and there are plenty of people hiding their true strength. I can't afford to get careless just because I have a few trump cards. I can't risk the safety of my family. Chu still couldn't understand Chu's caution. In his view, it was unnecessary, but since Chu was so careful, he didn't argue. So, what's your plan now? Chu tapped the stone bench beside her. Can you find a way to secretly extract a spiritual avatar from my brother? Chu's big ears perked up in shock, his eyes wide. You want to take a spiritual avatar from him? You don't even have a complete one yourself, and the 5-colored earth isn't fully refined yet. Only my brother and Mushua have them, right? I'm not that generous with anyone else. Try to extract a spiritual avatar from them and store it in a jade pendant as a precaution, just in case. Chu said, aren't you being a bit too cautious? The plant spirit may not be that dangerous. Better safe than sorry. Go do it. I want to finish the high-rise buildings as soon as possible and clear out the monsters in the city. If my construction equipment can't handle such a large-scale project, I'll need to go to the mutated world myself. By the way, I need your help. Can we trade in the marketplace? Yes, holders can trade with each other. Chu said, then help me spread the word. I need 5-colored earth, and I can pay with spirit jade. Spirit jade is running low. Everyone uses it for cultivation. I know. After this, I won't let everyone use spirit jade for cultivation anymore. That's why I'm in such a hurry to get the city built. Once it's done, we can use the brainwave training method. Even if something happens, with all the demon cores and card slaves, we can defend the city. There will be plenty of spirit plants and spring water for everyone. Tiu suddenly looked at Chu and said, you're not thinking of negotiating with the plant spirit in Qinglu City, are you? There's another way. What is it? Tiu explained, find some high-quality jade or those smooth river pebbles, bury them in the spirit earth or soak them in the spirit spring. Over time, they'll slowly become spirit jade. Although the quality won't be as good as naturally formed spirit jade, they'll be considered low-grade spirit jade, which should be good enough for the plant spirits. That's a good idea. Once the city is built, we can put that on the agenda. For now, go handle what I asked you to do. Let's get the city up and running first. After Tui left, Chu felt completely drained. When Jade and the others arrived, they found her sprawled on a stone chair, looking utterly exhausted. Jade and Lu Minlu exchanged glances, unsure if they should wake her. Jade, Minlu, you're here. Chu only rested for a moment before sitting up and looking at the group in front of her, calmly assigning tasks. My brother just left. He's leading a team to patrol the area. There aren't many plant spirits left, so Shueo has started dealing with them. Jade, you take Song and the other 5, plus your card slaves and demon cores, and start clearing the area around the base. Be careful, don't let your guard down. Jade patted his chest and said, don't worry, little sister. Your brother is always reliable. With that, he waved his hand and called out to Song and the others, let's go, follow me and take over the city. Chu couldn't help but smile wryly at his childish enthusiasm. That's just how Jade is. After Jade and the others left, Lu Minlu finally spoke up. Did something happen? He felt that Chu's mood was a bit off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chu shook her head. No, just some tricky matters, but nothing urgent. Take your time. Here are some patrol cards. Stick with Jade and make sure nothing gets missed. Lu Minlu frowned slightly at her arrangement. Are you sure you want to do it this way? Yes. Shiroe's already at the sea, and I've assigned someone else to the other area. So, the city's safety is up to you and Jade. Lu Minlu didn't really understand why Chu was being so cautious, but he respected her decision. All right. He took the cards and followed after Jade without another word. Chu rubbed her temples, feeling the tension in her head. Wanyara said, Sister Chu, maybe you should rest for a bit. No, there's no time. You and Xia keep an eye on things in the base. If anyone acts suspiciously, let me know or... Chu glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then stood up, leaned in close to Wanyaru, and made a slicing gesture across her neck. If necessary, take them out first. Sister Chu, you mean there's someone in the base? I hope I'm just being paranoid, but my whole family is here. Neither of us wants anything to happen to the base, right? Wanyaru looked at Chu with determination. Don't worry, Sister Chu. Seeing the resolve in her eyes, Chu finally let out a small sigh of relief. I'll leave it to you. All of Elder N's men, the old man who previously entered the Sang Chu base, had gathered together, staring at the newly appointed boss of Xinshe, the doctor. Someone said, "What news have you got, doctor? Is it reliable?" The doctor pushed up his glasses, looking very confident. The information is absolutely reliable. If it weren't, and if we weren't all stuck on the same boat right now, why would I bother warning you again and again? He's about to attack. You can either sit here and wait to die, or fight with me for a chance. A sharp-faced, monkey-like man shouted, "Of course it's reliable. Damn it, just tell us, how many people does he have?" A sly, cold glint flashed in the doctor's eyes as he replied, "From what we know, his base has recently recruited 7 new ability users, and there are a total of 36 ability users. If we face them head-on, we don't stand a chance. But I have a way out." What's the plan? When they heard that Sang Chu's base had 7 new ability users, everyone's spirits sank. They didn't have that kind of strength. Now that the doctor claimed he had a solution, they all stared at him wide-eyed. The doctor said, "My thinking is, as long as there's life, there's hope. If we fight, we'll definitely lose. But I can escape and then join up with people from other bases to fight back. Eldarin hasn't been in touch with me for a long time, so I'm guessing he's running out of resources too. Think about it, even Elder N's well-established base is running low on supplies. How much could be left inside? Enough with the useless talk, just tell us how we escape." The doctor replied, "I'm a psychic-type ability user. I can cover the retreat. You all split up into 3 groups and escape separately. Sure, Seaside City has 3 exits. One is the sea, but the ocean is unpredictable, and I doubt anyone wants to take that risk. That leaves 2 land routes. One is through the mountains, lots of mutant plants, and very dangerous. So the only real option is the main road. Sure is surrounded by the sea, with mountains at its back. There's only one road leading out. If that road gets blocked, none of us are getting out." It was one of the older men who spoke. After he finished, everyone fell silent. The doctor's eyes flashed with wariness, but his expression remained calm as he continued. "That's why we have to move fast. We'll split into 3 groups and head for the highway as quickly as possible. The weakest go first. Don't think about anything, just run. The medium-strength group goes second, and the strongest bring up the rear to cover." The atmosphere froze for a moment. A burly man said, "That's too risky. It's better if we all split up. I'm an Earth-type user, so I think the Earth-types should head for the mountains. If they chase us, I can always burrow underground to escape." He clearly didn't trust the doctor, so he decided to go for the mountains. As an Earth-type, if things got bad, he could hide underground and at least save himself. The doctor said, "That's fine, it's just my suggestion. Everyone should make their own decision. If any of the psychic types trust me, stay behind and help cover the retreat. In order for everyone to escape sure, I'll have to give it my all. At the very least, we need to split up their forces. If they focus all their strength on chasing one group, none of us will make it out." Everyone had their own plans. Honestly, no one wanted to run for the highway. That stretch of road was wide open, with no cover at all. If they were spotted, they'd be sitting ducks. "I'll go for the sea. I'm a water-type user, I can handle myself in the water. I'll head for the mountains." After the group finished discussing, only the weaker ones were left looking at each other, powerless to resist. Their fate had already been decided for them. The doctor said, "Since everyone's made up their minds, let's move quickly while we still can. Those heading for the highway, the sea, and the mountains, split up now. Psychic types, stay with me. I'll head toward Sang Chu's base and hold out as long as I can. Do your best." "All right, let's split up." The groups quickly separated. The ability users following the doctor stopped after they could no longer see the others. "What do we do now?" "Cover yourselves completely with your abilities, minimize your presence, and then split up and run for the highway. We'll meet outside the city. Once everyone's together, head for Dongqing." "All right, got it." The doctor and his 4 companions waited until no one was around, then cloaked themselves fully with their powers and dashed toward the highway. But when the others weren't paying attention, The doctor quietly slowed down and made his way to a mutant plant. He slid down a hidden slope without any obstacles, retrieved a dark-colored seed from the mutant plant, swallowed it, and the plant disappeared. In its place, a shadowy tunnel appeared. This tunnel ran beneath the deep sea, leading directly out of the city. Meanwhile, at Sang Chu's side, the demon horde descended directly onto the highway. Seeing the ability users trying to escape, Sang Chu frowned slightly. So the information really did leak out. Go down there. Don't eat anyone, capture them all alive. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the demon horde swooped down, attacking the ability users. Their feeble resistance was instantly crushed. Watching the ability users trampled underfoot by the demons, Sang Chu hovered in midair and shouted coldly, "Who told you to escape? Tell me, and I'll spare your life." The man looked at Sang Chu and her terrifying, monstrous followers, shaking uncontrollably. You have to keep your word. You're in no position to bargain with me. Tell me, and you might live. With Sang Chu's icy tone, Wang An quickly said, "It was the doctor from Xinshe. He said you were going to attack us, so we ran." Sang Chu asked, "How many of you were there? How many escaped? Why are you the only one here?" He stammered, "There were over 40 of us. The doctor had 4 psychic types with him. He said I should go first. The rest, about 20-something, split up. Half went to the sea, half to the mountains. He said splitting up increased our chances." That was what he said, but it was all nonsense. Increased chances, my ass. He'd just been pushed out as bait. Sure enough, they hadn't even made it to the highway before being caught. He was just an ordinary person. How could he outrun those monsters? Sang Chu didn't care about the details. She simply sent a message to Shirue and Sang Jingwen. "Someone's heading your way. Be careful." Shuiyu had already finished clearing away all the mutated plants near the base. Looking at the pile of crystal cores in her hand, her brows furrowed as she messaged, "Achu, I suggest you don't use these things for cultivation. There's poison inside them." "Poisonous?" Sang Chu murmured, a bit surprised. She had always thought she was pretty clever. How could the crystal cores be poisonous? "Shuiyu, yeah. How much of this stuff have you used?" Sang Chu, "Quite a lot, actually. Looking back, it's lucky that Qingxi dissected those monsters. It really saved me." "Shuiyu, you keep these for now. When you have time, see if Qingxi can figure out a way to remove the toxins." "All right. Don't use any more until the toxins are cleared." "I know." Sang Chu fell silent, staring at the ability user in front of her. She ordered the demon beasts guarding the group, "You stay here and keep watch. If anyone tries to leave, catch them all. If they try to escape, just eat them." The demon beasts nodded, and the rest of the demon beasts instantly lined up along the road. Sang Chu glanced at the ability users on the ground, said nothing more, and simply sat down to drink some water. Sang Jingwen stood with the construction robot, looking at the mountain. After checking the materials left in the robot, he calculated with the light brain how much would be needed to build the wall. According to Sang Chu's plan, they were to build a city wall as tall as a mountain. With such a barrier, they wouldn't have to worry about outsiders attacking. But the construction robot's internal materials were limited and not endlessly renewable. Once depleted, the robot would go into hibernation, and to use it again, they'd have to refill its materials. But in the apocalypse, the required materials were scarce, so it couldn't be used indefinitely. The mountains and seas of Haishur City were to be enclosed within the wall, and the area was vast. So, Sang Jingwen simply sat down by the sea, recalculated the city's height with the light brain, and checked if the remaining materials could support the planned height. If not, he'd lower the height accordingly. Finally, the light brain's calculations showed that the city wall could be built up to 200 meters high, and with the current materials, they could enclose all of Haishur City. Sang Jingwen thought for a moment, then adjusted the height down by 50 meters on the light brain, and checked if the remaining materials could be used to build roads on the ground. Haishur City had been ravaged by mutated plants, and all the concrete was shattered and unusable. Many people were living underground, so clearing things up wouldn't be easy. His idea was that as long as the wall was built, it would keep outsiders at bay. Before the wall was fully sealed, the demon beasts would patrol the skies daily, making it difficult for anyone to sneak in. The light brain calculated that it was feasible. The soil could be used as a resource, and the construction robot could recycle the concrete and other materials from the ground, so there was no need to waste its internal reserves. But if they needed to build houses or the wall itself, they couldn't use external resources, only the robot's internal materials. With the answer in hand, Sang Chu immediately commanded the construction robot to get started. The robot quickly moved to the outskirts of the mountains, and in a flash, a 150-meter-tall stone pillar was completed. Sang Chu walked over to take a look. The surface of the pillar was smooth, with no handholds at all. Even ability users wouldn't be able to climb it. Continue. The construction robot glanced at Sang Chu, confirmed his instructions, and began work on the second pillar. These stones were special energy stones from the mutated world, with a self-illuminating effect. After absorbing the power of the blood moon, the originally white pillars now glowed faintly red. The stones absorbed and transformed the red light into white, making them stand out even more at night. However, the light was very faint and couldn't be used for illumination. By the time Sang Chu returned, the wall had almost enclosed the entire mountain range. Brother, you've already started? Sang. Sang Chu looked back at Sang Chu and nodded. I set the wall at 150 meters. If we need to, we can raise it higher later. The robots also need to tidy up the city, so I've reserved some materials for that. At least if we need it later, we'll have some left. 150 meters? Sang Chu glanced at the wall and nodded. Looks good. I'll have the demon beasts patrol the skies for a few days, should be safer that way. Sang Chu said, yeah, that's what I was thinking. As for underground, let the burrowing rats and black rats patrol. The black rats have strong detection abilities, and the burrowing rats can steal things, makes for a good combination. All right, I'll make arrangements. Looks like the robots will have the wall finished soon. Very soon. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it'll be done quickly. Sang Chu said, the sea area is almost cleared as well. It's just that EG and Minlu are attacking another base together, so their progress is a bit slow. But the demon beasts have already launched the first wave of attacks, so the overall situation is under control. Sang Chu replied, good. Once the wall is finished, we'll see if there are any useful people left. If not, just let them fend for themselves outside. Fend for themselves? Sang Chu looked at the mountains and land corroded by acid rain, smiled thoughtfully, and nodded. Not a bad idea. Then, let's have EG keep the useful people. Sang Chu and Sang Chu exchanged a smile, then sent a message to Yiping and Lu Minlu. Yiping looked at the information on the light brain, then turned to Lu Minlu in disbelief. An and his sister are serious? They want to leave these people outside to fend for themselves. Lu Minlu was silent for a moment, then said, it's actually a workable plan. Before the apocalypse, Haishur City's mountains and hills made up about 20% of the area, with over 300,000 mu of arable land. Add in the surface area and the sea, and even if we enclose all of Haishur City, with just us here, it'll feel like living in a deserted city. If we want to farm for ourselves, even I wouldn't be able to manage it all. Haishur City is that big? Lu Minlu glanced at Yiping and smiled. It's not as big as you think. Now that we're including the entire sea area, it's even bigger. In the future, maybe we'll build a castle on the sea. After all, Xiang Papa had already taken the transformation pill and could become human. She'd probably want to live on land too. With that, Haishur City only looks bigger than it did before the apocalypse. Whatever, as long as I know Haishur City is ours, that's enough. Hurry up and finish things, I can't wait to see what Haishur City will look like. The 10 beams of light faded away. Sang Chu and his group stood in the center of the city, looking at the vast, flat ground beneath their feet, then up at the towering city walls all around. Yiping couldn't help but exclaim, wow. He took a few steps forward, stomping on the compacted ground, then clapped his hands in amazement. This is incredible. How many days has it even been? The city walls are already up, the ground is leveled, even the roots of those mutated plants have been cleared out. And those huge monster carcasses, there's not a trace left, not even a drop of blood or cement. Damn, I'm honestly blown away. Although he'd been to the underground city before, this was the first time he'd seen, with his own eyes, the construction robots flattening the entire surface of Haishur and erecting those tall buildings in such a short time. It was truly beyond imagination. Sang Chu tossed out a card from her hand, summoning hundreds of little sprites who floated around, illuminating the area. It felt as if they'd stepped into a magical world. Yiping said, "Sis, are you planning to build a magical city or something?" Sang Chu smiled as she watched the sprites flitting about, then turned to him, her eyes sparkling. "What, e.g., you don't like it?" After the sprites finished their work, Lu Minli took a stroll around the city streets. Looking at the wondrous scene before him, he couldn't help but rub his nose. This city is really something. Sang Jinwen nodded. "Yeah, once the sprites finish their work, I'll be able to move the underground city out. With the villa complex by the mountain wall, the only thing left to worry about is the acid rain." He looked up at the sky concerned. The sky couldn't be sealed off yet, and the acid rain would fall at set intervals. No one knew when it might hit. Sang Chu said, "Don't worry, bro. Once we move the underground city out, I'll make a trip to the mutated world. Soon, I'll be able to seal both the sky and the underground. When that's done, my city will officially be established." Lu Minli hesitated for a moment. Chu, can the underground city be split up?" "Split up," Lu Minli explained. "Before, because of the limited space underground, we had to build it all together. But now, here in Haishur, there's plenty of room. If we can split it up, we could move some of the tall buildings to different places, like by the sea, near the mountains. That way, people who fish, farm, or gather pebbles by the shore will all have somewhere to live. And when the acid rain comes, everyone can quickly find shelter. At least, before the city is fully sealed, the houses can provide some cover for everyone." Sang Jingwen said, "That's a good idea. Sang, what do you think?" "Sure, I'll give it a try. I'll have the construction robots move the underground city and the mountain villas out first, then we can decide how to distribute them." "All right." Without delay, Sang Chu started operating the light screen, first moving the mountain villa complex out. Then Lu Minli went to help move the people out of the underground city, and finally, the underground city itself was relocated. The mountain villa complex consisted of small houses, some with 4 or 5 bedrooms, some with 3, and some single-room units. Previously, when they were in the mountain, they could only see bits and pieces and knew the villa complex was big, but now, seeing it all laid out in front of them, they realized just how massive it was. Hundreds of houses were lined up in neat rows. Yiping's eyes widened. "These are the houses I used to live in by the mountain? There are so many." Sang Jingwen said, "That's right. For now, these houses will be used as temporary residences. Sang, split them into several sections, some by the mountains, some by the sea, and the underground city will be our central hub." Sang Chu hadn't expected there to be so many houses. Normally, a single unit was a 3-bedroom, so each could house quite a few people. Lu Minli messaged, Chu, I've got the people out. You can move the underground city now." Upon receiving the message, Sang Chu immediately had the construction robots get to work. In the blink of an eye, the underground city appeared before everyone's eyes. Yiping was dumbfounded. "My God. I don't think I'll ever need to build another house. Sis, my city is all set now." Sang Chu said, "All right, I'll go take a look around the city first." Sang Jingwen suddenly grabbed Sang Chu, turning to look at the 5 people who had been standing quietly in the background, their mouths agape. Sang, what about them?" Ning Song swallowed hard, staring at Sang Chu. She just raised her fingers and whistled, and in an instant, a flying vehicle descended from the sky. Sang Chu said, "The trains aren't in use yet, so let's take the airship for now. Once the trains are up and running, we'll switch." Ning Song said, "All purchased." Yiping, who had been calling her chief all this time, felt a bit awkward. "Now that Haishur is taking shape, why don't we just call it Haicheng? You can be City Lord Sang. Calling you chief all the time feels weird." Sang Chu agreed that City Lord sounded better than chief. "All right, let's go with EGE's suggestion." Once I get back and finish sealing everything, we'll officially change Haisher to Haiching. Great. Ning Song said, yes, City Lord. Sang Chu and her group headed toward the central city. The previously empty space was now just right for their needs. Bro, e.g., you two go ahead and organize the city. I'll go take care of something. Sang Chu nodded and sank into the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and Lu were busy outside, sorting through piles of mutated plants and crystal cores. When they saw Sang Chu arrive, Lu reported, Master, the toxins in these crystal cores have been extracted. They're things that can control people's minds. If you use them for too long, you'll end up like those corrupted monsters, losing your sanity and turning into a man-eating beast. Sang Chu frowned. She hadn't expected the crystal cores to be so dangerous. Have you succeeded in extracting the toxins? Xiaoqing replied, yes, it's done. We're just waiting for the last batch to finish up. Although he really wanted to call them corrupted monsters, he knew that wasn't quite right. Sang Chu nodded slightly. She hadn't expected that, but seeing the results, she really felt like the apocalypse was almost over. Xiaoqing, seeing her relax, said, don't celebrate too soon. The bodies of those corrupted monsters have suffered severe damage. Their brains are basically all rotten. Even if I can detoxify them, they'll never be like normal people again, and they won't live long. What about me? Sang Chu asked. Xiaoqing's palm suddenly glowed with magic, sending a beam into a mutated creature and displaying its structure to Sang Chu. See for yourself. The thing you used in the middle of your resurrection was actually a life crystal core. I never expected you'd be able to come back to life. That was what puzzled and fascinated him most. By all rights, Sang Chu should have died, and he could never figure out how she survived. Her actions had cost him a magic spell, drained a huge amount of his mana to cleanse her body, and just as he was about to succeed, just as he was about to make her his perfect creation, she came back to life. All his hard work, in the end, was for someone else's benefit. Looking at the strange organs and limbs of these mutated sparrows, Sang Chu thought for a long time before finally taking out the healing potion from under her armpit. I don't know if this thing will work. It's similar to a life-saving potion. Both have some healing effects. Xiaoqing glanced at Sang Chu. You want to save him? Why? These things can hardly be called human anymore. Even if you save them, they'll just be monsters. It's better to use them for experiments, at least that way, we might get more useful data. Sang Chu looked at the exhausted, corpse-like woman tied up nearby and said, do I need a reason to save someone? If today he wanted to die, then I wouldn't save him. I respect his choice. If someone wants to live, no one wants to die. Only when someone truly feels they can't go on do they muster the courage to make that decision. I can't change someone else's life, nor can I resolve the knots in their heart. That's not something I can do, and I won't force it on anyone. So, I won't save those who want to die. But he's different. He was forced to become like this, forced to lose his body and mind, left with only the most basic instincts. Since there's a chance to save him, why not try? As for what happens to him after he survives, we'll deal with that later. Xiaoqing said, you're a strange person. Sometimes you're more ruthless than anyone, even to yourself, but you still show mercy to these people. Sang Chu was amused by Xiaoqing's teasing. You call this mercy? You're giving me too much credit. I used their crystal cores before, so I can't be considered a good person. Mercy is even less applicable to me. It's just that if I can give someone a chance to live, and it's not much trouble for me, why not? As for the rest, I'll leave it to you and Lao Lin. Hurry up and arrange for everyone in the base to be checked. If anyone is found to have the virus, they must all be quarantined. She was about to make another trip to the monsterized world, and she didn't know how long she'd be gone, so for now, she could only leave the inspection arrangements to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing stared at Sang Chu for a long time before nodding. I understand. No matter what you're going to do, come back quickly. Okay. Sang Chu brought Shi Rue and Sai Huan with her, then called Shui Yu and Sang Jingwen over at the same time, saying she was going alone. She asked Sang Jingwen to take care of the base and Shui Yu to fend off the monsters. The others wanted to go with her, since their abilities were useful, but the rules of the underground train were strict. They didn't dare to go with her. So only Shuiyu, the big boss, stayed behind to help. Rabbit, buy the ticket. Rabbit, you looked at Sang Chu. Are you sure? The tickets are really expensive. Sang Chu nodded, using up most of her crystal cores to buy a large pile of jade stones, and finally managed to buy a ticket. Rabbit, you exclaimed, that's outrageous. No choice. Only the monsterized world has high-tech stuff. The whistle sounded. After getting off the train, they were outside City A. Sang Chu couldn't use any powers now, so she released Shirue and Sai Huan. Shirue fused with Sang Chu, and they landed at the original site of City A, only to find it had become a ruin. Sai Huan looked at Sang Chu curiously. Master, this place is already destroyed. Where are we going next? Sang Chu frowned slightly at the weeds growing through the cracks in the ground. City A is gone? Didn't I give them a lot of gold beads? Couldn't they use the gold to make weapons? Master. Sang Chu unfused with Shirue and looked at her. The next city is pretty far. I'll get on the train first. Originally, she thought walking would attract less attention, so she fused with Shirue, planning to separate if they encountered anyone. But she didn't expect City A to be in ruins. After boarding the train, she headed towards City B as indicated by the light. Outskirts of City B. Zhuo Xiefeng's protective suit was covered in scratches, and his helmet was badly damaged. He leaned, bloodied, against a large tree, clutching the gold blade Sang Chu had given him. After fighting off several monsters, Sang Chu and her two companions arrived at the outskirts of City B. Suddenly, Shirue stopped. Chu, there's a smell of blood nearby. Should we go check it out? Sang Chu said, let's take a look. Shirue and Sai Huan each took a side, protecting Sang Chu as they walked forward. Rabbit, you squatted on Sang Chu's shoulder, looking at the unconscious man lying on the grass, then at the gold blade in his hand, and called out, Chu, isn't that Zhuo Xiefeng? Let's go check. Sang Chu hurried over. Zhuo Xiefeng's helmet could no longer hide his face, only people from the monsterized world would recognize him, and his body was covered in wounds, all of them fatal. Hurry, get the medical kit out. Sang Chu and Sai Huan quickly helped him onto the train and put a small healing device on him, but the effect was minimal. At the same time, Sang Chu took out a healing potion and poured it down his throat. As time passed, the wounds on Zhuo Xiefeng's body gradually disappeared, and he slowly regained consciousness. Just as Sang Chu was about to ask what had happened, Zhuo Xiefeng's eyes flashed with vigilance as he looked at her. When he realized he no longer had the gold blade in his hand, he immediately assumed a defensive posture and retreated to keep a safe distance. Brother Zhuo Xiefeng, it's me, Sang Chu. You gave me the gold blade, remember? Zhuo Xiefeng frowned at the woman in front of him, who claimed to be Sang Chu, but she looked completely different. Don't try to trick me. The gold blade has already ended up in your hands. Do what you want. Gold blade. Sang Chu said, Brother Zhuo, I went to City A and found it had already been overtaken by monsterized plants. The gold I gave them didn't help. Zhuo Xiefeng looked at Sang Chu in shock. You're really Sang Chu? Was this the dark-skinned, rough-looking, country girl Sang Chu? It's really me. I just fixed myself up a bit, got lighter skin and lost some scars. Zhuo Xiefeng. That's not just a bit lighter. You look like a completely different person. Sang Chu asked, Brother Zhuo, what exactly happened in City A? And you? It's a long story. But how did you end up here? Sang Chu replied, I remembered some things before, so I went home for a while. When I got back to City A, it was already gone, so I thought I'd head to City B. I didn't expect to run into you. Zhuo Xiefeng glanced at Sang Chu and gave a bitter smile. You can't get into the city. The imperial capital has issued a new order. No city is allowed to accept outsiders. In other words, except for your birth city and home planet, you can't go anywhere else. Why? Wasn't the monsterized world pretty open before? Why the sudden lockdown? Zhuo Xiefeng looked at Sang Chu with a complicated expression, hesitating to speak. Sang Chu asked suspiciously, is it because of the gold I gave them? Yeah, after getting the S-gold, Dr. Li reported the news up the chain, hoping to get the royal family's attention. They wanted to launch a large-scale search for S-gold and put it into use. But who would have thought that what the higher-ups cared about wasn't the research, but the royal family itself? As soon as Sci-H arrived at the topic, she instantly understood and sneered. So this is what you mean by the so-called royal family and the others. Zhuo Sefeng looked up at her, took a deep breath, and said, after the people above took away the S-Gold, City A rebelled and was massacred. At that time, my squad and I happened to be stationed in the city. I thought we could escape this disaster, but I never expected that the information about the S-Gold in my hands would leak out. We were hunted down for 2 years. All my brothers died, only I survived. As Zhuo Xiafeng spoke, his eyes reddened. Sang Chu hadn't expected that just a piece of S-Gold could cause such a huge disaster. Brother Zhuo, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Zhuo Xiafeng shook his head and said, it's not your fault. If it weren't for you, I'd have died at the hands of those mutated monsters long ago. In the end, it's those rotten royals up above who are to blame. So, what do you plan to do next? Zhuo Xiafeng gave a bitter smile. Right now, I'm at the very bottom of this planet. If I want to get to Imperial Star, I'd have to do a space jump, and only those who travel between the stars can do that. As for me, I don't even have the qualifications to enter a city. He whispered in Sang Chu's ear, Chu, it's not just that Zhuo Xiafeng can't go to Imperial Star, even you can't go. Imperial Star doesn't have a station for ticket holders. Ticket holders can't enter worlds without a station. It's against the law. The point isn't just about ticket holders traveling, the main thing is, if you're caught, you'll be hunted down. Is it that serious? To you, of course. There was a precedent before. A cultivator from a cultivation world, relying on his own resources and the support of a world's royal family, forcibly entered the imperial capital of a world that didn't have a station. He single-handedly overthrew the entire dynasty. In the end, he was struck dead by lightning, the dynasty fell, and the order of the whole world collapsed. Haven't you noticed? All royal capitals never allow a station to be built. Even in the magic world, the station is in Rose City, which is a certain distance from the royal capital, and there are station guardians there. It's all to prevent something like a ticket holder overthrowing a dynasty from happening again. Sang Chu thought for a moment. It did seem like only Sci-H could move freely into Rose City. As for her, the moment she entered Rose City, she was pulled into the station and never even got to stroll around the city, let alone get close to the royal capital. The place where she met the informant was also quite far from the royal capital. Sang Chu didn't speak. You comforted her? Don't you have card powers? You can turn him into a card servant and keep him alive that way. You don't have to feel so guilty, at least you can save one person. He can become a card servant too. To you? Sure, as long as he's willing. Let me think about it. He can't enter the city, so why don't you go in and see if you can get the house-building robot? I'll wait for you outside. As soon as she finished, Tu perked up, her big ears standing tall. Hee, then wait for me here. I'll be right back. Okay, maybe get a few more if you can. Tuyu's ears wiggled, and in a flash, she darted out. Zhuo Xiafeng looked at Sang Chu, who was silent, and thought she was blaming herself, so he comforted her. Really, you can't blame yourself for this. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead already. Don't blame yourself. Brother Zhuo, do you want to leave this world? What do you mean? Sang Chu sat beside him and handed him a cup of water. Have some water first. I'll explain slowly. Shirui glanced at Sang Chu and said, Chu, you chat here. I'll go hunting. Since we can't enter the city, I'll try to get more supplies. Sang Chu said, bring back some live ones too. Be careful. Shirui took her longbow and left. Zhuo Xiafeng looked at the girl and couldn't help but say, Chu, she's all alone. Don't worry, Brother Zhuo. Shirui is very capable, she'll be fine. But what about you? Do you want to leave this world? I don't understand what you mean. Sang Chu took out a card and winked at Sci-H. In the blink of an eye, Sci-H entered the card, leaving Zhuo Xiafeng dumbfounded. This. Sang Chu explained, this is a card. If you want to leave this world, I can put you inside the card's world. You can live there. It's just that my world is a bit different from where you're from. Live. Sang Chu nodded. Yeah, I'm not from this world. The first time you met me was also my first time coming here, so there's a lot I don't understand. To avoid being discovered as an outsider, I pretended to have amnesia. Sorry for getting you involved. He understood every word, but when put together, he found it hard to comprehend. You mean another world, as in another space? A space outside all the planets here. Sang Chu paused, then smiled. You could say it's a parallel universe. After getting her answer, Zhuo Stefeng fell silent. Actually, following Sang Chu might be his best option. His city was gone, his home planet no longer had a place for him, and he'd die if he kept wandering outside. But did he really want to leave everything behind? Seeing his hesitation, Sang Chu didn't push him. Brother Zhuo, since you can't enter the city, I'll stay in the wild for a while. You can rest and think it over. There's still more than half a month before I return to my world. If you decide by then, let me know. Zhuo Stefeng nodded. Okay, thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Rest up. Sang Chu and Sci-H left his room. Sci-H looked at the big screen and said, Master, he's just an ordinary person. Are you really going to take him to the apocalypse? If he wants to come, I'll take him. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead in this world already. Sci-H said, let's hope he figures it out. The plants and animals in this world grow too fast. At this rate, this world will soon become another wasteland. Sang Chu also noticed that the plants and animals here were much bigger than last time, some even towering into the sky. If the mutated world has a station, that means, like the apocalypse, it's a regulated world. Maybe the destruction of City A was a warning. If the mutated world falls completely, it'll become a world with only monsters. If the S-Gold she left behind hadn't been taken by the people from Imperial Star, but had been put directly to use, the mutated monsters here wouldn't be so rampant. As expected, the root of the world's problems is always people. City B. After you entered City B, he headed straight for the Research Institute. You say, is Dr. Li really that capable? If she went out into the wild, she wouldn't be able to find any S-Gold, right? Did the capital send over their extractor yet? With the distance between here and the capital, he just went back. How could it be that fast? Besides, have they caught all those people who escaped from City A? No, but most of them died out in the wild. It's too cruel. The people talking had a tone of use and discard, and as soon as he spoke, everyone around him grew anxious. He looked around and said, listen, if those people arrive, neither you nor I will survive. I know. Right now, it's just you and me. I just hope Liu doesn't say anything, and that they can't find any S-Gold, so we don't end up like City A. Let's hope so. You listened quietly from the side and realized that the Liu they were talking about was the same Dr. Li from City A. He followed them into the prison cell and saw that it really was her. Dr. Li's once beautiful hair was now disheveled, her delicate face full of exhaustion, pale as paper, and her lips completely bloodless. Beside her was Hua Shi, the woman who had spoken up for her back in the giant snake's lair. Dr. Li looked at the people approaching the cell and said weakly and helplessly, I've already told you everything I know. You said you found it in the underground nest, but we've turned over every nest in the area and found nothing. Liu, even if you're hiding something now, it's pointless. Once the capital's extractor arrives, you won't be able to hide anything. You might as well confess now and avoid the torture. When Hua Shi heard the word torture, her body trembled and her voice quivered, but I've already told you everything I know. Even with the extractor, you can't make something out of nothing. She was so scared she kept clinging to Dr. Li, who patted her on the shoulder. Hua Shi curled up like a bowstring, tightly hugging her. The people outside the cell looked at them, a bit unwilling to be so cruel, but still opened the door, holding a black stone in their hand. When Hua Shi and Dr. Li saw it, their faces turned pale. At that moment, Tu suddenly appeared, chopping the person from behind with a swift hand strike. As the man fainted, Dr. Li and Hua Shi shrank back in alarm. Who are you? Dr. Li's voice was weak and cold. Tu took out a card and showed it to them. I'm from Sang Chu's side. If you want to escape, just drip your blood on this card, and I'll take you out. If you don't want to come with me, I can at least get you out of this institute. But that's all I can do. He had sensed something bad from the black stone, which was why he acted so suddenly. But now, getting them out of the city was impossible. He could only hope they could fend for themselves. That was all he could do for them. Dr. Li and Huaxi looked at Tuyu, clearly not trusting him. Huaxi said, "Are you from the capital? Are you really just after the S-Gold? All the S-Gold we found was out in the wild, and we've already given some to you. But you don't believe us. What else can I do?" Even as tears welled up in her eyes, she still refused to give in. Dr. Li said, "Sang Chu was the first to find S-Gold, but she handed everything over to me, and it's all in the lab. Didn't you already take it? After giving you all the S-Gold, I left City A. As for where she went, I don't know. There's no point interrogating me. Is that thing in your hand the extractor? If I drip my blood on it, will you stop pestering me?" She didn't know who this person really was, but if using the extractor was unavoidable, then so be it. She could only hope Sang Chu had already escaped. She worried for her, hoping the capital's people never found her. All of this was her own fault for trusting the so-called research institute too much. She'd only wanted to develop something beneficial to everyone, to help people resist the monsters, but she never expected that those in power didn't care about the lives of the people below. All they cared about was whether these special materials existed, nothing more. Tuyu looked at their hopeless expressions and suddenly smiled. "That's right, just drip your blood on it. As for Sang Chu, leave her to me." Dr. Li glared at Tuyu, gritting her teeth. She was too weak to resist now, but as long as she didn't suffer the effects of the black water stone, she'd have time. If she could just get some rest, she'd definitely think of a way to escape this hellhole. "Fine." Huaxi watched as Dr. Li bit her finger and quickly grabbed her hand. "Doctor, don't worry." Seeing the look in Dr. Li's eyes, Huaxi calmed down, nodded, and picked up another card, dripping her blood on it as well. In an instant, the two disappeared, and the cards fell into Tuyu's hands. Just then, an alarm blared outside, and Tuyu immediately transformed into a rabbit. But as he tried to leave the cell, lights suddenly flared all around. Tuyu quickly sent a message to Sang Chu. "Ah Chu, something's happened. I just found Huaxi and Dr. Li in the Research Institute's prison. I turned them into cards, but now the Institute's security system has been activated. There are lights everywhere, I can't get out. Open up your Jade spatial space, and I'll come straight in." Sang Chu was stunned for a moment, then immediately opened her Jade space. The moment Tuyu sensed it, he darted into Sang Chu's space. Then, the cards containing Dr. Li and Huaxi appeared in front of Sang Chu. Damn, that scared me to death. Those lights are my nemesis. Who would have thought the monster world's lights are literally just lightning rods that get electrified? What a crazy world. Listening to Tuyu's complaints, Sang Chu thought of those strange stones in the monster world. "So what now? Are you going back in?" "Yeah, they don't know I got out, so I'll leave these two with you. You keep an eye on them. I'm heading back to City B to steal everything from their lab, then I'll slip away." "All right, be careful." Sang Chu took the cards and looked at Tuyu, who just nodded and disappeared again. When Huaxi and Dr. Li were released, they were a bit dazed. At first, they hadn't believed what that man said, but after entering the card space, they had no choice but to believe it. Now, looking at Sang Chu, they could clearly feel a powerful force coming from her. Dr. Li couldn't help but call out, "Master." "Dr. Li, you're calling me Ah Chu, right? I'm safe for now. You and Sister Huaxi should rest for a bit. If you don't want to leave with me, I can find a safe place and then dissolve the contract." Sang Chu was tempting them, but deep down, she hoped Dr. Li would stay with her. With Dr. Li around, the building robots and other things wouldn't be impossible to repair. What's more, Li, you could study how to convert the materials needed for building robots into things available in the apocalypse. That way, she wouldn't have to keep thinking of ways to travel between worlds. Every time there's a crisis, the risk doubles. It's just too much. Huaxi didn't say anything, just kept looking at Sang Chu. She was completely different from the person in her memory. But she knew this was indeed Sang Chu. Now, in her mind, there was an extra rule. Sang Chu was her master, and she couldn't resist her wishes. She hesitated for a moment, then Sang Chu led her to a room and said, "So Xie Feng Brothers Wa is in there. I found him on the road. He was alone, so I brought him here. I thought he wouldn't be safe out there, so I brought him to my world. I thought, since Dr. Lee and Sister Huashi are here, maybe you'd like to stay too. The rooms here are all empty. If you want to rest, just pick any room. I'll leave you to think about it. If you want to leave, I'll dissolve the contract. If you want to come with me, just wait a bit until I finish what I'm doing, then we'll go together. After saying this, Sang Chu left. Dr. Lee and Huashi both looked unsettled. Sang Chu's methods were unfamiliar and frightening. They weren't used to being controlled like this, and they didn't even dare to think about resisting. It was terrifying. So neither of them dared to speak. When they did, it was only to say whether they'd leave or not. Dr. Lee and Huashi looked at each other. What do you think? Huashi hesitated, then glanced at Zhuo Stefeng's room. What about him? Let's ask. Lee knocked on the door. Zhuo Stefeng was resting inside. When he opened the door and saw Liu and Huashi, he was stunned. Dr. Lee? Huashi? You're both okay. Zhuo Stefeng was so excited he almost cried. Dr. Lee patted him on the shoulder and walked inside, saying, Sang Chu's people saved me. Where were you before? Why couldn't I find you? Huashi sat down on a bench, let out a long sigh, and said, I was locked up in the Research Institute in City B. The guards there were from Imperial Star. They tortured me, trying to force me to reveal the location of the gold stone. I didn't think I'd survive another round of lightning torture, but then I met Sang Chu. To be honest, she felt complicated about this. She knew it wasn't really Sang Chu's fault. It was all because the Imperial Star Royals wanted to monopolize the rare gold stone. But the real reason was because she had hidden the gold stone, which triggered the whole disaster. In City A, so many people died, were captured, or exiled. Those exiled to the wild might have had it better than those tortured for information. Zhuo Stefeng fell silent. He wanted to comfort her, but he wasn't in a good state himself. His armor was broken, he had nowhere to repair it, and without a power source, he couldn't recharge. Even his prosthetic arm was out of commission. He wasn't doing any better than her. Dr. Lee said, All right, the hardest times are behind us. Let's think about what to do next. Zhuo Stefeng said, Sang Chu said I could leave with her, but this is my home, where I was born and raised. I don't know if I should leave. If I stay, even survival is a luxury. But if I leave, leaving meant abandoning everything he knew. He had given everything for this place. He'd joined the army, fought to protect his home, but in the end, it all turned out like this. Dr. Lee thought for a long time before saying, I think going with Sang Chu might be the right choice. Even though I escaped City B, as long as I'm on Guangxing, I'll always be under Imperial Star's control. I can't enter the cities, and I can't live a decent life. So why not take a gamble? Even if we end up as test subjects in Sang Chu's world, so be it. Zhuo Stefeng said, You're being reckless. Do you have a better idea? For a moment, everyone was silent. Then Huashi said, I really can't handle Sang Chu's methods. I'm still scared of her, but I can't bring myself to do anything to hurt her. I don't even dare to think about running away. It feels like she could decide my life or death with a single thought. But even so, she still gives me the choice to leave or stay. I don't think I have any special skills worth her attention. She was just an ordinary person, doing things anyone could do. She didn't think she was special. If Sang Chu needed Dr. Lee's research skills or Zhuo Stefeng's combat abilities, that made sense. But for her, it didn't seem necessary. She wasn't irreplaceable. Zhuo Stefeng stayed silent. Li looked at Huashi and asked, Do you think she wants to save me? I don't know. But I know I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any special skills that would make her go out of her way for me. The people in the room chatted for a while. He wandered around the city, carrying a basin and a basket. No one noticed him. He went into shops, taking things here and there. Finally, while the people at the Research Institute were out, he snuck back in. He entered a secret room and found all kinds of strange machines. Chu, should I take all this stuff? He wasn't sure if he should take everything. After all, back in City A, he hadn't even seen these things, let alone used them. When Sang Chu saw Tuyu's message, she hurried to Zhuo Stefeng's room and knocked. Brother Zhuo, Dr. Lee, Sister Huashi, are you busy? I need to ask something. Zhuo Stefeng opened the door. Sang Chu quickly connected to the light screen and showed them what Tuyu had found. Dr. Li's face changed dramatically. These are Imperial Stars machines. Dr. Li, do you know how to use them? She shook her head helplessly. I've only seen them on the star, never actually used them. I'm not really sure how they work. Sang Chu glanced at Zhuo Sefeng again. He also looked confused and helpless, scratching his head as he said, "What's going on?" "First, put away your umbrella. He doesn't need to be so serious." Tuyu couldn't help but complain, then waved his hand and swept all the miscellaneous items into his own storage space. As he was putting things away, he suddenly grinned and said, "Hey, have you checked your Jade storage ring lately?" "What?" Sang Chu didn't understand why Tuyu suddenly brought this up. "What's wrong with my storage space? Just take a look." Hearing the teasing tone in Tuyu's voice, Sang Chu looked at her Jade storage ring, and then she froze. When did her storage ring get filled with so much random junk? There were bowls, pots, pans, just about everything you could imagine. When did I collect all this? Tuyu looked at her with an exasperated expression. "Back when we were scavenging in the apocalypse, you picked up all sorts of supplies, some useful, some not. You gave the good stuff to Sang Jingwen to sort through, and the rest, the stuff you couldn't use, just piled up in here." Tuyu really couldn't figure out what was wrong with Sang Chu. She collected everything. Her huge storage ring, aside from storing spirit plants and spirit beasts, was crammed full of all the random junk she'd scavenged from the ruins. Most of it was worthless, and even when she found something good, it wasn't worth much. Looking at the growing pile of junk, Tuyu just felt a headache coming on. So he figured if no one else needed this stuff, he'd just take it and throw it away. Sang Chu said, "You're saying all this just because you want me to hand over my stuff, right? No way. What if we end up in another world one day and need it? You never know what might come in handy on the road." Tuyu helplessly scooped up all the useless junk, not leaving a single piece behind, and dumped it into his own storage. "One day, your companions are going to complain that you're a walking trash heap. I don't care. My storage space is huge. Worst case, if it gets full, I'll just buy another storage ring." At this, Tuyu glanced down at his own belly. When did he, like Sang Chu, start stuffing storage rings inside storage rings? His own internal space wasn't that big, but it was mostly filled with storage rings. He'd put things into one ring, and if it got full, he'd toss it into another ring, like Russian nesting dolls. "I feel like I'm turning into you." Tuyu's tone was full of resignation, but Sang Chu comforted him, "If you don't tell, I won't tell, no one else will know. Besides, it's not a bad thing to have more stuff. All this is just to survive, to prepare for the worst." Sang Chu was truly traumatized. After the apocalypse, the sun never rose again. Instead, there was only a blood-red moon. Acid rain fell, and everything on the ground was melted away. Most people who were caught in the rain turned into monsters. It all happened in the blink of an eye. It was so sudden. Even now, just thinking about it made her shiver with fear. She never wanted to be that helpless again, so she kept all sorts of things on her. But she also worried that some of it might be useless, so now she wore a jade storage ring, storage rings on her fingers, and a storage pouch at her waist, every kind of storage item she could find. Besides water and food, she carried a huge amount of weapons. No matter which storage item failed, there would always be a backup, and that's the only reason she didn't panic anymore. Watching Sang Chu and Tuyu bicker, Li Yu, Zhuo Xiafeng, and Hua Shi exchanged glances. They couldn't help but feel that Sang Chu was hiding some kind of secret. Zhuo Xiafeng looked at Li Yu and Hua Shi. He'd suspected it before. Sang Chu had contracted with him, but he hadn't felt anything bad from it. Now, Zhuo Xiafeng felt a bit differently. At the very least, as far as Sang Chu was concerned, she was a hope for survival. "Sang Chu, I'm willing to contract with you." Sang Chu looked at Zhuo Xiafeng. "Are you sure?" "Yeah. I've got nothing left here, no family, no friends. Even if I wanted to go back, I have nowhere to go. I might as well follow you. At least I'll have a chance to survive." Sang Chu handed him a card. "If you're sure, just drip your blood on this. Once you do, the contract will be set." Only she could bring people from other worlds with her, but once they contracted, It meant they'd given up their original world and couldn't go back. But Sang Chu didn't think there was anything wrong with that. As for the contract, he knew exactly what he was doing. It was a mutual agreement. After contracting with Zhuo Xiefeng, he didn't feel any sense of restraint. In fact, aside from being put on a pedestal by Sang Chu, nothing seemed to have changed. "Ah Chu, what do I do now?" Zhuo Xiefeng's mental strength was a bit stronger than Liu and Huaxi's. He wanted to call Sang Chu master, but the contract didn't force him to. Sang Chu said, "Shi Rui is out hunting. In my world, there isn't much to eat, so we need to gather a lot of supplies. Normally, we could buy things in the city, but since we can't get in, we'll have to hunt outside. Here, take this." Sang Chu handed Zhuo Xiefeng a green sword. Embedded in it was a demon core from a phantom beast. Although the illusion wasn't strong, if used well, it could be a powerful weapon. Liu's eye had already returned to her hand. When she saw the sword, her eyes lit up. She rushed over and examined it closely. The energy in this demon core feels so strange. It had been a long time since Sang Chu had seen Liu's unique ability. Maybe, if she brought Liu back to the apocalypse, there would be some unexpected surprises. "This is a demon core, Dr. Li. If you want, I can give you some for research." "Really?" "Of course. There's more in the storage. Come with me." Sang Chu led the way outside. Shi Rui and Sai were there, but Shi Rui was covered in blood, standing coldly. Sang Chu asked Shi Rui, "What happened?" Shi Rui replied, "Ah Chu, there are pursuers. Their methods are strange." Zhuo Xiefeng immediately realized it was people from the Imperial Capital Star. He said urgently, "Where are they?" "I'll go distract them, take everyone and run." Shi Rui shot him a look. "With your skills, you'd just get yourself killed." Then she pointed to an empty room. "They're all in there. Go take a look, it's weird. Let's go." Watching Sang Chu, Shi Rui, and Sai leave, Zhuo Xiefeng stiffly turned to Liu. "What did she just say?" She replied, "Pursuers." Liu felt a chill run down her spine. "Uncertain," she said, "maybe. They're not soldiers from the Imperial Capital Star's royal family? I'll go take a look." The room was filled with a heavy, metallic scent, as if the air itself was infused with the essence of S-gold. In the dim blackness, faint golden lines shimmered. The L-shaped mechanical constructs were scattered across the floor, their once proud forms now riddled with holes from Shi Rui's arrows. It was a pity all of them had been destroyed. Liu and Miao had just finished inspecting these mechanical owls. Her hand trembled as she traced the golden circuitry, her voice shaking with anger. These are owl constructs fused with S-gold. These royal bastards. They lost to us on Guangxing, and now they've actually used such precious materials to make these disposable owl puppets. To her, these monsters were the enemies who had trampled her homeland. The S-gold was the fruit of her life's work, and yet, after the royals seized it, they used it all on these mechanical abominations. With a swift motion, Liu pried open the core of one of the constructs. The person inside, drained of energy by the owl machinery, was left in a state of spiritual collapse, unconscious. Shi Rui had no idea there was anyone inside. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and shot an arrow straight through the heart. Whoosh! Liu was stunned. The arrow pierced directly into the heart of the person in her arms, blood spilling over her hands and onto the floor. Shi Rui said coldly, "There's another one. Take them out." Her voice was icy and merciless, as if she wasn't killing a person, but slaughtering livestock. Zhuo Xiefeng had been pursued all the way here by people from Imperial Star. Although he hadn't used the owl constructs, he didn't have any fondness for them either. Dead was dead. But Liu and Huaxi were different. She had never harmed monsters, much less people. Liu was in shock. Sang Chu stepped forward and gently took Shi Rui's hand. "Let me handle things here. You go wash up and see if you're hurt. Go upstairs and rest. Shi Rui, you too." "Oh, okay." Seeing Sang Chu suddenly call her, Shi Rui hurriedly left. But before she reached the stairs, she suddenly said, "Chung Song-o is your enemy. If you'd been caught by him today, he wouldn't have shown you any mercy. For people like you, who have neither strength nor ability, you should be grateful you met Ah Chu." Otherwise, not only would he have died today, you would have died under my arrow too. Useless things don't deserve to live. Sci-H pulled Shirue toward the door. All right, enough with the harsh words. The master said she'll handle it. Don't get yourself worked up. Sci-H knew Shirue didn't want Sang Chu to dirty her hands with these useless things, but as Sang Chu said, she would take care of it. Shirue's innocence was something Sci-H felt was both admirable and a bit naive. After the two left, Sang Chu walked over to Liu, gently pried her bloodied hand away, and wiped it clean with a cloth. Sorry. Shirue has always been cautious because of her past, so she never leaves any threats behind. Liu looked up at Sang Chu, her voice trembling. You're forcing me to, aren't you? Sang Chu smiled. Of course not. I made a contract with you, but I won't treat you as a card slave unless you betray me. Looking at the three silent people, Sang Chu continued, back then, it was my first time entering this world. I didn't know anything. In my world, people were terrifying. They do anything just to have a little more to eat, to survive a little longer. But you and the others here showed me kindness. That surprised me and made me feel warm. When I first arrived, I was actually very scared. Hua Shi thought of the time Sang Chu had gone out alone to hunt monsters and couldn't help but say, you sure didn't look scared. That's because I didn't have time to be scared. I needed to get home. My family was waiting for me. I couldn't die in a strange world, so I didn't allow myself to be afraid. I could only force myself to be strong. I had to protect myself and those around me. As she spoke, Sang Chu suddenly remembered the first time she killed someone. The sticky feeling of blood on her hands, the stench that made her retch until she was dizzy. But she couldn't show it, because at that time, Mu Shui was unconscious. Lost in her thoughts, Sang Chu pulled herself back and said, come back with me to the apocalypse. In my base, I'll do my best to build you a safe place. No one will force you to do anything you don't want to. So don't worry, my promise will always stand. Sang Chu helped Liu up and said to Hua Shi, Sister Hua Shi, you take her upstairs to rest and keep an eye on her. Hua Shi nodded. She looked at Sang Chu, wanting to say something, but in the end, she just swallowed her words. She seemed to see again the girl who had once walked alone through the city, fighting monsters by herself. In the end, she said nothing more. With Hua Shi's support, Liu left the room. Zhuo Xiafeng looked at Sang Chu. What do you plan to do with the rest? Kill them. If Shui were here, maybe he could try extracting their souls, but right now there was no way. All they could do was kill them. Zhuo Xiafeng frowned slightly. Since they used all constructs, why not contract them? Even if you contract them, you only gain the ability to use the owl constructs, not much else. Sang Chu explained, it's not possible unless they willingly submit, and there's no trace of resistance. That's why, when I contracted you, you agreed voluntarily. People like them would never willingly become someone else's slave. Even if there's a little resistance in their hearts, I could be backlashed. That's the rule. Sang Chu didn't contract Liu and Hua Shi without reason. Tu knew this too. But she also knew that Liu and Hua Shi had no resistance, and her own power was strong enough that any backlash would be minimal. But with these people, it was impossible. If their resentment and anger reached a certain point, not only would she fail to get a card slave, she might die in the process. That's the difference between the magic world and other worlds. It's also why there are rules to prevent people from other worlds from being forcibly contracted. Having understood, Zhuo Xiafeng said nothing more. Following Liu's example, he finished off another owl construct with a single blow. What's next? He asked. Sang Chu replied, their weapon's target is too big, not suitable for use right now. But the weapons I have on hand can still be used. Shirue is injured and can't fight monsters for now. Xiafeng, you'll come with me to hunt a few monsters and get familiar with your new weapons. Once the rabbit returns to the city, we can discuss the next steps. Zhuo Xiafeng had no objections to Sang Chu's arrangements. But he hadn't expected that after Shirue finished her bath and changed clothes, she would come straight to him. Chu, I'll go with you. He's too weak, I don't trust you to go with him alone. Zhuo Xiafeng never imagined that one day, he'd be dismissed as too weak by someone. Sang Chu watched as Zhuo Xiafeng became more and more proficient with his spear, and felt that he really was a guest delayed by this monsterified world. Sang Chu gave him a hard-to-come-by weapon, thinking that even if Zhuo Xiafeng didn't have any special abilities, he could still rely on his half-baked spear skills to carve out a living among the monsters. Shi Rui glanced at Zhuo Xiafeng, who was fighting alongside the giant tiger, and said to Sang Chu, Chu, are you sure you don't need me to step in? It's fine. As long as Zhuo Xiafeng doesn't lose his composure, he won't be in danger for now. Besides, he hasn't fallen behind yet. With his spear skills, plus the weapon, Zhuo Xiafeng and the tiger were evenly matched for the time being. After coming back from his scavenging trip, Tu squatted on Sang Chu's shoulder, excitedly chirping, Chu, let me tell you, this trip was a huge haul. Sang Chu, you stole a lot. How could you call it stealing? I took everything fair and square, okay? If he hadn't refused to let me into the city, I wouldn't have had to do this. Let me tell you, the security at City A's station isn't for nothing. Although there are some oddballs in City A, most people are good. But City B, Sang Chu could tell a lot had happened to Tu, but he didn't ask. Instead, he said to Shi Rui, keep an eye on him. If he can't handle it, just kill the tiger and collect the materials. I'll leave with Tu when I have time. Shi Rui nodded. Without another word, she drew her bow and shot the tiger dead. Sang Chu. Zhuo Xiafeng, who had been fighting valiantly, stared blankly at Shi Rui. What just happened? Shi Rui looked at him coldly. Too slow. I need a lot of materials. With that, she walked over and put the tiger into her storage box. Zhuo Xiafeng also had a storage box in his hand. Storage boxes were used to store materials from monsters. The space inside could expand infinitely. As long as you put the materials in, the box would automatically grow larger. It was much better than ordinary storage rings or spatial bags. With a storage box, you never had to worry about not having enough space for monster materials. Watching this cold and ruthless woman, Zhuo Xiafeng didn't say anything. He just followed behind her as they continued hunting. All along the way, he watched as she skillfully picked up monster eggs, grabbed newborn cubs, and even captured some rare mutated species. Zhuo Xiafeng felt like his worldview was about to shatter. So, Shi Rui, where are we headed now? Seeing her stop, Zhuo Xiafeng, holding his spear, pointed to a place not far away and asked. Shi Rui looked ahead, drew her bow, and released an arrow like a thunderbolt. Zhuo Xiafeng was stunned. That arrow was so fast. After a single beam of light shot out, wings suddenly appeared on Shi Rui's back, and she sped forward. Zhuo Xiafeng quickly followed her. Before long, they saw a black bear as tall as 3 adults lying on the ground, having flattened a patch of bamboo forest. Underneath it was a small cub. Zhuo Xiafeng looked at the fallen bear in horror and swallowed. This is an S-class monster, right? Shi Rui gave him a sidelong glance. Just this? She really couldn't understand this world. Even a frog could make it onto the monster rankings. And now, even an ordinary black bear could be classified as S-class. S-class was the highest level of monster and usually didn't appear. The more common ones were monsters from level 1 to 7. A to S-class included rare monsters like tigers, wolves, and bears. According to Zhuo Xiafeng, if you encountered one, you might as well consider yourself dead. Don't even think about escaping, just lie down and accept your fate. Seeing Shi Rui's disdainful expression, Zhuo Xiafeng fell silent. Shi Rui collected all the materials, including the little cub. After swatting away the flies, they continued hunting. Meanwhile, Sang Chu watched Tu return with his haul and clapped his hands. No wonder you were gone so long. But where did you get all this stuff? There was food, supplies, drinks, and a lot of high-end items that looked like they came from a research institute, which made Sang Chu very curious. You really are a genius, born to be a thief, he joked. Tu had been acting proud, but when Sang Chu called him a thief, he protested, Hey, don't call me a thief. I took these fair and square. It's not my fault he didn't see me. Yes, our dear rabbit would never do something as low as stealing. But seriously, where did you get all this stuff? Tu divided the items into several piles and said smugly, to avoid any mistakes, I put a lot of thought into this. Look, these are all related to the royal family, and these are from the Royal Research Institute. I don't know how to use them, but like you said, just keep them for now. Sang Chu took out a small orange ball from his storage ring, puzzled. Just this? I remember Shirue once used a similar device to summon a flying vehicle. But this little thing, how does it turn into a vehicle big enough to carry people? Tu shrugged his furry shoulders and wiggled his big ears. I have no idea. All the information about these vehicles is encrypted. I can't make heads or tails of it, so I can't see the details. Sang Chu was silent for a moment, then looked at Tu. Can we ask Liu to take a look? No way. The Research Institute is on high alert right now. If she shows up, she'll definitely get caught, and I might not even be able to save her. Sang Chu, all right, forget it. Anyway, we've got the stuff. If we can figure it out, great. If not, we'll wait until things calm down. Tu, actually, you could try selling them on the marketplace. Someone might know how to use them. Sang Chu, is that allowed? Tu, why not? Just because you don't know, doesn't mean no one else does. Sang Chu, all right, then you go post the info and put them up for sale. Okay. Tu nodded, but when he looked at the pile of little balls, he hesitated. But I don't know how to categorize these. They were all different colors, like the orange ball in Sang Chu's hand. Each color was unique, and there was no way to tell which ones were high-end and which were low-end, except by color. Sang Chu, Liu. Maybe I should just take them to Brother Mian. He knows a lot, and we can split the profits. Let's go. Tu disappeared in an instant. Sang Chu looked at the pile of stuff left behind, sorted it, and put it all away in his own storage ring. January and RGED passed in a flash. Before the train arrived, Sang Chu had already packed away all the cards, and had also put away his cards. One person and one rabbit could only lie quietly in their seats. Half asleep, Sang Chu vaguely heard the sound of a train whistle. By the time she opened her eyes, they had already arrived. Qin Simeon, you went out stealing again, didn't you? You look like you can't wake up. Sang Chu, Mianji, if anyone's stealing, it's not me. Look at me, do I look like someone who'd do that? Qin Simeon snorted coldly. He had always thought that the young men he trained were all strong and thoughtful, but after following this strange woman, they'd actually learned to steal. When Tu was holding the stolen owl, trying to figure out how to use it, he almost got caught. Qin Simeon, if you dare send Tu to steal again, I'll confiscate your ticket and give you a new look. Sang Chu stared wide-eyed at Qin Simeon in disbelief. Wait, you can just take away my ticket like that? What do you think? Tu hid nervously in Sang Chu's hoodie, not daring to come out and face Qin Simeon's anger. Sang Chu could only say helplessly, I get it, there won't be a next time, Mianji. But, what about the owl? Qin Simeon, I've already sent it back anonymously. If you dare use it to steal again, or do anything shady, watch out, I'll deal with you. After saying that, Qin Simeon suddenly kicked Sang Chu. She didn't expect it and got hit squarely. This time, she could really feel Qin Simeon's anger. That kick made Sang Chu feel like all her internal organs were boiling. Cough, cough, cough. This Qin Simeon is nuts. He's crazy. Sang Chu lay on the ground for a long time before she could get up. Tu hopped over and looked at her worriedly. I don't know why Mianji got so angry at Chu. It's not your fault. Qin Simeon's always moody, acting all high and mighty, with his own set of morals. Next time, just don't let him see what we've stolen. But stealing. Sang Chu looked at his confused face and laughed. Of course stealing isn't a good thing, but sometimes you have to use special means. Don't worry, Qin Simeon just doesn't want us bringing contraband onto the train. He's not blaming you for using special methods in special situations. He'd better not. Tu had been scolded terribly on the train before. Now, just thinking about stealing made his heart race. Sang Chu didn't say much more, just patted his head to calm him down. There was still a long way to the city center, but she wasn't in a hurry to go back. She took out the robot she'd stolen for Tu, set up the program, and then, together, they started sealing off the city. When Liu was released, she looked up at the strange sky. Ah Chu, is this your world? Yeah. Things aren't great right now. Once the city is sealed, I'll put some dragon pearls up there for light. This place has been in darkness for a long time. Liu didn't know that the apocalypse was a world of eternal night, nor did she know what dragon pearls were. She was just curious why Sang Chu wanted to seal off the entire sky, even the underground. Acid rain. It's acid rain. Everyone, take cover. A scream rang out in the distance, followed by a torrential downpour. Where Sang Chu was standing, the sky had already been sealed, so nothing happened to her. Sang Chu, Rabbit, Dr. Li, Shi Rui, Sai H, Brothers Hua, Sister Hua Shi, you guys operate the light machines and construction robots. We need to seal off the city as fast as possible. I'll give you all the blueprints for Haicheng. Shi Rui and Sai H had operated the light machines before in the monster world, so they were used to it. Now, they just needed the blueprints to start. 7 construction robots worked together, and soon, the surrounding area was being sealed off. The survivors rushed under the shelters to avoid the rain. Ning Song supported the acid rain burn Tang Lei, his eyes red. Xiao Tang, the city lord must be back. Hold on, I'll take you to her right away. Getting caught in the acid rain could mean death or infection. He couldn't just watch his brother die or turn into a monster. Nearby, Zhou LX glared fiercely at the woman standing off to the side. Her hands shook with anger, and she wished she could kill her on the spot. Wang Shi quickly held Zhou LX back. Don't be rash. I'll go find the city lord. She's just ahead. If I follow the city wall, I'll find her. The sky shield was being built in one direction, so as long as they followed it, they'd run into her. Ning Song carried Tang Lei on his back. Don't be afraid, Xiao Tang, I'll get you there. He ran in the direction Wang Shi pointed. Zhou LX pointed at the woman behind the crowd. Wang Jin, keep an eye on her. If anything happens to Xiao Tang, I'll take her life. Got it, Zhou Ji, you go ahead. I'll watch her. Wang Jin looked at the group of ordinary people. If it weren't for surviving the apocalypse, he'd be dead by now. When the acid rain started, Tang Lei had saved him, but he hadn't expected that woman to drag Tang Lei to shield herself, and she'd made it under cover first. Wang Yuding was pale with fear, tears in her eyes as she looked at Wang Jin. Brother Wang, I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. The other survivors quickly moved away from her, afraid of being implicated. As the crowd shifted, Wang Yuding was exposed. Wang Jin's face was cold and expressionless. Didn't mean to? How could an ordinary person like you drag a powered one? If you dare pull Xiao Tang into the acid rain again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Jin had quietly raised his ability to level 7 during this time, but hadn't told anyone except his brothers. Because Zhou LX thought the ordinary people in the base were strange, he'd already warned his brothers to be careful, but he hadn't expected Tang Lei, that silly kid, to risk himself to save someone. He just hoped the city lord could save Tang Lei, who'd been burned by acid rain. City lord! City lord! Sang Chu was working when she heard Ning Song's desperate cries. She stopped and turned to see him running toward her with someone on his back. What happened? Sang Chu walked over. Zhou LX spoke first. City lord, Xiao Tang was hit by acid rain. Do you have any way to help? Hit by acid rain? Sang Chu stepped forward to check his wounds. Tang Lei's body was already riddled with holes from the corrosion. Liu took out her medical kit, frowned slightly. Ah Chu, this wound is poisonous. I'm afraid medicine won't work. I know. Shirue, you and Sai H go treat the other survivors, then move him to the shelter. I'm heading to the main city now. The sky above was completely sealed off. Looking up, large raindrops fell onto the sealed stone roof, making for a chilling and unsettling sight. The ground in Haicheng was also corroded, pitted and scarred. Liu and Hua Shi saw the scene before them and tried to suppress the fear and anxiety in their hearts. Sang Chu comforted them, don't worry, it's sealed now. The acid rain is only harmful to exposed skin and bodies. It won't get in. Liu nodded, still feeling a lingering fear. Ren Song was holding the severely wounded and pain-stricken Tang Lei in his arms, his eyes red with worry as he anxiously looked around. Is the doctor here yet? Hearing a familiar voice, Tang Lei's lips trembled. With a weak sob, he forced himself to sound calm. Renji, I don't want to die. Rinsong said, you won't. The city lord will definitely have a way. There will be a way. Don't overthink it. I'm here. Zhou Lynx looked at the barely 20-year-old Tang Lei, his eyes reddening as he tried to hold back tears. Xiao Tang, you'll be fine. You'll definitely be fine. We've survived so many years, we'll get through this too. Tang Lei could barely feel the pain anymore, but looking at his brother and the others forcing smiles for his sake, he managed a weak grin. Renji, Zhouji, Weiji, if I die, then so be it. I don't want to become a burden. Sang Chu quickly walked over to Tang Lei, with Zhou Stefeng following behind. Seeing Tang Lei lying weakly between Rensong and Zhou Lynx, Zhou Stefeng was instantly reminded of his own younger brother, who had died at a similar age, before he could even experience much of life. The outcome was the same, he never got to see the future. Sang Chu knew Zhou Stefeng was feeling emotional, but with the current situation, she couldn't say much. She just patted his shoulder, then said to Rensong and the others, take Tang Lei to the basement treatment room. It's ready. After the construction robots finished building the main structure, most of the remaining energy was used for urgent repairs. The basement and breeding area couldn't be fully extracted yet, but elevators had been installed for convenience. The basement and the main building were in separate spaces. Sang Jingwen had already brought people out to meet Sang Chu and her group. Sang, you're back? What happened? Sang Chu replied, Tang Lei was hit by acid rain. I'm taking him to Xian Shaoqing. Brother, you and EG use magic to keep the ordinary people under control for now. Seeing her decisive manner, Sang Jingwen nodded, all right, I understand. Sang Jingwen turned and left, while Sang Chu led Tang Lei and the others into the basement. And Shaoqing was already waiting, drawing magic circles on the ground, with a treatment pod in the center. When he saw Sang Chu, he said coldly, put him in. The crystal cores can't be used for healing. Sang Chu was silent for a moment, then tossed him a small piece of self-made spirit stone. See if you can use this. Ever since she learned she could make her own spirit stones, Sang Chu had been preparing. She used the eggshells from mutated beast eggs and other scavenged materials, soaking them in spring water stored in her jade space. The apocalypse had only just begun, but she'd already spent a month in the mutated world. And Shaoqing took the jade stone and quickly placed it on the magic circle. Rinsong, following his instructions, put Tang Lei into the treatment pod. And Shaoqing then took out a small scalpel from his kit and cut open Tang Lei's abdomen. Rin, get the antidote ready. Okay. Everyone moved quickly, as if they'd practiced this many times before. The acid rain was more terrifying than expected. It had already entered Tang Lei's body, beginning to corrode him from the inside out, like a moth eating away at wood. And Shaoqing's eyes were cold and sharp. Sang Chu reminded him, don't hold back. Tang Lei is still young. Don't leave any hidden dangers. Got it. Yulong. And Shaoqing shot Sang Chu a look of annoyance, then swiftly excised all the necrotic tissue with his scalpel. After putting down the knife, he removed his gloves, and a bright magical light shone from his palm, slowly illuminating Tang Lei's body. The corroded flesh seemed to be washed clean by clear water, leaving no trace of the previous damage. Li watched the hourglass at the side, calculating the time. And Shaoqing, time's up. That fast? And Shaoqing quickly stitched up the wound, and under the effect of the treatment pod, the incision healed rapidly. Rinsong watched the miraculous scene, his mouth agape, not daring to make a sound. Only after the treatment ended did he finally find his voice. That's it. Zhou Lynx saw Tang Lei gradually regaining color and his breathing stabilizing. He's okay now, right? And Shaoqing looked at him, annoyance clear on his face. How could it be that easy? The poison has already entered his organs. On the surface, it's just a small wound, but it's all inside. Right now, I've only cleared part of the poison. To get rid of it all will take time. If you want, go pray to the Demon King. Let's hope the poison doesn't flare up again while he's recovering. He was used to dealing with this kind of poison. When Sang Chu was infected, it was different. She was already dead, so it didn't matter if her body was emptied out. That's why it could be cleaned all at once. But for the living, it was different. If you tried to clear it all at once, they'd die. It was impossible to clean it out completely in one go. In Xiaoqing's words made Rensong's face go pale, but Sang Chu comforted him. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Then she turned to Liu. Dr. Li, you're more familiar with medical equipment. Next, please assist in Xiaoqing and observe his methods. Is that okay? Liu looked at Tang Lei lying in the treatment pod and nodded, of course. I'll do everything I can. Sang Chu smiled, I'm sure you can. I really need your knowledge and skills. After speaking, she took out a construction robot, operated it on the light screen, then took out a pile of light cards and placed them on the table. She said to Huaxi, Sister Huaxi, you're more experienced. I'll leave all these things in your care. Later, I'll give you a list of the gifted individuals. Each person can get one light card. From now on, this basement will be converted into a hospital. As for how to divide the space, I'll leave it to you. I'll transfer the basement's authority to you and give you a construction robot. And Xiaoqing and Dr. Li both need their own rooms, so please pay attention to that. There should also be a rest area. Just arrange it as you see fit. Sang Chu's series of arrangements left Huaxi a bit dazzled. This responsibility. Sister Huaxi, I believe you can do it. Brother Zhua can also stay at the hospital. For daily security and patrols, I'll assign more people later. But for now, there aren't many people left in Haisher, so we'll all have to do our best. Sang, you'd better come quickly, something's happened. Sang Jingwen's message was full of urgency. When Sang Chu saw it, she immediately said, Xiaoqing, Lin, I'll leave things to you. Work well with Sister Huaxi, don't be nervous. Zhou Linxue, Wang Shi, come with me. After leaving the hospital building, Sang Chu, still a bit shaken by the magic field she'd just experienced with Shi Rue and Sai Han, pulled out her hovercar without hesitation. After all, there were plenty of these things now, and they could be put to use. Shi Rue, save as many people as you can in the magic field. I have something urgent to take care of. Okay, I understand. Sang Chu took Lin Song and the others and headed straight for Sang Jingwen's location in the hovercar. Lin Song, Zhou Linxue, and Wang Shi were still a bit stunned by Sang Chu suddenly pulling out such advanced technology. Zhou Linxue asked Sister Sang, will these things be common in Haiqing in the future? The hovercars probably won't be, but the light weapons and other gear will be distributed among the awakened. If you need any, just go find Huaxi, the girl who just came back with me. Register with her, and you can get the gear. If you don't need it, just let her know. After thinking for a moment, Sang Chu added, as for the magic fields, I'll make a list with wooing later. Ideally, every awakened should be paired with a magic field device, but this will have to wait until the hospital is running smoothly. So, do your best. As long as you don't betray the base, you'll get your share of these good things. Lin Song said, don't worry, Sister Sang, I never would. Sang Chu replied, I believe you. After all, these things are all made by me. If I can build one Haiqing, I can build a second. If you betray me, these things will instantly become scrap. Anyone with a brain knows how to choose. Lin Song's face turned a bit pale. He hadn't planned to follow Sang Chu at first. If he hadn't seen her methods, maybe he really would have tried to go his own way. Her words now sounded a bit like a warning. On the city wall, a group of people were pinned to the ground by the magic field. Wang Jin lay in a pool of blood, barely breathing. Lin Song, Zhou Linxue, and Wang Shi jumped down in shock. A Jin? Brother Jingwen, what happened to a Jin? Sang Chu said, enough questions for now. Get him treated first, then take him to the hospital. Wang Shi said, hurry up. He quickly took the portable medical device from Sang Chu. He knew how to use it. After treating Wang Jin, he picked him up and rushed to the hovercar, heading for the hospital. Sang Chu asked, brother, what happened? Sang Jingwen said, see for yourself. There was a small opening in the ground. Following Sang Jingwen down, they ran into Xiaoping, who came running back, panting and clutching his thigh. He said, the burrowing rats caught the person, but the thing on her body got away. Sang Chu asked, the thing on her body? Xiaoping said, come with me. He led the way, with Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen following. Wang Shi used his flashlight to light the path. On the ground lay a strange woman. Her head and limbs were all shriveled and withered. Her body was twisted at an unnatural angle, as if she had suffered immense pain and torment before death. Xiaoping said when the burrowing rats found her, she was already dead, but the thing on her escaped into the ground and disappeared. After it left, this woman turned into this. Sang Jingwen said, Sang, when I was checking the people earlier, I found some were missing, just like what Mushua saw in the magic world, people disappearing. Can you confirm who's missing? Sang Jingwen replied, so far, 3 people from the breeding area are gone, all newcomers. I've checked the sea area too, no one missing there. I've already sent someone to check further. Sang Chu fell silent for a moment, then quickly called Shuiyu over. As the magic light appeared, Shuiyu walked over sleepily, rubbing her eyes. What's up? Shuiyu, are you sure you cleared out all the mutated plants? Of course, why? Sang Chu pointed at the woman on the ground. Shuiyu took a closer look, sniffed, and her expression instantly darkened. This thing smells just like those things. Right. If you're sure you cleared out all the mutated plants, then this means the thing has another way of hiding. Shuiyu glanced at Sang Chu, a bit surprised. You're not doubting that I missed something, are you? You're the Demon King, I trust your abilities, and I trust you wouldn't slack off. If you say you cleared it all, then you did. If there's still something left, it just means I really have no idea how it hides. Luckily, it seems its power isn't that strong yet. If it starts feeding on awakened and goes undetected, Shuiyu, that'll be a big problem. I need you to create a cold barrier at night, so we can monitor everything from the central tower. Sang Jingwen asked, Sang, are you planning to restrict everyone's movements at night? Yes. Until we figure out how this thing hides, it's best if no one goes out at night. The cold barrier is the best solution. If anyone insists on going out, then so be it. She didn't say the words, they'll die, but both Sang Jingwen and Xiaoping understood her meaning. Xiaoping asked, so, should a Xiaoqing arrange for people to patrol the city walls? Sang Chu replied, yes, arrange for the awakened first. Brother, once you have the list of awakened, give it to Huaxi. I've already shared her contact in the group chat. I've set up a management group, so everyone can coordinate more easily. Okay, got it. I'll send it to her right away. Things were proceeding in an orderly way. Sang Chu looked at the woman on the ground, her expression darker than ever. Xiaoping said, don't worry, little sister. The construction robots have sealed everything above and below ground. Haiqing is now a fortress, nothing can get in or out. I'm just worried that thing might get out and attract more trouble. Xiaoping wanted to comfort Sang Chu, but when he saw her summon a magic field, he closed his mouth. The magic field picked up the woman's body and headed for the hospital. Xiaoping asked, sis, what's a hospital? Do we have one in the base? We do. It's already up and running. It's the old underground city. Thinking of this, she remembered all the exhausted people who had finally come out into the open. Though not everyone could be saved, at least some could be. Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu and suddenly said, little sister, the thing that escaped, isn't it the same color as the one Xiao Shui mentioned before? It's possible. If these things can blend into human bodies and disguise themselves as ordinary people to wait for an opportunity, that would be terrifying. Bro, let's first get those ordinary people under control. I'll go find Dr. Li and in Xiaoqing right away and have the whole base thoroughly checked. After a pause, Sang Chu added, and this investigation needs to be ongoing. I'll tell in Xiaoqing and Dr. Li to quickly develop a rapid detection device. In the future, we'll put them at the city gates, so anyone entering or leaving can be screened. If anything abnormal is detected, we'll immediately take action. Yiping nodded repeatedly, yeah, if these things really manage to blend in and even replace ability users, then we're really done for. That's something we absolutely can't guard against. At that moment, Lu Minli had finished clearing out the people on his end and sent a message. Both Sang Jingwen and Yiping could see it. There are fewer people by the sea. Granny Xiang led some people into the sea to check. There's a passage at the bottom leading out. The person has already been stopped, but the creature is really weird, looks like a monster, but also like a dried-up corpse. I've sent you a photo. The photo made everything clear, In the picture, the thing was shaped like a person, with green hair, a bony back, and a fish tail below. But what was really bizarre was that it had a woman's chest, with milk oozing out. Yiping shivered as he looked at it. What the hell is that? There's something like that in the base. Lu Minli, I think it's one of the ordinary people left behind before. When I was clearing the roster, I noticed he was missing. Although the monster's form is strange, only the green hair is familiar. He only had short hair in human form. Sang Jingwen, green hair. No way, that's green hair. Yiping was shocked. How could that be the green-haired guy? That green hair looked so thin and small. When he first arrived, he was bullied by a group of people, but it turns out he was actually a hidden boss. Sang Chu, these things are very good at hiding. Hiding is huge. If they really go into hiding, it'll be hard to find them. Minli, Ego, Big Bro, you three go find in Xiaoqing first. I'll arrange for him to help you with the investigation. These things are probably hiding inside people's bodies, so they're not easy to detect. After the investigation, make sure there are no hidden dangers before you relax. I'll divide Haiching into zones for you to patrol. We must make sure that before everyone is checked, no one can hide or leave Haiching. Lu Minli, okay, I'll go now. He looked at Granny Xiang and said respectfully, Granny, I'll be off. I'll leave things here to you. Suddenly, one of the brothers with a fish tail looked at him and said, I'll go with you. There's something I want to ask the city lord. Lu Minli glanced at Granny Xiang. She didn't object, so he understood she was worried he'd run off, so she had someone watch him. All right, let's go together then. The brothers with the fish tails followed behind Lu Minli into the city. Only then did Granny Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Na held Granny Xiang's hand, watching Lu Minli's departing figure with curiosity. Granny, what do Aga and you want with Chu? Why can't I go with them? I haven't seen Chu in so long. Granny Xiang patted Na's hand, her expression dark as she watched Lu Minli's back. Because the base isn't safe and this is all I can do. I just hope Lu Minli doesn't let us down, after all, he's a trusted friend. She felt there was something strange about Lu Minli, though she couldn't say what. She was a little afraid, especially after hearing someone had escaped from the base, which made her unease even stronger. Na thought Granny Xiang was just worrying too much. Granny, Lu Minli won't let us down. I trust Chu. Let's hope so. Granny Xiang fell silent. On the road, the brothers with the fish tails stared at Lu Minli with wide, unblinking eyes, as if they were watching him like a hawk. Even if you wanted to run, you don't need to stare at me like that. It's making things awkward. You, the more talkative brother, said, I'm not watching you. I'm just spacing out. Maybe you're just too sensitive. Lu Minli smiled helplessly. I'm not going to run. There's no need to watch me so closely. The other brother said, I'm not watching you. You're overthinking it. Lu Minli. This pair of brothers just kept staring at him, then insisted he was imagining things. If he hadn't already sat up straight and acted normal, he'd have thought he was doing something wrong. Lu Minli, all right, if you say you're not, then you're not. You, we really aren't. When people are being watched, it's really awkward. Lu Minli fell silent, not saying anything, and forced down the sudden anxiety in his heart. At the entrance of the research institute, Sang Jingwen and Yiping were already waiting there. When they saw Lu Minli arrive, they followed him inside. The brothers with fish tails stayed at the entrance, not moving an inch. Yiping glanced back at the two brothers squatting by the door, then looked at Lu Minli curiously. Did you piss them off? Why are they acting so weird? Lu Minli replied, I didn't do anything. Granny Xiang was just worried I'd run, so she had them follow me. I'm not afraid of being followed, so whatever. All right, I thought you'd done something to make them mad. Those two are like disaster magnets. Yu's combat power was well known. In the first wave of attacks, they'd already shown their worth. No one knew how such powerful people got caught in the first place. Too careless. With him and Sang Jingwen together, they could barely handle one of the brothers, so having both was a headache. Who knew what would happen if they really fought? Lu Minli didn't like fighting, so he didn't know why Yiping called them disaster magnets. He just patted Yiping's shoulder and said, if you're upright, you don't have to fear your shadow. Even disaster magnets have to follow the rules in the base. That's true. They're Granny Xiang's people, and Granny Xiang is your sisters. Yiping said this with a proud look, as if no one else knew Granny Xiang was his. Sang Jingwen glanced at him. Don't get cocky. She's my sister, not yours. Hey, what's the difference? Your sister is my sister too. As he spoke, he put his arm around Sang Jingwen's shoulder, acting all brotherly. Sang Jingwen immediately shrugged his hand off. Idiot. I may be an idiot, but I can show you how to cook a real egg. Get lost. Seeing his smiling face, Sang Jingwen shook his head helplessly and walked toward An Xiaoqing, who was already waiting for him. A Xiaoqing stared blankly at the magical feedback from Lu Minli's power. Sang Chu, you'd better gather everyone together for a full investigation right now. There's a problem with some of the crystal cores you've consumed. Sang Chu was busy clearing out the cave of the last escapee when she received a Xiaoqing's urgent message. She froze for a moment. What? A Xiaoqing? Lu Minli's power is leaking out of control. If this isn't handled properly, he'll be taken over by that force and eventually turn into a mindless monster. Sang Jingwen also has that power in him, but it's not as intense. He seems fine for now. He's able to guide the power downward, gathering it in his lower abdomen. But Lu Minli's power is stuck, unable to move down, and is controlling him instead. Sang Chu, so you're saying that guiding the power downward can help control it? That's why Jingwen is fine, but Lu Minli's power is controlling him. A Xiaoqing looked at the magical display with a frown. It's not that moving it downward will definitely control it, but it's possible. Jingwen is doing a good job. I'll study him and Lu Minli later to figure out what's going on. For now, don't look for him, focus on investigating everyone. If anyone loses control, they'll become a ticking time bomb. Got it, I'll get right on it. A Xiaoqing's warning shook Sang Chu to the core. She had thought that the most dangerous things in the apocalypse were hunger and exhaustion. But after getting enough food, she realized that wasn't the real threat. The hidden mutated plants were far more dangerous. But now, a Xiaoqing was telling her that the crystal cores containing power were the deadliest threat of all. For a moment, Sang Chu felt like surviving in this world was just one trap after another. No wonder it was so hard to stay alive. She took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily. Sang Chu quickly summoned her cards, calling out Shi Rue and Sai-He. Shi Rue, take a team and investigate over there. She projected a map onto the light screen, syncing the coordinates to Shi Rue's display. Sai-He, you go this way. Then she looked at Xueyu, put a light screen on his wrist, explained how to use it, and handed him the last set of coordinates. Patrol this area. If you find anyone acting suspiciously, restrain them and send them to the hospital. If they refuse to cooperate, deal with them on the spot. Xueyu looked at her in confusion. What happened? There's a hidden danger in the base. I'm going to make an announcement. Mumu is about to start building the cold storage, but that's just for Haicheng. We can't wait. Xueyu gave her a sidelong glance. You're really treating me like your personal errand boy now, huh? Sang Chu grinned. Sorry, once we get through this, I'll give you a vacation. Next time we go to another world, you can come along. Shi Rue chimed in, Ah Chu, I want to go too. Other worlds sounded so fun, with all sorts of creatures. She'd even brought back a pot of mushrooms last time. Sure, as long as we clear all the hidden dangers in Haicheng, you can come with me on the next world trip. Xueyu sighed, all right, let's focus on the task at hand. I, the Great Ice and Snow Demon King, have been reduced to a patrol officer by you. He complained, but he was the first to head out. Sai-He Master, I'm heading out too. Okay, be careful. Call me if anything happens. Understood. After Sai-He left, Shi Rue followed. Sang Chu glanced at the penguins on the ground and put them away, then took out a new house-building robot. To you, you're in charge of the aftermath here. I'm sending all the ordinary people to the hospital first. To you, all right. Be careful yourself, boss. I have a bad feeling about this. MHM. Maybe it was because the moon was about to set, but it felt like the last hidden threats were about to emerge. After Sang Chu left, the magical beasts started dragging the restrained people toward the hospital. City Lord, why do you have to keep these magical beasts holding me down? What did I do wrong? Suddenly, one person in the crowd shouted at Sang Chu, standing out among the trembling ordinary people. Sang Chu didn't even bother to respond. As if receiving some silent command, the magical beast immediately devoured the person in its claws. The quiet air was pierced by the sound of the beast chewing, making the already anxious crowd even more terrified. Sang Chu said, "I don't want to say much. As long as you behave, you'll be fine. But if you don't, you'll end up like him or worse. After all, there are fewer of you, and I have plenty of magical beasts." The implication was clear. Getting eaten by one magical beast might be merciful. If you keep causing trouble, more beasts will eat more people, and the consequences will only get worse. The unrest in the crowd vanished instantly, and after the beast finished chewing, it spat out a living, dark purple seed. The beast whimpered and looked at Sang Chu for comfort, then rubbed against her arm. "Sang Chu, you're saying the seed is too hard to bite through?" After comforting the magical beast, Sang Chu walked over to the seed. It seemed to have a will of its own, suddenly sprouting tiny hands and frantically crawling toward the crowd. "Earth prison, ice cell," Sang Chu shouted coldly. The ground beneath the seed collapsed, and ice quickly sealed it in the pit. She walked slowly toward the seed, watching as it withered at an alarming rate, until it became a shriveled, rotten husk. Sang Chu didn't dare to release the ice cell right away. She used all her power to keep it sealed, making sure the seed couldn't break free. Time ticked by. Only after confirming the seed was dead did she finally unlock the cell. A wave of indescribable rot and stench filled the air, making everyone nauseous. Sang Chu covered her nose and walked closer. The seed on the ground looked very similar to the ones she'd seen on the penguins earlier. No one would have guessed it was once a human. A thumb-sized seed slowly grew into a person. Sang Chu stared at the figure. Why does this person look so familiar? After a long moment, she remembered. Wasn't this one of the residents outside the Taoyuan base? That person had always seemed ordinary, but now she realized he was one of them. Could it be that every person is actually a seed? Sang Chu was shocked by her own thought. My God, just how many of these seed people are there in all of Haicheng? A chill ran down her spine as she looked out over Haicheng, unable to stop herself from shivering. Sang Chu's gaze slowly shifted to the people being restrained. For the first time, she felt regret. These people had all been infected. The only way to prevent disaster was to keep them locked up here. Sang Chu rode her demon beast and rushed toward the place where she and the others had previously stayed. The mutated plants underground had disappeared, replaced by a massive pit. Looking down into the pit, she saw a strange passageway. Previously, Shuiyu had mentioned that this passage didn't lead completely outside, so she hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Sang Chu had originally planned to wait for the construction robots to return before filling in all these underground holes, but now, looking at this passage, she felt it was worth exploring further. Let's go forward. She pointed, directing the demon beast to walk down into the corridor beneath the pit. The walls of the passage were covered in dried, sticky residue, as if they'd been drained of water and nutrients, sparsely clinging to the surface. Sang Chu turned on her flashlight. The beam pierced the dim corridor, instantly lighting up the narrow passage. These things seemed to be moving. Her voice was tinged with doubt. In the light, Sang Chu thought she saw the residue rising and falling as if breathing, but on closer inspection, it seemed motionless. Keep going. Sang Chu patted the demon beast's neck, signaling it to move forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, the path ahead was blocked, but the walls were now covered with green plants, densely packed vines, like creeping ivy, embedded in the walls and stretching outward, impossible to hide. Sang Chu placed her hand on them. At first glance, the vines seemed unremarkable, but they slowly moved toward her hand, as if trying to absorb or devour her. Roar! The demon beast suddenly let out an angry roar, startling Sang Chu into quickly pulling her hand back. What's wrong? Roar! Roar! The demon beast continued to roar, its posture tense and alert, but Sang Chu couldn't see anything unusual. The strange vines on the wall seemed alive, but from the outside, there was no sign of mutation. Roar! The demon beast let out a sharp cry, as if trying to scare something away. Is there something here? Sang Chu looked at the demon beast's reaction, then at the silent corridor ahead, feeling a bit uneasy. If there really was something here, why hadn't Shuiyu noticed it before? The demon beast's reaction grew more intense. Its body tensed, and its tail thumped wildly against the ground, as if preparing for battle. It really seemed to sense some kind of threat. Sang Chu focused her mind, slowly releasing her spiritual sense and probing into the wall. Damn, what the hell is this thing? The vines inside the wall felt like grasping hands, making her scalp tingle. Ice blade, break. With a shout, Sang Chu unleashed her power. A thick ice blade stabbed directly into the wall, smashing open a crack. A cold wind blew from the gap, carrying a damp, putrid smell. Sang Chu covered her nose and frowned. Let's go in. The demon beast hesitated, seemingly afraid. Sang Chu gently patted its head, her voice soft. Don't worry, it'll be fine. She only had 4 earth bombs left. One was with Sang Jingwen, and the others she'd given to Shi Rue for patrols, so she didn't have any on hand. Clearly, the demon beast was disturbed by whatever was in the wall. Just as Sang Chu was hesitating about whether to go in on foot, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the crack, heading straight for the demon beast. The demon beast, which had been tense all along, suddenly let out an angry roar and charged forward. Its young body was full of strength, clearly ready to fight. Sang Chu sat on its back, one hand gripping its horn, the other ready to use her power, staring at the black shadow. The demon beast and the shadow clashed fiercely in the cave. Sang Chu couldn't make out what the black shadow was, she couldn't see anything clearly. The shadow moved so fast it was impossible to track. Suddenly, the shadow seemed to grow larger. In contrast, the demon beast's movements slowed for a moment. This shadow could actually touch the demon beast's body. This was no ordinary thing. The demon beast stumbled, almost throwing Sang Chu off, but she managed to hold on. Oh whoa. With a pitiful whimper, the demon beast turned to look at her with big, aggrieved eyes, as if saying, "That thing bullied me." Sang Chu couldn't help but laugh at her own wild imagination. She narrowed her eyes, staring sharply at the menacing black shadow, and patted the demon beast's head, whispering, "Let's show it what we've got." Sang Chu pressed her hand to her chest, calculating how much power she could use. As long as she didn't exceed her limit, she'd be fine. She raised both hands. Fox transformation. As she spoke, a giant fox shadow enveloped her body, and several thick, fiery tails slowly emerged behind her, each one burning with crimson flames. Go! With a single lash, the black shadow fled in panic. Sang Chu's face paled, and she clutched her chest, feeling her energy nearly depleted. She hadn't expected that this transformation would consume almost all her power in just one move. After the black shadow disappeared, the giant vines on the wall instantly vanished as well, revealing a path ahead. The demon beast moved forward. The left passage was filled with a heavy stench, and the space seemed larger. The right passage was narrower and more winding. Sang Chu hesitated, then chose the wider passage on the left. The further she went, the more uneasy she felt. The demon beast beneath her was also tense, moving forward slowly. As the passage narrowed, the stench grew stronger. The smell was almost suffocating. Behind them, there was a faint sound, as if something was lurking in the shadows. The demon beast couldn't help but speed up. Its ears stood straight up, eyes alert, watching every corner. She didn't know how long they walked, but eventually, they seemed to reach the end. The demon beast was delighted and quickened its pace. Huh! The demon beast suddenly stopped. Sang Chu, sitting on its back, looked down and saw something blurry on the ground, as if some sticky substance had been deliberately thrown there. Sang Chu jumped down and walked forward. The smell grew stronger. She raised her flashlight and illuminated the sticky mess on the ground. Looking closer, it was all people. A dense mass. These sticky things were actually eating people. Sang Chu was startled, not noticing that the giant vines on the walls and ceiling were now raising their heads and staring at her. Roar! With a roar, the demon beast leapt up and bit down on a vine that was reaching for Sang Chu. Sang Chu, Shuiyu, locate me and teleport me out now. Shuiyu was busy tying people up when he suddenly realized that many hidden things had appeared. Just as he was distracted by Sang Chu's scream, he quickly gathered all his snow power and sent it rushing toward her location. A blizzard instantly blanketed the entire corridor. From within the swirling snow, Shuiyu emerged, pulling Sang Chu into her magical domain, shielding her from the biting cold. The giant creeping vines were quickly covered by snow, losing their vitality, and the magical artifact was also collected by Sang Chu. Shuiyu asked, "What is this place? Why are there so many strange things here?" Worried that Sang Chu might get lost in the magic, she led the way forward. Wherever they went, the snow and ice parted to reveal a path. Sang Chu crouched down, picking up a small handful of something from the ground. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. "This stuff." Shuiyu hesitated, then quickly covered her nose in disgust. "What the heck? Why does it smell so bad?" "I don't know, it's really weird." "I'll go ahead and check it out." Shuiyu nodded and continued forward with Sang Chu. "We're blocked." A massive rock wall blocked their path ahead. Sang Chu asked, "Can we get through?" Shuiyu reached out to test it. "It's all tightly packed rock ahead. Do you really want to go through?" Sang Chu nodded. Shuiyu wrapped an arm around her waist and in an instant transformed into a stream of white light, carrying Sang Chu through the cracks in the rock wall. The rocks were covered in snow, and all over them grew creeping vines of various sizes, strange, living plants. Shuiyu and Sang Chu kept their eyes on the vines, curious. Suddenly, Shuiyu paused. "Huh?" She stopped, holding Sang Chu in place. The white light around them scattered, illuminating the creeping vines as they burrowed into the rock. Shuiyu hadn't noticed this passage before, because the vines had only been clinging to the rocks, not hollowing them out or eating them. Chu, these vines are really strange. The sticky fluid they secrete seems to be corrosive. That corridor earlier was corroded by their secretions, then they ate away a lot of things to open up the passage. And these vines, I always see them when I clear out mutated plants. Sang Chu was shocked. "What?" Shuiyu frowned slightly. "I just thought these vines were a bit odd, but didn't think much of it. I never detected any danger, so I didn't pay attention. But if these are all nests and their secretions are so corrosive, then by now, the underground must be their territory." It hadn't been long since Shuiyu last cleared out mutated plants, but now every vine had become like this. Who knows if there are more elsewhere? Sang Chu said, "Let's officially unleash the cold wave and pay special attention to the underground." Shuiyu replied, "No problem. But first, come with me to a key location. If we want to stop this from the source, I need to find the deepest point so the cold wave can spread upward." "All right." Sang Chu followed Shuiyu, heading deeper toward the Earth's core. They passed through one winding tunnel after another, as if entering a vast underground labyrinth. In this maze, the creeping vines were the true rulers. Shuiyu remarked, "It's so deep." Wrapped in Shuiyu's white light, Sang Chu looked out at the stone and earth tunnels, the colors growing dim and hard to distinguish. "I'll let Zhuo Sefeng know first. These things, we absolutely can't let them survive." "Okay. Once you notify him, I'll start as soon as I find the right spot. These plants are beyond my control now. They're extremely dangerous." Sang Chu didn't say more, but she too felt the vines were a huge threat, like monsters lurking in the darkness, ready to strike at any moment. Deep underground, the temperature kept rising, and the air was filled with a strange, pungent smell. Sweat dripped down Sang Chu's forehead. Shuiyu looked at her, concerned as she panted, "Are you all right?" Sang Chu kept moving forward, though she was starting to feel weak. "I'm fine, just a bit short of breath. I'll contact my brother now, hurry and get ready." "Okay." At the hospital, Zhuo Xiefeng was busy using construction robots to partition off a ward. "Hua," she called out, "Zhuo Xiefeng, don't forget your room." Zhuo Xiefeng turned and headed toward the front of the hospital. Hua, she operated the controls, and a room instantly appeared on the hospital floor. "This is your accommodation." Sang Jingwen said the cold wave will hit after 9 tonight, so you must be back in your room before 9. He said the cold wave is terrifying, it can freeze people alive. If someone had told him before that a cold wave could freeze people to death, Zhuo Xiafeng wouldn't have believed it. But now that Sang Chu had said it, he couldn't help but take it seriously. After getting his room key, Zhuo Xiafeng sincerely reassured Huaxi, "Don't worry, I understand." Ding! A message appeared on his communicator. Zhuo Xiafeng was momentarily stunned, then remembered he was no longer on Guangxing. The friends he used to work with no longer sent him messages. Feeling a bit down, Zhuo Xiafeng operated his communicator, and a message popped up. "Go to Qiao Temple immediately, then follow the instructions I gave you before. The cold wave will arrive ahead of schedule." Zhuo Xiafeng didn't know what was happening, but he followed Sang Chu's instructions, running outside and messaging her. What happened? There are many hidden dangers underground. It's hard to clear them all by hand. I need a large-scale purge, so the cold wave must come early. After you knock the drum at the temple, just hide in the shelter. I'll notify everyone when it's safe to come out. Zhuo Xiafeng, okay, got it. Be careful yourself. Will do. When Zhuo Xiafeng arrived at Qiao Temple, he saw a large, square altar covered in magical runes. Following Sang Chu's instructions, he took out a key-shaped card and placed it on the altar. A beam of white light shot up, and a door appeared. A pair of big, round eyes looked at Zhuo Xiafeng for a long moment, then opened its mouth. Zhuo Xiafeng quickly shoved the card inside. The card glowed with magic, and in the next instant, Zhuo Xiafeng appeared at the entrance of the shelter. He quietly stepped aside, picked up the mallet, and struck the stone drum. Dong! The thunderous sound echoed through the entire Haicheng. Standing high up on the temple, Zhuo Xiafeng looked out. Even though the city was empty, he could still see endless possibilities. Haicheng was now covered in white, surrounded by magical barriers. The city's sky was lit by dragon pearls, keeping out the darkness. But after the drumbeat faded, the dragon pearls were sealed away in a strange box, their light extinguished. Night fell, and with it, the cold wave arrived. A cold wave descended, blanketing the entire Haicheng in ice and snow. The university was located at the highest point in Haicheng, but even from the top floor, looking out the window, all one could see was a vast expanse of white, frozen landscape. This ice really did form in an instant. I can't imagine what it's like out there, someone muttered, still in disbelief. He had never seen such thick ice before, and for it to appear so suddenly, it was enough to shatter his understanding of the world. Hiss, so cold. Zhuo Xiafeng had originally thought he just needed to light the fireplace, but now, even taking 3 steps felt like a struggle. He hurriedly lit the fire, then wrapped himself tightly in a thick quilt, shivering uncontrollably. Inside the research institute, Xiaoqing and Dr. Liu were studying the materials for Lu Minlu's prosthetic when they suddenly sensed the cold wave approaching. Instinctively, they wanted to hide, knowing better than anyone how terrifying this cold wave could be. Huaxi, a little flustered, wanted to run out, but then remembered what Sang Chu had told her. She quickly stepped forward and said, "The outer walls of the institute are made from the same special material as the hospitals, which can resist the cold wave. Don't worry, it's not cold inside. You can continue your research. Sister Chu hopes you can find out what's harmful about the crystal cores as soon as possible." Dr. Liu frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't believe her, but it all sounded too incredible. "Are you sure? There aren't any magic barriers set up in the institute, are there?" Xiaoqing replied, "No need for that, it's really just the material." He glanced at Huaxi with a slightly sharper gaze, but Huaxi patiently explained, "Sister Chu discovered in the magic world that this special stone can resist the cold wave and isn't affected by it. So Dr. Li used this material to make the institute's outer walls. Most of the raw material had to be kept for emergencies, so it's only used on the institute building for now." Dr. Liu still found it hard to believe, but when he walked to the window, the outside world had already disappeared, replaced by a world of ice and snow. It really isn't cold at all. Hearing him say this, Xiaoqing finally realized that it truly wasn't cold inside. He moved around energetically, and his body didn't react to the cold wave at all, nor did he sense any magic at work. This made him extremely curious. What is this material? How can it completely block out the cold wave? Huaxi smiled and said, It's a special kind of ore from the star world. It can block all kinds of energy, including the cold wave. But these ores are extremely rare, so the purer the ore, the better it works. Many of the raw materials Dr. Chu brought back from the city contain some of this ore, but not much, so it can't be widely used. A Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Looks like Dr. Chu is a good person. She used all the best stuff for the institute. At least we don't have to worry about the cold wave here. Dr. Liu, I'm going back to study Lu Minlu's prosthetic. Lying on the hospital bed, Lu Minlu heard his excited voice and felt a bit helpless. He had no idea what had been done to his body, but he couldn't even speak now. When he first arrived, he thought he was already in a bad state, but he never expected Sang Chu to make the institute so well prepared. In the patient ward, Sang Jingwen and Yi Ping looked out at the icy landscape, unable to hold back their comments. Our little sister really has turned this place into a magic world. Magic stoves, their own pots and pans, heating, insulation. And now she's even figured out how to deal with the cold wave. She's really something. Sang Jingwen sighed. She must be facing something really tricky right now. I wonder how Sang is doing. Yi Ping put a hand on Sang Jingwen's shoulder and laughed. You should worry about yourself. Our sister has plenty of tricks up her sleeve, and she's got so many magic items and experts protecting her. Don't worry about her. Actually, you should be more careful about your situation with Lu Minlu. A Xiaoqing said you two can't be careless. Sang Jingwen hadn't realized the crystal cores were so dangerous, nor that among everyone, Yi Ping had used them the most, yet seemed the least affected, almost unaffected, in fact. Do you feel anything when you use the crystal cores? He asked. Yi Ping shrugged. No, nothing bad at all. A Xiaoqing and Dr. Liu have checked me over. Aside from boosting my energy, I don't feel anything. Compared to jade stones, I actually prefer the crystal cores because they work faster and are easier to use. So, when I don't have crystal cores, I use jade stones instead. Sang Jingwen fell silent. If even Yi Ping didn't feel anything strange from using the crystal cores, and neither did Lu Minlu, then if there were any side effects, with the way Lu Minlu trained, he'd have noticed by now and switched to using jade stones instead. He didn't say anything more, and Yi Ping didn't want him to dwell on it. Anyway, he trusted Sang Chu completely. He believed that whatever the problem was, Sang Chu would find a way to solve it. All he needed to do was cooperate. Hey, do you know how long Xiaoxue has been unconscious? When will she wake up? Grandma keeps worrying about her. We can't just keep her in the hospital forever. Sang Jingwen sighed helplessly. Who knows? Xiaoxue's situation might be even trickier than Lu Minlu's. All we can do now is hope she gets better soon. You should spend more time with Grandma. Of course I know that. My brother and I already treat Grandma like our own family. She's closer to us now than our own parents. As he said this, he couldn't help but complain. He remembered when he and his brother went to visit Grandma and found that Xiaoxue was always by her side, never leaving her for a moment. The two of them were so close, he didn't even have the heart to interrupt. Sang Jingwen looked at his sour expression and teased, What, are you jealous? Yi Ping kicked off his shoes and flopped onto the bed, saying carelessly, Jealous of what? It's a good thing. After what happened with my dad, I was afraid Grandma wouldn't recover. Now that she's doing well, that's all that matters. He lay back with his hands behind his head, his mood a little low, while Sang Jingwen continued to look out the window. Yeah, it's a good thing. I just hope everyone can stay together like this forever. Yi Ping said, As long as you don't mind me, I'm definitely sticking with you and our sister. After all, our sister's such a big shot, no one would ever let go of her. Sang Jingwen smiled helplessly. Only Sang can put up with your dog-like personality. Isn't that because she has you? What, you can't stand me anymore? Faced with his antics, Sang Jingwen just smiled and said nothing, his gaze never leaving the window. He knew Yi Ping was trying to distract him, to keep him from worrying about Sang Chu, but he just couldn't help it. There were so many things he couldn't do, he could only offer his meager concern from afar. 3 a.m. The cold night was finally receding. Only then did Sang Chu follow Shui Yu and her companion out slowly. Along the way, All they saw were various kinds of cocoons, and the number of people inside them was increasing. Sang Chu's face darkened. She looked closely, and the anger in her eyes was impossible to hide. Shuiyu, curious about Sang Chu's obvious emotions, asked, "Your enemy?" "Yeah, he got off too easy." The person in the cocoon was the same guy who, years ago, had bullied her and Lin Muxue. Even though he died a miserable death back then, Sang Chu still felt it wasn't enough. And now he was actually here among these huge clusters of climbing vines. He'd managed to avoid the cold night and died again. The thought made Sang Chu secretly annoyed. She decided to tell Xiaoxue herself. After hesitating for a long time, Sang Chu finally released Muxue from under her arm. The bewildered Muxue looked at her. Sang, what's wrong?" Sang Chu handed her the cocoon and briefly explained what had happened recently, including the matter of the cocoon. Muxue was dazed for a long time before she finally took the cocoon from Sang Chu. The hostility in her eyes faded, and she immediately crushed the cocoon in her hand, then looked up at Sang Chu with a smile. "This feels so much better, Sang. I think I'm fine now. Do I still need to go through that ritual?" Sang Chu looked at Lin Muxue, who clearly didn't want to go, and said, "If you really don't want to, then don't." "Yay!" Muxue jumped up happily and hugged Sang Chu tightly. "I knew you were the best, Sang. I'm really fine now. It's all good." "That's good." Sang Chu held Muxue's waist to keep her from falling. Just then, Tiu came over and saw Lin Muxue hugging Sang Chu. He grinned and teased, "Big beauty Lin, are you trying to make Lu Minli jealous? Don't blame me if he gets upset and breaks up with you." Muxue shot him a glare, nearly rolling her eyes to the sky. "Mind your own business. I just want to hug Sang, so what?" Tiu perched on Sang Chu's shoulder, watching Lin Muxue banter with him. TSK, Lu Minli really has it tough. Used to have to guard against men, now he has to guard against women too. So what? That's his bad luck. Muxue didn't let go. Tiu laughed, "What about you? Are you sure Lu Minli can handle you?" Muxue rolled her eyes. "I have Sang Chu, who cares about him." Tiu, so you don't care that your man's been sent to a Xiaoqing's room? Muxue ignored Tiu's teasing, but looked anxiously at Sang Chu. Sang, what happened to Lu Minli?" "His crystal core had a problem, so he's in critical condition. A Xiaoqing and Lu are investigating. If you're worried, I can take you to him." Lin Muxue, what about you? I still have things to do here.
As you know, on this channel, we don't leave stories unfinished, we go all the way to the final page. So if you're enjoying the journey so far, make sure to like the video, subscribe for the full series, and share it with someone who loves a great story as much as you do. And if you'd like to go even deeper, there's now a website linked below where you can unlock an exclusive bonus chapter, a little extra beyond what you'll hear here today. Check the details in the description or pinned comment, and now, let's get back into the story.
I need to clean up and make sure nothing's been overlooked. Even though she didn't think anything could survive the cold night, who could say for sure? She didn't dare take chances, she couldn't. Then you. Muxue was worried about Lu Minli, but also about Sang Chu. For a moment, she couldn't decide. Sang Chu said, "I have Shuiyu here with me. Don't worry. Go check on Minli first, see how he's doing. Grandma misses you too. Then I'll go." And then, Sang Chu nodded, then turned to Shuiyu. "Take Xiaoxue to the hospital." Okay. The whole city was within his range now. He could appear anywhere at will. Shuiyu stretched out his hand, magic flared, and in a flash of white light, the magic circle transported them straight to the hospital. Even though Muxue had experienced it before, she was still amazed. "I'll go then." Sang Chu, go ahead. Take care of yourself. Muxue stepped into the magic and was instantly transported to the hospital. After Shuiyu withdrew the spell, he looked at Sang Chu. "What should we do now?" "Let's finish cleaning up. If you find any survivors, just destroy them." Shuiyu nodded, then released the earth-drinking beast. It loves eating this stuff, but unfortunately, Shirue can't handle it, so it's all for this guy now. The earth-drinking beast was a little disappointed to see Shuiyu, but still rubbed against Sang Chu's leg, whining as if waiting for her command. "Go ahead. Eat everything, dead or alive." Roar! The earth-drinking beast let out a happy sound and dashed off. Tu squatted on Sang Chu's shoulder, handing her the house-building device. Everything's taken care of. The underground tunnels are filled in. All the ordinary people are in the hospital now. What do you want to do next? Sang Chu, let's observe for a while. If nothing happens, we'll let them out. If there's a problem, we'll let a Xiaoqing handle it. Tu, whatever you decide. Neither Tu nor Shui had any objections to Sang Chu's decision. In fact, Shui felt this was just right. At least for him, the more ruthless and emotionless Sang Chu was, the longer she might survive. He liked Sang Chu as his cardholder. At least for now, even though Sang Chu made him do things, it was all within his limits. If Sang Chu, his cardholder, was gone, he didn't know where he'd go. Hospital. Looking at Lu Minli, who had a wound on his stomach and was wrapped in layers of magic bandages, Mu Xue's heart ached. She squatted by his bed, watching him open his eyes weakly, and whispered, "Minli Yu." Mu Xue wanted to say something, but seeing how weak he was, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Lu Minli knew what she wanted to say, but he couldn't speak either. He could only gently tap her fingers with his own, slowly spelling out, "I'm fine, don't worry." Mu Xue, how long did a Xiaoqing say you'd be like this? When she arrived, there was no one else around. A Xiaoqing and Lu had disappeared, leaving only Lu Minli lying in bed, surrounded by magical arrays and strange tubes. Lu Minli's fingers tapped on Mu Xue's hand. "Don't know. Seems like something came up. Don't worry, he'll be back soon." Mu Xue, how can I not worry? Look at you. And he didn't even leave anyone to watch you. What if something happens? Seeing how distressed she was, a faint smile appeared on Lu Minli's pale face. A Xiaoqing walked in carrying a pile of things, just in time to hear Mu Xue's complaints, and couldn't help but say, "That magic array was set up by me personally. If anything happens, how could I not know? I didn't mean to." Lu Minli's mind was already in chaos, his brain battered by the pain. Even so, he managed to curl his fingers around Musno's hand. The intent to comfort was obvious. Musno finally relaxed a little and looked at a Xiaoqing, asking, "If Minli's in this condition, do we really have to keep using all these things on him? Isn't it just making him more bloated?" A Xiaoqing put down what he was holding, took out a white bottle from a box, and poured its contents directly into a tube connected to Lu Minli. These tubes are all connected to the energy nodes on his body. As long as we can control these points, he won't turn into a mindless monster. Ugh. Lu Minli, pale as a sheet, suddenly convulsed, unable to speak, only letting out pained groans. "Minli? Minli, talk to me. What's happening to you?" Musno gripped his hand tightly. Lu Minli's palm was slick with cold sweat. A Xiaoqing hurried over to check Lu Minli's condition. He placed his hand, imbued with magical energy, over the area where the tube was connected. The magical display in the air clearly showed the chaotic state inside. There was a mass of brown energy clashing violently with newly condensed white particles, causing a fierce reaction as they collided. Could it be that this isn't working? He fished through his bag and pulled out a thick book, flipping quickly to a page that matched the current situation. Then he took out another bottle, this one amber-colored, and poured it into the tube. The magical display in the air showed the new reaction. The brown energy was fiercely resisting the foreign substance. Musno stared at a Xiaoqing in shock. "Are you treating Minli like a lab rat?" A Xiaoqing replied, "He's not even as lucky as a lab rat. If a rat dies, it's just dead. But if he dies, heh." A string of cold laughter revealed his displeasure, but Musno exploded. "Can't you stabilize things before putting more stuff in him?" A Xiaoqing shot her a glance. "No, I can't." "How can you?" Before Musno could finish, she suddenly felt a squeeze on her hand. Looking down, she saw Lu Minli, pale and weak, holding tightly onto her fingers. His face was as white as paper, his breathing rapid and shallow, as if every breath took all the strength he had. Even so, he was still trying hard to look up at Musno. Heart aching, Musno squeezed his hand in return, took a deep breath to suppress her anger, then looked at a Xiaoqing. "Do you really need all these potions?" A Xiaoqing, seeing Lu Minli's body reacting so violently, finally looked up at Musno with a rare hint of kindness. "What else can I do?" These are all made from the crystal cores you collected, refined into pure toxin essence. Liu used a special technique to extract the energy, and then I purified it with magic. Every drop in here comes from high-grade crystal cores. If he survives this, his power will increase dramatically. I'd be wasting it if I didn't use it on him. Musno protested, but his power is already out of control. Why are you pouring even more energy into him? She didn't really understand the process. Xiaoqing didn't answer directly, instead pouring a red liquid into another tube. Everything in nature has its counterbalance. His body is saturated with these toxins. If we remove them all at once, he'll die. So, if we want to keep his powers without killing him, we have to find something that can counteract the toxins in his body. As long as we can balance the opposing forces, his body can retain the power without mutual destruction, and he'll have a chance to survive. Musno looked worriedly at Luminal. So, it's very dangerous? She didn't understand the treatment plan or why it had to be so complicated, but she could sense the risk. And since Xiaoqing said it was just a chance to survive, that meant it was very dangerous. Xiaoqing said, "It's safer than he is now. If you want to stay, then stay and keep him company. But if you're going to keep nagging me, you can leave." Luminal squeezed Musno's hand, weak but determined. Their silent understanding told her what he wanted to say. "You really can save him, right? You can definitely save him, can't you?" Musno knelt by the bed, gazing at Luminal with deep affection. He gave her a faint smile, lips barely curving, and squeezed her fingers gently. He was exhausted and pale, but his eyes were clear, as if saying, "I'll be fine, don't worry." Musno's heart ached as she looked into his eyes, but there was nothing she could do. She took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from his hand, and said softly, "I'll go, but you have to get better." Luminal nodded slightly, his grip loosening a bit, but he still held onto Musno's fingers, as if seeking comfort in this last bit of warmth. Looking at the frail, but stubborn Luminal, Musno's heart twisted with pain. She stood up, pressed her forehead gently to his, and whispered, "You have to get better. I'll be waiting for you to come back." Seeing this emotional scene, Xiaoqing said impatiently, "Ugh, if you're going to leave, then go. Don't get in the way of my treatment." Musno ignored him, straightened up, patted the back of Luminal's hand, and said softly, "I've been gone so long, Grandma must be worried. I'll go find her first. You have to get better soon." Luminal tried to nod again, but it was barely noticeable to anyone but Musno, who understood his gaze. Reluctantly, she turned and left the ward. Xiaoqing couldn't help but mutter, so mushy, "If you keep this up, I'll give you another shot." As he spoke, he was already preparing a new green potion. The moment he injected it, Luminal's whole body convulsed again. In the magical display, the green energy particles began to fuse with the remaining power in his body. Xiaoqing shouted, "Elle! Elle, come here." "What's wrong?" Elle was carrying a pile of crystal cores. Seeing the magical display in the air and Luminal's condition, he quickly put them down and hurried over. Is this a fusion? But the green energy is from a wood-type crystal core, and Luminal's power is earth-type. How can they be compatible? Xiaoqing replied, "I don't know. Look at this." He pointed at a spot where the green energy particles had taken root after entering Luminal's energy center. Elle said, "Why does it look like a seed? Is this normal? What do we do now?" Xiaoqing saw that Luminal was still convulsing, veins bulging all over his body, looking like he was about to explode. He immediately ignited the magic array in his left hand and slapped it onto Luminal's forehead. "Don't worry about it. Keep the magic going, the treatment is working. For now, just pour the rest of the potions in with me, maybe we'll get a miracle." Elle looked at Xiaoqing's energetic expression, his lips pressed into a thin line as he spoke slowly. He should just be killed off. Xiaoqing rolled his eyes and snapped, "Why are you reminding me now?" Elle replied, "I'm worried you'll go too far and kill someone. The master isn't someone easy to deal with. If you die and drag me down with you, I won't forgive you." Xiaoqing reluctantly put away his things, his gaze toward Luminal growing more complicated. Elle said, "Think about what happened after the earthquake and the Ice Demon King, then use your brain before you act." He knew exactly what his Xiaoqing was thinking. For someone as crazy and lacking in morals as him, Lu Min's current state was exactly what he wanted. How could he possibly let go? But Elle also knew that Sang Chu is no saint. If he let a Xiaoqing do whatever he wanted, he'd only end up suffering even more than a Xiaoqing in the end. After Elle's warning and threat, a Xiaoqing wanted to storm off, but in the end, he could only back down. Boring. He tossed his things aside, picked up a notebook, and started recording Lu Min's physical changes out of boredom. Lu Min, meanwhile, took a deep breath, his heart pounding. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to be a lab rat anymore. It was terrifying. A Xiaoqing, Elle, what are you two doing here? The little girl Pei Zhao in the control room is acting up again. Come take a look with me. Liu walked over, looking exhausted. When she saw the magical projection, she couldn't help but frown and hurry forward. After a few quick adjustments to the control panel shaped like a hospital bed, she said sharply, Lu Min's body is in terrible condition. He can only handle 5 doses of this stuff at most. What are you doing? You actually injected him with 13. The treatment was proceeding at high speed, but for Lu Min's body, this was extremely dangerous. Liu's fingers danced over the controls, raising the treatment rate. You're being reckless. If something really happens... A Xiaoqing shrugged indifferently. What could happen? Isn't this so-called treatment supposed to cure everything? If it works, great. If not, it doesn't matter. As long as the thing in his brain explodes, Lu Min is dead anyway. I might as well do more and see if I can extract some particles that can stop the power from spreading to his brain. That's his only hope. He spoke as if it was only natural, but Liu completely disagreed. She didn't know where Sang Chu had found these people, but they were definitely not good news. You can do whatever you want elsewhere, but in the hospital, you don't get the final say. Chu said the hospital is run by the 3 of us, so I have the right to stop you from killing people. If you keep acting like this, I'll report everything to Sang Chu and let her decide. A Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes, staring at Liu like a snake slithering in the dark. Are you threatening me? Elle cut in, all right, enough from both of you. Liu, what did you want? At this, Liu clapped her hands in frustration. I almost forgot because of a Xiaoqing's nonsense. Come with me and check on Pei Zhao. Her condition isn't good. With that, she switched Lu Min's treatment to a monitoring and maintenance mode, then hurried off with a Xiaoqing and Elle to the control room. Zhuo Xiafeng was standing at the door with his back to Elle, staring intently at Pei Zhao inside the room. The girl's hair was loose, her eyes bloodshot, and she was acting like a wild beast, thrashing around inside. Doctor, you're here. Liu asked, how is she now? Zhuo Xiafeng nodded to a Xiaoqing and Elle, then explained, Pei Zhao and the others were just undergoing routine checks and treatment after being brought in. She was fine at first, even cooperative since her father was there. But after the cold wave, she suddenly went berserk. At first, the doctor gave her a sedative and she calmed down, but then she suddenly lost control again. Her energy level shot up to 7, which is way beyond her body's limit. Pei Zhao wasn't an ordinary child. Her power level had always been unstable, sometimes it seemed high, but there was no real control. Her emotional state was unpredictable, making her completely unmanageable and impossible to treat. But now, her power level had suddenly spiked so high. This wasn't just helping the seedling grow by pulling it up, it was dangerous. Elle looked at the energy monitor in the control room, which was about to break through level 8. The Liu family is really troublesome. What do we do now? With her power this high, she's impossible to control. A Xiaoqing said carelessly, if you can't control her, just get rid of her. She's just a kid. Liu was furious at this. Her eyes blazed as she glared at a Xiaoqing. Is human life really that meaningless to you? She's just a child. She's so young, and instead of trying to save her, you're already thinking about how to dispose of her if she loses control. Are you even human? A Xiaoqing shrugged and grinned lazily. I'm a beast, not a human. Besides, she has nothing to do with me. Why should I waste my time and energy on her? I'm no saint. The master only wants me to research the cure. As for these other things, if she survives, she's lucky. If not, it just means the Demon King wants her dead. You. Liu was so angry she didn't know how to respond. She stamped her foot, her anger burning inside. Elle said, enough, you're getting worked up. Right now, the priority is to figure out why Pei Zhao's power is going out of control. Zhuo Sefeng, tell me again what happened before her power spike. Zhuo Sefeng nodded and pulled up the control room's monitoring data. Everything was normal at first. She was checked like everyone else, and her father was there, so she cooperated. Later, when we told her her father also needed a checkup and he went to the next room, she didn't react much. But after the cold wave, she suddenly became agitated. Everything had been calm until Pei Zhao went berserk. When she lost control, the monitors started flickering, the readings unstable. Liu frowned. No, there must be a problem with her power. Elle nodded in agreement. She seems to be trying to control something, which is what triggered the power surge. A Xiaoqing observed carefully, noticing that the little girl kept glancing toward the big screen. Even now, as she raged like a madwoman, her eyes kept darting to the screen. She seems to be trying to control the big screen. As soon as a Xiaoqing finished speaking, Pei Zhao suddenly threw her head back and, like a wild beast out of control, glared at him with bloodshot eyes and let out a furious roar. Bang! With a loud crash, Pei Zhao slammed into the big door. Bang, bang, bang. She desperately pounded on the door, her small palms covered in bloody marks. Liu's heart ached. She wanted to use a sedative, but her hand was caught by a Xiaoqing. Let her observe a bit longer. Liu shouted angrily, she's just a child. If you keep pushing her, her body won't be able to take it. But a Xiaoqing ignored her completely, his eyes fixed on Pei Zhao. Don't you think this kid can see things a little too clearly? Liu gritted her teeth. No. Zhuo Sefeng, seeing Liu's anxious expression, explained from the side, Doctor, this door is one way. I can see inside, but those inside can't see out. Liu's anger instantly cooled. She shook off a Xiaoqing's hand and looked at Pei Zhao, who was glaring back at her. Her eyes, it's like she can see through the door and look at me. A Xiaoqing said, this kid is a bit strange. Zhuo Sefeng, are you sure you've handled her situation? She's got issues, be careful of all psychic abilities. My injured eye and brain both hurt just looking at her. Liu looked at a Xiaoqing, confused. What do you know? A Xiaoqing replied seriously, I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. She gives me a really bad vibe. Liu said, Xiaoying is also in the hospital. Should we keep them both under control? No, don't alert them yet. What's going on with the moonstone? A Xiaoqing looked at Liu. When it came to business, Liu never let personal feelings get in the way. It's absorbing moonlight energy. Wanna go take a look? All right. A Xiaoqing gave Pei Zhao a deep look and said to Liu, keep an eye on her. I doubt this door will hold for long. If she loses control, sedate her immediately. Liu glared at him. We can just use a tranquilizer. Zhuo Sefeng said, I'm with a Xiaoqing on this. We can't use anything on this child rashly. I need to observe all her reactions and record everything inside for analysis. A Xiaoqing, you go check on the moonstone. If it's absorbed enough energy, see if you can extract it. A Xiaoqing's lips curled into a half-smile as he glanced at Zhuo Sefeng. Are you just trying to get out of this? Zhuo Sefeng shrugged. Having worked with a Xiaoqing recently, he'd almost forgotten what kind of person a Xiaoqing really was. No, you keep watch here. Should I go instead? A Xiaoqing sneered, then turned his gaze back to Pei Zhao. His eyes were cold, as if he were looking at a corpse. Keep a close eye on her. If she starts to lose it, this kid won't last long. Zhuo Sefeng nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye on her. Good. A Xiaoqing and Liu quickly left the observation room and headed toward the research wing of the hospital. Here we are. It was a small, isolated room. After Liu and a Xiaoqing entered, she closed the door. With a few quick operations, the previously empty room suddenly filled with all sorts of strange equipment. Look, this is the power we've collected from the moonstone. On the screen, a pink moonstone hovered above Haiqing, with various data showing the increase in its energy. After Liu explained the functions and properties of the different colored stones, A Xiaoqing pointed to one particularly unusual stone. Isn't this moonstone a bit odd? Liu glanced at the stone's data and immediately projected its information onto the main screen. Yes, look at this. She pointed to the white line representing psychic energy. See? There's a clear decline. A Xiaoqing checked the other data. The energy fluctuations are normal, but this one's clearly on a downward trend, and it hasn't recovered at all. Maybe that's why its color is so pale. What do you think? A Xiaoqing was silent for a moment. Let's remove this stone for now. Okay. Liu didn't hesitate. After a few taps on the screen, a magic circle lit up on the table beside them. In an instant, the pink moonstone that had been floating above Haiqing appeared on the table. A Xiaoqing stared, dumbfounded. Wow, Liu, was this your idea? Liu finished the spell and smiled slightly. Chu gave me a lot of magical tools. Since I can't leave, I might as well use magic directly. Combining technology and magic lets us complement each other. Not bad. A Xiaoqing gave Liu a thoughtful look, then walked over to examine the moonstone. Extract the energy from it. Liu put on gloves and picked up the stone. Separating the energy and toxins will take some time. The base's crystal cores aren't enough for this. I'll go to the lab to extract the energy. You talked to Chu about the crystal core issue. I know. Go ahead. If you have more of this type of stone, put them aside. Maybe we can get more stones with psychic energy. Liu hesitated. That might be difficult. All these moonstones were found by Granny Xiang. Chu said they're not suitable for making artificial stones, so she set them aside. When I saw them, I noticed a special energy wave on the surface. With a little modification, they could absorb moonlight. That's why I set them up on the rooftop. A Xiaoqing hadn't expected this. He'd been skeptical when he heard Liu was using moonstones to absorb moonlight, but when she actually extracted power from them, he was convinced. Are all the moonstones up there now? Liu nodded. Yes, but not all of them can do it. The ones with less special energy can't absorb moonlight. Look. She operated the computer, and a robotic arm quickly swept up all the moonstones that couldn't absorb energy and tossed them into a pile. These are all the moonstones that can't absorb energy. I've moved them aside with magic, but I haven't removed them completely, just in case they're only slow to absorb. The rooftop above Haiqing was packed with moonstones, but there was an area where the stones were completely dark, piled up in a corner. A Xiaoqing said, they look really dim. But have you thought about this? Even if they can't absorb moonlight, they shouldn't be this dark. Moonstones naturally emit a faint glow, but these ones had none at all. They were so dull it was almost unnatural. Liu quickly switched the computer's camera to focus on those moonstones. I'll run a full scan right away. Control room. Z. The main hall had collapsed. Pei Zhao walked out from within, like an emotionless machine. Her hair was matted to her forehead with sweat. Her pale skin was dotted with blotchy bruises, looking almost allergic. Step by step, she walked out of the control room. Her movements were soft and feeble, as if the bones in her body had lost their function and could no longer support her. Pei Zhao's bloodshot eyes were vacant, as if her soul had left her. With her slow, heavy steps, the debris of the main hall crunched quietly beneath her feet. I need you. Pei Zhao's voice was low and hoarse, nothing like that of a child. Elle glanced at Zhuo Stefeng. When did the master come out? She's on her way, Zhuo Stefeng replied. Elle fell silent. Suddenly, Pei Zhao, who had been shuffling along, exploded with force and appeared in front of Elle in the blink of an eye. I need you. It was the same sentence. Elle didn't know what she meant, but he instinctively became alert. Pei Zhao hunched her body, her back curved. She wasn't tall to begin with, and now she seemed even smaller. But Elle didn't underestimate her at all. He slowly retreated as Pei Zhao pressed closer and closer. I need you. Every word Pei Zhao uttered sounded as if it was being forced out from her throat, chilling and unsettling. Elle's brow furrowed. He could feel the intense hostility radiating from Pei Zhao, but he deliberately spoke calmly, but I don't need you. Pei Zhao's forward step paused for a moment. Then her bloodshot eyes fixed on Elle, as if trying to see right through him. Her childish limbs moved stiffly, like an old woman with arthritis, but every step was filled with power and menace. L's hands were behind his back. He quietly released his servant demon soul, who, hidden from view, held a blade at the ready. Pei Zhao seemed unaware. She kept staring at L. Suddenly, her head tilted to the side at an odd angle. "I really need you. You're the one who locked me up." L looked at Pei Zhao. He had indeed locked her in the control room and sent her father away. Was this another side of Pei Zhao? "I didn't lock you up. You're mistaken." L's tone was calm, so calm that for a moment, Pei Zhao almost believed she really was mistaken. After a moment of confusion, Pei Zhao's eyes sharpened. "I'm not mistaken. It was you. You die." As soon as she finished, she lunged at L in a frenzy. The servant demon's soul behind her struck with its blade, slashing at her. The blade passed through her body. The blood red in Pei Zhao's eyes slowly faded, turning black before she collapsed to the ground. It was only then that Sang Chu rushed over. "What happened?" Looking at Pei Zhao, unconscious on the ground, L put away the servant demon soul and said, "She went berserk. The collapse of the main hall was her doing." "A Xiao Qing'en, look at her eyes and brain, there's something wrong." "Huh?" Sang Chu was stunned. Only after a moment did she realize L meant it literally. She scratched her head. What do we do?" Elle said she was able to see what was happening outside from the observation room and could even directly identify me. Also, her voice just now wasn't hers. "Take a look." With that, he pulled up the surveillance footage and projected it for Sang Chu to see Pei Zhao's state more clearly. Sang Chu asked, "What about A Xiao and Qing?" Elle replied, "Qing'en said that all these psychic ability users have something wrong with their brains. He didn't say much, but I know he wants to dissect and study them. But right now, in the base, only you, Xiaoying, and Pei Zhao are psychic ability users. If we need to do a brain scan, it has to be Pei Zhao. She's the most valuable for research." Sang Chu didn't reply, but from Elle's expression, she saw a hint of helplessness. Is it possible to study her without endangering her life? Elle shook his head. "That's hard to say. The human brain is special. Even the best doctors can't cure mental illnesses, let alone dissect and study them." Zhuo Xifeng watched him in silence, then spoke up, "Ah Chu, do you know where there are other psychic ability users? Maybe we can catch one." "I'll think about it." Sang Chu looked at the unconscious Pei Zhao, and a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She stared blankly for a long time before speaking to Tuyu via her mind link. "Tizzy, why does the list only want psychic ability users?" Tuyu received Sang Chu's message and replied after a moment, "I'm not sure, but Mianji said psychic ability users are the strongest and most likely to survive in the world." Sang Chu, but do psychic ability users actually survive long? Have you seen any older ticket holders? Tuyu was stumped by Sang Chu's question. He thought back to the other psychics he'd seen on the list. During his time interacting with them, he realized he'd never seen any elderly ticket holders. The oldest was a cultivator from the cultivation world, but even he was only about 100 years old, just a regular adult by normal standards. "No, I don't think so." Tuyu's answer confirmed Sang Chu's suspicion. The list wants psychic ability users, probably because they don't live long. The stronger their powers, the faster their brains burn out, eventually turning them into idiots or lunatics, and finally, they just die. "Tizzy, are you sure that when a ticket holder dies, you little spirits die too?" Tuyu nodded vigorously. "Of course. That's deeply imprinted in my mind. That's why I want my ticket holder to live as long as possible. That's why I was so eager to choose you and bind with you. I don't want to die." Sang Chu fell silent. She felt like she'd fallen into a strange cycle. Tuyu's fear wasn't fake, he really was afraid of her dying. So, naturally, she believed him. But what if all of this was a lie, a trick by Tuyu? Tuyu's memories could be easily altered by someone powerful, with new ones implanted. So, she suspected that Tuyu only thought he would die with his ticket holder, but in reality, after the ticket holder died, he'd just be forced to return to his birthplace and wait for the next ticket holder. And the only person who could do this, Qin Simeon. Given the strictness of his rules, he wouldn't even tolerate someone stealing a ticket, so how could he allow the spirits to die with their ticket holders? The answer was impossible. So, she'd been tricked. Qin Simeon, or rather, the list, only needed powerful, short-lived people to get things done. And she was an accident. That's why Qin Simeon made things easier for her, because she wasn't short-lived and wouldn't die from brain burnout, making her a useful pawn. Once Sang Chu figured this out, she felt a chill all over. The list picks people who crave power and gives them every opportunity, but the price for more power is always death. It's a dead end. As long as you're alive, you need power. The list lays everything out before you, and it seems all you have to do is pay with your mind to get what you want. But to get more power, you have to train harder and raise your level, forcing you to face ever stronger opponents in each world. And once your power reaches a certain level, the only outcome is death. She couldn't die. Go and let the others out or they'll suffocate in there. Yes, master, I'll go right away. LD's body stiffened. Zhuo Xiafeng stood silently to the side, unsure what Sang Chu was thinking during her long silence, but he could clearly sense the change in her. It was a kind of cold, chilling transformation. Even Tu felt uneasy and asked, "Boss, what did you just think of?" The truth that spiritual death isn't real death, but a waiting for rebirth. This was something Sang Chu couldn't let Tu know. "Nothing," she replied. "I just thought of something scary. If a psychic's powers go out of control and attack their own mind, then I might end up like Pei Zhao in the future, becoming a vegetable. To be safe, I can only keep my distance from those psychic ability users." "What?" Tu was shocked. "Boss, how could you end up like that? Are you going to go catch all the ability users now?" Sang Chu smiled faintly. "No rush. If he finds out I'm after him, he'll disappear without a trace. What I need to do now is wait for him to come to me on his own." "What's your plan?" Tu was anxious, genuinely afraid Sang Chu would die, because if Sang Chu died, so would he. "Sang Chu, I've already sent someone out. Recently, I've increased the patrols. You go to the wild training ground now and make sure everything is ready, then arrange for the mutant rats to stand guard." "Okay, I'll go right away." Tu instantly understood Sang Chu's intentions and hurried out. Zhuo Xiafeng, watching the silent Sang Chu, said nothing, just standing there like a background prop. "Brother Zhuo, help me carry Pei Zhao inside." "All right." After acknowledging, Zhuo Xiafeng walked over, picked up Pei Zhao, and followed Sang Chu inside. A Xiaoqing happened to run into them as he was coming down the stairs. He glanced at Pei Zhao and commented oddly, "You're really quick to bring this little girl back home." Sang Chu replied coldly, "Brother Zhuo, after you put Pei Zhao inside, go tidy up the doors and control room she messed up." "Yes." Zhuo Xiafeng, loyal as ever, followed Sang Chu's instructions, leaving a Xiaoqing to open the door to the magic room. Once Zhuo Xiafeng left, a Xiaoqing followed Sang Chu inside, still puzzled. "What's up with you? Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden?" Sang Chu looked at Pei Zhao coldly. "Can Pei Zhao be cured?" A Xiaoqing hesitated. "Not sure. I think her condition is quite serious, but my magic can only give a rough idea of what's wrong. For specifics, I'd have to cut her open and check, but I can't guarantee she'll come out alive and kicking." Sang Chu suddenly turned to a Xiaoqing, her eyes filled with an indescribable depth. "No, you're sure? You're absolutely sure you can save her? Understand. You want me to do my best to save her? Why?" A Xiaoqing didn't really get Sang Chu's meaning, and she didn't expect a Xiaoqing to be so blunt. "No reason. As long as you can save her and she doesn't die, that's enough." At that, he understood Sang Chu wanted him to save Pei Zhao. "All right, I'll do my best. But her situation is different from yours, so I can't guarantee that what works for you will work for her." "Sang Chu, doesn't matter. As long as she doesn't die, my deadlock can be broken." A Xiaoqing. Suddenly, Sang Chu gave a wicked smile, her whole demeanor turning sinister. She slowly walked up to a Xiaoqing, leaned close to his ear, and whispered like a devil. "Don't think that if I die, you'll be free. Before I die, I'll bind your card to someone else. So, you'd better hope I live a long, long life. Otherwise, if you die before me, well, the consequences will be very interesting." These chilling words made a Xiaoqing freeze. He looked at Sang Chu in disbelief, as if he didn't recognize her anymore. Are you sure you haven't been affected in the head? After saying that, he hurriedly grabbed Sang Chu's hand and led her to the innermost room, opening the door and making her lie down on the magic bed. Get up there, I'll check your head. Sang Chu didn't resist, lying flat on the bed and letting him do as he pleased. A Xiaoqing's stunning face appeared right in front of her. Sang Chu rested her hands behind her head, staring at him intently. A Xiaoqing was so flustered by her gaze that he stammered, You, what's wrong with you, staring at me like that? Sang Chu smiled sweetly, still resting her hands behind her head and gazing at him. Just thinking my life's been too dull. If I suddenly die one day, I won't have enjoyed anything. It'd be like spinning like a top, working nonstop, and when I finally break down, I'd regret never having enjoyed life. I built such a nice city for everyone, but never got to enjoy it myself. That's just too sad. A Xiaoqing rolled his eyes and strapped a monitor to her head. You really are sick. Yeah, I'm sick. Very sick. Sang Chu's voice was so soft that a Xiaoqing could barely hear her. Just as he finished hooking up the monitor, Sang Chu suddenly reached out and grabbed his waist. A Xiaoqing yelled, Sang Chu, are you crazy? Let go. No matter how loud he shouted, it was useless. Sang Chu flipped over, pinned him to the bed, and held down his hands. A Xiaoqing wanted to resist, but as Sang Chu's card slave, he couldn't go against her orders. Sang Chu's fingers gently traced his delicate collarbone. Do you know what I'm wearing around my neck? A Xiaoqing's face turned pale with fear. He really felt like Sang Chu had lost her mind. She looked terrifying right now. Sang Chu said, It's a physiological inhibitor. Ever since I put it on, I've never taken it off. It spares me the monthly pain and prevents me from getting pregnant, unless one day I lose my mind, want to get married, and have kids. Only then will I take it off and return to that kind of life. I always thought it was great, really great. Not just for the freedom it gave me before, but also for the extravagant life I want in the future. It lets me enjoy everything without any worries or consequences. What do you think? I think you're nuts. Let me go, I need to check your head. A Xiaoqing lay helplessly under Sang Chu, repeating over and over for her to let him go. A Xiaoqing, I want to live recklessly. I'll definitely find a way to save you, and I won't let you die. But right now, get off me. Sang Chu looked at him coldly, but her beauty was undiminished, even tinged with an indescribable melancholy. Suddenly, she felt that maybe it wasn't just her mind that was troubled, but her eyes too. Beautiful people are always a bit crazy. Think about it. I won't force you, but I hope everyone can be a little happier because... Sang Chu was silent for a long time before finally saying, because no one knows whether tomorrow or death will come first. Heh. A Xiaoqing shivered with goosebumps and tried to slip away from under her, but he pressed the device in his hand directly against her neck. You're here for the inspection, right? People with problems need to be treated, or else death will come even faster. Sang Chu rolled over, resting her head on her arm as she lay on the bed, and muttered absent-mindedly, Maybe my death will really come sooner than tomorrow. Then she closed her eyes, waiting for A Xiaoqing's device. A Xiaoqing was both curious and a bit worried about Sang Chu's sudden change, but she just smiled without answering, closing her eyes as if she'd fallen asleep. You're really sick, aren't you? The inspection room was packed with people being checked. Those devices hadn't been implanted in everyone yet, just a few, and those who had them were the ones they were watching closely. You can go now. Elle pointed at someone who left, but the others were still anxious. What's the point of these inspections? Why can't we leave? Elle said, if you want to stay in the base, behave yourselves. If not, you can leave. After speaking, he turned to go, but suddenly stopped at the door. If you want to leave, don't forget about the monsters outside the base. If you don't want to become food, you'd better behave. Watching Elle's departing figure, those who'd been called out looked at each other. Should I leave? Lin Ming asked, glancing at the others in the ward. A scruffy man with a blade of grass in his mouth said, This base is fine, but don't forget, after this inspection, they'll check us every 3 days. They use all sorts of weird devices, draw blood, and don't even spare the old or the kids. No one's safe. At this, Li Ming sneered to himself. In the apocalypse, people want safety, but if he weren't afraid they'd find something wrong with him, he wouldn't want to leave this place either. But since the old man had said this much, he had to play along. After all, he wanted to leave too. Yeah, the base is nice, but they don't treat us like people. We have to work every day, food is rationed, and everyone gets so little. There's plenty of good stuff in the base, but we can't even eat our fill. It's just not right. The scruffy uncle glanced at him, giving a meaningful smile. Clearly, they were on the same page. The more they talked, the more riled up the group became. In the corner, Feng Chao sat quietly, watching the growing excitement with a cold, knowing smile. This was obviously a setup, but these people were so easily manipulated by Li Ming and the uncle's instigation, it was almost laughable. Anyway, since he wasn't on the list of people allowed to leave, he just lay down and pretended to sleep. This place was good food, shelter, no need to wander in the rain. Only a fool would get swept up by these schemers. People like them, who always want more, never end well. Even before the apocalypse, they couldn't get what they wanted, let alone now. And yet they still naively hope for safety. Heh. The uncle noticed Feng Chao's reaction, but only smiled faintly, then turned to the others who wanted to leave. What do you all think? After exchanging glances, a burly man spoke up first. I'll go with you. If we're not wanted here, there are other places. I did fine at my last base, no reason to stay here. The others nodded in agreement, their faces full of hope and longing. The uncle nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Li Ming, raising his eyebrows in triumph, saying nothing but conveying 1,000 words. Li Ming smiled slightly. Since we all agree, let's do it. He lowered his voice, gathering everyone closer. For now, go back and keep an eye on the patrols. It gets cold at night, that's the best time to escape. I'll make my move during the shift change. Although Feng Chao had his eyes closed, he wasn't really asleep. He listened to Li Ming's plan and became even more certain that Li Ming was just using these people as pawns. Unfortunately, the others were already fired up, dreaming of a new life. Brotherly, I want to leave too, a thin man said nervously. Li Ming looked at him and smiled. Don't worry. After I leave, the base will be in chaos. That's your chance to escape from the hospital. When they find out I'm gone, they'll look for you, so hide well. Then, when it gets cold at night, just sneak out. Unexpectedly, the thin man shook his head. No, I want to leave with you. If you don't take me, I'll report you. The uncle's eyes narrowed as he looked at the thin man. But you can't get out now, how will you leave with us? You can help me tonight, and we'll escape together, the thin man said as if it were only natural. The uncle wanted to slap him, but seeing Li Ming's look, he swallowed his anger and said, Fine. Wait here tonight. I'll come get you after I'm out, and then we'll leave together. He thought this would finally shut the man up, but the thin man added, No, I'm afraid you'll ditch me. There's some free time after the inspection this afternoon. If I don't see you then, I'll report you. The uncle glanced at Li Ming, who just smiled, then turned to the others. All right, we're all stuck here. We should look out for each other. If anyone else wants to leave with us, get ready this afternoon and let me know. The thin man finally smiled, but then, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Brotherly, sorry. I just really want to get out. I'm scared of this place. The food is awful, and even when there's good stuff, we never get any. Every day there's an inspection, and they take so much blood. I've heard that in other bases, people are used for experiments. I'm afraid it's the same here. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes widened. They all wanted to leave now. Only Feng Chao quietly opened his eyes. He hadn't expected that the usually timid man was actually in on it with Li Ming. Are you really going to pick up that group of people? SS walked quietly beside Li Ming, grinning slyly like a fox. Brother S, don't you think he's a bit too naive? What do you mean? I definitely can't get out right now. Tonight, I'll keep him busy first. By then, the base will definitely be on high alert, with even more patrols. SS stomped his foot in frustration. It's really not easy to run away from here. Li Ming glanced around meaningfully, then whispered in SS' ear, Once night falls in Haiqing, the city goes into blackout mode, and there are cold-resistant patrols everywhere. Of course, there are all sorts of strange and powerful mutants on patrol. Li Ming said, exactly. That's why I'll lay low for a few days and wait until he lets his guard down before making my move. SS replied, oh, so that's your plan. Brother, don't forget about me, I'm one of the doctor's men too. SS tried to cozy up to Li Ming, but Li Ming looked at him with disdain, though he put on a friendly face and said, of course. The passage was given to me by the doctor himself. He told me to stay and observe the situation here. Most of the powered people here just take in ordinary survivors, so he gave me a secret way out. Once I've figured things out, I'll use that passage to go find him. The doctor really cares about Hai Ching. It's so nice here, don't let anyone else know about this. Li Ming replied, of course. You know the doctor's methods right now, I just need to keep these idiots busy for a while. He'll draw their attention, and once things blow up, you and I can quietly slip away through the passage he left for me. Great, great. You really are a good brother. SS threw his arm around Li Ming's shoulders, beaming as he led him toward the breeding area. Some people trailing behind watched their backs and muttered, why do I feel like something's off about this? Are they really going to help him? Among them were twin brothers. After the younger one, Dong Zi, spoke, the older, Dong Chang, added, I think we should keep an eye on them, just in case. The others didn't say anything, but they all agreed. They exchanged uneasy glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Feng Chao lay on his bed and fell asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. Meanwhile, the other patients who couldn't leave the ward huddled together, whispering about something. Their voices were too low for Feng Chao to hear, and he didn't care to join them anyway. Suddenly, Elle burst back in with a group of people, looking anxious and afraid of being discovered. He barked, Doctor, why are you back? Elle replied coldly, today's inspection is ahead of schedule. Everyone, go to the second exam room for testing. We're drawing an extra vial of blood today, bring your ID cards. With that, he turned and left briskly. What? Why do they need an extra vial? Are they really going to drain me dry? It's possible. No way, I have to escape with Brotherly. Yeah, this is too scary. Feng Chao rolled his eyes in exasperation, slipping his ID card onto his wrist as he watched the panicked crowd. Sure, they drew blood every day at the hospital, but he'd only been here 2 days. Before the apocalypse, he'd sometimes have 6 or 7 vials drawn in a single day for tests. What's 1 vial? It's not like they're draining him dry. Besides, these people were all ordinary survivors. If they really needed his blood, would they be plotting how to escape every day? Idiots. Feng Chao was speechless, but he didn't say anything. He just followed Elle out the door. Second exam room. Once there, Elle only called Feng Chao over, stopping him as he was usually the first to have his blood drawn. Elle said, you're pretty calm. Everyone else was always nervous at blood draws, but this guy never seemed afraid. Sitting on the bench, Feng Chao looked at Elle, who was talking to him for the first time. He felt a bit awkward and stammered, it's not that I'm calm. I just believe that anyone who could build Hutching into what it is wouldn't treat me like livestock. It was the first time Elle had heard Feng Chao speak, and his voice was soft and weak. Elle asked, livestock? Is that how it was where you came from? He was genuinely curious about Feng Chao and about strange people in general. Feng Chao lowered his head, rolled up his sleeve, and placed his arm on the table, speaking in a barely audible voice. Yeah, I'm from the Feng Jiao I base. Feng Jiao I was the ice-powered guy you captured earlier. He's my uncle. After the apocalypse, he awakened his powers. My dad was very honest, and since our whole family were ordinary people, my uncle, who was unmarried and jobless, always lived with us and depended on my dad. I thought he'd be grateful, but instead, he always resented us. After he gained his powers and built his base, he locked me in the basement and used my family's blood to support his abilities. Elle paused while drawing blood and asked, at first, you probably couldn't produce crystal cores, right? After learning about abilities, he knew that crystal cores didn't appear right away. Feng Chao replied, yeah, but he was obsessed. He said you had to try to see if you could produce a core. Looking at the frail Feng Chao, Elle nodded slightly. No wonder you're so thin and weak. Because his blood was so thin, it always took a long time to draw, which was why Elle remembered him so clearly. He looked like he was on the verge of death, but he was always the first to volunteer for blood draws, never complaining. He didn't even seem to care about anything anymore. Elle said, I only draw 1 vial from you each day. There's no other way. I need your body to recover its energy. I give the others blood supplements, but if I gave you the same, you'd die. At this, Feng Chao's eyes reddened. He'd known it, there were still good people in this base. If only he'd come here sooner, maybe his parents and siblings would have survived too. Feng Chao fell silent, but Elle, thinking he was afraid to accept the blood supplements, said coldly, Everyone gets the supplements. I just don't like the others, so I don't give them personally. But I see you and make sure you get yours. Don't overthink it. Feng Chao nodded, his voice trembling with tears. Thank you, doctor. I just thought of my dad and my brother and sister. They died because they tried to protect me. If the city lord and you had come to our city sooner and captured that ability user, my whole family could have lived here in the base. I can't even imagine how good things could have been if they were still alive. Your father is already exhausted, Feng Chao said heavily, then asked, Do you know where your father is now or what he's doing? Maybe we can try to find him. Even though we're not completely sure, at least it's a chance. Really? Feng Chao looked up at Elle with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, as if he couldn't quite believe it. Seeing Feng Chao's expression, Elle nodded and said, Really? But don't get your hopes up too much. Of all the people we've tried to save so far, not a single one has survived. That's okay. As long as there's hope, but Feng Chao had wanted to say something optimistic, but suddenly realized he didn't even know where his parents were. His parents had always been ordinary people, thrown out by Feng Zhaohai long ago. Elle saw his disappointed look and said, Don't worry. Give me the information about your base, and I'll see if I can arrange for someone to search along the way. If we can find them, we'll bring them back right away. Coincidentally, he needed a lot of test subjects right now. With Feng Chao's information, he could expand his search and maybe even find Feng Chao's parents. Feng Chao looked at Elle. He hadn't expected Elle to be willing to help find his missing parents. But thinking of his own situation, he just felt even more conflicted. After a long silence, Feng Chao finally asked, Does the city lord want those people to escape from Haiching on their own? Elle's gaze sharpened as he stared at Feng Chao. Seeing Elle's expression, Feng Chao quickly explained, Doctor, I didn't mean to guess the city lord's intentions. I just wanted to say, those people aren't ordinary. I don't know how to put it, and I have no proof, it's just my own guess. How could anyone believe him without proof? He was being too naive. What if Elle thought he was scheming something? He just wanted to remind the city lord and the doctor that those people weren't as simple as they seemed, but he had no evidence to back it up. Unable to bear the pressure, Feng Chao lowered his head and fell silent. After drawing blood, Elle asked, Are you interested in working at the clinic? Huh? What? Elle said, You've seen it yourself, we're short on staff. If you're interested, you can stay on as an assistant. Once you get the hang of things, I'll leave the routine work to you. I can. Feng Chao looked at Elle with anticipation. Elle nodded and said, You can. Other than being a bit weak, you're in decent health. If you're willing, I'll talk to my master and let you stay. Master? Feng Chao blinked in confusion. What kind of title was that? He looked at the young doctor in front of him, who was about his age and couldn't quite understand his way of doing things. But if the doctor and the city lord liked it, he would respect the doctor's interests. Elle didn't care about Feng Chao's odd look. In the magical world, it was normal for a card slave to call their master master. Even though the body he was using now was much older, a master was still a master. There was no changing that. Even if he changed bodies in the future, he still couldn't escape being Sang Chu's card slave, so he didn't bother thinking about it anymore. Seeing Feng Chao still silent, Elle said, If you're not interested, you can leave now. Go open the door. The others are already waiting. I'm interested. I'm interested. Feng Chao shouted, afraid that if he hesitated, Elle wouldn't let him stay. Elle was amused by his eagerness and said, All right, if you're interested, stay. Go open the door. Then stand by my side and watch me draw blood from the others. Tonight, I'll teach you how to do it. Okay. Feng Chao hurriedly got up and excitedly went to open the door. Outside, the patients were already lined up. Elle said, Feng Chao, you go in with the others. Feng Chao asked, Doctor, should I close the door? Doctor? Elle glanced at Feng Chao in surprise. He was just teaching him, not accepting him as a disciple. But forget it, this kid was young, let him be. No need, leave it open. Feng Chao was just being cautious. He wanted to sit with Elle for safety. He was someone who needed to feel secure. He thought he'd be scolded, but to his surprise, the doctor didn't say anything and even agreed. At that moment, Feng Chao felt like his whole body was buzzing with excitement. He followed the others to Elle's side and obediently stood there, not daring to say a word. In the crowd, the people who had shared a ward with Feng Chao whispered among themselves, What's up with Feng Chao? He won't rat us out, will he? If he dares, just wait until we're back in the ward. A middle-aged man made a throat-slitting gesture, but the man next to him sneered. He's already clinging to the doctor. You think you'll even make it back to the ward? Better think about how you're going to get out of here. Yeah, all you do is act tough, but you've got no brains. People without brains mocking others for being brainless. What a joke. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't be trying to escape from the ward in the first place. After the checkup, everyone started to leave. The people from Feng Chao's ward were at the end of the line. When it was their turn, they glared at Feng Chao, their eyes full of anger. Elle stood up and sneered, You idiots. The group didn't react, not understanding what he meant. Feng Chao stood there dumbly. Elle patted his shoulder and said, You've watched long enough. Now, I'll teach you how to draw blood. Huh? Feng Chao was stunned. He hadn't expected this. How was he supposed to draw blood? Doctor, Feng Chao can't do it. Yeah, he's never done this before. Elle ignored their angry protests and leaned casually against the equipment, watching Feng Chao. Feng Chao, seeing that Elle really wasn't going to do it himself, sat down on the stool, still unsure. So, I just do it like this? Elle nodded, yes, just pick up the needle. Feng Chao blinked, starting to understand why Elle was acting this way. Was it to protect himself? He hadn't expected Elle, who seemed so cold, to actually be a good person. Are you sure you can do it? Yeah, doctor, isn't drawing blood something the city lord ordered? Did you get the city lord's permission for this? No way, if he does it, I'm not giving blood. I'll go find the city lord. Yeah, I'll go find the city lord to stand up for us. Sang Chu walked in within Xiaoqing, hearing the commotion. She was surprised to find this group wanting to complain to her. When they saw Sang Chu, the group immediately fell silent, trembling in fear. Even though they'd been shouting about finding the city lord, that was just talk. Everyone knew the doctor was more valuable than a bunch of ordinary people like them. Sang Chu looked at the group coldly and said to Elle, Just throw them out. My Haiqing doesn't keep useless people, let alone idiots who cause trouble. Elle's eyes lit up with understanding and quickly replied, Yes, master. I'll arrange for them to be thrown out right away. No, City Lord, I was just joking. City Lord, I'm just an honest old man. A group of people surrounded Sang Chu, chattering and making excuses. Xiaoqing and Lian quickly stepped forward to block these people. Don't bother the City Lord with such things. Sang Chu snorted coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her eyes filled with impatience. Maybe you're joking, but if I throw you out, that's no joke. I have to make use of every resource I have, not waste it. Yes! Lian hurriedly signaled the humanoid demon puppets to drag away the person who had been talking nonsense. Sang Chu, you little villain, let me go. Bitch, don't think just because you have money and power you can do whatever you want. You're just a woman, what use could you possibly have? One day, this place will be taken by someone else. Let me go. Hearing his disrespectful words, Lian's expression turned cold. With a flick of his hand, the demon puppet's whip lashed down, and the man who had been shouting instantly fell silent. His mouth opened and closed, but not a sound came out. Lian said, Master, should I have them throw him out? Go ahead. Yes. Lian waved his hand, and the demon puppets suddenly extended their rope-like arms, picked the man up from the ground, and dragged him away behind Lian, ready to throw him out of the city. Feng Chao watched the demon puppets in fear. They were even scarier than the demon beasts. He was so scared he was trembling, his legs almost giving out. Sang Chu looked at him and suddenly thought of something. "You're the apprentice Lian took in?" Feng Chao tried hard to control his fear and forced himself to speak more steadily. "Yes, City Lord. My name is Feng Chao." Sang Chu said, "Since that's the case, you should study hard. Tell me everything you know about Feng Zhaohai's base later, and I'll arrange for people to go look for it." Hearing this, Feng Chao quickly nodded and smiled. "Okay, thank you, City Lord. I'll tell you everything I know." Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered those people. When he told Lian before, Lian didn't react. Should he mention it again? Would the City Lord think he was causing trouble? Seeing Feng Chao hesitate, Sang Chu asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Feng Chao clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and finally decided to speak. "City Lord, about those people who were let out earlier, I'm afraid there's a problem." Sang Chu glanced at a Shaoqing, who shook his head to indicate he didn't know who Lian had released. Then she asked, "What do you mean?" Feng Chao said, "He and I both worked at the plantation, just ordinary people. But I noticed that the plants he handled always grew exceptionally well. But once he left, the plants would become strange. I can't really describe it. I told Sister Yarrow about it. After that, she checked the plants every morning and evening. Logically, there shouldn't be any problem, but I just felt something was wrong, so I secretly followed him for a while. I saw that when he was touching the plants, a red light would come from his palm. When the red light touched the plants, they grew very fast. I told Sister Yarrow about this, and she checked, but didn't find anything unusual. I also have no way to prove what I'm saying." Sang Chu stared at Feng Chao, then turned to a Shaoqing. "Send me his inspection records." "Okay, just a moment." A Shaoqing operated the device on his wrist and sent Feng Chao's records to Sang Chu. He also skimmed through them himself and found nothing unusual. At least for now, the person seemed normal. A Shaoqing said, "Doesn't look like there's any problem." And then, if there was a problem, Lian wouldn't need him anymore. Still, what he said was worth being cautious about. A Shaoqing, "Go to your work." "Feng Chao, come with me." Sang Chu led Feng Chao out of the hospital. The city of Haishur was as magnificent as ever. The sky was bright as day. No matter how many times he'd seen it, Feng Chao was still shocked every time he stepped outside. Above the city, pearl-sized orbs floated, glowing with a white light that illuminated the entire city as if it were daytime. The pearls made the whole city bright and lively. On the streets, many people in uniforms were cleaning, working hard to keep the ground spotless. Feng Chao was entranced by the sight. Sang Chu asked, "You usually stay at the plantation and don't come out much?" The plantation didn't have these magical sprites. It was mostly wood-type ability users managing things there. "Yes, except for this inspection, I rarely leave. Usually, I'm just out reclaiming wasteland. If you don't want to work that hard forever, you'd better study hard. If you learn well, you'll have a good life." "Yes, I understand. Thank you, City Lord." Sang Chu nodded and led him into the main city. Wan Yaru and Xia Han were waiting at the gate. Seeing Sang Chu bring in an ordinary person, they immediately stepped forward. "Sister Sang, you two just came from the plantation?" Wan Yara said, "Yes. Although we've been busy reclaiming land, we already have a lot of fields. Right now, Xia Han, Gao Qiu, and I are taking turns watching over them, and the plants are growing well." Sang Chu said, "Good, I have something to discuss with you." "Where's Gao Qiu?" "At the plantation." Xia Han replied, "Yes." "Sister Sang, do you want to go with me to find him?" "Let's go together. By the way, this is Feng Chao. He's coming with me." "Hello, Sister Yaru." "Hello, Brother Han." Xia Han said, "Hello. Should we head out now?" Sang Chu nodded, and the four of them headed toward the plantation. Li Ming and Su Su were outside with Gao Qiu, inspecting the plants. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. What was that sound?" "I don't know. Should we go take a look?" By now, Gao Qiu had already run off. Ever since coming to Haiqing, he hadn't heard such a terrifying scream. Worried that something had happened, he didn't dare delay even a moment. The others followed behind. They saw Lien riding a cart pulled by 3 wolves. Behind him, 5 tall, fierce demon puppets were dragging ordinary people, throwing them one by one outside the city. Every time someone hit the ground, they let out a sharp, agonized scream. Li Ming and Su Su were shocked. Isn't that Niu Xiulin? It's hard to see clearly, but I think it's him. A man with good eyesight said fearfully, yes, it's him. I saw clearly, it's the guy who was in the hospital room with me before. Li Ming asked, are they all being thrown out? The man nodded in panic. Su Su quickly looked at Li Ming. What should we do now? Su Su was afraid he'd be thrown out for exposing something, so he looked to Li Ming, hoping he could help him find a way to escape from here. Gao Qiu tapped his fingers anxiously and walked over to Elle, asking, what's going on? Elle glanced at the person who had just been thrown out, then looked at Li Ming and the others with a cold expression. That single look made Li Ming's heart skip a beat. Gao Qiu followed Elle's gaze downward and saw Li Ming and SS, who were usually quite diligent. He asked, what happened to you two? Elle replied, nothing. The city's security has gotten even tighter lately. If you pay attention to the patrol times, you'll notice it's much stricter than before. Just be careful. As he spoke, Gao Qiu absent-mindedly stretched out his wrist, muttering, this thing is really handy, even better than a phone. Huh, is this a message from Sister Sang? He didn't like the constant dinging of notifications, so he always kept his device on silent. Now, seeing a message from Sang Chu, he was stunned, hoping it hadn't been sent too long ago. He quickly opened it, let out a sigh of relief, and said, looks like I'm in luck. Sister Sang needs me for something, so I'll head downstairs first. You guys. As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at the people who had just been tossed out, adding, those people are making way too much noise. It's unsettling for everyone. It's fine, go take care of your business. All right, as long as you're sure everything's okay. With that, Gao Qiu hurried off. To be honest, he wasn't quite sure how to interact with Sang Chu these days, or how to deal with the people she was interested in. Even though it seemed like he should have an answer, he just couldn't put his finger on it. There was just something off about the whole situation. He couldn't say exactly what was strange, just that it felt odd. SS watched Gao Qiu head off in a hurry and nudged Li Ming with his elbow. What now? Looking up at the sky, Li Ming gritted his teeth. Let's go. We leave right now. They couldn't wait any longer. Originally, Li Ming had wanted to wait until the hospital staff were distracted by some big incident before sneaking out to steal some supplies. But now, survival was the top priority. Under the bright corridor lights, Li Ming led his group of 7, carefully avoiding the patrolling magic guards. There are so many of these damn magic guards. Who knows where Sister Sang is hiding? Shut up and keep your head down. If we get caught, we're all dead. Relying on his familiarity with the area, Li Ming led everyone through the shadows, quietly heading toward the mountains. SS asked, bro, where's the place the doctor mentioned? Don't worry, we're almost there. Li Ming was sweating nervously. The doctor had said the spot was nearby, hidden with some weeds, but they hadn't seen anything yet. He didn't know how long they wandered in the darkness. Just as Li Ming was about to give up, he saw it. There, he started to shout, but immediately covered his mouth, glancing around to make sure no one had noticed. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and whisper, there, I'll go check it out. The 7 of them moved forward cautiously. The tracking mouse was guarding nearby, but it didn't alert anyone. After squeezing through a narrow passage, they found themselves on the road leading to the new city. In the surveillance room, watching the tracking mouse's feed, Gao Qiu was a bit confused. Sister Sang, how did you know these people were going to escape? Elle just threw them out in front of everyone on purpose, didn't he? Sang Chu replied, more or less. These people are trying to make a break for it in broad daylight, so they must have made up their minds to leave everything behind and do what they really want. I don't have time to waste, so I forced them to act. The stage is set. How can the actors not take their places? Feng Chao was amazed by the high-definition feed. This control is incredible. The image is so clear, you can see every pore on their faces. In the dark passage, people should have been just blurry shadows, but the mouse's camera seemed to have been enhanced, making even the veins on the cave walls visible. Sang Chu and Feng Chao were both curious, but neither explained. What they were seeing wasn't just a regular video feed, it was a magical projection of what the tracking mouse saw, transformed into a high-resolution image. Naturally, it was in HD. Wanyaru asked, "Sister Sang, what happened that made you come here in person?" Sang Chu said, "Feng Chao, you explain." Feng Chao, who had thought he was just a background character, was startled to hear his name. He snapped to attention as if a drill instructor had called him. "Yes, ma'am." Sang Chu and Wanyaru were both startled by his reaction, while Xiahan helplessly pressed him back into his seat. "Don't be so dramatic. You're making everyone uncomfortable." Feng Chao said, sorry." Gao Qiu grinned and said, "No one's blaming you. You're just making things awkward. Sister Sang, go ahead and tell us what you saw." "All right." Feng Chao nodded and quickly recounted what he'd told Sang Chu earlier. As he spoke, Wanyaru seemed to recall something. "I remember this. You said you found something wrong with the plants, so I want to check it out." Feng Chao replied, "Yes, it was that field you inspected, but you didn't find anything unusual at the time." Gao Qiu frowned slightly. "Did you miss something?" He didn't mean to accuse, just seemed genuinely puzzled. Feng Chao suddenly understood why Gao Qiu was so well-liked in Haicheng. He didn't have that usual air of superiority, and his questions felt more like those of a friend. Feng Chao explained, "Maybe I was overthinking it, but later I saw something strange again, so I asked Sister Yarrow to check a second time." "That's right. Feng Chao came to me 3 times, but I didn't find anything unusual. So I discussed it with Xiaoru and decided to record the results each time. That's why I've been going out to the fields morning and night. I need to observe the plant's growth and changes myself to determine if there's a problem. These are all my notes." Wanyaru hadn't expected Sang Chu to call her over for this, so she quickly handed out copies of her files to everyone. Sang Chu hadn't expected Wanyaru to be so thorough either. She flipped through the documents, but didn't see anything unusual. Wanyaru said, "On the surface, there's nothing wrong with these reports," but after Xiaoru read them, he felt something was off, though he couldn't say what. For safety, we decided to inspect the fields every hour, but later we got busy with blood tests and other things, so we could only keep up with morning and evening checks. Because the physical exams required a lot of manpower, at the moment, aside from her, Gao Qiu and Xiahan, everyone else was at the hospital, so they were stretched thin. "So, where's Xiaoru?" As Sang Chu flipped through the materials, she saw the spot where Xiaoru had coughed up blood on Wanyaru's report, but she couldn't make out anything unusual. Xiahan said, "My brother is in the hospital. Dr. Li said there's nothing abnormal about him, but they haven't found the specific cause. My dad's the same." Gao Qiu also looked helpless and said, "Yeah, Dr. Li said my dad also has some strange fluctuations in his body, but none of the known abilities match up, so they're still investigating." After Sang Chu delegated these matters, she didn't pay much more attention to them. She hadn't expected so many abnormalities to crop up. "So, what's the current situation with the reservoir and the breeding grounds?" she asked. Wanyaru replied, "Grandma is currently at the breeding grounds. The patrols and daily plant nurturing in other areas are handled by my third brother, but with the breeding grounds and the wasteland to take care of, he's really stretched thin." Sang Chu fell silent for a moment. Even though ability users had powers, they were still human and couldn't be everywhere at once. "You've worked hard. For now, the patrols in Haicheng have the magic cards to help, so you don't need to worry too much about that. But there's only so much they can do. We really need to find more people to help." Xiahan said, "Sister Sang, my brother mentioned before that when you asked me to do a full investigation, he said that you wouldn't ask everyone to be checked unless something big had happened. The most likely reason is that the blood moon at the end of the world has affected everyone. If most people in the base have already been influenced, his suggestion is, don't leave the city, focus on protecting yourself." When he said this, Xiahan felt a bit conflicted. He thought his brother's view was a little extreme. The base was so good, why couldn't everyone know about it? Sure, there were a lot of bad people in the apocalypse, but there were good people too. But since it was his brother's advice, he couldn't ignore it. So when Sang Chu really started recruiting, he couldn't help but blurt out everything his brother had said. Wan Yaru added, "He told me the same thing when I was repeatedly investigating those plants and couldn't find anything." Feng Chao was stunned for a while before saying, "Yaru, didn't you ever think of giving up?" Wan Yaru replied, "Of course I thought about it, but for something like this, I'd rather spend a bit more effort to get to the bottom of it than just brush it off. In the apocalypse, a single mistake could cost your life. My family is all here, I can't afford to be careless." Her tone was cold, but Feng Chao could hear her deep desire to survive and her hope for the future. "Yaru, I'm not doubting you. Everything I said is what I saw with my own eyes. Even though I don't know exactly what he did with those fruits and vegetables, I can guarantee I didn't lie about anything." Sang Chu said, "I believe you. Since nothing was found, notify Dr. Li to take some samples for further testing. Yaru, Gao Qiu, Xia Han, you three take a magic card and help me transplant Taoyao back to the outskirts of Haicheng for now, away from the breeding grounds." Wan Yaru asked, "Will there be any problems with those who ran away?" Sang Chu nodded, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Everything is under my control. Go ahead. If your uncle and aunt are cleared after their checkups and can leave the hospital, tell them to find Hua Shi and get a high-level magic card and a magic practice manual. If you don't have abilities, you can practice magic. At least in the apocalypse, it's a way to survive." Magic was relatively easy to learn. As long as you had a medium, you could do it. Even ordinary people without abilities could sign a contract with a high-level magic card and use its power to start their journey. Hearing Sang Chu's words, Wan Yaru's eyes turned slightly red, and she said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Sister Sang. No need to thank me. Haicheng belongs to all of us. Only by working together can we make it better. When our families have the ability to protect themselves, we won't have to worry every time we go out, afraid that something might happen to them when we're not around. I understand all of this, so I'll do everything I can. No one will be left behind." Gao Qiu said, "Sister Sang, don't worry. I'll definitely handle everything you asked for." Xia Han said, "Yeah, I'll go right now and make sure Taoyao is transplanted immediately." He was so eager, as if afraid that if he was a step slower, he wouldn't be able to prove his loyalty. Wan Yaru said, "Sister Sang, can my brother and I also apply for a spot? We're willing to do anything. My brother too." Xia Han, hearing Wan Yaru, got excited and blurted out, "If there's anything, Sister Sang, just tell me. I can do anything." Sang Chu smiled, "I've already arranged things for him. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten any of you founding members." When Feng Chao heard Sang Chu mention founding members, he realized he probably didn't have a chance. He'd been wondering how to get one of those high-level magic cards, but now it seemed they were reserved for those who'd helped her build the base from the start. Wan Yaru noticed Feng Chao's silence, but didn't say anything. She just looked at Sang Chu and asked, "Sister Sang, I'll head out now. Should I be the one to notify Dr. Li?" "You notify her. I might be busy and not able to talk to her. Also, take Feng Chao to the hospital to find Teacher Lu. He's Lu's apprentice now, and there's probably a lot he needs to learn." After that, as if remembering something, Sang Chu turned to Feng Chao and said, "By the way, Dr. Li is a research fanatic. You might encounter a lot of strange things. Think carefully on your way, don't overlook anything, no matter how small. It could all be clues." Feng Chao replied, "Got it, city leader. Don't worry." Wan Yaru said, "Sister Sang, I'll get going then." Watching the three of them leave, Sang Chu's expression turned serious. Suddenly, Shui Yu appeared beside her, sitting on the armrest of her chair and leaning against her. "You're pretty good at winning people's hearts." Sang Chu said, "A little kindness in exchange for their loyalty, why not?" Shui Yu said, "They probably don't even realize that if they ever betray you, the first thing that'll kill them is the magic card partner they trust the most." Sang Chu replied, "That's all thanks to you telling me that I can inscribe a curse on the magic cards. If their owner betrays me, they'll be erased immediately, and the magic card will return to me." "Well, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. But as long as he doesn't have any thoughts of betraying you, nothing will happen." Sang Chu replied, "That's exactly it. You can never be too careful with people. Even in times of peace, there are always those who stab you in the back, let alone in the apocalypse, with all its chaos. If you ask me, this place should only be for our own people. Why bother with outsiders? Sang Chu smiled faintly. Humans are social creatures. Maybe it's fine to keep outsiders away for a year or two, but after a while, problems will crop up. Besides, I can go out into the world, but my family can't always follow me on dangerous adventures. There's too much unknown out there, and it's too dangerous. You just overthink things. As for those people you want to keep out, I've already got my eye on them. Want me to keep watching? Sang Chu said, no need. Just keep an eye on things here. I'm heading to the sea. Are you coming with me? Shui Yu teleported onto a patch of fluffy sand and lazily replied, forget it. I'm not going to that lord's territory. You go ahead. The lord Shui Yu referred to as Qin Sitian. Although he was a demon king, compared to Qin Sitian, his power was nothing. All right then, just keep watch here. If anyone tries anything funny, do as you see fit. Hearing this, Shui Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Sang Chu headed out. The sea. This was the first time Sang Chu had visited the sea city since its completion. The feeling was indescribable. Standing by the sea, gazing at the turquoise water, Sang Chu felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the center of the blue sea stood an ancient stone castle. The castle was built from a special stone unique to this strange world, and under the glow of the flood dragon pearl, it shimmered with brilliance. For stone walkways connected the sea to the castle, each carved from a single massive stone, their surfaces etched with all kinds of strange and beautiful runes. There were also huge stone platforms in the sea, where people could be seen lounging and playing at their leisure. When Na saw Sang Chu, she slid down from a rock and called out, Sang Sang, Sang Sang. She swam lively through the water towards Sang Chu, and in no time, popped up in front of her, shaking the water from her hair and grinning. Sang Sang, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. The water here is so clean and clear now. Do you want to take a look? Sang Chu couldn't help but smile at her cheerful expression, squatting down to gently pat her head. I'll skip going underwater. Where's Granny Xiang? Granny's in the city. I'll take you to her. Na darted off, her legs instantly transforming into a tail. She wore a light blue dress, looking both elegant and beautiful. Gone was the anxious, uneasy girl from the magical world. Na now radiated confidence. Clinging to Sang Chu's arm, Na chattered excitedly about her daily life here. The castle. As they approached the castle, Na suddenly pulled Sang Chu aside mysteriously and whispered, Sang Sang, do you know why Granny wanted to build this place? Why? Na giggled and explained, it's to hide the path to the underwater world, and also to keep some people out. Hee hee, take a look for yourself. Her mysterious tone piqued Sang Chu's curiosity, and she followed Na up onto a strange stone platform. Standing together on the platform, Na began to chant a spell. Suddenly, the world spun. Sang Chu felt as if she'd plunged into the water, then emerged again. It was a strange sensation, even though she was still standing in the same spot. Na called, Sang Sang, wake up. Wake up, Sang Sang. After much effort, Sang Chu finally regained her senses, only to find herself underwater. Beneath the surface was a vast underwater city, filled with people and sea monsters playing and enjoying themselves. Around Sang Chu was a soft, bubble-like barrier, separating her from the seawater. What is this? Na explained, Qin Qian taught me how to make these bubbles. As long as you stand on a certain spot and chant the spell, these bubbles will stick to you, letting you move and breathe freely underwater. Sang Chu looked at Na in amazement. That's incredible. There's more. Look up. Following Na's finger, Sang Chu looked up, only to see the castle above, underwater. What's going on? Na, afraid Sang Chu would swim off, quickly explained, back when Qin Qian wanted to sleep at the bottom of the sea, Granny was worried that if you weren't around, she wouldn't know what kind of people would take over as city lord. And she was afraid that people like us would be captured and experimented on again. At that time, I let you go. Na continued. Granny just didn't want to leave, so she was very anxious. Then Qin Qian said, if you're scared, let's make a decoy and then create an illusion to hide everyone inside. This is an illusion? Na said proudly, strictly speaking, not exactly. This place is a special space between reality and illusion, built using the castle and the 4 stone walkways. Once it was finished, Granny said that if anyone ever discovered the true purpose of the castle and walkways, she'd sink them all underwater and build a copy above. The castle and walkways outside only let people enter the real castle, but they can't see the walkways. Only by diving deep underwater can you see the walkways and enter this space. Amazing! Sang Chu felt dizzy with wonder. As long as Granny feels safe, that's all that matters. But how do I get in here directly? Na stuck out her tongue playfully. Granny hasn't finished it yet. Right now, we're focusing on getting Qin Qian's palace ready. The rest can wait. There's no danger for now, so we're taking our time. After a while, Na said, we're here. Sang Chu was stunned, captivated by the dazzling buildings before her. She could hardly believe her eyes. The splendor of this underwater city was like something out of a myth. The most eye-catching building was a crystal palace inlaid with all kinds of gems and pearls, crowned with a 10,000-year-old flood dragon pearl. The glow of the ancient pearl bathed the underwater city in a rainbow of colors, making everything shine. Scattered throughout the city were small flower gardens. Flowers that could never survive in the ocean now thrived inside special bubbles, growing lush and vibrant underwater. This is just too. Seeing Sang Chu's astonished expression, Na covered her mouth and laughed. This is nothing. Qin Qian said that once your peach demon produces fruit, he'll have to plant some here, too. He loves eating demon peaches and doesn't want to have to go out every time he wants one. He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Where is he now? Sang, are you looking for Lord Qin? Sang Chu nodded slightly. Na took Sang Chu by the arm and led her toward the biggest and brightest building. Sang, let me tell you, Lord Qin loves to sleep. Na whispered in Sang Chu's ear, glancing around mysteriously. See how there's nothing in this lake? That's because Lord Qin has claimed this whole area for himself. Except for a few sea creatures and water mages, no one else is allowed in. They say it's so no one disturbs his sleep. Sang Chu smiled. That's just like him. He told me once that this world exists so he can sleep peacefully, a place where no one can bother him. Nah, no way. It's true. Sang Chu sounded a little helpless, but deep down, she was grateful for his help. So as long as Qin Ci's requests weren't too outrageous, she tried her best to meet them. After all, having such a powerful being stay at her base, ready to help at any moment, was a huge advantage. But Sang, weren't you looking for Granny? Why are you suddenly going to see Lord Qin? Sang Chu replied, I wanted to ask Granny if she knows where Lord Qin is. But since you know, I don't need to bother her. She must be busy right now. Nah, you bet. Granny and the others have been cleaning up this whole sea area. It was really tough. At first, Granny wouldn't let ordinary people get close, in case they dug up something dangerous. If you have time, I'll take you to see. As she spoke, her eyes were full of anticipation, making Sang Chu laugh. All right, I'll come find you after I talk to Lord Qin. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. All right. With Na leading the way, Sang Chu realized just how dangerous the place she'd arranged for him was. The enormous crystal castle in front of her was unlike anything she'd ever seen. Na said, this crystal castle was specially built for Lord Qin. I have no idea how he did it. The crystal looks so thin and clear, but it's incredibly sturdy. Sturdy? Sang Chu was curious about her choice of words. Na explained, yeah, sturdy. I went inside once and was afraid I'd break something. But once I was in, it was like stepping into a soundless world. No matter how you walk or what you drop, there's no sound at all. It's eerily quiet unless someone speaks. One time, I accidentally dropped a stone engraved with runes. It fell onto the crystal floor, looked like it would shatter, right? But the stone broke instead. Those stones outside can withstand attacks from powerful awakened, but they crumbled to dust, while the crystal didn't even get a scratch. That's incredible, right? I've never seen anything so tough. I believe you. Na and Sang Chu walked to the main entrance. Na pressed a conch shell by the door. Lord Qin, are you awake? We're coming in. Her voice was gentle, and the conch seemed to echo her words. The big door opened. Na said, Lord Qin, can I come in with Sang Sang? She winked playfully at Sang Chu, clearly wanting to tag along. Sang Chu could only shake her head helplessly. She didn't say much, but as soon as she entered, a barrier separated her from Na. Looking back, Na stood at the door, pouting, blocked by an invisible force. Sang Chu said, wait for me outside. But then she realized her voice didn't carry out. Didn't Na say voices could be heard through the barrier? Outside, Na's mouth moved, but not a sound came through. Judging by her lips, she was probably saying, I'll wait for you at the door. Sang Chu could only smile and nod before turning to head deeper inside. Along the way, she saw many diligent little water creatures busy at work. The floor was so clean it reflected her image. They really kept the place spotless. The main hall doors were open. Sang Chu walked in and saw a pool of sparkling spring water with small water orbs floating inside. What do you want? Qin Si was draped in a black robe, his lower body, still a serpent's tail, coiled in the water, a sight that made Sang Chu's scalp tingle. Sang Chu steadied herself and smiled. Lord Qin, I wanted to ask if there's any way to remove the power of the blood moon. Qin Si's dark eyes swept over her. The hidden danger in you is already gone. Why ask? As expected, he could tell at a glance that she was fine. He really was sharp. Qin Si didn't care about her intentions. He lay back against a warm stone in the pool. You want others to be free from the blood moon's influence too? Yes. Is there any way? He replied, didn't you already find a way? If I don't intervene, whether it's the people in your base or those who follow you, I won't help. At that, Qin Si looked at Sang Chu with a strange smile. You've discovered the secret of the stations. Guess, what do you think anyone else in this world has found out the same secret? What do you mean? Qin Si said, it's not really a secret. Even if you ask Qin Mian directly, he'll answer you. Everyone in the stations wants something. Even if you know, so what? Can you resist all temptations from the outside world? Sang Chu didn't answer. She knew he was right. If not for her family in the apocalypse, she wouldn't have come back. If she could settle her family elsewhere, she wouldn't return to the apocalypse at all. Sang Chu asked, then, is there a way for my family to leave the apocalypse and go to another world? Qin Si said, if you want them to become card slaves. Becoming a card slave meant being imprisoned in the card world forever, turning into an immortal monster. Sang Chu knew this. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never choose that path. Unlike Zhuo Xiafeng, who had no choice but to become a card slave or die. Qin Si looked at Sang Chu, his eyes deep and unreadable. Or, you could become a station guardian. As long as you become one, you'll have full control over the station, including the right to settle people elsewhere. Station guardian? Sang Chu frowned slightly. From Qin Si's tone, she knew it couldn't be anything good, but she couldn't help being tempted. How do I do that? You must be stronger than anyone else in this world. Only by defeating all the ticket holders in this world will you naturally be chosen by the Heavenly Tao as the station guardian. Heavenly Tao? This world has a Heavenly Tao. Qin Simeon said, of course. The Heavenly Tao, simply put, is something that exists from the very beginning of a world's creation. The one who makes contracts with the array is the Heavenly Tao. The array lets people in, and the array gives them a chance to survive. You people are just chess pieces born from the transaction between the Heavenly Tao and the array. Sang Chu looked at Qin Simeon, and for the first time, a faint, ambiguous smile appeared on her usually cold face. But if that's the case, your identity can't be hidden anymore. Besides, your plan to create a guardian has also failed. Sang Chu, so, what do you want? Qin Simeon smiled meaningfully. If you understand, I can accept you as my disciple and teach you cultivation. What do you really want? Qin Simeon said, I want something very dangerous. I want Qin Simeon's life. Unfortunately, you can't do it. But as long as you become the station guardian of this world, then you can open the way for me, and I can go up myself. Sang Chu. Like, I'd believe you. Fine, I'll acknowledge you as my master. Without much hesitation, Sang Chu knelt down. Disciple Sang Chu greets master. Get up. Qin Simeon handed Sang Chu a white jade. This is a clear mind jade. It can heal your mind. But just because I gave it to you doesn't mean others can use it. Understand? I understand. Besides this, is there any other way to cure the mental backlash caused by psychic abilities? Qin Simeon said, just get rid of your powers. An ability user's power is like a cultivator's spiritual root. If you get rid of the root, the problem goes away. Thank you, Master. You're welcome. But you must remember, if you're missing even one thing, you won't be able to become the station guardian. At this point, Sang Chu felt a little uneasy, but quickly understood that she had no choice in this matter. Sang Chu, all right, I understand. I'll do my best. After she finished speaking, she wanted to leave, but unexpectedly, she found herself in the depths of a dark lake. A huge python appeared before her, blocking all possible escape routes. Master, what does this mean? Qin Simeon said, right now, many ticket holders in this world are frantically traveling between worlds. They haven't noticed you yet. But once the people from your base escape, you'll be discovered soon enough. When that happens, you'll be like a piece of meat waiting to be divided up. From now on, you are not allowed to leave. Stay here and cultivate. I'll handle everything outside for you. What you need to do is grow stronger as quickly as possible. How quickly? When the blood moon sets. Sang Chu asked calmly. Qin Simeon didn't answer directly, just smiled. Even though I don't know why you chose me, Qin Simeon came to find you, so he must have his reasons. But before, my power wasn't strong enough, and you didn't think much of me, so you just let me follow you and ignored me. Why are you suddenly accepting me as your disciple now? Sang Chu paused for a moment, then continued, because the blood moon is about to set, and you have no other choice. Among all the ticket holders in the apocalypse, only I meet the requirements to be the station guardian, and I have family here. Compared to others, I have more motivation to protect this place. Qin Simeon said, you're right. Sang Chu, you once told me the blood moon represents the end of the world, but you also said that those with strong power would stay. I always felt that was off. Power doesn't guarantee survival. People in the apocalypse need many things, and even food can kill a person. But because ability users can grow plants themselves, I didn't notice anything strange. Until recently, I realized the power of the blood moon was odd. After people started dying, I realized the so-called end of the world was real. Nothing would be left. Clap, 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 Qin Simeon applauded. Very insightful. Then tell me, why does Qin Simeon want to choose you? Because I'm not only a psychic ability user, I'm also a 5-element spiritual root cultivator. Qin Simeon laughed. No wonder my brother said you were special. I didn't expect you to figure all this out. The rabbit's death was his brother's doing, so there couldn't have been any other reason. That meant everything Sang Chu said was her own deduction. No matter what expression he showed, Sang Chu knew he was calm inside. Was it just because she was useful to him? Qin Simeon said, psychic ability users are a fixed requirement. No matter the world, only those with extremely strong mental power can become controllers, just like psychic users in the apocalypse or pill masters in the cultivation world. Sang Chu nodded. Because most people's mental power is weak, someone like me, who is both a psychic ability user and a 5-element spiritual root cultivator, becomes your best candidate. But if I can't complete your test, I'll die like everyone else. Qin Simeon said, that's right, but you have no choice. I know. I just find it strange, if you need a station guardian, why not set the requirements lower? Qin Simeon said, now you're being silly. Your brother, Lin Muxue, Lu Minlong, and Yi Ping, they all cultivated with you, but have any of them seen the array? Sang Chu is stunned. She really hadn't thought about this. Among those who cultivated together, only she could see the array. Qin Simeon said, the stronger one's psychic power, the better their perception, to the point where they can see things others can't. If you don't believe me, go ask Pei Zhao. Her mental power is average, but she can see the shadow of the array. That's why she's so afraid of the sword and more susceptible to possession. Sang Chu, so, when in Shaoqing said Pei Zhao was acting strange, it was because something was attached to her. I didn't say that. But you should be wary of all psychic ability users. Their minds are easily influenced. Like Lin Muxue, she was hypnotized before, which changed her personality. If she couldn't hold on to herself, you would have been killed by her already. After Qin Simeon finished, a thought flashed through Sang Chu's mind, but it was too quick for her to grasp. Qin Simeon said, "Stop thinking about it. Focus on your cultivation. Once you can control your power, open the city gates and attract the ticket holders. As long as they come in, I'll help you catch them. Now, sit down and meditate." Main city. Tu squatted on the table, fiddling with a handful of small, six-colored spheres that Xia Mao had just brought over. You picked one up curiously and played with it in his hand. "Brother Rabbit, are these the so-called all-suits?" Arcee chimed in, "Yeah, so how do you use them?" He was eager to see the legendary, awe-inspiring all-suits in action, those powerful armors he'd only heard about. "Don't rush," Tu said, giving him a meaningful look. He placed the sphere onto a light platform and, after a few quick operations, the sphere instantly vanished, replaced by a dazzling golden light. On the open ground, the golden lights slowly merged together, forming a tall, imposing owl robot, its surface covered in overlapping, armor-like plates of various sizes. "Wow, that's amazing!" Yu exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. "Yeah, seriously, is this really an all-suit?" Arcee couldn't help but shout, stepping closer to get a better look at the armor made of light. Tu explained with satisfaction, these little spheres are light energy storage devices. Once you put them on the light platform, they release the armor. The different colors represent different types of all-suits. The lighter colors are standard models used by patrol soldiers for daily tasks. The darker ones are combat models, which require a high level of mental power to operate. If someone with insufficient mental strength tries to use them, it's very easy to have accidents, even fatal ones, during operation. Sang Jingwen, sitting nearby, frowned slightly. "That dangerous?" Tu nodded. "Yes, according to what I've heard, that's the case. So usually, only people with strong mental power use the darker all-suits. Only those with a mental power rating above S are allowed to use combat models." Ping added, "So that means only my little sister, On, and other mental type ability users can use them." Tu shook his head. "Not necessarily. The mental power here on Guangxing is different from the psychic abilities in the Apocalypse. But to be safe, let's first distribute these harmless, standard all-suits to everyone." After Sang Chu left, Granny Xiang also set aside her concerns about the sea region, handing over management to the elders and monks, and came to join the group. At this moment, Granny Xiang suddenly said, "Currently, there are about 300 people left in the human race. Of those, only 100 can still use their powers normally. The rest have had their bodies destroyed and lost the ability to connect with the source, essentially losing their combat capability. If these all-suits can help, I'd like to give them to the young people of our race." Having lost their abilities, these young people had become withdrawn and depressed. If the all-suits could help them stand up again, it might be a good solution. Tu checked the all-suits in his hand, took out a ring containing several of them, and said, "I can only give you 50. I'll upload the specific operating instructions to your light platform. These are patrol models, Granny Xiang. From now on, you'll have to take care of things here. I'm needed to guard my own city." Granny Xiang nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to your city." Yu eagerly raised his hand. "Brother Rabbit, what about me? Can I have an all-suit too?" Tu replied, "Sure. As long as everyone with a suit doesn't drag us down, at least, don't become a burden." Yu nodded enthusiastically. "I promise I won't hold anyone back, big bro." Holding his assigned all-suit, Yu was itching to go try it out, but since everyone else was still seated, he could only rub the armor in his hands and look forward to the end of the meeting. Sang Jingwen asked, "Now that we've got these, does that mean it's time to start deploying the all-suits?" Ping joked, "Yeah, but all-suits aren't just toys, they're real weapons." Little Linji didn't even know why he was sitting in this meeting room, or even how he'd ended up at this base. But he liked this life now and didn't want to cause trouble. Even though he was present for this secretive event, he just wanted to be a background character and minimize his presence. Unexpectedly, Sang Jingwen suddenly turned to him and said, Linji, my base currently needs a large number of crystal cores. They're for that mutated plant in Qinghai City. I need at least 100,000 crystal cores, the more, the better. Linji's dark eyes widened in shock. What? How many did you say you need? Yiping said bluntly, 100,000. No less. If you can't provide that many, we can't give you these suits. And if that plant dares to hold back, guess what? With these 100 suits, we could rip it out by the roots. Even if we can't find its main root, we can still make it cry for mercy. Only then did Linji realize that the reason he was brought here was to negotiate for these suits. But he hadn't even seen what these suits could do. Why should he be afraid? Linji said, I can guarantee that the crystal cores won't be taken by anyone else while they're in my hands. But once they're out of my hands, I can't make any promises. Sang Jingwen smiled faintly. That's fine. If I'm willing to give them to you, I'm not afraid of anything. If that plant tries anything, I'll just tear up the contract with Haiqing. It's its own stupidity if it does that. I can always find another mutated plant to work with. It's not the only one in the apocalypse. Linji stared at Sang Jingwen for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, I understand. I'll go right away. He checked the list Sang Jingwen sent him, and when he opened it, he saw a long list of crystal cores. He quickly turned and left. Yiping watched him hurry away and couldn't help but tease, look at him go. He really is a little servant, isn't he? Sang Jingwen braced a hand between his chair and the table, worried Linji might bump into something. Even though Linji had been cured of his inability to feel pain, Sang Jingwen still couldn't help but worry about him. He just wants to make sure that if something happens after he leaves, he can still come back. He said all that just to test us. If the crystal cores get taken, he wants to know if he can still return. Yiping blinked, then couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that little guy might not look like much, but he's got a lot going on in his head. Yan Lao and the other ability users from the city sat at the other end of the table. Hearing this, Yan Lao said, that little guy is a rare fire and space dual ability user, an 8th level space user. If he wasn't so cautious, he probably wouldn't have survived in that plant's territory. Yan Hao added, I've worked with him before, he's very reliable. Hearing this, Sang Jingwen nodded. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Now that we've got the crystal cores sorted, let's start cleaning up the human stronghold. Currently, among ordinary people, there are only a few with the qualifications for detailed investigation, and only 115 are usable. C held a list in his hand and showed it to everyone. There are currently 15 ability users in the base. The master is unable to act. Grandma Lin and Xiaoying are also unavailable. Lu Min and Tang Lei are undergoing treatment and can't be used either. So, there aren't many people I can use at the moment. After he finished, he paused and took out another list for everyone. I'm going to confirm everyone's situation now. If I miss anyone, please point it out right away so I can make adjustments for the next round of defense arrangements. Everyone, take a look. All right, go ahead. C said, currently, the highest level ability user is Ning Song, level 8 wood element. Zhou Li is level 7 earth element. Wang Jin is level 7 metal element. Wu Shi is level 7 lightning element. These are the ones you've recently identified, right? Yes, they match the results of my investigation. Ning Song was sitting quietly in a corner. Only after C called him did he respond. C nodded slightly and continued, Yan Hao, level 6 water element. Yan Hao, yes. C, Sahan, Gao Qiushan, both level 4 wind element. Wan Yaru, level 5. That's right. C, Sang Jingwen is a cultivator, currently at the foundation establishment stage, able to control 71 flying swords, and practices a poisonous divine power. No issues, right? Sang Jingwen, yes. Sang Jingwen hadn't expected the information on the list to be so detailed. He glanced at the data, then remembered the time he accompanied C to ride the flying sword, and couldn't help but laugh. C looked at him in confusion. What's so funny? Ipai, nothing. It's just that your information is so thorough. What if it gets leaked? C, no, this information will self-destruct after this meeting. Besides, all corners of Haiqing are under surveillance. If anyone tries anything, the magic defense system will activate and eliminate them immediately. This also serves as a warning. If anyone dares to betray us, they're free to try if they don't fear death. Sang Chu said, now only Muxue and Lumin are left. Muxue's abilities haven't been fully investigated, and Lumin is still in treatment. I really don't have many people I can use right now. Haiqing really has too few ability users. Including Sang Chu and Grandma, there are only 10, and he himself doesn't count as an ability user. Ipai, lying on his lap, rolled his eyes at him. You forgot about me. I'm a level 7 fire ability user now. Sang Chu, oops, sorry, I forgot about you. But even counting you, the base only has 15 ability users. Besides Sang, Lumin, Xiaoxue, Grandma, and Auntie, there are only 10 left. The base is supposed to have more ability users, but he only has 10. No matter how you look at it, it's too few. C said, don't worry, besides the magic defense system, the master has also given us some puppets. He took out a stack of magic cards and placed them on the table. These puppets are very powerful, but they have a fatal flaw. They are extremely loyal to their master and see everyone else as enemies. Some of the more uncontrollable puppets will even die with their master if the master is killed. They're highly dangerous magical constructs. Ipai sat up, nervously flipping through the magic cards, looking at the terrifying images of the puppets. So you want me to make a contract with them? See, no, these puppets have already been contracted by the master. They can't be contracted a second time. Plus, very few people can control these puppets without harming innocent people. Only the Demon King, me, Elle, and Shirue. So, these 100 puppets are divided equally among the 4 of us. Sang Chu looked at the puppet cards and, after a long moment of thought, said, in that case, the 4 of you should each patrol one direction, serving as the second line of defense. See, second line. Wan Yara took out some photos and placed them on the table. These are peach demon trees, currently only planted outside the rear of Haiqing. They serve as the first line of defense. The peach demon trees release a poisonous mist that causes people to fall asleep and die without even realizing it. The photos showed the transplanted peach demon trees, with mutated beasts lying dead beneath them, some already gnawed to the bone. See, that's good, but the main patrols need to be even more thorough. Although he didn't understand why such a powerful thing wasn't placed at the front, since it was the master's arrangement, he only needed to consider other matters based on this foundation. Grandma Xiang said, my people, the magic users of my clan, number over 100 and can join the patrols. Once our general can fully master his skills, 50 people can form a separate team under him. Xi glanced at the map of Haiqing. No need for now. Grandma Xiang, your people should focus on clearing the deep sea first. Our general can only assist for now. For the patrols, Xiang and I, along with Shirue, will each take a puppet and patrol left and right, while Elle guards the city gate. He instinctively didn't count Shueyu, and Shueyu, lying to the side, said nothing either. Elle nodded. That's fine. See. The rat army led by the Mouse King is still underground, and the aerial magic defense system is also in place. With one above and one below, if support is needed, just send a signal and help will arrive. That's all I have for now. Does anyone have anything to add? Sang Chu glanced at C's arrangements and nodded in satisfaction. Looks good for now. At least we have 2 lines of defense. Once our general's team is ready, the puppets can be withdrawn. See, that's the plan. Ipai, what about all general? I can't use him at all. Rabbit, you stood on the table, chest puffed out, and said to Ipai, then leave it to me. Rabbit, you shouted, leave it to me? I can't use him either. Ipai looked at him in confusion. Then why are you puffing your chest out so high? I thought you could. Rabbit, you rolled his eyes, swiped his light screen, and instantly projected a holographic display in midair. It played a tutorial on how to command All General, how to use him, how to utilize his weapons, and how to operate the defense system, with detailed explanations and analysis. With this tutorial, it shouldn't be hard to figure out. But as for the specifics, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Not far from New City X, there was a small village. When the doctor, disheveled and dirty, arrived there, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people who emerged from the shadows. Stop. Private property. No trespassing, understand? All these people were holding weapons that gleamed with a strange light, clearly not ordinary tools. Faced with these people, the doctor immediately changed his usual attitude, bowing and scraping as he said, "Please, I'm here to see old Beau. I have important news for him." "And who are you?" I'm little Beau. My brother is Beau Jean." "Oh, so you're the spy old Beau planted in New City." "That's me." This obsequious behavior was something Sang Chu had witnessed before, but she never would have guessed that this was the same psychic she'd once looked down on. "Search him, then let him in." "All right." A tall, thin man stepped out from behind the group, holding a strange device that he scanned over the doctor. A beam of light swept across him, but nothing suspicious was found. "He's clean." The tall, thin man turned to a masked man beside him and reported. The masked man nodded slightly. "Go on in. Old Beau hasn't come back yet. When he does, someone will call for you." I know. I'll wait for him at his house." Passing through the group, the doctor shivered a little. He knew that, as a psychic, these people's weapons could easily reduce him to dust. He definitely didn't want to die here. He soon arrived at his brother Beau Jean's small house. When he entered, he saw Beau Jean tending to his own back. "Brother, you're hurt? Let me help you." The doctor hurried forward, taking the medicine from his brother's hand and helping him apply it. Beau Jean asked, "Why are you back so soon?" "Everyone who went with me is dead. Even Olden might have been killed." Beau Jean frowned slightly. "Olden? The one who almost ate that old man?" The doctor nodded. "That's him. Didn't you have me infiltrate them before?" "I followed the boss of New City to study how to extract and use crystal cores, and we were researching all sorts of things. But then Sang Chu blew up the lab and stole everything. When I and that big oaf from New City tried to stop her, Olden appeared. He killed the oaf instantly, then disguised himself as an ordinary person and infiltrated Sang Chu's base." Beau Jean, with his back to the doctor as he applied the medicine, said, "You're saying Olden is dead at Sang Chu's hands?" "I know it's hard to believe, but Olden really hasn't shown up again. You know his personality. He'd never just stay silent in the base for so long, especially since he needs crystal cores to cultivate. But now, none of his subordinates dare mention his name, and his base has already fallen apart." Beau Jean said, "Isn't that a good thing for us?" The doctor replied, "What's scary is what kind of power Sang Chu has to pull this off." Beau Jean said, "What's there to be afraid of? My base currently has 30 ability users and 63 body cultivators. In the apocalypse, that's already a formidable force. Once old Emo returns from his trip, our strength will rise another level." The doctor didn't respond to his brother's confidence. He really didn't think his brother was more dangerous than Sang Chu. After all, his brother had been forced by Olden to hide out in this tiny village, only surviving thanks to the doctor's maneuvering in front of Olden. But now, with Olden apparently dead in Sang Chu's base, the difference in power was obvious. After helping his brother with his wounds, the doctor looked at the scars on his body, feeling a pang of heartache. "Brother, you can't keep risking your life like this. What choice do I have? All the cultivation resources are in Olden's hands. If I want resources and food, I have to do things his way. I can only try to establish myself here." Beau Jean's tone was calm, almost indifferent, making it impossible to tell whether he was fighting to survive or simply driven by ambition. The doctor wanted to persuade his brother to leave with him, but when he thought about how scarce food was in the apocalypse and how only Olden's place had plenty to eat, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Once Beau Jean finished getting dressed, he said, "Rest here for now. I'll go get you something to eat." "Thanks, brother." As Beau Jean was about to leave, his voice turned cold. "We're brothers in this life, no need for thanks." Watching his brother's departing figure, the doctor lay back on the bed with a sigh. He was starting to regret telling old Beau about Sang Chu. But old Beau had sent him to investigate Sang Chu's strange activities in the first place, and now it was clear she was the one behind old Anne's apparent death. If old Beau sent someone to check, he'd find out soon enough. For both Old Bo and his brother, this was a huge threat. But if he didn't tell, it could be an even bigger threat. This was the constant anxiety of being a psychic. He had an inexplicable fear of Sang Chu. Bo-jean walked down the dimly lit road, watching the shifting shadows cast by the streetlights, his eyes closing in pain. "Ah, Jean, why aren't you resting at home?" A beautiful young woman approached, dressed provocatively, her voice unconsciously flirtatious. But Bo-jean, ever the stoic, didn't even glance at her. "My brother's back. I'm going to get him some food." Jianan said, "Your brother? How come you never mentioned you had a brother?" "He was out on a mission. He's just returned. I have things to do, so I'll talk to you later." With that, he lowered his head and walked past Jianan, heading toward the food storage. Jianan watched his retreating figure, biting her lip, and muttered, "So clueless." A skinny man nearby chimed in, "I'm not clueless." "But Sister Nan, you never even look at me." Jianan shot him a disdainful glance, her expression full of contempt as she said, "If you want me to look at you, get some plastic surgery, and get an operation to lengthen your you know. You look like a toothpick. Even if men are scarce in the apocalypse, I wouldn't touch you." With her head held high, she walked past him, and as she passed, she looked down at him from above and added sarcastically, "And get some height surgery while you're at it. You look like a tiny banana, such a turnoff." The man spat viciously in her direction. "Puh. Stuck-up bitch. Sooner or later, you'll be begging me to sleep with you." "Puh. Bo-jean, Old Hui wants you to go see him." Bo-jean was busy packing his things when he heard a familiar man's voice. He turned around and saw a sturdy man with a long knife strapped to his back. Bo-jean nodded. "All right, I'll go right away." He put his belongings into his bag and headed toward the place where Old Hui lived. Inside an ordinary vine-covered house sat a man dressed in traditional Chinese robes. "Your brother is getting more and more unruly," the man said. Bo-jean didn't dare look up at him. After being enveloped by the man's deep voice, he lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Yes, he's in my room right now." "And what's the story with that woman called Sang Chu?" Bo-jean answered, "My brother said that Olden may have already died at her hands." When the man, Fong Che, heard Olden's name, a cold aura radiated from him. Even Bo-jean, standing to the side, could feel the chill. After a long silence, Fong Che finally spoke. "Is it confirmed?" Bo-jean replied, "We can't be sure. After Olden went in, he never came out. Now his life signal has been lost. If he were alive, he would have contacted us for sure." Fong Che sneered, that old man always wanted to replace these people and take over. How could he let go of the power he worked so hard for? "Since Olden is dead, don't wait any longer. Go find that woman named Sang Chu." Bo-jean said, "Yes, I'll go right away." "Sir, you should rest." Go on." "Yes." After Bo-jean left, Fong Che lowered his head, rubbing the ring on his finger. "Sang Chu, looks like you're more interesting than I thought." In order to survive, he had been traveling through different worlds, never able to rest for even a moment. A hoarse voice came from the black rabbit at his side. "Master, I don't recommend you go after Sang Chu. I can sense she's already advanced, she's not to be underestimated." Fong Che gripped the rabbit's neck hard, yanked it out of his pocket, and held it up to his face. "You're my familiar. Don't forget, if I die, you die too. Whatever I want to do, you have to help me, not just keep nagging me about survival. I can't run anymore." The worst part was that he was out of points. He couldn't afford another ticket. The more he needed, the harder it was to get. Just gathering this group of people had already drained all his strength. If he couldn't get more resources and points, he'd die, whether at the hands of others or from running out of time. The rabbit lowered its head and stayed silent, numb to the pain in its body. It hated being treated like this. More than anyone, it wanted its master to survive, but there was nothing it could do. Fong Che was not a good master, and now it regretted ever choosing him. Regretted it deeply. Fong Che ignored its silence, flinging it aside. "Just worry about staying alive. If it weren't for your advice about survival, I wouldn't have to keep running around these worlds. Now I'm broke. If I can't get a bunch of crystal cores and points, I can't move on, and both you and I will die." The rabbit remained silent, trembling on the ground, looking especially pitiful. Jianan, hiding outside the door, overheard the conversation between Feng Che and the rabbit. She didn't know where the familiar was, but she was sure it was with Feng Che. She just didn't know how to steal it away. Rather than following this moody, unpredictable man, maybe it was better to find another way. With these thoughts, she quietly slipped away, her mind full of ideas, one of which was to seek out this Sang Chu Feng Che had mentioned and try to cooperate with her. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Dong Zi and his brother hid behind a dirt mound, watching as Li Ming devoured everyone, the sound of chewing echoing in their ears. They shivered in fear. Li Ming's limbs twisted grotesquely as he looked around to make sure no one was watching, then slowly returned to his original form. But suddenly, a figure appeared behind his head. It was SS, the very person he had just eaten. SS said, "So I finally managed to escape, huh?" Li Ming let out a strange laugh. "Yeah, you finally escaped." SS asked, "But why can I only see your consciousness and not your body?" Li Ming burst out laughing. "That's because you're in my mind now." "What are you talking about?" Li Ming replied, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. When you remember, you'll know. Now go find the doctor." Li Ming didn't know the doctor had someone behind him. He just thought the doctor had a grudge against Sang Chu and wanted to use him to get rid of her, then eat the doctor and take over Haiqing. Watching Li Ming leave, Dong Zi trembled and whispered to his brother, "Bro, what should we do now?" Dong De made a big decision. "We go back, return to base, and tell the city lord everything." But I'm already a wanted man. Can I even go back?" Dong De said, "Let's take a chance. We'll bring back news about Li Ming. In the apocalypse, those with abilities can purify plants. Now there are people like Li Ming no matter where I go, it's a dead end. We can only go back to Haiqing. No matter what punishment awaits, I'll accept it." Dongzi nodded, "Me too. It's too scary out here." He shuddered at the thought. If his brother hadn't pulled him away and hidden in the darkness, his blood would be among those stains on the ground. The brothers hurried back, while everything that happened here was under Shui Yu's surveillance. Sang Jingwen watched Shui Yu release the surveillance footage in silence. Yiping, sitting beside him, was dumbfounded. "Whoa, what kind of operation is this? What the hell are those things?" A Xiaoqing sat nearby, sipping tea poured by Feng Chao, and glanced at the door. "Those are the larval forms of those monsters after they grow up." Yiping's face turned pale, shrinking back. "My God, I hope I don't have one of those in me." "That's disgusting." A Xiaoqing replied, "If you did, you wouldn't be sitting here right now." Sang Jingwen asked, "Are there any people like that among those being treated at the hospital?" A Xiaoqing nodded. "Yes, Pei Zhao's case is the most serious. But compared to her, these larvae are nothing." Yiping was nervous. "Didn't you say you could cure it? Now you're making me nervous." A Xiaoqing replied, "I can cure it, but it's not something that can be done instantly. If you don't believe me, go try it yourself." "I'm not a doctor, how am I supposed to treat this?" Yiping was exasperated. All he did was say something a little weird about a Xiaoqing, and now he was getting scolded for it. "I've finally figured it out, geniuses like you guys are all a little weird." A Xiaoqing laughed. "Are you saying I'm weird or you're weird?" "You, obviously, you big genius." Yiping couldn't help rolling his eyes. Sang Jingwen ignored their bickering and turned to Shui Yu. "Let that person go for now, don't do anything rash." Shui Yu was confused. "Why not just deal with her directly?" Sang Jingwen replied, "No rush. I want to see what she can see from her perspective." Shui Yu was even more puzzled. He had already arranged for everything to be taken care of. If Sang Jingwen wanted to know what someone saw, he could just ask directly, why wait? But with Sang Chu not around, he didn't want to make the call himself. "All right, I'll pass on the message." Shui Yu pressed his fingers to his lips and blew a strange, clear, lingering tune. The sound wasn't loud, but if you were anywhere in Haiqing, you could hear it. All the demons patrolling underground in Haikong stopped in their tracks and stilled their wings, not daring to move. But this was just Shui Yu issuing a command not to harm the twins for now. When the tune stopped, Shui Yu lowered his hand and looked at the dumbfounded crowd. "What are you all staring at?" If you don't want to go yourself, then don't complain. Yiping grinned sheepishly. Well, I just didn't expect the Demon King's methods to be so many. Anyway, An's in charge of dinner tonight. What do you want to eat? Shuiyu answered without hesitation, pork knuckle. The big pork knuckle from last time. You could practically hear him swallowing. He was really craving it. A Xiaoqing quickly raised his hand. Me too. Yiping just wanted to change the subject, but he didn't expect this to turn into a food ordering session. Now he was stuck. He looked at Sang Jingwen with a sigh. On. Sang Jingwen smiled, took off his jacket, and rolled up his sleeves. If this is going to take a while, I'll go check the kitchen to see if we have pork knuckle. If we do, I'll make it for you. If not, I'll make you something else, but you'll have to wait for Uncle Gao to get back from the hospital for more pork knuckle. Shuiyu waved his hand carelessly. No big deal. If there isn't any, I'll just go to the farm and bring you the freshest pig. It's been fattened up for a while, ready to be eaten. A Xiaoqing said, no, now's the time for everyone to work together. We should cherish our happiness. Demon King, if you need to go, take me with you. I may be small and weak, but I want to do my part. Yiping, why does it sound like you just want to eat pork knuckle? Yiping had forgotten how, after only one meal in the magic world, he ended up begging Sang Jingwen for delicious food every day. Sang Jingwen said, Demon King, Dr. A, you two have already had plenty of pork knuckle. Every time, you each eat at least 4. The pigs can't keep up. I said to wait for Uncle Gao to get back, not for him to go to the slaughterhouse. After saying that, he turned and headed to the kitchen, feeling helpless. These guys had such big appetites, no matter how much good food they had, it was never enough, especially when it came to pork knuckle. He just wanted to say, if there wasn't any pork knuckle in the kitchen, maybe next time he could ask Uncle Gao to make something else to distract them, so they wouldn't always be thinking about the poor pigs. Even the pigs needed a break. At this rate, they'd eat them all up. A Xiaoqing was clearly dissatisfied with this outcome, but didn't dare offend Sang Jingwen. After all, Sang Jingwen was the highest-ranking person here after Lu Minli. At the moment, Gaozhe, Gao Qiu's father, hadn't been discharged from the hospital, and maybe Lu Minli would be out soon, but who knew if he could really leave? Shuiyu said, all right, enough talk, go on. I'm starving. Sang Jingwen didn't say anything more and headed to the kitchen. Yiping saw that neither Shuiyu nor a Xiaoqing planned to pay him any attention, so he hurried after Sang Jingwen. I don't know how to cook that dish. Sang Jingwen looked at the pitiful Yiping beside him and couldn't help but laugh, rubbing his head. It's fine, I have to finish cooking anyway. What do you want to eat? Me? Anything's fine. Everything you make is delicious. Really? Nothing you especially want? Sang Jingwen raised an eyebrow. Yiping quickly smiled, well, maybe something spicy? I haven't had spicy food in ages, and I'm craving it. All right, let's see what ingredients we have. I'll make you something spicy. And then, let me help you out then. Okay, let's go. The two headed to the kitchen. A Xiaoqing looked at Shuiyu, who was staring off into space, and said, Demon King, are you really not going to deal with her? You don't want to leave a traitor behind, do you? Feng Chao, who was serving at his side, jumped in fright and quickly composed himself. Shuiyu said, but she doesn't want her brother to see her cruel side either. Forget it. With no one else around, a Xiaoqing walked up to Shuiyu and whispered, don't you think Sang Chu's been acting a little weird lately? What did you notice? Shuiyu frowned slightly. He thought maybe a Xiaoqing had picked up some strange habits too, but then a Xiaoqing said, she actually tried to get on top of me. Isn't that a sign her brain's broken? This is serious. I don't want to end up stuck in this backward ghost place after she dies. Shuiyu looked at a Xiaoqing, his eyes growing more confused. What did you say? She tried to get on top of you. Yeah, she almost used a contract spell to bind me. It was terrifying. At that, Shuiyu laughed. Did you forget what happens to magic card slaves? Isn't it normal for them to be played with and then discarded? Even if she succeeds, what can you do? A Xiaoqing shuddered at the thought, goosebumps rising all over. That's not the point. This is Sang Chu we're talking about, the ascetic, always busy Sang Chu. How could she have such a weird idea? She must be sick in the head. No, I need to go find Pei Zhao and have him come up with a cure for her. Shuiyu said, I think the one who's sick in the head is you. She didn't really want you, and you refused her anyway. But you're right, we should find a cure for her as soon as possible. Go on. Feng Chao, listening at the side, wished he could disappear. Knowing these big-shot secrets, wasn't that a recipe for an early death? Brother, why are these demons ignoring me? Dongzi fanned himself nervously and muttered. What he saw was a row of demons lined up to welcome him, but they just stood there, completely ignoring him. Dongha felt his own fear and anxiety, his whole body trembling. He grabbed his younger brother Dongzi's hand, shivering as he walked. The city lord must know I've come back. Let's just keep walking, don't stop. Dongzi said, Brother, I'm a little scared. The bright, open square of Haicheng offered nowhere to hide. Everything was in plain sight. Dongha forced himself to stay calm, but still comforted his brother. Don't worry, I'll go see what's going on first. Maybe they just want me to explain everything I know. Honesty, resistance, collapse. He didn't dare to think any more about whether he had really escaped from Haicheng, or if the city lord had let him go on purpose, using him as bait to lure something out. He had to admit, Dongha was no fool. At least by now he realized he'd been played. Following the path formed by the demons, he walked straight to the main city. It was lively. Shuiyu and Xiaoqing, usually so elegant, were now each gnawing on a huge chunk of meat, their mouths greasy. These handsome men had turned into grease monsters. After Sang Jingwen finished eating, he sat to the side waiting for his brother. When he saw him, he stood up and waved, Come sit with me. At the table, the aroma of food wafted in the air. Dongzi's eyes were glued to the dishes, and he looked like he was about to drool. He looked at Lao Lu in confusion. What's his deal? There's food and drink in Haicheng, he's being taken care of, but he still tried to run away. Lao Lu sipped his tea, speaking carelessly. That's probably the reason Sang Jingwen wants to keep him. Sai Han said, You mean Feng Chao is bewitched? But isn't Feng Chao fine? Feng Chao, head down, was wolfing down meat. Hearing his name, he slowly looked up and explained, He's immune to the group's pheromones. So far, no one knows why. He's the only one among us who isn't affected. And Xiaoqing, mouth full of meat, mumbled, Why don't you give him some of your milk fruit? If he can awaken an ability, that'd be rare. Feng Chao's eyes lit up. Doctrine, do you mean it? I could really awaken an ability. And Xiaoqing replied, I'm just saying it's possible. You can't awaken an ability on your own, but you can resist those pheromones and mental influences, which is why you're still alive. But whether you can really awaken an ability, that's not up to me. At this, he fell silent, and the twins didn't dare answer either. After all, milk fruit was precious, and giving it to an ordinary person who hadn't awakened an ability was a big risk for both ability users and cultivators. Right now, they weren't sure if Feng Chao was really one of them, so giving it to him would be a gamble. Lao Lu saw the twins eating in silence, and his own cheap disciple looking disappointed, so he couldn't help but say, Just behave yourself and wait for the master to come out. When she does, I'll ask for you. As long as you don't do anything to harm her or betray us, I can put in a good word. Really? I won't trouble you, will I? Feng Chao hadn't expected the usually cold Lao Lu to speak up for him, and was both touched and worried about causing trouble. Lao Lu said, No, I'm just putting in a word. Whether you get it or not depends on the master. Feng Chao nodded vigorously, Thank you, master. I'll do my best to serve you and the city lord. Looking back, staying in Haicheng and getting checked out was the best decision he'd ever made. In the room, Liu was operating the central control device in Su's room when the wall suddenly turned into a projection screen, covered in dense, incomprehensible data. Dongha and Dongzi stood awkwardly in the center of the room, stammering one. When Dr. Li, I. He stuttered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. Liu glanced at his trembling body and instantly appeared in front of him. Sang Jingwen walked over to Liu and asked, Dr. Li, is there any change in his body? Liu frowned and reported the previous findings. The power of the blood moon has increased. His body is at least 50% weaker than before. Sang Jingwen, that much? He was shocked, not just because Dong Ha had only been out for a short time. Liu explained, yes, you guessed right. The blood moon outside accelerates physical aging and speeds up death. But the building materials of Guangxing contain special light energy stones, which have a shielding effect. The blood moon's energy is blocked outside by the light energy stones, forming a huge protective barrier around Haicheng. Looking at Liu's before and after comparison, even though he didn't understand the data, Liu's analysis was clear. Dong Ha's life was indeed on a downward spiral. Dong Ha was scared out of his wits, but when Liu said his body was aging rapidly and he'd die soon, he finally understood. Wenji, I didn't mean to go out. I just wanted to take my brother with me, but I didn't know what happened. If it hadn't been for a sudden flash of light on the way, making me feel in danger, my brother and I would both be dead. Wenji, really, I wasn't lying to you. I truly didn't want to leave. Dongzi added, my brother is telling the truth. He told me before that Haicheng is great, plenty to eat, and a place to live. If I could, I'd settle down here. But after Li Ming found out, things got confusing, and I just followed along. Wenji, please believe me, I won't dare do it again. The brothers were on the verge of tears, but didn't dare move, just standing stiffly in front of Liu. Liu asked, what do you think? She pointed at the brothers, but Sang Jingwen pointed at a strange colored shadow on the screen and asked, what's that? Liu replied, I don't know. There's something similar in Xiaoru's body, but it hasn't been analyzed. The blood moon's power is very complex, and you absorbed too much of it. Many people's bodies contain all sorts of unknown forces that can't be analyzed. But what Dong Ha said is true. Look here. Liu pointed at a large string of data, showing an abnormal wave. He was influenced by some force, and during that period, his mind was on autopilot, like a robot, with no independent thought. Dong Ha regained control for a while, but Dongzi didn't. Dongzi only regained control after experiencing something terrifying or after a mental breakdown, and only when he entered Haicheng did he return to normal. See, this is what's normal. Looking at the display, Sang Jingwen immediately understood why Liu knew so much. He quickly turned to Dong Han and asked, when you were in contact with Li Ming, did anything unusual happen? Dong Han looked uneasy and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to put it into words. Liu was silent for a while. She looked at Sang Jingwen and said, I have something I want to talk to you about. Sang Jingwen saw the hesitation in her eyes, then looked at Dong Han and said, go find somewhere to sit and wait for me. After speaking, he nodded at Liu and followed her into a side room. Liu sat down on a chair. Even though she had already called him over, she still seemed hesitant. Sang Jingwen didn't rush her, just waited patiently by her side. It wasn't until Liu slowly opened her mouth that Sang Jingwen realized what was on her mind. He watched as she took out a vial of serum, and as she handed it to him, he was momentarily stunned. You want me to consider it? Liu sat quietly to the side, not wanting to say much more. But if things continued like this, there would be no solution. No one knew what would happen next. Sang Jingwen asked, can you guarantee Feng Chao's life? Liu fell silent. If she could guarantee his life, she wouldn't be in such a difficult position. She was a scientist. Human life was precious to her. If it hadn't come to this point, she really wouldn't want to make such a choice. Sang Jingwen glanced at Liu. A Shaoqing developed this serum, right? It's rare. If it's effective, that means others can be saved too. If it works, then not only can Feng Chao be saved, but many others infected by the blood moon's power could be saved as well. But Feng Chao, Sang Jingwen said, let's keep this matter under wraps for now. Don't use it lightly. I know. Once this thing is used, there's no way to keep Feng Chao's situation a secret. A Shaoqing thinks the same way, which is why he handed it over to me after making it, letting me decide what to do. But Liu couldn't bring herself to risk her own life to save people who had nothing to do with her. She could endure it, but she couldn't bear to watch so many people die from this unknown force. That was equally hard to accept. She couldn't make a decision, so she decided to hand the matter over. What she didn't know is that a Shaoqing had already revealed that Feng Chao was a special case. If Sang Jingwen had been there, he would have understood what a Shaoqing was really thinking. Liu said. Chu doesn't know when she'll be back either. Sang Jingwen comforted her, don't worry, we'll find a way. When Sang Sang returns with the serum, she'll definitely bring us good news. For now, all we can do is focus on our own tasks. I know. It's just that I suddenly realized I've started relying on her. After she said that, she felt a little embarrassed. Without realizing it, whenever she faced a tough decision, she would subconsciously look for Sang Chu. It was as if, with her around, everything could be solved. This time was the same. That's why she felt so lost and helpless when Sang Chu wasn't there. Sang Jingwen patted her on the shoulder. It's okay, don't worry. Actually, I miss her too. You do? Sang Jingwen asked. Do you think this rare serum can suppress the energy rampaging in Feng Chao's body? In theory, yes. But it's rare, and we don't know how effective it will be. Maybe it'll only work once. Sang Jingwen asked, does Feng Chao get a blood transfusion every day? Liu replied, I don't know what happened, but now Feng Chao draws his own blood. He's in charge of it. Neither Shuqing nor I are involved anymore. Sang Jingwen nodded. Got it. Don't let anyone else find out about this for now. Let's go. Okay. Knowing all this made Sang Jingwen feel much heavier. On the way out, Sang Jingwen suddenly realized that the reason he felt so at ease before was because Sang Chu had always been there, taking care of everything in front of everyone. She had handed everything over to him, and all he had to do was wait, with food, drink, and shelter all arranged. Sang Jingwen never thought of himself as someone indecisive, but now he really was hesitating. He couldn't help but wonder, if it were Sang Chu, what would she do? Seeing Sang Jingwen's troubled face, Dong Han looked anxious too. Brother Wen, I really didn't mean to betray the base. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. Sang Jingwen said, I know. Go back to the infirmary and stay in your original room. You'll get a checkup every day. Once you're cleared, you can come out. Okay. I'll go now. Thank you, Brother Wen. Thank you, Brother Wen. Dong Han hurried out, almost tripping over himself. Sang Jingwen slowly walked to the main hall. Most people had already left, except for Yiping, who was still eating. Hey, you're back. When he got closer, Yiping looked up and noticed Sang Jingwen's gloomy expression. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Did that guy spill something? Nothing. Has everyone finished eating and left? Sang Jingwen didn't answer. He just walked over to Yiping, bent down, and saw his mouth covered in oil. He took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. Wipe your mouth. Yiping didn't take it, just wiped his mouth with his hand and kept eating. No need for your handkerchief. I'll wash my hands later. By the way, while you were gone, Shuqing said Feng Chao is some kind of special case. He's not afraid of the Blood Moon's poison and seems immune to Li Ming's control. Sounds pretty amazing. Oh, and if he gets the serum, he might awaken some special ability. He was just trying to share information Sang Jingwen might not know, but he didn't expect Sang Jingwen to react so strongly. What did you say? Shuqing told you that. Yiping was startled by his reaction. What's wrong? Keep eating. I'm going to find Shuqing. Sang Jingwen immediately went to Shuqing's office. What did you mean by all that? Shuqing looked at him with a half-smile. Liu showed you the serum, right? Sang Jingwen said, you deliberately exposed Feng Chao's situation. Why? To make you decide, do you want to save one person or a group of people? I've kept Feng Chao tightly under control. I can't get his blood for experiments. So, I need you to help me. If you want to save the base and these people, you'll have to work with me. Sang Jingwen stared sharply at Shuqing. The royal family just caused a commotion. Why are you choosing to expose things now? Shuqing sat on a stool, his gaze toward Sang Jingwen turning cold and indifferent, almost ruthless. Why do we have to spell out things we both already know so clearly? Sang Jingwen said, so you know that Sang Sang doesn't like you. That's also the reason you're willing to cooperate with me. But why should I agree to work with you? Because you and I both have poison in our veins. Because if either of us dies, the other won't last long either. That's why you have no choice but to work with me. Sang Jingwen replied, what about L? L and you are both card slaves to Sang Sang. Shuqing said, it's not the same. L is a summon card. He can be summoned or dismissed at will. His appearance and body can be changed at any time. Right now, he's under Sang Chu's control, but who can guarantee he won't find a way to escape? I wasn't born a card slave. I'm not naturally submissive. All I want is to escape my master's control and regain my freedom. At this point, Sang Jingwen understood a Xiaoqing's intentions. He looked coldly at a Xiaoqing. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? Feng Chao's special, but you don't dare say why, do you? Because L is under Sang's control, so once someone is in his hands, you don't dare make a move. You know Feng Chao is special, but you never told Sang. A Xiaoqing replied, so you know, none of this is out of goodwill. You're no different. With that, Sang Jingwen turned and left. A Xiaoqing looked at the now empty room, a faint smile on his lips. This is getting interesting. I wonder who will be the first to lose their cool. As he spoke, his eyes flickered toward the ceiling beam. The room was clearly empty, but his gaze seemed to linger on some invisible trace left behind. Sang Jingwen took a deep breath before finally pushing open the door to L's lounge. L looked up. Sang Jingwen? Why are you here? Sang Jingwen saw L teaching Feng Chao. It didn't look like he was planning to turn him into a blood bag. Before he could finish, a chilling thought flashed through Sang Jingwen's mind. He immediately grabbed onto it. L looked at Sang Jingwen, puzzled by his dazed expression. Did you need something? Staring at L, Sang Jingwen probed. A Xiaoqing told me to take Feng Chao away. L was momentarily surprised, then nodded. All right. He turned to Feng Chao. Since Sang Jingwen wants you, go with him. Don't bother packing, just go. Don't worry about me. Feng Chao didn't really understand what was happening, but he trusted L. I understand, father. In that instant, Sang Jingwen realized that a Xiaoqing and L both felt the hospital was no longer safe. That's why a Xiaoqing developed the antidote and gave it to Liu, because she's extremely sensitive to any kind of energy. Her residence is the safest, and she's surrounded by many mechanical mice to ensure her research environment and personal safety. In contrast, a Xiaoqing and L, who stayed at the hospital, had almost no protection, since their abilities were not weak. But someone hiding in the shadows was able to use such subtle means to warn him. There was an intruder in the hospital, and he had no idea who it was. A chill ran down Sang Jingwen's spine. L said, if there's nothing else, stop wandering around the hospital. The others will be here soon to assign you your duties. I'm going on patrol. A Xiaoqing too. Liu has her own room and doesn't stay at the hospital. The patients here have little sprites to deliver their meals, so you don't need to worry. Let's go. Sang Jingwen replied, got it. Feng Chao, come with me. Feng Chao was a bit confused by how suddenly things changed, but seeing L and Sang Jingwen's expressions, he couldn't figure out what was going on, so he just followed Sang Jingwen. Brother Wen. All right, let's go. L, don't forget your patrol duties. L nodded. Watching Sang Jingwen and Feng Chao leave, L summoned his servant soul, but still couldn't find any trace of the intruder. However, when he passed by the spot where Sang Jingwen had paused, he sensed a strange aura lingering there. In other words, the intruder had only disappeared after the servant soul was summoned. L calmly sat back down, tidied up the table, and then got up to leave the room. He happened to run into a Xiaoqing, who was also leaving. Where's your little sidekick? Gone with someone else. L replied, didn't you arrange for him to be taken away? The atmosphere was tense. When Huaxi and Zhuo Xiafeng came in, they were curious. Wasn't everything fine just now? Huaxi asked, what's going on with you two? L didn't answer, just glared at a Xiaoqing and left. Huaxi poured herself a glass of water, still confused. Did you two have a fight? A Xiaoqing grinned. Who knows? Maybe it's because his little sidekick got taken away by Sang Jingwen. With that, he left too. She turned to Zhuo Xiafeng. Do you know what a Xiaoqing was talking about? No idea. Anyway, I'm not interested. I'm going to eat. The sprites will deliver food to the patients. He wasn't interested in a Xiaoqing's business. He just wanted to do his job well. Huaxi said, all right, I heard Sang Jingwen made a lot of good food. Let's go eat. Previously, he had to deliver food himself since not everyone could leave the hospital. But today, he was told he didn't have to, so he could eat in the cafeteria and return later. After Sang Jingwen brought Fong Chao to the cafeteria, Elle and a Xiaoqing followed, with Hua Shi and Zhuo Xiafeng arriving last. Upon entering, they saw everyone was already there, which made them curious. Why is everyone here? Nothing special. Just eat. Things might get busy soon, so let the sprites handle the hospital chores. Let's focus on patrols and security. Sang Jingwen didn't mention his suspicions, nor did a Xiaoqing or Elle. Zhuo Xiafeng and Hua Shi sensed something was off, but since no one explained, they just went to eat. Sang Jingwen said, Elle, a Xiaoqing, you two go patrol first. Elle nodded and left. A Xiaoqing glanced at Sang Jingwen with a slight smirk, as if to say, you got my hint pretty quickly. Seeing that Sang Jingwen wasn't a fool, a Xiaoqing felt there was no need to warn Sang Chu anymore. Outside City T, a group of people were traveling on a large ship, gazing in awe at the towering walls of the distant coastal city. That place looks like a great place to live. If only we could go ashore and have some fun. I want to live there. Me too. Keep dreaming. One of them glanced around, making sure no one else was listening, and then said quietly, I think this place is pretty tough to take. Those people and the old man are seasoned travelers, but look at where they live compared to us. We've sailed around for ages, but even the biggest cities can't compare. I think so too, but with so many of us, it shouldn't be that hard to take, right? Don't underestimate me. Well, let's wait and see then. Fong Che looked at Li Ming standing before him, his expression unreadable. Are you sure? Li Ming nodded. I'm sure. The base inside is where the boss escaped to. I think we should split up. I'll lead a team in first to scout, while you stay outside with the others, ready to move in if needed. Fong Che stared at Li Ming, feeling that something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Even Tian Rui, standing beside him, couldn't see anything wrong with Li Ming, but he still felt a sense of unease. Soon, Fong Che turned to the rabbit spirit next to him and asked, Can you go in? The rabbit spirit drooped, eyes dull and lifeless, and replied stiffly, I can. Go in and check out what's really happening inside. Share your vision with me. Okay. The rabbit spirit activated vision sharing, left the ship, and headed straight into the cave Li Ming had mentioned. Meanwhile, Rabbit Yu was lounging in a corner of the colony's flower garden, dozing comfortably in the sun, when suddenly he caught the scent of a fellow rabbit spirit. He immediately became alert. Then he saw the rabbit spirit emerge from the cave. Rabbit Yu hurried over. Are you all in? How did you end up like this? The rabbit spirit couldn't transmit Rabbit Yu's image to Fong Che through the vision sharing, but he knew Fong Che couldn't see the spirits of the spiritual realm. He quickly told Rabbit Yu, My master is outside. He sent me in. Your master. Rabbit Yu thought for a moment, then realized, oh, that ghost guy. You're really down on your luck. You look so skinny, have you not eaten? Want me to get you something? The rabbit spirit looked at Rabbit Yu's plump figure, then at himself, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. But he shook his head. My master wants vision sharing. He's watching. Seriously, you're too pitiful. Rabbit Yu looked at him, eyes shining. By the way, is your master trying to take over this place? The rabbit spirit said nothing, but his eyes betrayed him. Rabbit Yu suddenly had a rebellious thought. He moved closer. Hey, do you want to change your master? A spirit's life is short. As long as someone needs them, they'll be bound to that person. Once the bond is formed, it's for life. Luckily, Mianji was a good person. He left all the spirits a way out. If a spirit was willing to be taken in by another, and their master agreed, they could change their bond. But a spirit can only change masters once. If the second bond is broken, there's no going back. The rabbit spirit said nothing, but he was clearly tempted. He knew Chu was a good person, famous in the city. But he was afraid it was all just a facade. Fong Che seemed nice on the surface, but he was ruthless underneath. Rabbit Yu saw his hesitation and quickly said, No rush. Let me show you my city, it's great. With that, he grabbed the rabbit spirit and dragged him through the city. Too bad Ah Chu isn't here, or you could meet her. She's really special. The city was surrounded by patrolling magic soldiers, and the rabbit spirit was stunned. How did you manage to build all this? Oh, most of the magic soldiers aren't dangerous. My whole family came here together. Rabbit you is a chatterbox. Once he started, he couldn't stop. The rabbit spirit learned that Chu had even brought her brother and friends to the magic university and made sure he was safe before leaving. His heart began to waver. Rabbit you led him to the sea. Look at my ocean clean, right? Beautiful, isn't it? There was a castle on the sea, and the water was crystal clear. Even before the apocalypse, it was rare to see such clean seawater. Rabbit you said, Chu has pretty much brought everyone from the magic university here. She's helping them settle in right now. Originally, Rabbit you wanted to show him the hospital, but this was the best he could do for now. Suddenly, the rabbit spirit grabbed Rabbit you, took a deep breath and said, "Can you take me to see Chu for a bit? I want to use the soul contract." At that, Rabbit you's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted, "You're amazing. Using a soul contract, just change your master directly." Myeonji will definitely agree. But a hint of madness flashed in the rabbit spirit's eyes. "No, I want him dead." How much hatred did it take to wish death on one's own master? Rabbit you said, "You don't have to go that far. Listen, Chu wants to be the guardian of this world. She'll definitely defeat your master. When the time comes, she'll leave the half-dead ones to you. You can do whatever you want with them, but don't ruin your own cultivation over it." The rabbit spirit asked, "Guardian?" "Yeah, she said so herself. She wants to give her family a safe home, so she has to be the guardian. You don't have to worry, your master is doomed." "All right, then please tell me Myeonji I want to change my master." Rabbit you patted his chest. "No problem, leave it to me. Just wait here. Your master can't reach this place. I'll help keep you safe. Just wait for me." The rabbit spirit grabbed Rabbit you as he was about to disappear. "If Feng Che's people come in, don't let them near this place." Rabbit you waved him off, unconcerned. "Don't worry, Chu's got it all figured out. She's already planned for this. Just relax and watch. I'll go get the contract ready. If we're late, you might miss your chance." Chu acts fast. "If your master comes in, he'll be finished." With that, he left the rabbit spirit behind and dashed off to find Chu. "What's going on? Why did Rabbit tell me not to attack the city yet?" Yiping stared at the message on the light screen, completely baffled. Sang Jingwen said calmly, "Since Rabbit said to wait, then we'll wait." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin, A Xiao, Shuiyu, Shirue, and the others. "Lin, Shirue, you two take your people and stay on alert." "Yes." Shan Shua led a group of people straight out. Shui, you noticed Li Ming's whereabouts and immediately used magic to project a surveillance image. The little mouse is following him. Sang Jingwen looked at the soulbound mouse and frowned slightly. "Shuiyu, can you sense his power level? He's about the same as you, also a cultivator. There are 5 or 6 ability users with him, and 5 or 6 ordinary people. The soulbound mice can handle the ordinary ones, so it's not a big deal." Sang Jingwen nodded. "All right, got it. Let him go for now. Send 5 soulbound mice to follow closely, and have someone tail them from a distance." Shuiyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "All right, no problem. 5 mice to watch one person, aren't you overestimating them a bit?" Sang Jingwen replied, "Just to be safe. We have plenty of soulbound mice anyway." Shuiyu said, "Fine, you're the boss now." The soulbound mice reproduced quickly, and now there were plenty of them. Fortunately, the mice could all be stored in a card. Otherwise, if they had to be carried around one by one, it would be a nightmare to use them. Sang Jingwen said, "Ning Song, Zhou Liaxian, Wang Jin, Wu Shi, each of you take a magic staff and patrol in the direction of the city lord's mansion and the city gates. If you spot any intruders, show no mercy." Ning Song glanced at the surveillance screen, then at Sang Jingwen, a bit confused about the arrangement. "Brother One, if I see those people, should I take action?" Sang Jingwen replied, "At the very least, make it clear to them that I'm waiting for them here." Zhou Liaxian immediately understood Sang Jingwen's intention. For a moment, he found it hard to reconcile the current Sang Jingwen with the one he knew from before. Ning Song wanted to ask more, but Wuxia pulled him aside and handed him a magic staff card. I get it, brother one. I'll head out now. All right, go. As Ning Song walked out, he muttered, why do I have to go on patrol if the mice are already following him? And if I see him while patrolling, do I take him down? Zhou Liaoxian glanced at Wuxia helplessly, not intending to explain. Wang Jin also stayed silent, so Wuxia patiently said, bro, think about it. If I see him while patrolling and don't do anything, but he kills you, how would you feel? Ning Song replied, I'd definitely feel upset. Zhou Liaoxian continued, and if I chase after you as soon as I see you? At that moment, Ning Song suddenly understood. So the plan is to lure them all in and then wipe them out in one go. Wang Jin finally spoke up, right? We don't know what kind of communication devices they have, so we can't alert them. But if they show up, we can take them out openly. Wuxia said, bro, did you notice all the magic staff cards we got are low level? Ning Song had been focused on why he needed to patrol if the mice were already following, so he hadn't looked at the cards. Seeing that they were all plain white cards, Ning Song was surprised. Damn, Sang Jingwen is ruthless. He's making it look like there are a lot of experts in the city, but in reality, the firepower is lacking. Right now, I'm the most conspicuous one, but I've been sent on patrol. Although Saihan and Shirue have high magic levels, they're not cultivators or ability users. Outsiders don't know their true strength. Even Li Ming doesn't know how the city's magic staff users are ranked. He probably thinks the city is full of experts, but in reality, the strongest is just me. Thinking of this, Wuxia found it funny. Although there were many magic staff patrols in Haiqing, most were ordinary users. The high-level magic staffs were all in the hands of ability users. The fusion of magic staffs also happened in secret places, with a level of secrecy that Li Ming and his people couldn't even imagine. Ning Song said, I'm really curious to see their faces when the real experts show up. Zhou Liaoxian replied, honestly, their ability users aren't even as strong as me. If the high-level magic staff users take action, they'll be wiped out instantly. Wuxia had gone to observe before. Although some were ordinary people using magic staffs, their coordination was tight, and the high-level users had some impressive moves. Even the older folks, when using the magic staffs, could activate the defense system. Even Ning Song couldn't easily break through. No wonder Shirue said before that when she fought in the monsterized world, it nearly cost her life to take down a magic staff user. Wuxia said, all right, let's stop chatting and get to work. I'll head toward the sea. What about you? I'll go this way. Okay, everyone be careful and come back safely. Ning Song didn't think there was any real danger, but he still hoped everyone would return safely. That was the most important thing. Even Zhou Liaoxian, usually expressionless, smiled. Don't worry, bro. I'll come back safe, and so will you. When this is all over, I'll go pick up Xiaolei and bring him home. Yeah, then we'll get together and have a drink, get totally wasted. Deal. The four of them headed off in different directions, their backs straight as they walked away. Inside the house, Sang Jingwen received a message from Rabbit, saying they could attack the city. He immediately stood up. Time to move. I'm going to Li Ming's place. Yi Ping was so excited he almost jumped up. Finally. I can't wait to see the showdown. Shuiyu said, you go ahead. I'm going to get some sleep. These days are just too exhausting. After speaking, he headed toward the courtyard. Sang Jingwen immediately understood his intention, but the others didn't, and Sang Jingwen didn't explain. I'll call you when it's over. Shuiyu just waved his hand, saying nothing. Yi Ping looked at Sang Jingwen curiously. Why does he seem so mysterious? What's he up to? Nothing. Let's go out and have a look. As soon as Sang Jingwen and Yi Ping stepped outside, they saw a boat approaching, carrying a group of people. Yi Ping's eyes widened. Whoa, that boat can actually float. Shirue and her group returned at that moment and walked up to Yi Ping. There are less than 100 people on the boat right now, so we can avoid exposing the magic staff users. Sang Jingwen thought for a moment and sent a message to Granny Xiang. Granny, have the magic staff users stand by for now. Just have the soul-bound patrol guards hold the main gates. All right, got it. I'll go do that now. Feng Che's fleet arrived with great fanfare. He stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at Sang Jingwen and his group from above. "Where's the leader of your base? Tell her to come out and see me." Sang Jingwen replied, "It's just me here as the acting city lord." "Isn't this a bit too much of a show for me?" Feng Che said, "It shows I respect you. So have her come out. I have important business to discuss with her." "I didn't realize I'd become so important," a voice interjected, "that a stranger would travel all this way just to see me. I wonder if I should feel lucky, or if the world has just gotten too crazy." Suddenly, Sang Chu appeared, dressed all in black, her hair tied high, looking extremely sharp and imposing. Feng Che frowned slightly as he looked at Sang Chu. "You're Sang Chu." Sang Chu looked at Feng Che with a half-smile, clear disdain in her eyes. "You don't even know me. What do you want with me?" Feng Che didn't answer. He just felt that this person was extremely dangerous, giving him a sense of real threat that made him uneasy. Trying to maintain his composure, Feng Che glanced at the rabbit spirit at his side. "Is the defense ready?" "All set." "Good, that's enough." With the rabbit spirit's reassurance, Feng Che relaxed a little. If there was real danger, the rabbit spirit would definitely save him. Just like every time he'd been in trouble before, it was always the rabbit spirit who pulled him out. After all, the rabbit spirit could die and he might still live, but if he died, the rabbit spirit would definitely die too. As long as the rabbit spirit was with him, he wasn't afraid of anything happening to himself. Sang Jingwen, not knowing what to do, only knew that the atmosphere was tense. He took the chance to walk over to Sang Chu. Sang, brother, you've worked hard during this time." "I'm not the one who's worked hard. Everyone else has. Once this is all over, I'll make sure everyone gets a good break." Sang Jingwen smiled helplessly and patted Sang Chu's shoulder. "You should take a good break too." Pai was already warming up on the side. "When it's time to rest, let's all rest together." "Sis, when can we start fighting? I can't wait anymore." Sang Chu looked at the eager Pai and said, "Then let's not wait. As soon as Sang Chung gives the signal, we'll start. There's no need to delay. Mental type abilities stay with Lao He and Xiaoqing. Everyone else, take down the rebels, no mercy." "All right, brothers, let's go." Pai roared, and the magical beast at his side charged forward with him in an instant. Feng Che was dumbfounded. Wait, they hadn't even finished talking. Why did they suddenly attack? Go. As long as we take Haiqing, everything here will be mine." Feng Che ordered, and the ability users and cultivators on his ship rushed forward. For a moment, sand and stones flew, and the battle was chaotic. When Li Ming and his group entered the city, they had no idea that a shadow rat was following them. "Mingji, this earth here is really usable." "Of course. Why else would I have chosen to take over Old Hutching? This place is perfect." Li Ming led his group forward, but just then, they ran into Wang Jin, who was on patrol. "Li Ming? You actually dare to come back?" Li Ming spun around and saw Wang Jin. He wasn't surprised. He'd been wanting to deal with this guy for a while, but never had the chance. Now, he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. "Brothers, attack. As long as we take him out, this whole place is ours. There's food and drink inside, plenty of meat. Once we take it, everyone eats meat tonight. Go. The group was fired up by the promise of meat. In the apocalypse, you rarely got to eat meat unless you went hunting. Wang Jin was unnerved by the greed in Li Ming's eyes and instinctively stepped back, his hand gripping his high-level magic card, ready to fight. But just then, the shadow rat suddenly leapt out, and in an instant, several people were gnawed down to bare bones. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe he'd died just like that. His body was devoured by the shadow rat in an instant, leaving only a strange, gnawed skull. On the skull were the faces of 10 people, including Li Ming and SS. Wang Jin didn't dare approach, but the shadow rat picked up the skull and headed back toward the main city. Sang Chu watched the chaotic battle, but her attention was always on the rabbit spirit. She knew about the agreement between her and the rabbit spirit, and she supported it, so she was just waiting for the right moment. Shi Rui, who had been standing by Sang Chu's side, saw her look and said, Chu, make the first move. You attack, but be careful, he has high-level defensive tools. Shirui glanced at Sang Chu, then at Feng Che, who was still standing on the ship, and nodded slightly. Okay, I got it. With that, she drew her bow and fired 10 arrows in quick succession. But Feng Che didn't even flinch, he simply raised his hand, and a shield instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the arrows. The arrows were absorbed into the shield and then reappeared behind Shirui. Sang Chu was prepared. She grabbed Shirui and raised a shield, golden shield. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows hit the ground. Shirui frowned. Chu, that shield? It's fine, keep going. I'll handle the thunder. Shirui nodded. All right. Shirui kept firing arrows without hesitation, and Feng Che was equally skilled in defense. Just then, Sai-H suddenly appeared beside Sang Chu and nodded at her. In an instant, Sang Chu disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind Feng Che. With a swift motion, she slashed down, cutting off his head. Sang Chu, with Feng Che's blood on her hand, drew a strange rune on her palm. As the rabbit spirit was about to dissipate, it turned into ashes and merged into the rune. The rabbit spirit immediately returned to the mall, grabbed a drop of Feng Che's blood, and let it fall onto the rune. A golden egg slowly emerged from the rune. It was like a rebirth. The rabbit spirit hugged the egg and took a big breath. Thank goodness I made it in time. I didn't know the price of resurrection was Mingji's blood. No wonder there's only one chance, it's too costly. Don't worry, I value my life. I won't risk it in front of you guys. Sang Chu looked at the little rabbit hugging the big egg, a bit worried. Is he alright? He's fine, just needs time to hatch. Besides, he insisted on watching Feng Che die with his own eyes. He wouldn't be satisfied otherwise. Sang Chu nodded slightly, understanding why the rabbit spirit had to see his enemy die with his own eyes. Otherwise, he'd never be content. She turned to look at Feng Che's body. Beside him was a shattered shield, the one the rabbit spirit had destroyed. He'd done it very discreetly, so Feng Che had to keep using his power to maintain the shield, which drained him until the plan succeeded. Boom! With an explosion, Sang Chu threw a strange bead at Feng Che's corpse, which quickly turned to ash. A black curtain of energy emerged, then entered Sang Chu's body. Boss? 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 The explosion stunned everyone. They saw Sang Chu standing on the deck, but their leader Feng Che had disappeared. At that moment, everyone understood what had happened. Ipai, riding a fire beast in midair, laughed loudly. Your boss is gone. If you don't want to die, surrender now. I'm going to kill you all. The group, like headless chickens, frantically unleashed their powers. When someone tried to sneak away, Shirui shot an arrow through the surrendering man's pouch. Idiot. Daydreaming at a time like this. Ipai turned around in shock, only to see a group of people in unfamiliar uniforms charging in. He hadn't expected that after losing their leader, these people would become even fiercer. Fire merge. The little fire beast roared, instantly merging with Ipai. Only a horn and a wing were visible as they hovered in midair. Ipai's fire punch smashed through the enemies, turning them to ash. Dr. Singh had originally wanted his older brother, Bojan, to slip away while everyone was distracted, but he hadn't expected that they'd be caught by young Master A immediately. I thought my plan was flawless, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Oh well, there are gains and losses, young Master A said, then turned to L. Hey, do you think this counts as Sang Chu making a mistake? Elle replied, she couldn't have known that whole group would get eaten by Li Ming, and Wang Jin has already caught Li Ming's seed. Next, as long as we clear out the infected in the hospital, we can proceed. Let's hope the Demon King can hold on a bit longer. Elle didn't respond to young Master A's words, just gave the doctor a look that was hard to read. Bojan was pinned down by a demon guard, his whole body restrained. He tried desperately to save his brother. Where are you taking my brother? Young Master A smiled. You should worry about yourself. Bro, I'm fine, don't worry about me. What the doctor meant was that he didn't want his brother to risk trying to escape or worry about him, but Bojan still struggled. Before he could do anything, the demon guard struck him hard, making him cough up blood and faint on the spot. "Brother, you want me? Let my brother go." Ignoring the doctor's plea, the demon guard reached out with sharp claws, grabbed Bojan by the collar, and tossed him backward. The guards at the giant gate caught the unconscious Bojan and threw him into the crowd. Inside the gate, the place was packed with people. Sang Jingwen and Yi Ping fought their way out, but aside from those who had been rescued, there were fewer than 100 people left, and among them, only one was a woman. She was strong, but in the chaos, she looked especially fragile. Jianan stood atop the gate, hands raised. "Everyone, I really don't want to be your enemy, but I was imprisoned by Feng Che in his base, and I had no choice but to go along with him. Please, for the sake of my innocence, let me go." Sang Chu, standing on a boat, saw Jianan and said, "You know it's not that easy to just leave." Jianan replied, "City Lord, rest assured, I have no intention of causing trouble. If you want me to do anything, I'll do it. All I ask is for a place to live in peace where I won't be bullied." As she spoke, her eyes grew red and teary, looking pitiful. Unfortunately for her, the people here were all tough, stone-hearted men and women. Sang Chu said, "Since you want to stay, then stay." "Yaru." "Sister Sang." Yaru stepped out from the crowd. Sang Chu looked at her and said, "Take her away and keep an eye on her. Then write down the names of everyone in Feng Che's group and hand them over to the intelligence department." "Yes." Yaru nodded and said to Jianan, "Come with me." Jianan looked at the young Yaru, who was only about 5 feet tall, but showed no fear and was even willing to take responsibility for her. Jianan's little schemes vanished instantly. She could only observe for now. Watching the two leave, Yi Ping put a hand on Sang Jingwen's shoulder and asked, "Do you think that woman is really sincere, or is she pretending? No matter what she is, as long as Yaru is watching her, nothing will go wrong." "True." Yi Ping laughed, thinking how the cold Yaru actually got along well with the demon guard. Whenever they were together, one was cold and silent, the other chattered nonstop. It was quite amusing. Not long after, Wang Jin and the others returned. Wang Jin hurried to Sang Chu and reported, "City Lord, we've removed the thing from Li Ming's body." Young Master A immediately took out a box and said, "Quick, spit it into here." The infected guard spat the seed into the box, but in that short moment, the seed had already sprouted. Tuyu, holding Tu Bao's egg, looked at the seed curiously. "Hey, why does this thing seem weaker now?" Young Master A explained, "The power of the blood moon is fading, so its strength is weakening too. But it doesn't matter, the more seeds we collect, the more effective our plan will be. Sang Chu, get the hospital's doctors to hurry up. I'm waiting to study these psychic-powered people." "I know, Shui, you already told me. Don't worry. For now, go to Dr. Li's lab. Sister Huaxi, please prepare an extra lab for him to use." Huaxi said, "Okay, I'll go set it up right away." Sang Chu continued, "You and Shiroi take the guards and clear the battlefield. The rest of you, go rest. The demon guards will continue patrolling." After giving these instructions, she told Granny Xiang that everything was settled and the city guards could withdraw. From now on, only the demon guards would patrol. Liu's lab. Feng Chao sat nervously to the side. Liu looked at him and instantly understood his anxiety. "Don't worry. Dr. Li, how is Feng Chao's condition now?" "Not great. He was too badly injured before. Even though he's been treated for a while, he's not recovering quickly." Sang Chu was silent for a moment, then sat down in front of Feng Chao. Seeing how tense he was, she said gently, "Feng Chao, I just want to talk to you about something. Whether you agree or not is up to you." "Sister Sang, go ahead." Feng Chao sat up straight, visibly nervous. Sang Chu poured him a cup of tea. "You weren't affected by those people, right? You must have noticed." "I did. At first, I just thought the people being controlled were stupid. The flaws were obvious, but they still treated it like gospel." Sang Chu nodded. "Yes, he's very good at manipulating people's minds. Once you're under his spell, you can't think straight. But you weren't affected, even when everyone else was rebelling against the base. That's why you always volunteered to check things every day." I I thought it was just because I was stubborn. Feng Chao's voice was very soft, but Sang Chu and Liu both heard it. Liu smiled and said, that's part of it. Sang Chu said, it's because your body is special, so you're immune. Now, I need your ability. But your body is weak, so I want to discuss something with you. I need your blood to help me cultivate the psychic seed. In return, I can give you any resources you need for training. If my psychic can help you recover, I'll give it to you. I'll also send people to look for your parents, and maybe even help them return to normal. Just a little blood? Sang Chu replied, not just a little. I'm not sure how much will be needed for recovery, but I promise, your life won't be in danger. Feng Chao was silent for a long time. As someone who understood Sang Chu, he knew his blood was very valuable, but curing Lu Minli would require a lot of it. He knew who Lu Minli was, a good friend of Sang Chu's, and one of the founders of the base. Being able to save someone important to her, no matter how you looked at it, was a good thing. But, Sister Sang, can you guarantee I won't die? I can guarantee you won't die. After all, you as a person are more valuable than your blood. Right now, I'm the only one who knows your blood can save people. I can also promise you, as long as you stay in my base, I'll keep you safe. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Chao finally nodded and said, all right, Sister Sang, I agree. I'll leave it to you. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand in a gesture of heroism, which made Sang Chu laugh. Don't worry, even if I need your blood, I won't take it right away. It's not safe outside. Just stay here with Dr. Li. I'll have someone bring you milk fruit every day. Dr. Li knows how to use it, just follow her instructions. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray the base, you're one of us, and I'll protect you. Feng Chao felt like she was just comforting him, but his heart did settle a little, and he wasn't as panicked as before. Liu said, achoo, but even with the milk fruit, Feng Chao's body. Sang Chu replied, I know his health is poor, and using the ability might be risky, but the milk fruit is very helpful for his body. At the same time, I'll give him some other things to use together. I'll send you the information on those things when I get them. Once you have them, use them together for him. Liu finally let out a sigh of relief. All right, then hurry. I'm afraid Lu Minli can't hold on much longer. I know. Only then did Sang Chu turn to leave. She hadn't expected that so much would happen just because she'd left for a short while. The base really couldn't do without Lu Minli. Her brother could manage the base, but he wasn't as decisive as Lu Minli. Hesitation could mean missing opportunities, and the more things there were to handle, the more uncontrollable factors would arise. Sang Chu let out a long breath, then looked at the rabbit squatting on her shoulder, still hugging a big egg. She said, Hey rabbit, put the Jade spatial ring to use. It's the perfect place to hatch eggs. I brought back everything that might be useful for Feng Chao. The rabbit's fur bristled at Sang Chu's words. I'm not hatching eggs. That's my companion. Sang Chu couldn't help but laugh. If you're not hatching eggs, then what are you doing? You look just like a mother hen right now. All right, find a safe place in the jade ring to put it. I can sense it's about to hatch. Really? The rabbit hopped in front of Sang Chu, suddenly a little excited. Sang Chu patted its head and said, Yes, the power of the contract is increasing, I can feel it. Right now, it needs spiritual energy. Leaving it outside isn't good. Put it in the jade ring, and when it hatches, we'll let Feng Chao eat some together. The rabbit protested, Isn't that a waste? Just give him some spiritual spring water. That egg is hundreds, even thousands, of years old. It's not for ordinary people like you. All right, little greedy guts, I need his blood, so giving him a little won't hurt. At least it'll keep him alive. Go on, hurry up. The rabbit pouted and glared at Sang Chu. Sang Chu, you've changed. I'm not your only precious spirit beast anymore. You don't love me like you used to. The rabbit's plaintive tone made Sang Chu's skin crawl. On instinct, her hand moved faster than her brain, and she tossed the rabbit straight into the jade ring. Sang Chu let out a long sigh. That little drama queen. Shui Yu, in his white mist form, searched every corner of the hospital but found nothing. Could it be something to do with Xiaoqing and Li? As soon as the thought arose, he dismissed it. If it were just in Xiaoqing, he wouldn't worry, but if Li died, he'd have to start over. But up until now, he hadn't found any clues. This was odd. Suddenly, a black mist began to slowly spread from somewhere unknown. Damn, there's poison. Shueyu immediately shut off his senses and quickly messaged Sang Chu, "Get out. There's poison in the hospital. Cut off all contact." Sang Chu was sitting in the hall when she received the message. She froze for a second, then quickly activated the system and sealed off the entire hospital. "Brother, Yaij, you two go and get Feng Che ready. Use whatever you can, and if you can't use it, hand it over to Shirue." Sang Jingwen replied, "Okay, I'll go now." Yaij nodded and followed Sang Jingwen toward the holding cells. Li, standing beside Sang Chu, was the first to notice something was wrong. "Something happened at the hospital?" "Yeah, Shueyu said there's poison inside. We don't know the details yet." "Sister Hua Shi, how many sets of protective suits do we have?" Hua Shi checked the database. "Right now, we only have 4 sets that can protect against poison." Zhuo Xiefeng said, "Ah Chu, why not use the L armor? The materials are top-notch, and the technology is more advanced than what we have now. I can't guarantee it'll block this unknown poison, but it's worth a try." Li nodded. "That might work." Sang Chu said, "All right, but we still need the suits. Get the L armor ready." Zhuo Xiefeng and Li Shaoqing both raised their hands. "I'll go." "Me too." Sang Chu was a little surprised. They were both so eager. "All right, you two come with me. Sister Hua Shi, I need you to monitor the situation outside the hospital. Once we're inside, I'll keep in touch. If anything unusual happens, you can alert the others and send in backup." "I understand. Be careful." Ning Song, who had been in the background, suddenly spoke up. "City Lord, let me come too. I can use the owl armor as well." Wang Jin said, "Me too." Zhou Lin and Wu Shi also volunteered. Sang Chu cautioned, "We don't know what's going on inside. It could be very dangerous." "That's exactly why we should go. If something happens to you, what will we do?" "City Lord, let us come with you." Sang Chu hadn't expected Ning Song to say that. After all, he'd only joined them reluctantly at first. "All right, let's all go together. Sister Hua Shi, be ready." Hua Shi nodded. "Okay. Everyone, come back safe and sound." "Got it. When we get back, Wenji has to make us a big meal." "You wish. You're always mooching off Wenji. Good thing he's so patient with you." "Fine, when we get back, I'll help Wenji cook." With that, the group noisily entered the hospital, heading toward the dangerous and unknown situation that awaited them inside. A thick layer of black poisonous mist covered the area, making visibility extremely low. Sang Chu said, "Everyone, be careful. There could be monsters hiding in this poisonous fog." "All right, City Lord, I'll go down first." Ning Song was the first to put on his all-patterned protective suit. Sang Chu nodded. "Ning Song, Zhou Lixian will go with you to the first section. King Jin and L.A. Shaoqing will take the second section. Zhuo Xiefeng and I will handle the fourth section. Everyone, keep your communicators synced with Huaxi at all times. If anything urgent happens, your lives come first. If you can't move, as long as you hold out for more than 10 seconds, I'll have Huaxi send in the high-powered all drones to get you out. So if you sense anything, prepare in advance and don't get hurt." "Yes." Ning Song exchanged a few words with Zhou Lixian, then headed down. The two of them moved forward cautiously, swords at the ready. In the second section, King Jin was also exploring with his back to the wall. Only in the third section, L.A. Shaoqing and the others were silent, keeping their distance from each other. As soon as Sang Chu and Zhuo Xiefeng entered the fourth section, they felt a strange pressure. Sang Chu's senses were even sharper than Zhuo Xiefeng's. Sang Chu wasn't wearing the owl suit, only a protective suit. Zhuo Xiefeng was worried. Since the materials weren't complete, Dr. Li had substituted some other materials to make it. "It's fine. Did you sense any kind of power here?" "Power?" Zhuo Xiefeng frowned slightly. "I didn't feel anything. Did you notice something?" Sang Chu replied, "Not sure. Let's go further in and take a look." Shueyu had already noticed something when Sang Chu entered. She quickly appeared at his side. "Ah, Chu, there's something off about this place." Shueyu, now in human form, walked beside Sang Chu, looking at him with a hint of pride. Sang Chu asked, "You're not affected?" "Of course not. This little bit of poison is nothing to me." Shui Yu's confident attitude reassured Sang Chu a little. If she could stroll around here like she was window shopping, then the poison was dangerous, but at least not immediately fatal. Sang Chu asked, "Did you discover anything?" Shui Yu shook her head. "No, just that the source of this poisonous fog seems to be somewhere deeper inside, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. I wanted to tell you, so be careful. Let's check the fourth section first." Everyone in the fourth section was from their own base. Lu Minli, Xia Aru, and the others were all there. Shui Yu said, "By the way, your friend Lin Muxue is here too, but she seems to have collapsed in Lu Minli's hospital room. There's a strange aura around her, so I didn't dare get too close, in case she got startled." "Xiao Shui? She's with Lu Minli." "I guess so. How would I know about their relationship? I just saw her fainted, and Lu Minli has that same strange aura." Sang Chu said, "Let's go check on them first, see if we can help." As they followed Shui Yu toward Lu Minli's room, they suddenly heard a strange sound on the way, like wailing. Shui Yu and Sang Chu exchanged glances, then hurried toward the source of the noise. Sang Chu asked, "Is this Xia Ru's room?" Zhou Sefeng replied, "Yes, it's his." Dr. Li said Xia Ru was acting strange, his energy kept fluctuating, so they arranged for him to have a separate room. Let me go, you bastard. Let go. Help." The cries were so intense that Sang Chu didn't hesitate. He kicked the door open and rushed in. On the bed lay Xia Ru, eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious. From his body extended several strange white tendrils, which were gripping a translucent old man. Eldarin. Eldarin's face was deathly pale. When he saw Sang Chu, he immediately cried out, "Sang Chu! Quick, tell your people to let me go." Sang Chu said, "Weren't you dead? Why are you here?" Eldarin choked for a moment. How could he explain that he had a secret technique for possessing another body? But this technique could only be used once. After this, if he got killed again, he'd really be dead for good. Of course, he couldn't say any of this. Eldarin pleaded, "Sang Chu, now's not the time for this. Tell your people to let me go. Just this once, I swear I won't hold a grudge." Sang Chu couldn't help but laugh. "Eldarin, have you forgotten how much trouble you've caused in my base lately? Why should I let you go?" Eldarin stammered, I only fought you because I had no choice. If you let me go, I have a lot of crystal cores in my base. I'll trade them for my life." "Your base? Lots of crystal cores?" "Eldarin, don't you know your base has already fallen apart?" "Oh, I forgot. You've been stuck in my base all this time. Come to think of it, you really seem to like my base, always lurking around." Maybe it was Xia Ru's intention, but as Sang Chu and Eldarin talked, the tendrils didn't tighten, even loosening a little to let Eldarin speak. Eldarin grumbled, lurking my ass. "I don't even know what your base is made of. I can't get out. If I could, why would I stay here? Watching you all get stronger while I can't even leave." He could only sneak a bit of blood to drink or grab some food to recharge. If he could leave, why would he stay here suffering? "Sang Chu, you can't get out? What's going on?" Eldarin explained, "How should I know? After your people captured me, I was drawn by the scent of blood into the underground city, possessing the body of one of my descendants. But soon after, my body rejected me and I was forced out. Then you moved the underground city out and merged the old basement into your base, so I came along for the ride. But now I can't leave your base at all. If I could, I'd have found someone to possess long ago. Why would I bother talking to you if I had a choice?" Sang Chu is speechless. "So, you came to my base to revive yourself and now you're blaming my base for trapping you?" "Exactly. Tell him to let me go. If I can get back to my base, I'll make a comeback and give you all the crystal cores we agreed on." Sang Chu didn't believe him at all. "You have a subordinate called Doctor, right?" "Doctor?" Eldarin thought for a while before realizing, "You mean the doctor from New City? He's very useful, helped me with a lot of things." "Why? He's not a traitor, is he?" Sang Chu replied, "He's from another base. He was just undercover in yours. Do you know Feng Che?" "Feng Che? That bastard is Feng Che's man." Eldarin roared in anger. The tendrils around his neck seemed to sense the danger and tightened, strangling him. Ugh. Eldarin could no longer make a sound, clutching his neck and desperately struggling to break free. Xia Ru's ability isn't cruel. Shuiyu instinctively stepped back behind Sang Chu, looking at Xia Ru's ability with a hint of fear. Those strange hands made him uneasy. Sang Chu asked, "What's wrong?" Shuiyu replied, "I'm very wary of his ability. It's like a bottomless abyss. If you get too close, you'll be swallowed up and shattered to pieces." Sang Chu was a little taken aback by Shuiyu's reaction. She herself didn't feel anything, just thought the ability looked a bit strange. Looking at the helpless Olden, he tried to call for help, but no one paid him any attention. Nanna's puppet hand became more and more solid. It directly entered Olden's body. The previously shriveled puppet hand plumped up as if it had just eaten and drunk its fill. A terrifying energy was continuously pouring into Xia Ru's body. Sang Chu said, "Xia Ru's ability seems like it's devouring?" Shuiyu nodded in agreement. "Yeah, look at Olden." Olden, who was already semi-transparent, became even more so. Before, he looked like water, but now he was more like mist that could dissipate at any moment. He looked so weak. When the last trace of white mist disappeared, the puppet hand let out a satisfied sigh. The black poisonous energy that had been lingering around Xia Ru was instantly absorbed by the puppet hand. Xia Ru slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't been completely unconscious just now. He was aware of what was happening. He realized that if he missed this opportunity, he might never be able to awaken his ability again. So, right in front of Sang Chu, he ate Olden's sister Sang. Xia Ru was a little nervous, afraid that Sang Chu would find his ability too frightening and kick him out of the base. "How do you feel now?" Xia Ru replied, "I feel great. My ability has improved a lot, all at once." Sang Chu said, "That's good. Your ability is a bit unusual. To avoid causing panic, I suggest you don't tell anyone for now." Xia Ru nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Sister Sang." Since Sang Chu said so, it meant she would keep it a secret. As long as he didn't reveal himself, no one would know. Xia Ru hesitated for a moment and asked, "By the way, why did you come to the hospital?" Sang Chu replied, "Luo and Shaoqing suspected there was a problem at the hospital, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect to run into this poisonous mist incident." Xia Ru hadn't expected it either. He himself thought everything was going well. Originally, he thought he would never awaken an ability and would just have to train like Sang Jingwen. That wasn't so bad, at least he could protect himself and his family. But unexpectedly, he did awaken an ability, and such a ruthless one at that. Shuiyu looked at Xia Ru and asked, "Xia Ru, do you feel any discomfort?" Xia Ru shook his head. "I feel great, better than ever." Shuiyu asked, "You just absorbed so much poisonous mist. Are you sure you're okay?" "I absorbed the poisonous mist?" Xia Ru quickly checked himself, but didn't feel any discomfort. "I really don't feel anything wrong." Zhuo Sefeng was standing guard at the door. Seeing the black mist spreading outside, he shouted, "Not good. The black mist seems to be out of control." Sang Chu quickly tossed a set of protective gear to Xia Ru. "Put this on and come with me." "Okay." Xia Ru immediately put on the protective suit and followed Sang Chu down the corridor. "Isn't this Uncle Gao's room?" "Uncle Gao." Sang Chu frowned slightly. She only knew that Gaozha and Xia Ru had unusual bodies, but didn't expect their abilities to be so strange. One could snatch consciousness, the other could absorb poisonous mist. Shuiyu said, "Wait here for me. I'll go in and check the situation first." "Okay, be careful." Shuiyu nodded, and in a flash, transformed into mist and slipped inside. "Ah, Chu, you come in too." Shuiyu's voice sounded a bit strange. Zhuo Sefeng quickly opened the door and stood in front of Sang Chu, with Xia Ru following behind. The three of them entered the room one after another. Sang Chu asked, Is that Uncle Gao?" Xia Ru couldn't help but say, "I think so." Shuiyu reformed into human shape and stood by the bed. He's currently in a state of dementia and needs to be restrained. Otherwise, at the rate he's turning into mist, once he's fully mist, his consciousness will dissipate and never return. Gaora's legs and facial features were already gone, and his arms were slowly turning to mist as well. He no longer looked human. Sang Chu asked, "Do you have any solutions?" Shuiyu replied, "My only solution is to give him a beating and snap him out of it. He's not like me. I was born knowing my innate ability, and everything I did was in line with it. But he awakened suddenly and was already unconscious when it happened. If he can't wake up, he'll be completely assimilated by the mist, and his original self will be lost forever. Xiaoru asked, "Isn't it difficult to wake him up by force?" Shuiyu gave him a half-smile. "Of course it's hard. But you're the only one who can get close to him right now. You're immune to his poison, and can even absorb his poisonous mist. For this situation, you're the best candidate. You can absorb his poisonous mist while restraining him. The weaker he gets, the easier it'll be to restrain him, and you might even gain a second ability." Xiaoru hesitated. "Isn't that dangerous?" Shuiyu replied, "Not unless you lose control and drain him dry. That's the only risk." At this point, Xiaoru understood this was both a test and a warning. His ability wasn't very strong yet. If he couldn't control his urge to absorb others' power now, what would happen when he got stronger? Would he become a slave to his own ability? Xiaoru took a deep breath. "All right, I'll give it a try. If I lose control, please knock me out. Don't let me hurt Uncle Gao." Uncle Gao had always taken care of him since they arrived at the base. He was a good person. Now, when everyone was still getting along, Xiaoru didn't want to hurt anyone because of his own problems. Sang Chu said, "Go ahead. Be careful." "Okay. Thank you, Sister Sang." After speaking, Xiaoru slowly approached Gaozha. The black mist on Gaozha seemed to sense him, surging towards Xiaoru. He took off his protective gloves, his hands transforming, his 10 fingers turning into puppet hands, slowly reaching toward Gaozha. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gaora's arms exploded, filling the entire room with black mist and poisonous energy. Shuiyu shouted, "Not good. Zhuo Feng, protect Sang Chu. Her protective suit might not be enough." "Got it. No need, just watch." Sang Chu remained calm and pointed at the spot where Gaozha was lying. The black mist was slowly dissipating. The right hand was greedily devouring the poisonous mist. Xiaoru was drenched in sweat, desperately wanting to swallow up Gaozha. If he could just do that, he'd gain all of Gaozha's power. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Gao's cry for help. "Save me, someone save me." It felt as if Uncle Gao was trapped somewhere dark, unable to move, terrified and helpless. Xiaoru didn't even know why he could hear Uncle Gao's plea, but the voice snapped him back to his senses. "Uncle Gao! Uncle Gao! Can you hear me?" Xiaoru tried to communicate with Uncle Gao, but got no response. At that moment, he suddenly remembered, wasn't that old and a psychic? Could it be that what he just heard was Uncle Gao's spirit calling for help? A subconscious cry for help? "Sister Sang, did you hear Uncle Gao calling for help?" Sang Chu, supported on either side by Shuiyu and Zhuo Feng, closed her eyes to sense after hearing Xiaoru's words. "I think I sensed a plea for help, but it's very faint. I can't be sure it's Uncle Gao. Did you hear it?" Xiaoru hadn't wanted to reveal that he might have awakened a new ability, but this was a matter of life and death. "Yeah." The voice sounded just like Uncle Gao, but when I called out, there was no response. Sang Chu said, "You can't call out to him directly, he can't hear you. You're absorbing his power, so his spirit is easily drawn to you. That's why you can sense his plea." Xiaoru asked, "Then what should I do?" Sang Chu replied, "Calm down first. Close your eyes, focus your spiritual power on your outstretched right hand, and use your hand to touch the spiritual body where you heard the voice. Then, use your spiritual power to search for fragments of Uncle Gao's consciousness." Fragments of consciousness? Xiaoru was stunned for a moment, then remembered what Shuiyu had said, and immediately became alert. "Okay, I understand." Following Sang Chu's instructions, Xiaoru slowly tried to channel his spiritual power into his right hand, but it was extremely difficult. This required very precise control, but he had only just awakened his ability, so it was a huge challenge for him. But right now, he was the only one who could try. The black mist was getting thicker, and Gaozha's power was fading. The voice he'd heard before was now completely gone. Sang Chu, still supported by Shuiyu, saw the black mist growing denser. Shuiyu's palms ignited with magical flames as she stepped forward. "You'd better get out. If this doesn't work, I'll finish him off myself." Shueyu's words weren't hidden from Zhuo Stefeng or Xiaoru. Sang Chu was also considering whether it was feasible. Her own spirit couldn't resist the poison. If the poison devoured her spiritual power, she'd be dead for sure. And in this situation, there weren't many who could withstand the poison and absorb Gao's power without harm. Xiaoru was only a newly awakened psychic, and trying to use his spiritual power to piece together someone's shattered consciousness was extremely difficult. Finishing off Gaoja was the most reliable method. She couldn't keep stalling forever. The situation was extremely urgent. Sang Chu said, "If you lose control, I'll do it myself." Shueyu nodded, ready to step forward and finish off Gaoja, while Xiaoru was sweating bullets from anxiety. Faster, faster. Xiaoru forced himself to focus even more, but he just couldn't do it. The more anxious he got, the more mistakes he made. But now Sang Chu was ready to act. If he couldn't save Gaoja, then Gaoja was as good as dead. If Gaoja died, what would happen to Gaoja's family? Just thinking about this made Xiaoru feel overwhelmed, but all he could do was try to calm himself down. There had to be a way. There had to be a way. Xiaoru's spiritual power kept spreading out in a chaotic mess, making Sang Chu frown. Shueyu said telepathically, "Don't wait, let me finish him off and be done with it. Don't rush. Wait a moment. If we must, let Xiaoru do it himself. Otherwise, the power of this poison will be wasted." Shueyu, at a time like this, you're still thinking about abilities? Sang Chu, no ability is useless. At certain moments, it can be the key. Xiaoru and Gaoja both awakened their powers at this moment. Maybe it's a sign. The blood moon is about to set. No one knows what's coming next. Maybe it'll be peace. Maybe something even more terrifying. But whatever it is, I won't let these abilities be wasted in my hands. Shueyu, aren't you overthinking it? You've traveled the world, are you still afraid of this? Sang Chu, just be careful and stay alert. If Xiaoru can't do it, pull him back and erase his memory of this. Sang Chu's gaze stayed fixed on Xiaoru. Of course, she hoped he could save Gaoja, but if he couldn't, she wouldn't hesitate. Suddenly, Xiaoru's right hand trembled, as if sensing danger, and he grew nervous. Both his hands were shaking. Xiaoru forced himself to calm down, refusing to let fear take over. Slowly, he returned to a calm state. Then he realized there was something sticky and white clinging to his right hand. These things seemed to have a will of their own, crawling into his mind. No, they were devouring his thoughts. Once Xiaoru realized this, he immediately thrust his right hand out, sending all those things into Gaora's body. The poison and the white things devoured each other and disappeared. He watched as the poison in Gaora's body vanished, and his mind suddenly cleared. Only then did he remember what Shueyu had said. Xiaoru quickly turned to Sang Chu, who didn't hesitate. She slapped Gaoja hard across the face. Uncle Gao, wake up. The most primitive way to wake someone up, effective and direct. Xiaoru kept slapping Gaoja until he finally woke up. Gaoja groggily clutched his face. Ow, that hurts. As his consciousness returned, the black mist slowly flowed back into his body, reforming his limbs and features. Xiaoru watched as the black mist reformed Gaoja's mouth, nose, and eyes, breaking out in a cold sweat. Uncle, you're awake. Are you okay? Seeing that the black mist was gone, Xiaoru hurriedly helped him up. Gaoja just held his face. Xiaoru? Why are you here? What happened? My face hurts, like someone slapped me. Xiaoru, well, I did slap you. As long as you're okay. Uncle, do you remember what just happened? Gaoja's mind was still foggy. Just now? What happened? I just remember. The hospital stopped, it was so dark, and then I fell asleep. Uncle Gao is awake. Let him rest for a while. We can talk about the rest later. Sang Chu had already left. Xiaoru didn't have any objections, but when he looked at Gaoja, his gaze was a bit complicated. He could accept that his own abilities were strange, but how could Uncle Gao, such a good and honest man, awaken such a vicious power? It was simply unbelievable. Gaoja clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain. He vaguely felt like the culprit was this kid in front of him, Xiaoru. But that didn't make sense. Why would Xiaoru hit him? Then I'll rest for a bit. It really hurts right now. Gaozha was just stating a fact, but Xia Ru felt guilty. Then you rest, Uncle Gao. I'll go out for now. After he finished speaking, he quickly slipped out. Sister Sang, why does it seem like Uncle Gao doesn't remember anything? He asked as soon as he was outside. Shuiyu was the first to respond. That's actually the worst part. Seeing the confusion on Xia Ru and Zhuo Xiafeng's faces, Sang Chu explained, if he doesn't remember, it means Uncle Gao's mental defenses are weak. He could easily become a puppet for this kind of special ability. Xia Ru, you have to be extra careful. This time, the power that awakened is different from mine or Sang Chu's. It's more like it has its own will. For example, Xia Ru, I felt like even your personality was affected when you used your ability just now. Xia Ru was startled by Sang Chu's words and looked up at her. Me? I was affected. Sang Chu replied, didn't you feel it? I told you from the start that the most direct and effective way to wake Uncle Gao was to use your ability, but you forgot. During the process, you clearly wanted to restrain your own power, but you still told me about it, and you were eager to control it. Why do you think that was? I just wanted to save Uncle Gao. Sang Chu directly exposed the thoughts he was trying to hide. Yes, you wanted to save Uncle Gao, but you also wanted to take the opportunity to merge your power while I wasn't paying attention. Xia Ru, what I need is an ability user, not someone who's easily controlled by their own power like Gaozha. Understand? I'm not. Xia Ru was a bit panicked by Sang Chu's words. He knew that being controlled by one's own power was dangerous, but if Sang Chu said he was being controlled, not just a puppet, it made him even more uneasy. Because he really felt like it was his power controlling him, not the other way around. Sang Chu said, don't overthink it. Xia Ru, you're the base manager I trust the most. I hope you'll always be that person. Xia Ru lowered his head, lost in thought. After a long while, he said quietly, this power is really scary, isn't it? For most people, yes. Then what should I do? Sang Chu replied, honestly, I don't know either. But I believe that where there's a will, there's a way. I've survived the apocalypse for so long, and I believe you have a strong will too. I don't think you'll become a monster controlled by your own power like Gaozha. So, whenever you need help, we're all here. We'll figure out a way together. Xia Ru asked, is it necessary? It's not just necessary, it's also for research. Your power is too unique and too strong. No one knows if it could be dangerous to others or yourself. We can't be too careful. Xia Ru said, all right, I understand. I'll cooperate with the doctors for examinations. Shuiyu was completely speechless. She felt like this Xia Ru was being led around by the nose by Sang Chu. He was nothing like the impression she had of him before. Now he was timid and hesitant, as if he was already being controlled by his power. But if he was already being controlled, why did he still listen to Sang Chu? She didn't really get it. But Sang Chu didn't plan to explain, and now wasn't the right time to ask more. The black mist had dissipated, but who knew if Olden was the only thing lurking in the hospital? They needed to keep investigating. The black mist faded. And Song and Zhou Lishuan were in another ward, where they saw someone lying in a pool of blood. And Song was about to step forward when Zhou Lishuan stopped him. Brother Song, this place is dangerous. Be careful. I know. You guard the door. And Song adjusted the height of his exoskeleton to match that of a normal adult, then walked in. Whoosh! A green light flashed, and Song quickly dodged, but his exoskeleton still got scratched. His eyes instantly became sharp. He quickly activated the defense system on his exoskeleton, and a faint blue light formed a protective shield around him. It's a wood-type ability, and Song muttered. At the same time, he activated the scanning system on his exoskeleton, and the mechanical eyes began to search the room, locking onto the source of the green light. Zhou Lishuan's exoskeleton also switched to combat mode, and he gripped a golden short blade in his hand. This was a new weapon, modified from a magical artifact that Liu had previously brought back from Sang Chu's world. It was even more powerful and useful now. And Song said, there's an energy signature on the scanner, but I can't pinpoint it. He was already using his ability, but still couldn't sense the attacker's exact location. He didn't even know if it was human. Just then, as if to confirm his suspicions, The lights in the ward suddenly flickered, as if something was blowing on them. The flames danced like little sprites, going out and then being relit. This cycle repeated, making In-song's voice tremble. Ghosts? No, is it a banshee? Zhou Lixuan knew In-song was afraid of banshees. Although he also thought it looked a bit like one, this was not the time to say so. No, I think it's more like some kind of stealth skill. I'll report the situation to the others. He had originally wanted to show off his skills, but he hadn't expected to encounter something like this. He didn't dare to rush in recklessly. All right, then report it to the city lord first. She has a lot of tools on hand. Even if it really is a banshee, she can deal with it. And Song swallowed hard, trying to sound calm, as if saying it out loud would make him less afraid. Suddenly, green vines shot out from the darkness, wildly attacking In-song. He dodged quickly, and at the same time, raised his arm. The exoskeleton's wrist-mounted weapon fired a red beam, cutting off the vines. It's on the ceiling, In-song shouted. He quickly aimed at the vines on the ceiling and fired, with Zhou Lixuan following close behind. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, and he coordinated his attacks with In-song. Boom! A hole was blasted in the ceiling. The vines disappeared. In-song and Zhou Lixuan looked at each other in confusion. So, does this count as? Zhou Lixuan took a step back. Brother Song, just to be clear, you're the one who blew up the ceiling, not me. Don't blame it on me later. Are you even my brother? I am, but we have to be clear about this. If you don't admit it, no one will know for sure, but don't forget, our body cams are all on. Everyone saw it clearly. Zhou Lixuan sighed. Let's just hope the hole isn't too big. I feel like we're going to have to eat dirt soon. There's no money left. You make it sound like I'm really impressed with something. Song loosened his grip, his expression tinged with resentment. He absent-mindedly stared at the hole in the corpse's chest. Huashi saw this and felt a surge of pressure, so she quickly comforted him. Don't be scared by these things. If you don't want to chase after them, then don't. Song let out a sigh. With the puppets and Ajin around, it's hard enough for me as it is. I'm just worried that my side will lose sync with them. Huashi replied, you're still in sync. They've already entered the inner courtyard. For now, there's no danger. Sanqian and A Xiaoqing are also in sync, as is Zhou Xifeng. Just be careful yourself. Zhou Link said, good. I'll check on the situation with the corpses first, and then I'll send you the results. Huashi nodded, all right. Zhou Link and Song exchanged a glance, then slowly approached the corpses. Song said, they all look like they were strangled by vines. Yeah, look at the marks on their necks and limbs, Zhou Link replied, controlling the awl to lift the corpse's clothes. The skin and flesh are really strange. Song pressed on the corpse's abdomen. It was soft, as if everything inside had been hollowed out. I have no idea how this happened. Lynx, remind the others to be careful. This thing is really sinister. Got it. Zhou Link nodded, but when he tried to contact Shida and Ajin, he looked down at his communicator and saw their images were blurry, then slowly disappeared. Shida? Ajin? What's going on? Song rushed over when he heard Zhou Link shouting. What happened? The images of Shida and Ajin disappeared. What? Song quickly checked his own communicator. Sure enough, the images of Shida and Wang Jin, which had been there before, were now gone, just a blank screen. Huashi, what's going on? Where are they? Huashi didn't know either. Everything had been normal just moments ago. I'll send the Alan to look for them. For now, you should all withdraw from the corridor. At this point, no one knew what was happening, and people were disappearing without a trace. Huashi didn't dare take any risks, so she told Song to retreat immediately. Song and Zhou Link hesitated only briefly before pulling back. A Xiaoqing and Elle also followed, but as they reached the second corridor, the moment they stepped in, they too vanished. Sang Chu, who was monitoring the situation, saw Elle and A Xiaoqing's images disappear and was stunned. Elle and A Xiaoqing are gone too? Zhou Xifeng said, this is strange. Maybe we shouldn't send the owl in for now. I'll go take a look myself. Since no one knew what was happening, sending in the owl might not help. Sang Chu glanced at Shuiyu and said, go get Uncle Gao and Xiaoru. Shuiyu asked, are you sure it's safe for them? Sang Chu replied, not necessarily, but it's better to have them here. This time, the energy feels really off to me. She couldn't explain why she felt this way. Maybe it started after she absorbed Feng Che, but it was a strange sensation. She just knew that this wave in the courtyard was connected to the awakened abilities, and that these abilities could counteract each other. It was the first time Shuiyu had seen Sang Chu look so serious, so she became serious too. Originally, Xia Ru was supposed to stay and watch over Gaozha, in case he lost control after falling asleep. But since Sang Chu needed him, they both came. Gaozha and Xia Ru followed Shuiyu, a bit confused. Now Xia Ru already knew his body was affected by the abilities, so he kept his mouth shut and tried to control himself. He was prepared to act on orders. Gaozha, on the other hand, was curious. Sang, why did you call me? Is there something you want to eat? Sang Chu smiled and explained, Uncle Gao, there's a problem in the courtyard. I'll explain as we go. Shui will teach you how to use your ability. Uncle Gao, you and Xia Ru might be the key to saving the missing people. What? Someone's missing. Sang Chu hadn't expected his first concern to be for Gaozha's wife, Li Kai, who was among the missing. Right now, only Shida and Wang Jin disappeared in the second corridor, but it happened so suddenly. That's why I need you, Uncle Gao. I need you to awaken your ability as soon as possible. It's very important for everyone's safety. Can you do it? He didn't know when he'd awakened his ability, but since Sang Chu said so, he was determined to try his best. All right, I understand. Sang Chu said, Shuiyu, teach him quickly. I'm heading to the second corridor. Okay. The group cautiously made their way toward the second corridor, where Elle and A Xiao Qing had vanished. Sang Chu was also approaching the spot where they'd disappeared. Suddenly, Sang Chu stopped. Mu Shue's voice sounded in her mind. Sang Chu, where are you? This place feels terrifying. After the poison mist had dissipated, the protective shield around Lin Mu Shue and Lu Min El disappeared. Sang Chu had pulled them into her mind space, but hadn't expected Lin Mu Shue to wake up so soon. Lu Min El said, Chu, let me out first. I have something to tell you. All right. Sang Chu hesitated for a moment, then released him. Lu Min El was weak, and no one knew what he'd been through. He looked exhausted, and Sang Chu suspected it was intentional. Cough, cough. Noticing Sang Chu's gaze, Lu Min El coughed awkwardly. Mu Shue patted his back. Are you all right? If you're not feeling well, go lie down. I'll stay with Sang. Lu Min El smiled gently at her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sang Chu took a deep breath. Watching her cabbage being eyed by someone else, she couldn't say anything. What did you want to say? Lu Min El glanced at Gaozha, then at Xia Ru, and said, this time, not only have Xia Ru and Uncle Gao awakened their abilities, but I also gained a new one. So did Xiao Shui. Lin Mu Shui was surprised. Me? I awakened something too. Lu Min El looked at her intently. You might not have noticed, but Sang Chu saw it. When the poison mist spread, you lost consciousness, but a shield appeared around you and me, protecting us from the poison. However, this shield only has a defensive function. It can't neutralize the poison, just prevent it from getting worse. Is something the matter? Lin Muxue had no idea what was going on. When Lu Minli spoke, she was completely stunned. Sang Chu looked at him thoughtfully. Muxue has awakened a new ability. What about you? What's your ability? Lu Minli replied, it's like my soul leaves my body and goes somewhere else. I saw you fighting, saw Xia Ru awaken her ability, and I also saw Olden and someone else. Sang Chu frowned slightly. The mastermind behind the scenes? Yes, that's right. The first group of people who entered the underground, most of them disappeared together with that person. Sang Chu said, I know. At that time, only Xia Han, Gao Qiu, and Wan Yaru were left. Lu Minli nodded. Yes, and when I sent Olden out, he told me that all the people digging up corpses in the courtyard were his. I talked with him and some others. Wu Qian was among them. But when I was out of my body, the only people I saw were Olden and Wu Qian. Wu Qian. She had only met Wu Qian once and honestly had already forgotten what she looked like. But Lu Minli insisted that the person he saw was Wu Qian. Are you sure? Olden couldn't see me, so I just kept following him. I heard Olden call her by name, Wu Qian. It seems like they're both trapped in the courtyard. Wu Qian and Olden are strange, like they're balancing each other out. Before, nothing ever happened, but after Olden died, Wu Qian seemed to lose control. Then a huge vortex appeared. You couldn't see it with the naked eye, but I could see that anyone who got close disappeared. After Mushue woke up, the protective shield on my body slowly faded away, and that's how I managed to return to my body. After that, I couldn't see anything else. Sang Chu asked, "You can't see any of that now?" Lu Minli shook his head. "No. Once I woke up, it was gone. But if I had stayed out of my body, you wouldn't have been able to see me, and I wouldn't have been able to talk to you." Shuiyu, feeling like his head was about to explode, looked at Sang Chu sympathetically. "You really have it tough. How about, once a Xiaoqing wakes up, I give him a thorough cleaning and send him to you?" Other than Sang Chu, no one else understood what he meant. They just found it odd. Mushue was also confused. "Shuiyu, why would you clean up a Xiaoqing and send him to Sang Sang? Sang Sang isn't a monster, she doesn't eat people." Lei Wei coughed and said, "Ignore him, he's just being weird." "Xiaoxue, do you know how to use that protective shield?" Mushue shook her head. "No, I didn't even know it existed until Lu Minli told me." Sang Chu said, "Then it looks like it's a passive ability that triggers automatically. Just in case, put on the protective suit for now." Lu Minli put on a healing glove, but the poison in his body was still there. Shuiyu looked at Xiaoru and said, "You should get the poison out of him. Otherwise, if he goes down there with that poison, something might go wrong." Since Lu Minli was going to go with them, he couldn't bring the poison along. Xiaoru understood and nodded. "All right, but it might be a bit difficult." Lu Minli said, "It's fine. The poison has penetrated deep into my lungs and stuck to my blood vessels. It's hard to get rid of. I can feel it feeding on my flesh and strength. Xiaoru, please help me. My state of mind is a bit muddled right now." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Just do it." He didn't want to take the poison with him on this dangerous mission. He felt there was something down there he hadn't discovered yet, but it was just a hunch. Xiaoru took a deep breath. "Then get ready. I'll start now." She extended a finger, and her healing power instantly entered Lu Minli's body. Ugh. Lu Minli bit his lip hard, but still let out a groan. Lin Mushue hugged his trembling body tightly, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Xiaoru, are you sure you can do this? Be careful." Xiaoru was doing her best to control her healing power, but she was nervous, and even more so with Lin Mushue watching. Sweat dripped down her face. Sang Chu placed a hand on her shoulder, channeling spiritual power. "Don't get distracted. Focus. Remember, you're Xiaoru, not one of those monsters. You're supposed to control them, not let them control you. If you lose control, the next victim might be your own family." Suddenly, Xiaoru's mind cleared, as if something exploded inside her. "Thank you, Sister Sang. You're welcome. I still need you to help manage the underground later." With Sang Chu's spiritual power merging with her will, the healing power quickly dissolved the sticky substance left by the monsters in Lu Minli's body, making it look as if glass was shattering. Xiaoru's mind instantly became clear, and her control over her healing power improved. Soon, the healing glove's effect took hold, and Lu Minli's complexion improved. Lu Minli said, "These monsters are strange. Be careful." After recovering, Xiaoru discovered that the monsters secreted a strange mucus that clouded her mind. "I know. I think I've found a way to deal with it." "That's good. I'll go down now," Lu Minli said. Sang Chu nodded. "All right, everyone be careful. Xiaoru, take this." Sang Chu handed her a spirit stone. She hadn't expected spiritual power to be so effective against these things, so she gave the stone directly to Xiaoru. Xiaoru accepted it gratefully. Her method was to start cultivating spiritual power, which could be used to clear away the monster's mucus. "Thank you, Sister Sang. After this, I'd like to train with Brother Wen, if that's okay." Sang Chu replied, "You can talk to my brother about it later. For now, I'll go down and see what's going on. Shuiyu, stay with Uncle Gao. If anything happens, you watch him. Uncle Gao, you must listen to Shuiyu." Gaozha said, I know, Sang. Don't worry. Sang Chu nodded, and the group set off again into the depths of the underground. Elle and Xiaoqing had originally received orders to retreat, but as soon as they entered the second underground level, they sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Xiaoqing said, You said you were a necromancer, but look at you now. You don't even know you've entered a haunted place, and you don't even realize it's ghosts causing trouble in the courtyard. You're really something. Elle ignored Xiaoqing's complaints and just stared at the ghosts drifting in front of them, directly summoning his soul-bound spirit. But even with the spirit, the ghosts didn't react at all. Xiaoqing blinked in disbelief. Your spirit doesn't work on them. Elle replied, As long as they're ghosts, the spirit should work, unless they're not. If it's not a ghost, then what is it? Xiaoqing glanced coldly at Elle, clearly thinking Elle was just making excuses for his own incompetence. Elle ignored him, frowning at the strange things floating in the air. Just then, Sang Chu called out, Elle, Xiaoqing. Master? Why are you here? Hearing Sang Chu's voice, Elle stopped and turned to look at her, noticing she was surrounded by a group of people and looking somewhat curious. Xiaoqing said sharply, With so many people around you, are you afraid something will happen? Sang Chu asked, What did you find? Xiaoqing replied, Nothing much. These transparent things are obviously ghosts, but Elle insists they're not. He claims his spirit familiars can't sense these little things. Sang Chu looked at Elle. After he nodded, she walked toward him. Elle said, These things are strange. They look like ghosts, but they don't have the aura of the underworld that ghosts usually have. My spirit familiars can sense things that are invisible to the naked eye, but they can't touch these little things. Sang Chu asked, So they're not ghosts? Right. Elle nodded, very confident in his spirit familiars. So there was only one possibility. The things in front of him were not ghosts. Shuiyu said, Let me send him ahead to scout. You put on your protective gear. At some point, Shuiyu had brought Gaozha over and was holding on to him. Sang Chu asked, What are you doing? He's not in control, but I've established a link with him. I can enter his mind directly and control his body remotely. Seeing Shuiyu's actions, Sang Chu could only sigh, Just be careful and stay safe. I know. After everyone checked themselves to make sure they weren't missing anything, Shuiyu finally set off. White mist and black mist intertwined and quickly filled the entire space. Sang Chu said, Everyone, turn on your locators and move slowly toward me. Stay together and don't get separated. Right now, the area where she stood was still tangible, but if the black and white mist thickened, that might not be the case anymore. So Sang Chu took out the immortal binding rope, looped it around her hand, and said, This rope won't restrict your movement, but it will keep us all together. Everyone, be careful. Sister Sang, my spirit hands really want to go in. Xiaoru could usually control the spirit hands, but now that he was nervous, he was afraid they'd act on their own. Sang Chu said, Then let them lead the way, and I'll follow them. Okay. Xiaoru regained his usual composure, released his spirit hands, and said, There's a strong smell of blood in the air. Someone probably died here. The spirit hand's senses were sharper than his. As soon as they emerged, they detected the scent of blood, which immediately flooded his nostrils. He couldn't help but frown, but still reported calmly. Only the spirit hands could smell the blood? Sang Chu frowned slightly, a sense of unease spreading in her heart. Shuiyu has gone to scout ahead. I'll follow the spirit hands and see where they want to go. At that moment, Mu Shui suddenly grabbed Sang Chu. Sang, I think I heard Auntie crying. Auntie? Auntie is here on the second floor. She'd always thought Auntie was on the third floor. If Auntie was here, that was good news. Xiaoqing said, Xiaoying? She's not on the second floor. She's on the third. But Mu Shui insisted, No, I really heard Auntie crying. It's faint, but it's very scary. She didn't know how to describe the feeling, just that it was very unsettling. Sang Chu said, Xiaoqing, who's on the second floor? List them for me. Xiaoqing thought for a moment. The second floor has Su Xiu, Yu, Li Kai, and 10 ordinary people. Mu Shui didn't know what Sang Chu was thinking, but she knew Sang believed her. Sang Chu asked, Xiao Shui, where did you hear the sound? Mu Shui hesitated, then pointed ahead, just up there. Xiaoru said, the spirit hands want to go that way too. Sang Chu said, then let's go. A Xiaoqing, Zhuo Feng, you cover the sides. Xiaoru and I will lead. Xiao Shui, you and Lu Minli stay in the middle. Everyone, be careful. Okay. Mu Shui followed Lu Minli in the middle of the group. The spirit hands led the way, moving steadily forward. Suddenly, Shuiyu returned with the unconscious Gaozha and reported, nothing happened. Those things floating in the air aren't ghosts. I don't know what they are, but they're not dangerous. Okay, I'll go ahead and take a look. All right. Shuiyu continued to carry the unconscious Gaozha, not letting up his control. Creak. A low, sobbing sound echoed, sounding very much like Xiaoying's voice. After Mu Shui heard it, she whispered in Sang Chu's ear, Sang, that's the sound. That's what I heard. Sang Chu said, I understand. Stay with Lu Minli. Okay. Lu Minli protectively put an arm in front of Mu Shui, following Sang Chu at a slow, careful pace. Inside the hospital room, Xiaoying, covered in blood, was crying uncontrollably over you. Xiaoyu, wake up. Don't leave me, it's all my fault. Sang Chu stood outside the room, watching as mental energy tentacles surged from Xiaoying's body like sweat, writhing menacingly. But Xiaoru's spirit hands seemed excited, as if they'd found some delicious treat. The spirit hands, like octopus tentacles, stared hungrily at the mental energy, drooling, sticky saliva dripping onto the floor. Xiaoru hurriedly withdrew them, afraid that if they stayed out any longer, he'd throw up himself. Sister Sang, what should we do now? Should I go in? Sang Chu asked. Xiao Shui, do you think I should go in? I don't really want to go in either. It feels weird. Mu Shui looked at the writhing mental energy tentacles and didn't want to go in at all. Lu Minli said, Chu, maybe let Shuiyu go in and check. If it's not safe, have him pull her out first. Sang Chu looked at Shuiyu. After he nodded, Sang Chu said, Shuiyu, after you go in, avoid those mental energy tentacles. I suspect this space was created by Andy. See if she's conscious. All right. Shuiyu instantly transformed into a wisp of smoke and slipped inside. He activated his light screen, sharing what he saw with the others. Mu Shui was so frightened she covered her mouth tightly, barely stopping herself from screaming. Lu Minli, standing beside her, gently covered Mu Shui's eyes and whispered in her ear, Don't be afraid. In the light screen, Xiaoying's face was twisted and distorted, her empty eyes pitch black, holding the blood-soaked you in a daze. Xiaoru said, How did Annie end up like this? If we can, let's get her out and save you first. A Xiaoqing replied, That's not likely. Xiaoying's current state is related to her ability. She's never been able to control it. She lost control once before, and a lot of people got hurt. Sang Chu's guess is probably right. What's happening on the second floor is also because her power went out of control, and her outburst is connected to Yu's injury. So what do we do now? Aunt can't keep using Shadow Umbrella forever. Xiaoru didn't know what to do either, so she could only raise her doubts coldly. Sang Chu looked at Shuiyu. Can we detain her? Not likely. Her body isn't stable, and those people are very restless. They might hurt themselves. Lu Minli said, How about you, Xiaoru? Anyway, Aunt seems really interested in those people. Xiaoru was a little stunned, but said nothing, just looked at Sang Chu. A Xiaoqing completely agreed, that's actually a good idea. Since Xiaoying's ability is out of control, and the higher her level, the harder it is for her to control herself, maybe we should siphon off some of it. Sang Chu seemed to be deep in thought for a while before finally speaking. Minli, can you touch things? Lu Minli instantly understood what she meant and nodded slightly. Sang Chu immediately said, Then you and Xiaoxue go back to the dormitory first. We'll split up and act separately. Lu Minli, okay. Lin Muxue was a bit confused. Why were they suddenly splitting up? But when she heard Lu Minli's answer, she obediently followed him back to the dorm. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Minli activated the defense mode and soundproofing array. After making sure the room was secure, he pulled Lin Muxue into a side room and grabbed a handful of yellow sand. Xiaoxue, after I fall asleep, keep watch here. If anything happens in the dorm, Use the sound array or the emergency button immediately. Lin Muxue gave him a long, meaningful look. Do you really think I'm that unreliable? Lu Minli was stunned, then quickly smiled and gently pinched her cheek. I'm just worried about your safety. If you're not afraid, then I'll leave my safety in your hands. Lin Muxue, don't worry, I know what to do. But, Minli, when you say, can you touch things, do you mean your soul body? Lu Minli, She wants me to find Wei Qian's location. Otherwise, if she hides in the dark, it'll be hard to find her. Hearing this, Muxue's pretty brows furrowed together. Lu Minli noticed and gently smoothed her brows with his hand. Are you that worried about me? I just feel like something's off. Lu Minli sat up straight, pulling Muxue to sit beside him, his voice gentle and coaxing. What feels off? Muxue tried hard to think, but her mind felt like it was stuffed with paste. She just couldn't think straight. Lu Minli wasn't in a hurry. He patiently helped her sort through any points she thought might be problematic, helping her clarify her thoughts. Do you think there's something wrong with Wei Qian? Muxue, but I don't think the second floor is the problem. Lu Minli, then do you think it's Aunt? Muxue bit her lip and shook her head. Lu Minli checked her senses one by one, but everything seemed normal. Suddenly, Lu Minli's eyes lit up. Wei Yu, that person is Wei Qian's older brother, originally a wood-type ability user. Muxue's eyes suddenly brightened. Is he tall and skinny? Yeah, he used to hang around the courtyard a lot, a bit skinnier and darker than me. That's him. I think I saw him in the hospital. Muxue's voice suddenly rose, then she seemed to remember something terrifying and shivered. I remember now. When you were in the hospital, after I visited Grandma, it was late at night and I went to fetch you some water. I saw him in the water room, but he had a body then. Lu Minli frowned slightly. You're sure he had a body? I'm sure, I really saw it. But I don't know why I forgot about it. No wonder I always felt something was off about the hospital. The whole place felt wrong. When I saw Wei Yu, he seemed to be, then. Muxue suddenly started trembling as if she'd been struck. Lu Minli hurriedly hugged her, one hand gently patting her back, the other stroking her hair. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Muxue clung tightly to Lu Minli's clothes. I saw him peel off someone's skin and put it on himself. I wanted to find you, to find Sang, but I forgot. Why did I forget again? Muxue blamed herself, clutching her head. Lu Minli quickly held her hands. It's because Olden was secretly using his mind control ability. His power is strong enough to make you forget things like this. It's normal. Sang, we have to tell Sang about this right away. Lu Minli, I know, I'll tell her. For now, take a deep breath and try to calm down. Lu Minli's voice was as gentle as water. He held Lin Muxue tightly, not daring to let go, because the current fragile her made him very worried. Muxue didn't realize that her eyes were now bloodshot from fear, and Lu Minli could see a faint thunder shield forming around her. A faint greenish light slowly enveloped her. Judging by her reaction, what she saw must have been terrifying, so terrifying that she unconsciously awakened a defensive ability. He felt a little frustrated. He'd meant to protect Muxue, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. Lu Minli took a deep breath and hugged her tightly, comforting her softly by her ear. Xiaoxue, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid. I'll go find him now. Lin Muxue nodded, slowly letting go of his hand. Be careful. I think Wei Yu might still be in the dorm. I know. I'll warn Chu to be careful too. You also need to stay safe. Even though I'm in the dorm, you should still be careful. Here's a card from Suko. If there's any danger, just use it. It's a beast card, and its combat power isn't bad. I have cards too, don't worry. Lu Minli looked at Muxue, unable to stop himself from leaning in and kissing her lightly on the forehead. Don't worry, we'll solve this soon. After he finished, not giving Muxue a chance to react, he closed his eyes and leaned against her, falling asleep. Lu Minli's soul left his body, still very worried about Muxue, but he couldn't help but smile. He left the dorm with a grin that showed all his teeth. When Sang Chu saw Lu Minli's soul aura leaving his body, she was stunned for a while. What does it mean to wear human skin? She knew every word, but together they were so strange. Sang Chu took a deep breath and sent her consciousness into the jade pendant space. Rabbit, rabbit, what are you doing? Still incubating. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Sang Chu, do you know anything that can wear human skin? How do you deal with it? Wear human skin? What the heck? Are you joking with me? Sang Chu gave a bitter smile. I wish I was joking. Xiao Xue said she saw it. Better to believe it than not. Tu stood there, eyes wide, curiosity outweighing his fear. He wondered if there really was anything that could wear human skin and still move around alive. Of course, it was terrifying, but his curiosity got the better of him. Where is it? Where is it? Sang Chu, how should I know? Min has gone to look for it. Go check on Aunt Chun. Doesn't she usually handle demonic stuff? She's possessed too. Sang Chu, not sure, that's why I want you to check. Look at the spiritual hands on her. Tu looked where Sang Chu indicated. Those spiritual hands were clawing and writhing, looking terrifying. But with Shuiyu by his side, Tu mustered up the courage to take a closer look. Whoa, what is that? Why does it look like a ghost? Tu jumped in fright and immediately clung to Shuiyu's white fur, not daring to move. Sang Chu heard his yelp and couldn't help but say, stop fooling around. Can you use your magic or not? Tu, I can, but her condition is really bad. I'm not sure how effective it'll be. But are you sure this is Aunt Showing? She looks nothing like herself. Sang Chu, absolutely. Can we just try it first? Tu, alright. You really couldn't blame him for being so jumpy. Anyone would be freaked out seeing a normal person suddenly look like a twisted ghost, with even their facial features distorted. When he took out the demon-subduing talisman, those spiritual hands instinctively sensed danger and immediately started attacking. Even though Tu didn't think the hands on Shou-Ing could hurt him, he still instinctively held his breath. One hand gripped the demon-subduing bell, the other started arranging the talismans on Shou-Ing. He was sweating all over, heart pounding like a drum, as he tried to dodge the clawing hands. Tu could only try to avoid them, but he couldn't help but think that Shuiyu was facing them head-on. But he couldn't say anything, couldn't let Shou-Ing sense his presence. Tu anxiously shouted in his mind, Ah Chu, tell Shuiyu to stop. Hurry. Sang Chu also saw the clash between the hands and Shuiyu. Although she didn't know why Tu wanted Shuiyu to stop, she could only trust him at this point. Sang Chu quickly used her contract power to command Shuiyu, Shuiyu, stop. Don't attack Shou-Ing. Shuiyu paused, then quickly stopped, her mouth turning into a colorless, tasteless mist and hiding in the air. Without an opponent, the spiritual hands started attacking everything around them in a frenzy. They moved incredibly fast, like streaks of white lightning, sweeping through the air, as if determined to force out their real enemy. Tuyu's pupils shrank. He dodged left and right, trying to finish setting up the demon-subduing array before the hands could tear him apart. Zhou Xiefeng didn't know what Sang Chu was doing, but seeing her just standing there, he asked, Ah Chu, should I do anything? Wait a bit longer. Tu was busy setting up the array. Shou-Ing was completely out of control now, not like Mu Shui before, who at least had some awareness. Now, there was nothing left. Sang Chu felt uneasy. Whoosh! A black figure darted out and used its claws to help. Tu didn't even know when the little hatchling had finished hatching. It glanced at the array Tu had set up, then used its power to quickly complete the remaining runes. Sensing its time was running out, the spiritual hands attacked even more frantically, like an enraged giant python, lashing out everywhere. The runes were almost obscured by the chaos. The walls and ceiling were smashed to pieces, debris flying everywhere, the entire space filled with the violent energy of the spiritual hands. Buzz. Suddenly, the demon-subduing array erupted in a brilliant light, enveloping Shou-Ing. Tuyu and the little hatchling stood on either side. With a flurry of short rabbit hands, Tuyu quickly finished the incantation, and the demon-subduing was complete. The little hatchling poured its power into the array, the runes bursting with dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. The rampaging spiritual hands, under this light, seemed to be bound by invisible forces. They gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Sang Chu, did it work? To you, yeah, this is my first time setting up such a big demon subduing array. What's up with showing? The little hatchling was drenched in sweat. It had just finished hatching when it rushed over to help To you. Her spiritual power is very high, but her willpower is weak. She's in real danger. If its previous master, Feng Che, had encountered this, he would have eliminated the threat immediately. But it knew Sang Chu wasn't its former master, so it couldn't act the same way now. All it could do was warn Sang Chu. This person was really dangerous. Sang Chu saw the spiritual hands on Xiao and gradually being subdued. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief and step forward. Zhuo Sifeng rushed to Yu's side first, putting a healing bracelet on him. Chu, Yu's vital signs are stabilizing. Xiaoqing and Lin Bei hurried over to check. After examining him, Fan Tingding also breathed a sigh of relief. Sang Chu saw their expressions were still tense and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you heal him?" Xiaoqing stood up, a strange feeling in his eyes. "You should see for yourself. What's going on?" Sang Chu walked over and saw that vines had started growing out of Yu's skin, and the vines looked a lot like some kind of flower vine. Suddenly, a huge flower bloomed on the vine and lunged at Sang Chu with a gaping maw. "Watch out." Zhuo Sifeng quickly pulled Sang Chu back with one hand, and with the other, punched the flower. Thud! The man-eating flower recoiled from the punch, spitting out a mouthful of foul-smelling poison. Fortunately, everyone was wearing protective suits, so they weren't harmed. Xiaoqing poked the dazed man-eating flower and said, "This thing actually looks kind of cute." Sang Chu patted Zhuo Sifeng's hand, signaling him to let go, then walked over to take a closer look. "So you awakened a second ability because of this?" Xiaoqing said with a strange expression. "More than that. This ability is so special it's almost life-threatening. Look at his body." Xiaoqing pressed down on Yu's abdomen. It was soft and sunken, as if everything inside was gone. Sang Chu squatted down in shock and touched it. "What's going on?" The man-eating flower, still dazed from the punch, rolled Yu over and pulled off his shirt, revealing a bloody mess on his back. His organs have been hollowed out. He's basically a plant person now. If he hadn't awakened a second ability, he'd already be dead. Even though they'd seen a lot of bizarre things since the apocalypse, this was still shocking. This world seemed to be heading towards an unknown future. "You, what are you doing?" A man in a patient's gown appeared at the entrance, shivering as he looked at him. Hearing the voice, El turned around and immediately narrowed his eyes. "You're Wang Quan, right?" "Yes, I am. Are you Dr. El?" El was wearing a mask, so Wang Quan could only recognize him by his voice. "That's me. What are you doing here?" El didn't know there was anyone else here wearing human skin. Sang Chu hadn't mentioned it either, so when he approached Wang Quan to exchange a few words, no one stopped him. But when El saw his own servant demon soul floating high up, clutching Wang Quan's soul bag, he realized there was something off about this man. He took a step forward, then stopped in his tracks. Just as El was about to order his servant demon to subdue Wang Quan, Sang Chu, who had just arrived, said in a low voice, "Something happened at the hospital. I rushed over as soon as I got the message, but I didn't run into anyone along the way. Now that I'm here, do you know what happened?" Sang Chu patted El on the shoulder in front of her, acting as if she knew nothing, and slowly approached Wang Quan. I don't know anything. I woke up and heard a woman crying, then I came out and saw you all. What happened at the hospital? Can you let me go?" Wang Quan, terrified, tried to move toward Sang Chu, but was stopped by Xiaoru. He instinctively felt that these people were not good news. Something was off. The aura on them was much stronger than when he'd seen Xiaoying before, and it was even harder to control himself. Xiaoru gripped the spirit Jade tightly in his palm. The power inside the Jade helped steady his mind and kept the strange aura from invading his head. Xiaoqing folded his arms across his chest, looking at Wang Quan with a half-smile. "Your ward is pretty far from here, isn't it? How did you hear Xiaoying crying?" Wang Quan froze, but before he could answer, Xiaoqing continued, "Oh, I get it, you, like the others, awakened a new ability during this viral outbreak, didn't you?" Wang Quan stammered, "Why yes, I think I awakened an ability. I really could hear Xiaoying crying. And at night, there are a lot of people crying everywhere. That actually reminded Sang Chu of something interesting. Tu suddenly leapt onto Sang Chu's shoulder and lay there, looking at Wang Quan with disdain. He's totally faking it. Tu Bai looked enviously at how you could act so freely and fluttered his wings as he whispered, "Master, I think this guy is really weird. He smells very off." Sang Chu glanced at the timid Tu Bai. "Okay, I'll be careful. If you're uncomfortable, you can perch on my shoulder too, or go back to the jade pendant to rest." Tu Bai looked at Sang Chu. He actually wanted to go back and rest, but he also wanted to stay with Sang Chu like Tuyu, to see what was going on. He felt like none of this was a coincidence, and he wasn't an outsider. He carefully moved closer to Sang Chu, then tentatively leaned onto her shoulder. "I'll stay with you, master." "Sang Chu, okay?" Sang Chu didn't say anything else. Tu Bai took a deep breath, then glanced at Tuyu's smug look before turning to Wang Quan and saying, "Seriously, isn't this the guy Miss Lin mentioned, the one wearing human skin?" Hearing this, Tu couldn't help but complain, "Sang Chu, why does Miss Lin always seem to run into these kinds of things?" The corners of Sang Chu's mouth lifted slightly. "That's exactly what I was just thinking. If someone like Xiao Shui survived these incidents but forgot about them and only remembered when they were about to die, what would happen then?" "Tu Bai, he's remembering now." Sang Chu nodded. No, he didn't consider that Xiao Shui's psychic abilities are special. Her memory wiping was done very thoroughly, but as long as she notices something's off, she can recall what she'd forgotten. Other people can't do that. That's why, as Tuyu said, Miss Lin always seems to encounter these things. Tuyu suddenly understood. It's not that only she encounters them, it's that only she remembers. Sang Chu, exactly. In such a big hospital, even if no one can see him, as soon as someone disappears, it should be noticed. So why has no one noticed until now? Did Song and Zhou really disappear from their rooms, or were they taken away? How did things get so out of hand in such a short time? Tu, so what do we do now? Should we stop him? Sang Chu, no rush. Isn't he trying to leave? Let's see how he plans to pull it off. Wang Quan looked nervously at Sang Chu. She had been staring at him without saying a word, which made him even more anxious. He wanted to get out of here, but he couldn't. The hospital's defenses were too tight. Even with someone else's skin, he couldn't get out. The people who could leave all had magical protection, so he couldn't make a move on them. This was his last chance. He'd only wanted to possess Song and Zhou and use their bodies to get out, but he hadn't expected their defenses and counterattacks to be so strong, so he had to retreat. He'd been injured by those weapons, and when he escaped, he ran into Xiaoying. Her power was immense. He hadn't expected that during the meal, you would suddenly awaken a special ability. The flowers she summoned instinctively made him wary. He'd wanted to run, but you died. Xiaoying lost control, and she took over the whole space. That terrified him even more. What if he was trapped here forever? It wasn't until a Xiaoqing, Elle, and Sang Chu showed up that he thought of a better plan. That was to pretend to be an ordinary victim and escape with them. Xia Ru and Sang Chu kept their eyes on Wang Quan. Xia Ru's gaze flickered, as if she understood what Sang Chu was planning. "Don't be nervous. Just tell me what you know, so I can figure out what happened here," Xia Ru said anxiously, as if she really had no idea what was going on. This made Wang Quan suspicious. After Eldarin left, he hadn't returned, and Xia Ru had always lived in the hospital. Maybe she'd awakened some strange ability. He couldn't be too careful. Wang Quan's voice trembled, so much so that anyone listening would think he was really scared. I don't know much. It's just that, it seems like a lot of people have gone missing, but no one seems to have noticed." Sang Chu wasn't to be outdone and put on her own act. "What? Elle, a Xiaoqing, what are you doing? How could people go missing and you not know?" Sang Chu shouted at them. A Xiaoqing was stunned for a moment, and Elle quickly tried to explain, "I swear, I didn't know anyone was missing until today. I had no idea. I really didn't lie, it's true." Wang Quan was so agitated that he even swore, "If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning 5 times over." Lu sneered, "It's already the apocalypse, who still believes in curses? Just empty words. If you want me to believe you, let me see those missing people you mentioned." Neither Doctor nor I have found anyone missing, only you. Humph. Lu's cold snort and biting sarcasm were on full display. Sang Chu couldn't help but rub her forehead. She'd always thought she wasn't very expressive, but she hadn't expected her acting to be so convincing. Sang Chu said, Lu, better to believe it than not. I don't think Wang Quan would make baseless claims. I've always been concerned about the hospital's recent situation. We can't overlook any clues. Wang Quan, take me to see the wards of those missing people you mentioned. After she finished, she looked at Xia Ru and Zhue Stefeng. You two stay here with me. Lu and Xiaoqing, come with us. Wang Quan said gratefully, thank you, Sister Sang, for believing me. I'll take you to see them right away. He turned and led the way. It was this Sister Sang that made Sang Chu certain he was one of Lu Minli's people. After all, the newcomers to the base either called her Leader Yen or City Lord. Only the first batch of people who entered called her Sister Sang. That noisy guy quieted down after that, but in his eyes, there was still a trace of hope. After all, Sang Chu rarely came to the hospital. Even if she did, it was just in passing. Xia Ru also felt it was strange, but he didn't know that there were people who could wear human skin and walk around, so he just thought it was a bit odd. In the corridor outside the supply room, Lu Minli had found Wu Shi and Wang Jin, who were both missing and unconscious. Beside them was the nurse Wu Qian, who was desperately trying to pry open the hands of the unconscious men, which were tightly gripping the door handles. Fortunately, those hands weren't too strong, or else Wu Shi and Wang Jin would have been dead. Sister Sang, I saw those people disappear after entering the supply room. I don't know if they're still here, but there's definitely something wrong with this place. Lead the way. Was that Sang Chu's voice? Lu Minli saw Wu Qian walk away and immediately followed. Suddenly, a small hand patted him. What are you so nervous about here? Rabbit you. Lu Minli turned around abruptly and saw 2 rabbits, one black and one white. The white one was Rabbit Yu, but what about the black one? But he didn't have time to think, because Wu Qian was about to disappear from view. You can see Wu Qian? Can you come with me? Sure. Rabbit hey, you wait here for a chew. I'll follow Lu Minli to take a look. Rabbit hey, okay, be careful. Got it. Rabbit Yu hopped onto Lu Minli's shoulder, grabbed his clothes, and together they chased after Wu Qian. Rabbit Hay stayed behind to check the vital signs of the missing people. Master, I found the missing ones. According to your method, I can only confirm that they're still alive. What should I do next? After sharing vision, Sang Chu could see what Rabbit Hay saw. First, put them in the space under the armpit, the one I gave you. Then ask Mu Shui to remove the handcuffs and check for any abnormalities. If there are, treat them immediately. Okay, I'll do it right away. Rabbit Hay could handle this alone. Originally, he and Rabbit Yu did this together, but now Rabbit Yu had gone with Lu Minli, leaving only him. With only himself left, Sang Chu asked curiously, Where's Rabbit Yu? Why isn't he with you? He saw Lu Minli and followed him. Sang Chu is dumbfounded. He can see Lu Minli? Can you see him too? Yes, I can see him, and I can see Wu Qian too. But Wu Qian can't see me. Sang Chu, then do you know what he is? And what are those things floating in the air? Rabbit Hay, it's a kind of consciousness. By devouring each other, they eventually become like Wu Qian, able to survive by wearing any skin. In a sense, they're similar to ghosts or spirits, but they have no power of their own. That might be why Lu Minli's magic soul contract doesn't work on them. Rabbit Hay's tone was mature and serious, and his explanation made sense. Sang Chu looked at the Wu Shi walking ahead and asked, could he be following that consciousness? After putting Wu Shi into the space under his armpit, Rabbit Hay replied, yes, otherwise Wu Shi wouldn't be able to use powers. But it's strange, normally, consciousnesses can't use powers. Sang Chu, have you seen this before? Rabbit Hay, no, but when I followed Feng Che in the cultivation world, I saw ghost cultivators. Most of them could cultivate by possessing others, but in the apocalypse, there isn't enough spiritual energy, and the whole city is sealed off. The power of the blood moon can't get in, so up to now, only Wu Shi's group has shown any attack ability. When Rabbit Hay said this, Sang Chu thought of Olden. When she'd seen him, He'd tried to steal Xiaoru's power, but Xiaoru had fought back. Sang Chu, but Olden tried to steal Xiaoru's power before, right? So it's not just Wusher's group. Otherwise, if there really were missing people in the hospital, someone would have noticed. Rabbit Hay was silent for a moment, then said, "Master, is it possible that Olden isn't a consciousness? As far as I know, it's very hard for consciousnesses to cultivate. They're ignorant and most are like those empty forms floating in the corridor. No energy, no ability to control people." Sang Chu glanced at Wusher and quietly used the power of the contract to ask Lu and Xiaoqing, "When you checked Xiaoru, did you notice anything strange?" Lu, who was walking, replied, "Just found some residual spiritual energy in his body, nothing else." Xiaoqing, "What are you worried about? We can do a more thorough check after we leave." Sang Chu, "I might have been affected too, so I didn't notice the missing people in the hospital. There's no rush for the checkup, just stay alert." Sang Chu didn't hide this conversation from Rabbit Hay, so he could hear everything. Rabbit Hay said, "Master, I know there's a kind of temporary image stone in the cultivation world. Once it's contracted, only the owner can use it. If you want, I can buy one and put it in the hospital. As long as it covers the area, you can monitor everything, nothing will escape your eyes." Only Sang Chu could hear Rabbit Hay's voice. She thought this might be a good idea. "All right, then go buy one." "Okay, I'll go now." After handing Wusher over to Lin Muxue, Rabbit Hay hurried off. Sang Chu had also placed many spirit stones and jade on him, stuck with glue, so if he needed to buy anything from the space mall, he could use them directly without asking Sang Chu. Wang Quan walked in front, looking at the increasingly messy storage room, trying very hard to suppress the corners of his mouth from turning up. "Sister Sang, we're here. This is the place." Wang Quan stopped, lowering his head, afraid his emotions would show. Sang Chu glanced at him, only to see him nod slightly, then she ignored Wang Quan and pushed open the heavy door to the storage room. Inside, the white floor was already stained a dark brown, with some areas even darker. Elle said, "Master, it's all blood in here." Judging from the scene, it was obvious someone had died here. But neither he nor Xiaoqing had noticed anyone missing, just that something felt off. But since Sang Chu hadn't spoken, he decided to wait and see. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Xiaoqing quickly stepped forward, frowning as he looked at the blood all over the room. Only Sang Chu stayed outside. Her attention was always on Wang Quan, so she noticed his fleeting expression. He must have known that Wang Quan's people were inside, but now they were gone, how could he stay so calm? Sang Chu said, "Wang Quan, the blood here only proves someone was injured. It doesn't prove someone died here." Wang Quan kept his head down, a flash of hatred in his eyes. He truly hated Sang Chu. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in this situation. But now wasn't the time to confront her directly. He needed to get out of this damned place. Forcing himself to calm down, Wang Quan looked up, once again playing the part of a pitiful lackey. "Sister Sang, I didn't lie, really, you have to believe me." As he spoke, he rushed into the storage room, but sure enough, he didn't see his sister Wang Qian or anyone else in sight. With his back to Sang Chu, Wang Quan couldn't hide his panic. He'd originally wanted to use these people as bait to lure Sang Chu in, and then have his sister sneak in among them and escape together. But not only did his plan fail, even his sister was nowhere to be found. Watching Wang Quan's anxious back, a smile flickered across Sang Chu's lips. "Wang Quan, what are you looking for?" Wang Quan replied, "Sister Sang, really, there were people here, there were. They must have been hidden somewhere. Maybe the monsters here took them all away." Sang Chu, "Monsters." Wang Quan, "Yes, monsters." He suddenly turned around and gestured wildly at Sang Chu. "Those monsters have long, sharp claws, just like octopus tentacles, slippery and fast. They stabbed right into those people. I was hiding really well, Sister Sang, I really saw it." Sang Chu, "But didn't you say they just disappeared?" Wang Quan explained in a panic, I was afraid you wouldn't believe me, so I wanted you to see for yourself. But now, no one's left. I really didn't lie." Seeing him like this, Sang Chu almost believed he was just an ordinary, terrified victim. Sang Chu said, Wang Quan, I believe you. According to what you said, there are monsters here, so those missing people must be in danger. Let's split up and try to find them as quickly as possible. Wang Quan's face lit up with joy, though he still pretended to tremble in fear. But I'm just an ordinary person, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, just come with me. With that, Sang Chu turned to Elle and a Xiaoqing. I'll check the left wards and corridors with Wang Quan. You two check the right side. If anything happens, shout. A Xiaoqing didn't really understand Sang Chu's plan, but Elle just dragged him away, all his focus on the task at hand. Elle said, Master, I'll start here then. He placed his hand on the door of the room next to the storage room. After Sang Chu nodded, he pushed the door open. Sang Chu and Wang Quan took the left side, entering the ward after opening the door. Wang Quan followed behind Sang Chu, itching to make a move, but afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Sang Chu had noticed his intentions from the start, but didn't care. Her protective suit's defense system was already activated, and she wore a modified witch's robe with full defensive enchantments underneath. Normal attacks were useless, so she wasn't worried about exposing her back to Wang Quan. Wang Quan, looks like there's no one here either. Let's go. The ward was empty, nothing inside. But the quilt on the bed was messy, indicating someone had stayed here. As for where they were now, alive or dead, who could say? All right, okay. Wang Quan's lackey act was as convincing as ever. Sang Chu noted the name on the bed before turning to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elle touched the pillow on the bed, then glanced at the name tag at the foot of the bed, his brows furrowing deeply. A Xiaoqing said, This is the third room we've checked. Still no one. Elle lifted his chin, signaling a Xiaoqing to look at the foot of the bed. A Xiaoqing said, What's with your chin? You got a cramp or something. He walked over, and when he saw the name on the tag, he froze. This wasn't the name of any patient he knew. A Xiaoqing snapped his head up to look at Elle, who just shook his head slightly, indicating he didn't know the name either. Only then did a Xiaoqing realize Sang Chu was telling the truth. He really had a problem, but how could someone change the name so quietly? He hadn't. A Xiaoqing looked at Elle and mouthed, Olden. Elle nodded. No wonder the master told him to watch Xiaoru. If Xiaoru really absorbed Olden's power, then Olden could alter records without anyone noticing, so could Xiaoru. There was really no way to guard against this. Elle said, Looks like there's nothing here. Let's check somewhere else. A Xiaoqing, all right. Tu followed Lu Min Elle all the way, chasing after Wang Qian, and found her hiding in a nook in the wall. The thick wall had somehow been hollowed out. Wang Qian muttered, I almost died. Still shaken, Wang Qian kept patting her chest, gasping for breath. No one knew what she was so afraid of. Lu Min Elle and Tu exchanged glances. But after a moment, Wang Qian suddenly stood up. Wait, I'm a ghost now, no one can see me, right? No, that woman called doctor last time seemed to see me. If Olden hadn't shown up in time, I would have been exposed. No, I have to hide, I can't die again. With that, she crouched down again, curling up in the corner. Lu Min Elle looked at Tu, any way to catch her. Tu grinned slyly, pulling out a rope and a palm-sized box. This is a spirit rope and a spirit trap. With these, she won't escape, he. Lu Min Elle laughed and gave him a thumbs up, nice. I'll leave it to you then. Tuyu's eyes crinkled into crescents as she grinned, and with a snap of her fan, she and Sakura were instantly on the same page. Tuyu directly tossed the lasso toward the completely unsuspecting Wang Qian. What the hell is this? Let me go. You despicable sneak. No matter how loudly Wang Qian screamed, it was useless. She couldn't break free from the lasso's control and was quickly pulled into the orb and trapped inside. After Wang Qian was sucked into the orb, it shrank smaller and smaller, finally returning to Tuyu's hand. See? That's it. Lu Minli looked curiously at the tiny orb in Tuyu's palm. Through the orb, she could see Wang Qian imprisoned inside. Where did you get this orb? It's so good at trapping people. Tuyu grinned like a little fox. I got it when I went to the owl market before. I never told Achu about it. This thing can pull people in with just a flick, pretty amazing, right? Amazing. Even though Lu Minli didn't really understand, she figured that since the owl market had all sorts of strange things, it made sense. There were plenty of oddities there. So, what should I do now? How many people can you fit in that orb? Lu Minli glanced at the orb. It looked small, but after Wang Qian went in, there was still plenty of space. It didn't seem like she was crowded at all. Tu proudly lifted her little bunny chin. It may look small, but it could easily fit 10 people Wang Qian's size. Then I'll just knock Wang Jin out and stuff him in there too. Tu hesitated for a moment, scratching her head. This lasso is a bit weird. I only have one, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch him. Lu Minli, can't you take the lasso off Wang Qian and use it again? I don't know. Brother Mian said you need both the lasso and the prison orb to trap someone, but I'm not sure if the orb alone can hold people. She'd just boasted that it could hold so many people, but now that Lu Minli asked, she wasn't sure if she could even catch one more. Lu Minli, can you get another lasso? Tu shook her head regretfully. Lassos are really rare and precious. I only have this one. Sigh. Seeing her so downcast, Lu Minli comforted her. It's okay. I'll head back for now. Maybe Achu will figure out a way to catch Wang Jin. Guess that's all we can do. Sang Chu and her group searched every corner of the hospital, but found nothing. Looking at Ah Hung floating in the air, Sang Chu clenched her fists, wishing she could punch Wang Jin into oblivion. Wang Quan, look, we've searched everywhere and found nothing. Are you sure you saw them? Wang Quan had originally just wanted Sang Chu to see Wang Shi and Wang Jin, so she could find a way out. After all, she'd already controlled Xiaoying, who must know the way out. But after searching for so long and still not finding Wang Shi and Wang Jin, Wang Quan was getting anxious. Wang Quan pretended to be scared, trembling, saying, Sangjia, I didn't lie, I really. Sangjia, let's go back. At this moment, Xiaoru walked out, then turned and went back to use hospital room. Sang Chu, are you okay? Xiaoru straightened up and nodded to Sang Chu. For now, everything's fine. Xiaoying had been put under a spell, but to outsiders, it just looked like she'd fainted for no reason. The wound on Yu's back was slowly healing. The flower on her back seemed to be afraid of Xiaoru, drooping limply and hanging down Yu's spine. When she saw the rabbit ring on Sang Chu's finger, she was instantly reminded of how it and Tu had cast a spell on Xiaoying. She hurriedly turned her body to hide the wound on Yu's back. Zhua Sefeng, that flower must have become a spirit, right? Xia Ru glanced at him and withdrew her hand. The current problem is how to restrain Yu. He's clearly not himself. He looked at Sang Chu, but she seemed lost in thought, not saying a word. The rabbit ring in her hand was holding the surveillance orb, and as it glanced at Sang Chu, it noticed the flower. Strange, that flower seems to be able to see me. Sang Chu is distracted by this very thing, I noticed that too. Is it because it's also a spirit, so it can see you? Rabbit ring, unless it's the same kind as me, but that flower is from the apocalypse. It's unlikely to be related to me. So weird. Rabbit ring, forget it, we can observe it more later. Master, this surveillance orb needs you to recognize it as its owner. Sang Chu nodded. Once everyone's attention was on her, she put her hands behind her back, and the rabbit ring immediately understood her intention. It moved behind Sang Chu, bit her fingertip, and let a drop of her blood fall into the surveillance orb. Out of sight of the others, the rabbit ring quickly retreated. The orb shone with brilliant light, instantly dissolving into countless rays that spread throughout the hospital. In Sang Chu's mind, wherever those little rays of light landed, a high-definition image would appear, as if she were seeing it with her own eyes. This thing is amazing, isn't it? Rabbit ring, this surveillance orb is extremely rare. If I had enough power, it could cover the entire Haicheng. Unfortunately, right now I can only control the hospital. That's why I suggested you buy it, Master. Once my power grows, you'll be able to see everything happening in Haicheng at any time. As long as their power isn't above mine, no one can block the orb's surveillance. Sang Chu looked at the rabbit ring. At this moment, she truly felt that the money she'd spent was worth it. Whether for investigation or for handling things, it was much more reliable than Tuyu's little tricks. But what Sang Chu didn't know is that all spirits, at the moment they're born, have a natural instinct to seek a powerful master. The only difference is how they express it. The rabbit ring anxiously tried to show its worth in front of Sang Chu, afraid she would be disappointed, afraid of encountering someone like Feng Che again. That had truly traumatized it. Sang Chu didn't notice the rabbit ring's anxiety, but she was very satisfied with its performance. Not bad, you've earned some points. Later, I'll find a way to help you cultivate and grow stronger. Suddenly, Sang Chu noticed something was off. The light from the surveillance orb had entered the inner courtyard. Rabbit ring, share your vision with me. The rabbit ring paused for a moment, then realized Sang Chu wanted to share her senses. Okay. It quickly complied. After sharing Sang Chu's senses, it saw that the entire hospital was empty inside. It was packed full of strange shadows. Master, this. The rabbit ring felt numb all over. How many people are there? Sang Chu's expression darkened. There aren't that many people in Haiqing. Check, carve out the faces of all these people for me. I want to see just who turned my Haiqing into a slaughterhouse. Big sister Sang, what happened? Xia Ru looked at Sang Chu's expression, sensing she was on the verge of losing her temper. Sang Chu didn't want this matter to be exposed before she found out the truth. Until the real culprit was found, everyone was a suspect. She took a moment to compose herself, burying her anger deep inside. Wang Quan, someone has gone missing in the courtyard. I've searched everywhere aside from you, Auntie, and you. There's no one else. Even Shirhe and Wang Jin are gone. Xia Ru looked at Sang Chu in surprise. Shirhe and Jin are gone too. He turned to Wang Quan. Wang Quan seemed mentally stable, but still looked like a scared little bundle. I don't know either. I just know a lot of people are gone. They all disappeared while collecting things. Some were taken by something strange, something terrifying with claws. Xiaoru said, but right now, in the whole courtyard, only you are fine. Auntie fainted for no reason, you was seriously injured, and your story is hard for anyone to believe. Wang Quan pleaded, I really didn't do anything. Really, Sister Sang, you have to believe me. Sang Chu replied, of course I believe you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have followed you all this way. But right now, there's no one left. Even if someone went missing, the courtyard isn't that big. There's nowhere to hide anyone, and we can't get out. A Shaoqing leaned lazily against the wall, arms crossed, and said, that just proves he's innocent. If people really disappeared, and there's really a monster, maybe the monster ate them all. Lu glanced at him, then nodded slightly. That's alarmist talk, but he's not wrong, Master. The fact that we can't find anyone does clear Wang Quan of suspicion. But what do we do now? We can't stay trapped here forever. Sang Chu looked at him thoughtfully. Xia Ru also considered the situation and said, in that case, I'll try to find a way out first. This space was created by Andy. Now that she's unconscious, as soon as she wakes up, she should be able to break the barrier. A Shaoqing, I'll leave it to you. Hearing Sang Chu's words, a Shaoqing hesitated. That might be difficult. She fainted for no reason. We don't know what's wrong with her, and this is just a sick room. We don't have any diagnostic tools. I can't do much here. Just use a healing talisman on her. A Shaoqing was dumbfounded. How could a single healing talisman possibly work? But seeing how confident Sang Chu was, he didn't question further and stepped forward. As a Shaoqing applied the talisman to Xiaoying, Sang Chu, following the method the rabbit had told her, clasped her hands behind her back and formed a hand seal, silently reciting the demon-subduing incantation. In an instant, a surge of spiritual power rushed into Xiaoying's mind, clearing her consciousness. She slowly woke up, and the transparent barrier around them gradually faded away. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw you. Realization dawned, and tears immediately welled up. As her features began to twist again, on the verge of losing her mind, Sang Chu hurried over to steady her. Auntie, it's me, Sang. Don't worry, I've brought you home. You is safe. Hearing Sang Chu's voice, Xiaoying's eyes cleared for a moment. Sang, please, save Xiaoyu, I beg you. I'll do my best, but right now I need to get us out first, okay? Yes, let's get out. Xiaoying's features gradually returned to normal. She clung tightly to Sang Chu, as if she'd found her last lifeline. Sang Chu helped her up and looked at Liu, who nodded slightly. Then, heading toward the door, he tested it carefully. Once he confirmed they could leave, he called out, "Master, we can get out now." Sang Chu said, "Xiaoru, carry you. I'll go out first and check." Okay. At a time like this, only he was suitable to carry you, since the thing on you's body would reject anyone else's touch. Sang Chu led everyone out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, Rabbit Yu and Lu Minglang were hurrying back to the courtyard. Rabbit, the system rabbit, sent a message, "Hey kid, are you still at the courtyard?" Rabbit paused when he saw Rabbit Yu and Lu Minglang, unsure whether Lu Minglang could be trusted, so he just said, "Leave a backup for the master. Now that you can get out, go meet up with the master first." Rabbit Yu, "No rush, I'll stick with you." Lu Minglang, "You go back first." "All right, you two be careful." Lu Minglang knew Rabbit was being cautious, but he didn't mind. As long as Sang Chu didn't mean him harm, that was enough. Right now, she seemed to have noticed something, but didn't know if this incident was related to the base's protection system. If it was, then the base was in real danger. Watching Lu Minglang walk away, Rabbit Yu asked, "So, what happened?" "Rabbit, all the walls of the courtyard are empty. There are lots of companies inside. Master, I've taken pictures of everyone for investigation." Rabbit Yu was shocked. "What? How come there are so many companies?" Lu Minglang, "And I didn't notice anything." Rabbit explained, "There are a lot of companies in the friend list of your wall system. Master is very angry." Rabbit Yu thought for a moment, feeling something was off. But how did they get in? Lu Minglang and I have been wandering around the friend list and didn't see any companies. Rabbit, I visited the cultivation world before, and I know there's a kind of controllable large temporary space. I suggested Master buy one. It's because of the temporary space that we found out. Come with me. Sang Chu used the interface sharing function and could clearly see which parts of the wall system's friend list had companies and which were empty. Rabbit Yu looked at the densely packed companies lined up inside and felt his scalp tingle. My god, who the hell is so ruthless? Rabbit turned on the flashlight and took pictures of everyone. Don't worry, but these people must be from Haiqing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to reach this level. Agreed. You and Sang go check other places. Didn't you say there were a lot? Find the root cause, then you handle it. I'll go to the courtyard. Rabbit, okay. Once it's done, I'll report directly to Master. I got it, go ahead. After Rabbit left, only Rabbit Yu remained. Looking at all these people, Rabbit Yu felt a chill down his spine. He shuddered and continued taking pictures. He didn't forget to complain to Sang Chu. This is insane, Chu, look at this. Do you have any idea who these people are and who could be so ruthless to do this? As Sang Chu was helping Xiaoying out, she received Rabbit Yu's message and knew Rabbit had told him everything. I don't know yet, but as long as we get to the root of the problem, we'll find out who's behind this. I'll have the mouse follow the trail. Outside the hospital, Nansong and Zhou anxiously waited, their eyes glued to the entrance. When they saw Sang Chu coming out, they hurried over. Sang, did you find Shi and Ajin? Not wanting to reveal too much, Sang Chu didn't mention Shi and Wang Jin's whereabouts. He just shook his head and said no, but I'm sure they disappeared inside the hospital. The hospital is now completely sealed off. I've increased the magical defenses, so don't worry. Zhou was sharp, he could tell Sang Chu was hiding something, but didn't understand why he wouldn't just say it outright. It wasn't until Xia Ru came out holding you, with Zhuo Xiefeng supporting Xiaoying, that Zhou realized there was probably something much deeper going on. Nansong said, Sang, I really... Zhou quickly grabbed Nansong and tried to comfort him. Brother Song, don't worry. Since the city lord has spoken, Shi and Ajin will be fine. I just checked, there's no sign of them leaving. Sang Chu looked at Zhou with newfound respect. He could see Zhou was anxious, but even in this situation, he was able to stay calm and think things through. Aside from his concern for his friends, he was clearly a rational person. Sang Chu said, all right, you should go back and rest for now. Come to the city lord's mansion later this evening. Nansong insisted, saying, I don't need to rest. I can go right now. Sang Chu nodded slightly. All right then, I'll have someone introduce you. Just then, Huaxi grabbed Wang Quan and pulled him over. Wang Quan looked hesitant, lingering in the hospital and not daring to leave. But when Sang Chu pulled him out, the smile on his otherwise ordinary face couldn't be hidden. Zhou Li eyed the strange man. Who's this? Wang Quan suddenly realized he'd almost given himself away. He quickly put on a weak, timid expression and stammered, Zhou, brother Zhou, I'm Wang Quan. I used to work in the colony. Wang Quan, Zhou Li muttered. He had no impression of this person. But since Sang Chu had brought him along, there must be a reason. I don't remember you. How did you end up with the city lord? Sang Chu replied, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Many people have gone missing in the hospital, and there are rumors of monsters. I've investigated, but found nothing. Still, I suspect Shi's disappearance might be related to these so-called monsters. So, I've gathered everyone to see if anyone has any ideas. Since you can't rest, go with him to the meeting room and wait for me. I'll join you after I finish arranging the magical defenses. Nansong didn't quite understand Sang Chu's intentions, but Zhou Li did. Sang Chu was saying this man was suspicious, he was being cautious, but didn't want to expose anything just yet. Zhou Li nodded to Sang Chu. Got it, Sister Sang. I'll take him now. Sang Chu said, all right, don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of this soon. Okay. Zhou Li nodded. Nansong didn't understand the subtext, but he was too anxious to care. He grabbed Wang Quan and said, come on, let's go, tell me what happened. Watching Nansong's retreating figure, Zhou Li sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to leave, Sang Chu called out, Li, you go with them. Li replied, yes, master. Xia Ru, holding you, walked up to Sang Chu and watched him walk away. Sister Sang, should we activate the city's defense system? She looked at her, confused. What happened? Why do we need to activate the defenses? Once the city's defense system was activated, no one could enter or leave. It would turn the entire sea city into a sealed space. Normally, this was only done in extreme emergencies. Sang Chu said, activate it. She was stunned, but nodded hurriedly. She took out her communicator and activated the defense system, only to find her access had been revoked. She looked up at Sang Chu in confusion, but said nothing. Xia Ru and She stood there, dumbfounded. Xia Ru glanced at her own communicator and noticed many of her permissions had also been revoked. In that instant, she understood Sang Chu didn't trust anyone anymore. What on earth had happened? Sang Chu said, a Shaoqing notify Shi Rue. She should bring her soul body and guard the hospital with you. No one is allowed near, and no one inside is allowed out. Wait for my return before making any decisions. A Shaoqing hesitated, wanting to say that her own soul body had already gone missing, but decided against it. Sang Chu said, it's fine, just go. All right, you're the boss. She turned and left. Sang Chu looked at Xia Ru and Zhou Sifeng. Take them back to rest. I have something to take care of. Yes. They didn't say much and left right away. Sang Chu and Shi also left, heading into the inner courtyard. Sang, you're back. Lu Minli had already returned and was treating Shi inside with Lin Muxue. Sang Chu asked, how is he? Lu Minli replied, it's strange. His wounds are all healed, but he's still unconscious, no external injuries at all. Never mind, let's leave him for now. Sang Chu took a deep breath, sat down across from Lin Muxue, and said, Xiao Shui, things are a bit dangerous right now. I need you to carefully recall everything from beginning to end, especially from the moment people started disappearing at the base. Tell me everything you remember. Lin Muxue blinked, not sure why Sang Chu was asking, but still recounted everything she knew. Lu Minli sat down as well. At first, he didn't think much of it, but as he listened, he realized something was off. Xiao Shui, after Chu started investigating, did you ever tell me about it? Lin Muxue thought for a long time before realizing something was wrong. I think I only told Sang. She said she'd look into it, and then, I don't remember anything after that. Sang Chu said, that's not right. At first I thought it was just me, but now it seems more like a warning that can't be ignored. Lu Minli said, Xiao Shui was affected by the mutated plants in Qinglu City, but what if they could only alter her memories? Sang Chu replied, I've been thinking the same thing. My guess is that Xiao Shui saw the future, but because her mental strength was weakened by the mutated plants, her visions were fragmented, incomplete, or, as you said, partially altered. But overall, the main events are accurate. Those people disappeared after I returned from Qinglu City. But when exactly did they disappear? And when did all those extra people show up at the base? That NF mantle. Mu Shui had originally thought the scene with the wine cup and the howling wind was already terrifying enough, but after meeting Sang Chu and Lu Minli, it felt even scarier. Lu Minli said, It's just a rock, Xiao Shui. Whatever you saw, just tell us everything. Lin Mu Shui glanced at Sang Chu, took a deep breath and spoke. Sang Chu and Lu Minli listened very carefully, not missing a single detail. When she mentioned seeing someone in the courtyard wearing a human skin, they could clearly sense Mu Shui's fear. Sang Chu, sitting beside her, gently held her hand and said, Don't be afraid. No matter who it is, I'll dig them out for you. Lu Minli added, Yes, Xiao Shui, you have to trust me. I'm always here for you, no matter what happens. I'm not afraid. That's basically all there is. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Sang Chu hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, The situation at the base is very bad right now. There are far more missing people than I expected. To be honest, I don't know who the culprit is, or how they're able to manipulate everyone's memories. So, Xiao Shui, I need you to work even harder on your cultivation. Right now, you're the only one who can resist their control. Mu Shui asked Sang, what about you? Sang Chu replied, I don't know. I'm the same as everyone else. I haven't felt anything unusual. That's why I need you. Mu Shui said, Sang, don't worry. I'll go cultivate right away. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. Seeing her so determined, Sang Chu couldn't help but laugh. All right, I believe you. I'll take you to see Qin Xian, he might have a way. Lu Minli was a bit worried about Qin Xian's temper, but since Sang Chu had already said so, he didn't object. Are you out of your mind? You want this little girl to cultivate with me? What makes you think I'd teach her? Do I look like someone who works for free? Get lost. Qin Xian was in a foul mood after being woken up, and after hearing Sang Chu's request, he glared at her even more fiercely. Sang Chu said, Elder, there's a serious crisis at the base. Someone can control people's minds and even alter their memories. You're the only one I can turn to right now. Please help us. Mu Shui, standing to the side, said earnestly, Elder, I will study hard. I won't let you down like those other people. Lu Minli added, Elder, you haven't had any good food lately, and Uncle Gao hasn't been able to cook for you. As long as you're willing to teach us a bit, I'll make sure you have delicious dishes every day. How about it? The three of them tried their best to persuade Qin Xian. Honestly, he really didn't know how to train spiritual power, nor was he sure if his suspicions were correct. But if Qin Xian agreed to teach, Mu Shui would definitely improve quickly under his guidance. At least she wouldn't be fumbling around like he was. Qin Xian stared at Sang Chu. I want Tao Yao's peach soup. Sang Chu replied, All right, I'll personally go get it for you and bring it right away. Get out of here. Nothing good ever happens when you show up. Qin Xian finally agreed, and Sang Chu and Lu Minli were immediately thrown out of his room. Outside, Lu Minli looked at Sang Chu and asked, So, what exactly did you find in the courtyard? Sang Chu summoned the rabbit and handed it to Lu Minli. See for yourself. The more Lu Minli looked, the more disturbed he felt. There are so many people. Even after Haiqing was established, there weren't this many people in the underground city. Sang Chu said, That's the scariest part. There aren't that many people, but where did all these come from? I was the only one using the house-building device for a long time. But after it was split up, the main city didn't have it, and the courtyard became a place to hide things. Lu Minli asked, Are you sure it's only the courtyard? Sang Chu replied, I'm sure. I've already sent the rabbit to check the other places. Aside from the courtyard, nowhere else has anything unusual. Also, the traces in the courtyard look like the work of a cultivator. A cultivator? Lu Minli got goosebumps. If that's the case, I really don't even know who I can trust right now. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Sang Chu. Do you have any suspects? Sang Chu said, I'm not sure if I'm overthinking it. What do you think about what Xiaoshui said? Lu Minli thought for a moment, then said, did these disappearances start after we returned from that market? Sang Chu replied, yes. So for now, we can narrow it down to the people who went to that market with me. The only one I think we can rule out is Pei Zhao. Lu Minli asked, because she's under control. Sang Chu nodded. Without hiding anything, she said, Pei Zhao is a psychic, but she's very hard to control. She can't even control her own powers, so it's even less likely she could use such sophisticated methods to control others. Lu Minli said, when I was at the research institute, I met a Xiaoqing. He said Pei Zhao's mental state is problematic and her powers are unstable. It doesn't really match the current methods. At this, Sang Chu continued, since you know, I won't hide it from you. You're in danger now too. But I've found a way to solve it. Lu Minli, I need you to get better quickly. Haiqing can't do without you. Lu Minli was a little stunned by Sang Chu's serious expression. Is the method cruel? Seeing he hadn't misunderstood, Sang Chu smiled wryly. Yes, it requires someone else's blood. I understand. I'll accept the treatment. During this time, sorry to trouble you. Sang Chu said helplessly, it's not trouble, just bad luck. I thought things would get easier after the apocalypse, but who would have thought this would happen? I can't believe it. There are too many unknowns in the apocalypse. All I can do is keep getting stronger. Only strength can keep me safe. Sang Chu understood what he meant and nodded. Yes, I hope Qin Xian can teach me cultivation. Since a cultivator's methods have appeared, it means there are hidden experts in the dark. Without strength, we're really limited. Unfortunately, this time, she felt her brother really couldn't help. He was too soft-hearted. If Xiaoru was willing, he could help with things behind the scenes, but Sang Chu was wary of Xiaoru's abilities. If he ever lost control, it would be a real disaster. Lu Minli didn't know what Sang Chu was thinking, only that she looked troubled. Let's not worry about the rest for now. I won't let anything happen to myself. My family and friends are all in Haiqing. Once I'm better, I'll definitely protect everyone. Thank you, brother-in-law. Sang Chu smiled and reached out her hand. Lu Minli paused, then smiled and high-fived her. We're family, no need to be polite. City Lord's mansion, conference room. Ning Song and Zhou Li anxiously waited, and even Pei couldn't help but keep glancing at Sang Jingwen. If not for the fact that he and his younger brother were in danger, he wouldn't have been able to just sit here in the conference room waiting for Sang Chu. Sang Jingwen's expression was dark and unreadable as he stared at Wang Quan, who was curled up in the corner. Wang Quan, according to what you said, Sang has already checked all the suspicious places, and the only thing left is this, right? Wang Quan shrank his body even further, his voice barely audible. Why yes, Sang Ji. Sang Jingwen looked at Wang Quan, his eyes full of suspicion. There was no way Sang Chu would suddenly withdraw everyone without any clues left behind. This man called Wang Quan definitely had a problem. Sang Jingwen tried to soften his tone. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask again. Right now, Sang hasn't blamed you, and I just want you to tell me what exactly you saw in the infirmary. Wang Quan kept his head down, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, but he still forced himself to recall patiently. Sang Jingwen glanced at his lowered head, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes, his tone icy as he pressed on. You said you saw something in the specimen room. Can you describe that monster's appearance in detail for me? The more detailed, the better. If you do, I'll reward you. He took out a pen and waited for Wang Quan's answer. Xia Ru walked over to Sang Jingwen, and when she saw him sketching according to Wang Quan's description, she was shocked. This wasn't his usual skill level at all. Wang Quan stammered, saying, Sang Ji, that's really all I remember. Sang Jingwen replied, that's already very good. In such a dangerous and urgent situation, for an ordinary person like you to remember so many details, even down to the patterns on the monster's skin, your memory is really impressive. This will be a big help for our follow-up work. Wang Quan panicked. Earlier, he'd only thought about shifting suspicion onto Xiaoru and hadn't expected to get caught up in this. He hurriedly looked up, meeting Sang Jingwen's gaze. Was that admiration? Admiration? What's there to admire? Could it be he's not suspicious of me at all? Wang Quan was confused. Is Sang Jingwen crazy? Didn't I just give myself away? Before he could figure it out, Sang Chu had already left to find Liu to discuss the after-effects of the treatment. Brother? What are you doing? Sang Jingwen quickly walked over to Sang Chu. Sang, you're finally back. Look, this is what I drew based on Wang Quan's description. It's the monster he saw. This? Sang Chu turned to Wang Quan, showing him the drawing. You're sure this is what you saw? Wang Quan nodded. Yes, that's it. Sang Ji drew it really well. A faint smile appeared on Sang Jingwen's lips. It's because you described it so clearly. I could never have drawn so much detail if I were panicking. You did great. Wang Quan's heart skipped a beat, worried that Sang Chu would see through him. But she just said, you're really talented. With this, my next actions will be much more efficient. Sang Jingwen added, exactly. As long as we spread this image around, everyone can be on guard. If they spot it, they can alert us immediately, and everyone's safety will be much improved. Sang Chu looked at her brother's proud expression and couldn't help but sigh. If only her brother could be a little less emotional. But then, if he were, he wouldn't be Sang Jingwen, he'd be Sang Chu. All right, just do as my brother says. Ning Song, Jolie, I know you're anxious. I'll leave this to you. Search the entire base thoroughly. The culprit could be an ability user, a mutated plant, or some unknown creature. Everyone needs to be careful. Keep your communicators on and share your locations, so the base can track you. If anything happens, we can send help immediately. Yes! Ning Song hurriedly walked over to Sang Chu, took the drawing, and left with the group. Watching Ning Song rush out, Jolie helplessly greeted Sang Chu. Sang Jia, I'll head out too. I will. You too, Sang Jia. After saying that, he left. Sang Jingwen blinked at Sang Chu, the meaning in his eyes clear without words. Sang Chu nodded slightly. Wang Quan, you must be tired after everything in the infirmary. Go rest. I've already arranged for magic patrols around the city lord's mansion, 24 hours a day, every corner covered by the best people. You can sleep soundly. Wang Quan couldn't help but swallow. With so many magic patrols, how is he supposed to escape? Thank you, Sang Jia. I'll go now. Go ahead. Pei still didn't understand what was going on, but just felt it was all very strange. He walked over to Sang Jingwen and nudged him with his elbow, whispering, What are you up to? Before he could finish, Sang Jingwen interrupted, Pei, what do you want for dinner tonight? Huh? How could I have the mood to eat right now? My brother is still unconscious, and I'm not thinking straight. Forget it, since there's nothing else, I'll go check on him. What a headache. With that, he left. Sang Jingwen looked at the fingerprint Ning Song had left on the drawing and asked, Sang, what do you think? Sang Chu smiled and stroked her chin, looking in a certain direction. She was actually looking at Xiaoru. Sang Jingwen glanced at the drawing in his hand, then at Xiaoru, and rubbed his nose. Looks good. That simple comment left Xiaoru at a loss. Jingwen ji. Sang Jingwen coughed. So, what now? Xiaoru, go check on you first. I'm worried that thing might target him. As for Auntie, let her rest for now. Brother, arrange for someone to keep an eye on her. The rest, leave it for now. Xiaoru had originally wanted to bring up Uncle Gao, but after entering the room and seeing the atmosphere, she swallowed her words. I'll go check on you now. I'll go arrange for someone. All right, everyone be careful. Sang Jingwen gently patted Sang Chu's head. You too. If you need anything, just tell your brother. I know. Watching the departing figures, Sang Chu's expression darkened. A Xiaoqing walked over and quietly said in a contract-bound voice that Wang Quan is very suspicious. He's clearly using Xiaoru's ability. What do you plan to do now? We'll wait for him to make a move. You and Lin lead the patrols around the city lord's mansion. If anything happens, report to me immediately. A Xiaoqing didn't understand. How are you going to wait for him to make a move? He can't run away. Sang Chu smiled slightly. That's exactly what I want, he can't run. Go to your job. All right, you're the boss. When Lu Minli found Li Yu, she was in the middle of giving Feng Chao an injection. Chu, are we able to start the treatment now? Is it that urgent? Li looked a little worriedly at Fong Chao, but he seemed to be taking it calmly. Dr. Li, it's fine, I feel much better now. These days, the medicine extracted from Miao was being injected directly into Fong Chao, which was much more effective than him taking it orally. But even so, it still couldn't restore his body instantly. To be continued.